everyone, and welcome to the LPL English broadcast. I am Dominic Sederomer. This is Ryan FLICKR and more, and we have got an exciting slew of matches coming up for you today. But first, FLICKR, how are you today?
He always asks me that, and I always respond with the same answer. I'm great. I'm fantastic on the LPL desk.
I know. Well, you always got to double check because sometimes it's like great, but then there's like great.
Great.
Yes, great.
I'm a great.
So today we're doing pretty great. We've got an exciting set of games coming up. First, we've got RNG versus Snake, and that looks to be a pretty exciting match. Neither of these guys have played yet this week.
Yeah, and I kind of like to call it the two LSPL team because RNG, Royal Never Gives Up. Of course, they are King in pseudo disguise, or formerly known as King, but following them, it's going to be Masters 3 versus Xiaogu.
Yeah, and afterwards, we're going to have a clash of the Titans with Edward Gaming versus ONG, and to round out the day, it's Invictus Gaming versus King.
There's been a lot of surprises, too. I like how the Clash of the Titans, I expected EDG versus OMG to be the last set of the day, but IG and King especially have been looking very surprising, so yeah, not a terrible game to end on.
We've seen some pretty interesting turn of events. Oh, yeah. I mean, after yesterday's set of games, can we spoil that? Are we allowed to or no? We'll keep it on the wraps, but take a look at some of the VODs for yesterday. You'll find some interesting games.
Yeah, interesting is a unique way to say it. But let's talk about the game today. We've got RNG versus Snake is going to be our first game up. And, you know, I was talking to you about this earlier. The only two teams, so after RNG and Snake fight each other, because we are coming up into kind of the middle rotation of facing teams. So, again, every LPL team will face each other twice. They play in sets. So we're almost on the full cycle.
We've almost completed the full circuit. These two have to play each other, and then the last teams they have to play is Masters 3 and Xiaogu.
And that's our second match. I looked at that. I was like, oh, that's kind of cute.
It's a cute coincidence. Yeah, so next week we'll have completed the full cycle, and every team will have played every other team once, and then we can really sort of evaluate where these teams are standing. But we're not fully there yet. We're still 1 week before that, and let's talk a little bit about where these two teams stand. RNG came off of a bit of a rough week last week.
Yeah, but so did Snake as well. Both these teams are actually coming off of 2-0 losses, and that's not something that's fairly common. A lot of these teams like to split. Snake is, when you compare their records, Snake is 3-4-2 right now, whereas RNG is 2-4-3. Now, obviously, if you're used to the LCS, it's quite a different way. It's wins, draws, and losses. So a lot of these teams have been splitting, especially with the top-end teams like OMG and LGD, but kind of, you know, not striking their fancy when they needed those 2-0s. But we are doing the lineups, and it is RNG on your screen.
Yeah, you see that was Sky who's going to be opening for the roster. Again, RNG have got 3 top laners. They've got Let Me, God, and Godlike, and Sky, and Sky's going to be the guy opening it up. There's Xiaohu, the Titan in the mid lane, the big guy himself. And coming up next, we've got Wu Xin, the AD carry for RNG, and yeah, to continue elaborating a little bit on those score points, in terms of overall wins and losses, Snake is at 10-8 and RNG is at 8-10. So if we were just going off of wins and losses, they're 2 games apart. And no surprise, if RNG 2-0 this, they'll be tied with Snake.
Time to take down the Kings. But this is the guy that I want to talk about. I want to talk about Lei.
Yeah.
And the reason why I want to talk about Lei, when you look at the RNG versus Snake matchup, you know, there's so many power players that you can talk about. You can talk about the top lane like FLICKR and maybe the 3 top laners that RNG are fielding this time. It will be Sky, former King top laner. You can talk about the mid lane of Yu versus Xiaohu. But I want to talk about the supports. Lei versus Ella.
Yeah.
Because I feel like these are 2 of the best supports in LPL, but very underrated and very overlooked. Lei right now sits with the most assists in the league. RNG have the 4th highest kills of any of the teams in the LPL, so they are a team that likes to fight and likes to get it done. And Lei has the highest kill participation of any player in the LPL right now at 84%. So he's constantly involved when RNG are making plays around the map.
Yeah, and you can see right now some signs for our favorite hero in the jungle, MLXG. He's going to be going up against Beast, and now we're about to get to the roster of the opposing team, Snake. You can see they've got a 56% win rate, again 10-8. There in the middle is Crystal, the AD carry. But just running through, it's FLICKR in the top, and yeah, your eyes do not deceive you. That is both Echo, Rumble, and Rise. This guy has been making some impressive showing.
And this is the thing about FLICKR. He plays that hard carry style, but his champion pool is so large and so diverse, which was frankly kind of a surprise coming from LSPL because he was really known as a Fizz top main when he played in LSPL, changing gears up when he got into the LPL. But there's Beast, his Korean counterpart in the jungle.
Yeah, and here we've got Yu in the mid lane. You can see he's been taking some longer range control mages, and he's really had a pretty interesting evolution as a player, starting off as that control mage oriented player, but he's really started expanding it a little bit to add some more assassins to the pool, though he has been going back to his roots. Here you can see Crystal, the AD carry himself.
Speaking of evolution,
Yeah,
Crystal's champion pool, away from those hyper carries. Of course, he's a big Draven player. You see that, but pulling out the Sivir.
Oh, yeah. And in the support, it's Ella. 4.78 KDA. Man, this guy has been busy. And that's a lot of Thresh. Typically where we go from here is talking about pick and ban phase. Do you think we might see Thresh snagged away?
I don't know if it's going to be, because Snake have so many strong members. Again, they're a very star-studded roster. They had fantastic results in their spring split, their opening split into the LPL, where, of course, they made it into playoffs. They were a top-standing LPL team, but they kind of fell apart with their previous mid laner, Baka, who could really only play two champions, Xerath and Azir. That was quickly discovered in playoffs when bans came through. So now they rotated, they made a roster swap. It's now you, the former EDG mid laner, playing for Snake there. And he pretty much can fit exactly the role that Baka did, but better, because he has a higher champion pool. And I'm glad that you brought out kind of the evolution of you moving from controlled mages to assassins. He's always liked to play assassins, but it was never in his identity as a player, because that's not what EDG needed him to play. They needed him to play Ziggs. So he can play the Azir, the Cassiopeia, the flavor of the MUT champions like Varus, but he's also branching out to his LeBlanc, and his LeBlanc had been banned pretty much every single game over the course of this split. Obviously on 5.11, LeBlanc's seen some nerfs, so...
Minor, yeah.
Yeah, we might not see a play.
Quality of life.
Quality of life.
Yeah, you just saw some of the stats.
Improvements for the other team.
Exactly. You just saw some of the stats on the screen right there between the two teams, and interestingly enough, both of them have remarkably low win rates on their respective side. It is going to be RNG, who had a very low win rate. I think it was something like 40% on the blue side, and Snake with something similar for the red side. So this should look to pad one of the two teams' stats. However, when we swap it over, I expect it to be a very exciting match, just judging by those statistics. And here you can see some of the Snake members looking pretty excited, getting ready.
And they haven't played any other game for the weekend. I believe that this is the first time that Snake and RNG are taking the field this weekend.
Yeah,
so they've had plenty of time to prep for each other to make sure that they're fully focused going into this match and kind of their developed pick and ban strategies.
Yeah, we'll see if they have a specific strategy coming into this, because as you mentioned, this is their first game in 7 days, approximately. Yeah, since last Sunday, when they both played. So we hope that they're coming into this with a proper strategy. Now we are getting into the pick and ban phase. Sivir and Hecarim being stricken away from Snake. Looks like RNG have got their eyes set out, and with the bans flying left, right, and center, it seems like they do have strategies.
Pretty standard bans from purple side, however, Kalista and Ryze. Kalista, a very popular ban in the LPL. I think she's banned like 80% of the time.
Yeah.
She's 100% either banned or picked, so... No surprises there. Ryze, this is again 5.11, so he's just a massive power pick. That's what I was curious about, was the Victor ban. So Yu has been spamming that in solo queue right now, as have a majority of the mid laners for the LPL. Again, it fits into his identity as a control mage player, but Victor has seen so much success.
Interesting that is going to be banned away. They do want to take that away from you, and as you mentioned, he is a very powerful ban for the time being. Of course, that Echo being stricken off the board as well. That does leave some of the more standard meta picks still available. You can see that Alistar is up, and it's going to be locked in right away. And oh man, Flandre, go back to what works. The
insta-lock. Now, Flandre said in an interview that after 5.9, Fizz was must pick or must ban. So instantly grabbing that one up. Flandre actually known to play the Trinity Force Fizz as opposed to the Cinderhulk Fizz, though. So we'll see kind of what build path he decides to go again. This is a big comfort pick for Flandre. It's not just flavor of the month for the LPL in general, but this is a champion that he was really well known for in the LSPL.
Yeah, so that obviously looks to put the top lane in a pretty scary position, and Sky should be able to keep pace with him. You and I were talking a little bit before the game started about how Sky matches up against Flandre, and how Flandre, he got into the LPL and he started showing up, whereas Sky came in and he just kind of kept on doing what he was doing.
Yeah, it's really important to note that the LSPL used to be really well known for the quality of top laners that it had. Of course, this is right before the Korean migration, when you had names like Acorn, like Flame coming in, so obviously that shifted that dynamic a little bit. But Sky was one of the top laners coming over the Flandre. Okay, these are really good LSPL top laners that's going to really buff the talent pool of LPL in the top lane, but Sky just really fumbled the ball as far as trying to transfer over to the meta, whereas Flandre opened up his LPL career with Rumble, a champion that he really didn't play in the LSPL, so showing his diversity and his reach there. But I like to see him going back to the Fizz.
Very interesting pick out of Flandre to see that he's locking that in. On the other side, RNG, they go straight for the Azir. and a Varus. That's a bit of an interesting combo.
Curious where that Varus is going to end up.
Yeah.
If it's going to end up in Wushin's hand, of course, Wushin, you know, he plays what he likes to play. He'll insta-lock Vayne, whether it's a good opportunity or not. We haven't seen a lot of Varuses in the ADC role. We've seen it primarily in the mid role. Of course, Godv played it yesterday to incredible success. On the other side, though, Crystal.
Yeah, going back to the Draven. If it works, it works. And Snake seems like they're just playing what's comfortable right now. Ella taking that Nautilus as well. Things definitely looking like Snake are feeling pretty comfortable about this.
And this is really scary if you are a Varus going into that that Nautilus Draven lane. That is straight a kill lane.
Yeah.
Very low mobility ADC. Dredge line would spell disaster if Wushin decides to take that champion down there. So we'll see where Varus ends up.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to keep an eye on that. And the final pickups are going to be for Sky and MLXG. Looks like it's going to be Gragas and Sion as the two are hovering right now as we're just running down the tier of meta picks. And yeah, MLXG is going to take that Gragas, and Sion is going to be trading it out with Flandre's Fizz.
Really curious that Sky is deciding to go back to Sion here. Again, we talked about how he was a little bit questionable as far as his meta picks and how he transitioned into the meta. He couldn't play Gnar for the longest time, and that was really a big downfall for King when RNG were the King roster. So see if maybe he finds better success this time around. The big thing, though, is the priority pick for Lei. The fact that they did first pick that Alistar that will be going down into Lei's hands. And again, the guy with the most assists, with the highest kill participation. I wanted to talk about Ella and Lei because I feel like they're constantly overlooked and overshadowed because there's so many stars, not only on their team, but in the LPL in general. But these two supports are fantastic and always a joy to watch.
Yeah, and it looks like we're going to be seeing them on some very high mobility, high impact supports on that Nautilus and Alistar. And there's our final roster. Yu decides to lock in the Kassadin for the last pick. He's going to be taking it up into Xiaohu's very, very scary Azir. And Yu, like we talked about, he typically plays these control mages, but Kassadin's not a control mage.
Yeah, going for the assassins. Now, Yu did say that two of his favorite champions to play were LeBlanc and Zed, so it's not that he can't play the assassins, just that it was never really an opportunity for him to showcase his talent. When he does get to play him, he's always looked good on them. Again, his LeBlanc was very feared for the beginning of this split in the LPL, so see if his Kassadin can translate to the same success.
Yeah, we'll definitely see as we're running through the rosters right now. It's MLXG Beast. You just saw Sky and Flandre in the top lane, and in the mid lane, Xiaohu and Yu on that very scary Azir and Kassadin.
And this is the thing that we didn't talk about. You want to talk about comfort picks? Xiaohu's Azir. This guy is one of the OG Azir players. And this was another really big question for Xiaohu. We knew he was talented, very young, actually couldn't play in the beginning of the LPL career just because they were waiting for his birthday so he could meet the age requirements. He played Azir before it was the big flavor of the month meta pick. And now the meta has kind of shifted in to make him even more powerful because his champions are just so viable. So the question is, if the meta shifts again, what is Xiaohu's actual champion pool? Will he run into a problem like Baka did for Snake, or will he be able to adapt? I mean, this game we won't be able to tell. We're just going to see some sick Azir play, but something on the horizon.
It's going to be a very interesting match nonetheless because we saw some of those win percentages were a bit weak for both of these teams on their respective sides. So hopefully we should get something very entertaining, at least coming out with this match. It seems as though Snake might be a little uncomfortable, might be a little bit more comfortable than RNG, but we'll find out as we're loading onto the Rift right now. And we've made it onto the Rift successfully. It's RNG versus Snake. We're in game number 1 of this best of 2. I believe this is week 5 of the LPL, day number 3. And we did see a lot of early grouping out of RNG as they went for a few deep boards, but it's answered by Beast and Flandre. So, interestingly enough, Crystal looking like he might head to the top.
We can talk about these compositions as well as these teams kind of get sorted into what kind of matchup and lanes they want to see. So RNG, it's pretty obvious this is going to be a poke type of composition. They do have good dive with Sion and Alistar. I'm not going to call it dive, actually. It is dive, but it's engage. They have good engage tools as well as a nice reset, so it's kind of Varus and Azir. They're going to lay down the poke, make sure that when they are contesting objectives or sieging towers that Azir gets his sand soldiers up, and then when they like what they see, when enough poke has been laid down, they have the hard engage of the Sion, of the Alistar. If they don't like it, Gragas can quickly disengage, reset a fight, set up their sand soldiers, look to go again. On the other side, now the thing about Snake is they've been kind of toying around with their identity. They've been playing some poke compositions. They've always been known as a big 5v5 team, but it's kind of like their draws go, okay, we're going to try a different type of composition, some different types of champions. It doesn't quite work out. We lose that game. They go back to what they're comfortable with, their big 5v5s, their Draven picks, their Fizz tops, and then they win. So this is really just comfort for Snake.
Yeah, so it seems like they are starting to mature a little bit more as a team. There goes the standard Sion execute as he's going to steal away the Raptor camp. And yeah, things look to be going pretty nice and calm. Interestingly enough, Lei was helping out with MLXG, which leaves Gragas all alone on the bottom side of the map. Could have spelled disaster, but because Snake went for the lane swap, he is just fine as he's continuing to farm this out. And you can see he's taking his time to keep that wave pushing as slow as humanly possible, while RNG go for a bit of an invade here. They were grouped up by the blue buff, but it is secured by FLICKR. And all in all, nice, calm, relaxed.
I always kind of question this decision from a lot of Scions, though, when they're going to be doing a double jungle, is the fact that they use their passive, burn it on the creep, which is fairly standard, but you see that Sky died, took the camp for himself, and then literally walked all the way across the map to rejoin MLXG. So obviously he's doing this because if Draven decided to fast push, he would be able to teleport and pick up the wave in time, but I just feel like he could have simply double jungled and not wasted all of his time and gotten more XP walking across the map trying to catch back up with Gragas.
Yeah, and we can see a nice big wave is now getting onto that turret. Bit of proxy coming out from Crystal as he looks to catch it and make sure the minions do as much damage as possible. And with the 4 members of RNG on the bottom, they're going to get some free damage onto that tier 1 as well. So pretty standard turret shoving coming out now. Wushin is on that Varus. That's something that we typically see coming out of the mid lane to counter these control mages. And you talked a little bit about how this would fit into RNG's composition, but I'm more interested in how it's going to fit into the laning phase. How is this going to work out once we see these turrets go down and they trade it up?
Well, unfortunately, we're not going to see a lane phase just because it isn't a lane swap. And what's curious and should be noticed is, yes, it is a Varus. And we talked about just the kill pressure from a Draven Nautilus lane, but it's more important. I wish I could have seen the level 1 wards because I'm curious if they were trying to catch if Snake initiated the lane swap, if they were just trying to catch RNG in a lane swap to dodge a lane, because it just seems so curious that they would sacrifice FLICKR on this Fizz by not giving him the 1v1 against the Sion.
Interesting choice out of Snake to commit to that. As you mentioned, they do also have a very scary potential kill lane as well, but for the time being, it looks like Snake are content to keep their duo lane with that nice deep proxy to try to catch any waves and succeed in doing so while Crystal continues to farm it up and the minions bang down on that turret. Now, RNG did make the proper response. They are fast shoving as well, and they were able to take that first dragon, so it might just be RNG coming out on top for this.
Oh, it definitely is, and a big thing is the fact that they have a Sion in the top lane versus that Fizz on FLICKR, and if FLICKR decides to go back to his patented build of using the Trinity Force on Fizz, that's a very expensive item for effectively this poor little Fizz who hasn't gotten any CS or experience for the last 6 minutes of the game.
Yeah, so there goes that first top turret. We'll see if FLICKR is going to go for the patented Trinity Force first. Wushin looking to trade it out for the next turret. Ooh, he takes a hit, but that turret goes down. And all in all, it looks like the lane swap is going to be in RNG's favor. Recall comes out of Lei. He's just going to pick up some boots and wards and head back down to the bottom side. There's the recall from Crystal. Let's see where they decide to send him, because FLICKR is already going to be showing himself topside.
It should be important and very noted that when Wushin took down the tower, he actually tanked 2 shots, and so he got a successful what we call a bounce. And so by putting these creep waves into the tower, and it's not just denying the XP and the gold, but making sure that it's completely killed the wave, so as the next wave comes in, you see where the wave is set in the bottom side. It's directly in the middle, whereas Crystal Wave is pushing more towards Sion. So Sion gets a little bit more free gold, whereas FLICKR is still in a sticky situation. He has to overextend himself top.
Yeah, so we can see things looking pretty comfortable now for RNG as they manage to get that bounce and secure the first dragon. Now we are seeing a pretty large gold discrepancy break out between these two. It's 800 gold, well, about 700. 6 minutes in. All in all, that's pretty minor, but Yu is doing really solid against Xiaohu. He was even bullying Xiaohu around a little bit. You can see that consistent harass being traded so effectively. And with that CS lead in every single one of the lanes, well, it just disappeared for the top lane, Snake might just be able to make this difference right back up.
Kassadin has a pretty good time against most people who do magic damage due to his shield right there. So, and again, when so much concentration is on the side lanes and double jungling, it isolates that mid lane, allows Kassadin to kind of bypass his scary 1 through level 5 till he gets his Rift Walk, and he's just so much safer in that lane, having that escape and gap closer available to him.
Yeah, and we're definitely starting to see how Snake having a bunch of comfort picks is really affecting their play, because at 7 minutes in, they're 1,000 gold up.
Hello,
Xiaohu
RNG.
has been bullied out. MLXG trying to catch some farm in the mid lane, got punished by Beast. And really, with all of these comfort picks, Snake are looking to transition into the mid game very securely.
That said, there's really nothing for them to fight over because RNG did do the correct thing, having their bot lane, the numbers advantage on the bottom side of the map, took that free dragon, so dragon will not be spawning for a couple of minutes. So right now it just goes back to kind of an elongated lane phase. FLICKR finally gets to come up into this lane, make up for the CS discrepancy, is now leading Sion.
Definitely a pretty solid advantage for FLICKR. There is the CS lead that we expected coming into fruition, while Yu continues to catch CS in the mid lane. Now let's talk a little bit about how team fights are going to work, because with Snake on these comfort picks, we can expect that RNG might be in a bit of trouble, especially on that immobile Varus and very squishy Azir.
Especially coming from the mobility that Snake have on the other side, Kassadin and Fizz. Once they're on top of Varus, he effectively has zero tools other than his flash to reposition himself and to get away to safety. On the other side, though, Crystal pretty much in the same boat. Draven does have a displacement, and when he throws out his axes, and he can knock you back, as well as a speed up, but, you know, it's not a net or a flash or a relentless pursuit or anything like that.
Or a rocket jump or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll definitely see how the dives end up working out. I am very concerned, because you've got Yu, who's on a very scary, one of his favorite champions on that Kassadin, and FLICKR, who literally made a name for himself on that Fizz. So expects to be a very exciting teamfight phase. Once we get to that, some powerful damage finding Yu in the mid lane. He actually is forced to Rift Walk out of there. Now Dragon's up in a minute and a half, so it might be just a little bit early. FLICKR, oh, lands the fish. Sky even flashes. He's taking a lot of damage here, but FLICKR doesn't have a lot of damage with only that Doran's ring. Nobody's coming to help him. Can he get the kill? He does. FLICKR solo kill, first blood.
And he may not have a lot of damage with just his boots and the Doran's ring, but Fizz's W and the fact that he can do percentile damage is just so punishing, which is why we saw the rise of the Cinderhulk resistant tanky Fizz, because he effectively doesn't even need the Trinity Force to just do disgusting amount of damage and shred through those tanks.
Yeah, and with Sky's flash burned, he's still not even level 6, so he's going to have to go top, miss a few creeps, and catch that next wave for some of that CS, but Dragon's up in 40 seconds. FLICKR has got the timely recall, actually going for some AP here.
He's going for the Cinderhulk.
Yeah, just might be. That's the Fiendish Codex on top of the challenging smite, so he is going to do some serious damage with his auto attacks.
Very important that he's itemizing that damage and the CDR as well. So again, typically with Cinderhulk Fizz, it's not only the fact that you get multiplicative stats through the Cinderhulk and you get health and resistances, but when you build your Frozen Heart, when you itemize your CDR, you get to use your Playful Trickster more often, and it's almost like pseudo-tankiness, because while you're in the air, obviously you're untargetable, but hold on.
Yeah, some damage finding Xiaohu. You can see Yu being so aggressive. He's got the Catalyst for sustain along with the Crystalline Flask, so he feels pretty comfortable trading it up with Xiaohu. However, Xiaohu has completed his Morellonomicon well before the Rod of Ages, so he does have a minor damage spike, like waiting in the wings. Now Dragon has spawned. FLICKR trading it up with Sky once again. If he can bully him out of lane a second time, that would be huge.
So we talked about how Snake had built up this lead throughout the lane swap, but unfortunately they didn't have an arena, stage to set for them to really flex their muscles on top of RNG. This Dragon now spawned. You see Snake in the area, setting up the Scuttle Crab, placing down their wards. This is the arena that they want, the Thunderdome, if you will. Yeah. And the game can really crack open if RNG don't play this perfectly.
See how that works out. MLXG looking for a gank on the FLICKR. He finds some damage on the Sky, dodges the onslaught, but he's taking a lot of damage here, forced to jump around. He has no escape summoners. Oh, he dashes forward. MLXG tosses the explosive cast. It's dodged. The slow comes out, but he's going to go down here. Yeah, MLXG gets the kill, and Snake respond by picking up the dragon.
Yep, and this is a correct play. Now, the thing that I want to point out for FLICKR, yes, he died, but I want to point how he used his Q. So the Q, when you Q to a minion, it's a targetable ability. It's a set distance that Fizz will travel. He had the Q earlier, but he waited until he was practically on top of the minion to travel the maximum distance away from Gragas and Sion, as opposed to just using it as an initial gap closer.
Yeah, and with that secured, that's going to be even in kills, now even in dragons as well. But Snake with a comfortable 1,300, now 1,500 gold lead as the CS in the top, jungle, and bot lane is really opening up between these two teams. And really, it seems like Snake are playing the game that they know and love. They're all on their comfort picks. They're all on their powerful champions, teamfight champions. FLICKR solo killing
Magus
Sky.
Enchantment.
Yeah. That's a bit of an interesting choice.
I love FLICKR. He's like, Cinderhook Fizz, that's so last week. Let's go Magus Enchantment.
That's so patch 5.10.
Let's get the CDR. Let's get the damage.
It would be, actually, I feel like he's doing more of a That's So Raven thing.
No.
And he's seeing into the
No.
future.
No.
And he's trying to make new things popular by seeing into the future.
You're the only person that I've ever met that uses That's So Raven, but like in the correct context of the show. Like you were really invested, you knew the plot line. You're like, you can't just say That's So Raven because it makes fun of That's So Draven. You have to do it because of the future scene, the premonitions.
Of course. The crazy camera pans.
Did you watch Cory in the House too?
I didn't know.
It's a great game.
Never played it. Well, let's get back to this game and talk a little bit more. So right now, it seems like RNG are kind of slipping a little bit behind. They definitely got the better of the lane swap, but they're just starting to lose out on this little grasps of gold here and there.
And that said, we're still in lane phase, and frankly, RNG's composition, it's not made for lane phase. Again, you just go back to the fact that they have a Varus. Varus is there for poking, for being involved in those big 5v5s, you know, chaining the CC. They have the Alistar, the Sion, the Azir, things like that. So they have hyperscaling potential where, yeah, you do have it, or excuse me, Snake does have it in the form of use Kassadin, Fizz, things like that. But we're not going to see RNG's real success until their composition is grouped up for a 5v5, where they can start attempting to siege and lay down poke and really use their comp how it's meant to. So yeah, it makes sense that Snake would find their lead here.
Mm-hmm. And with that, hopefully they will be able to propel it into a powerful mid-game team fight, because that's really where they excel. That's been their strength since they've entered the LPL that many months ago. And RNG, on the other hand, as we mentioned, they are kind of a newer-ish team. That's probably the most vague description I've ever given to another team.
They're kind of new. They've been here for a bit. They may have been. Yeah.
They might have.
So Royal never gives up. RNG here. They used to be known as King, or I say that because we have King in the LPL. They were bought by Starhorn Royal Club. Of course, Starhorn Royal Club is now in the LSPL, and they have RNG as well as King. The King roster is now the former Starhorn Royal Club roster, and the RNG roster is King plus Gamty and Starhorn Royal Club's top laner. So they got 3 top laners. They've got a Gamty top laner and Let Me. They've got King's top laner and Sky, and they have Starhorn Royal Club's top laner and Godlike, formerly known as Ackerman. So
yeah, so basically they're Star, Gamty, Royal Horn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
RNG, Royal never gives up. But they're a bunch of, I'm going to call them young players. I'm not going to call them solo queue standouts or anything like that. But they have a lot of potential, Xiaohu in particular. And I think you made this comment upstairs that, 6 months into the future, they could very well be the next Snake. They just didn't ramp up as quickly. They didn't have their synergy. They weren't as cohesive as a unit. But there's definitely a lot of potential and a lot of talent there. And that's shown in the fact that they've been able to split so many games with, top-tier teams.
Yeah, and with that, they are currently tied for 10th. And as we've mentioned, they are 1-2-0 away from being in 5th place, tied with Snake. And you can see a bit of a gank being set up right now. Looks like Beast coming in from behind is clearing out the Krugs. You've also got Ella trying to flank as Crystal shoves really hard with that BF Sword Vamp Scepter. And let's see if Beast is going to commit to the dive. I don't know if they have vision of him just yet.
It can be really scary to dive in Alistar, so it's very important how Beast and Ella juggle this tower aggro here.
Yeah, you see MLXG is actually headed down to the bottom as well, so it seems like he's sniffing something a little bit weird. And a lot of deep wards from Snake might be able to spot him out. Yeah, they are going to find Beast. There goes the knock-up. He actually gets knocked over the wall to safety, so good reaction from RNG, not letting themselves get caught there.
Good Spidey sense to know that something was up to pull MLXG to the bottom lane. And of course, since Beast was in his Tremor Sense form, his W down underneath, he was able to see Gragas approaching. with his radar.
Flandre sees MLXG on the bottom side and says, you know what, your blue's undefended. I'm just going to snag that right up.
I like that Flandre's still making the most out of having the smite there. But while still itemizing for damage, constantly using his playful trickster there to dodge the Scion. What is it? It's not Devastating Charge. His axe.
The slam?
Yeah, that one. Scumbag.
I'm not entirely certain.
Come back, play-by-play caster.
Yeah, you can see he's shoving that wave in right there. Flandre, very scary, as you mentioned, going for that Magus enchantment first, while MLXG catches some farm in the mid lane. Rod of Ages now finally completed for you. He's going to be fed his blue buff as well, whereas Xiaohu is not going to have a blue buff for the next few minutes, so we could see you get a little bit aggressive.
Very punishing on Azir, naturally. It's okay though, because again, they're not setting up for an objective. Dragon did go down. Snake took that last one because RNG put all their resources into the top lane. And again, we just go back to a really calm, elongated lane phase. Of course, Crystal loves this because it gives him time to set up his adoration stacks. When this Draven does finally get a chance to cash in, that is going to be a massive wave of gold.
Oh, knockback to finds Ella. They also see MLXG waiting in the wings. Forward ward is going to allow Beast to sneak in just a little bit, as once again they look like they might be setting up a dive. Flandre shoving the top, decides to run on down to the bottom and take this tier 1 turret. Great 3-man knockup, but pity you don't have anyone to back you up.
Yeah, RNG not willing to commit right there, and of course, Flandre wandering down, so good use of the pressure. We'll see where they go next. It looks like they're rotating towards that mid lane, although a little bit of a red buff contestation. Yeah,
they could be trying to steal this away right here. You can see Whoosh with the early Infinity Edge is going to be doing some pretty solid damage. Beast, he's got a pink ward, nice and forward. He's going to try clearing out that forward one, And this poor red buff is like, who do I attack? There's so many people. We've got 9 members down here, 4 members of Snake. Is it going to be stolen successfully? It's 2 spites to 2. It's secured. Beast gets the knockup. There's a teleport. The AoE is wild. Lay in the front line, tanking so much damage, but Xiaohu and Whoosh are untouched. Crystal is trying to penetrate to the back line, but he just can't find it. Flandre dives in. A huge Emperor's Divide splits the team, and RNG are shredding Snake to pieces. Crystal flashes away. He goes down to Lay's knockup, and Snake, with the blue buff, should be able to get out of here.
And this is what we were talking about. Yes, in the lane phase, RNG started to fall behind, but that's to be expected. Snake across the board pretty much got their counter picks and their tough lane matchups in every single side. The 5v5, that's where this composition takes off. A wonderful Emperor's Divide, waiting for Flandre to playful Trickster into the backline and then immediately resetting the fight. That was all Varus and Xiaohu.
Yeah, Wushin and Xiaohu coming up so big in that team fight. You can see Flandre and Beast trying so hard to dive into the back line, but they just could not find the proper positioning. And despite excellent damage from Crystal with that early Bloodthirster, he just wasn't able to shred through Sky, who built so excellently with that significant amount of health, and MLXG with the Ninja Tabby first. It almost seems like they expected a fight.
Now the question becomes, though, is where do Snake go from here? So they still retain their lead. That fight didn't transition the gold lead or anything like that. It closed up the gap for RNG, but it didn't translate into a dragon or a tower or any sort of map pressure. So Snake obviously learned the lesson. Don't fight in tiny little choke points against the Emperor's Divide. But so I'm curious how, if maybe they'll turn to, maybe we need flanking wards, because obviously we need to threaten that backline, but if we can't just run through the Emperor's Divide, set up some deep wards, try to make a pick, and try to look for more flanks as opposed to just teleporting and running straight to back.
Yeah. Now, Dragon is up in about 15 seconds, make that 10. Both of the teams are ready to collapse. Sky doesn't have teleport. He was trying to shove it up on the top, but Flandre isn't there quite yet. He's going to have to run, and I think Sky is actually going to make it to the Dragon before Flandre is. So there is a chance that we might see another fight. Xiaohu gets level 12, gets that second level of the Emperor's Divide, while Beast continues to fight with Vision. And seems like we might be seeing a fight come out. Ella does pop the Banshees for Sky, so he's going to be taking some poke here.
Again, it's just really important how Snake are going to set up this fight. They have all of the tools to threaten and to destroy RNG's backline, but they need to position accordingly. Look for those flanks, get that deep vision that's available. If RNG can group up, cover their flanks, they should be able to win this, especially if they can get Azir into position over the pit and start setting up his Sand Soldiers.
Yeah, and you can start to see Snake are looking for that flank. You've got FLICKR on the bottom side, Crystal and Beast coming in from the right, and on the left, it's you and Ella, but they just can't quite find an entrance, so instead they decide to put some pressure on.
It's so perfect. Look at where Snake is. They're constantly spread up over the map, looking for a collapse from different angles, while RNG just sitting like a rock, all bunched up in one location.
Really speaks to the team's communication that they're comfortable enough doing this. FLICKR getting a lot of free damage down onto this bot tier 2. Look at how quickly he's shredding through. He's got the Ether Wisp and cooldown boots as he is going for that AP semi-tanky Fizz. Things look pretty solid right now as Crystal shoving up in the mid, and Sky actually has to respond down bottom, and just like that, RNG cannot take the dragon.
Like LGD, Snake are very good with playing with different pressure points on the map due to their side wave management. And a lot of this, whereas LGD have Godvi and Acorn to really lead that charge for them, Snake primarily just use FLICKR, but he's so good at dodging around the map, being very mobile, being very obnoxious, and really understanding, you know, I can be away from my team for this X amount of time.
And once again, you can see he's split pushing on the bottom side. Sky has to be pulled to respond to it. He's the only guy who can survive this right now while the rest of RNG are here. However, they peel away from the mid lane.
It's important because Sky doesn't have his teleport available and FLICKR does. So as soon as Ella here sees a good opportunity when Sky is pulled away, they can look for a depth charge engage, which is why you see RNG, as soon as Sky is sit down to deal with FLICKR, they immediately back up. They don't want to give Snake the go button to go ahead and engage and force a 4v5 with teleport.
Yeah, so some great shot calling coming out between the two. Now we're 20 minutes into the game. Baron has just spawned. Beast has to clear that wave on the top side. He also has a teleport available on that wreck side, so he's going to clear this out. The moment he sees an opportunity, he'll teleport right back down to the bottom side.
Doesn't have a lot of tunnels that are really available close, though.
Yeah, so he is going to be a little bit late there. RNG do start up the dragon. FLICKR waiting in the wings along with you. Both of them can jump the wall. Crystal running forward with Ella. There's a lot of damage coming down. Crystal even is going to attack at the knockup. Dives into the back. There's the explosive cast as well. That was two very large ultimates, and the dragon still up. Xiaohu looking for a pick, doesn't find it, and Crystal's the guy who gets the dragon. And both of the teams are going to disengage.
Snake, beautiful communication right there. They were patient. They were considerate of each other. I don't even know what. They were just so patient. They knew we're here for the dragon. That's all we want. We don't need an engagement. So great job playing with different points pulling on the fight. And as soon as RNG's attention was split elsewhere, they just quickly went in, grabbed the dragon, and backed off.
Yeah, you can see even getting some free damage onto that mid tier 1. Crystal doing some serious work going for the Bloodthirster, and now he's got a pickaxe longsword with 1,000 gold in the bank. That's going to be a last whisper second from Crystal.
The maxes.
Yeah, he's going to hurt.
And again, though, the map pressure. So this big wave in the top lane was set up by Beast before he decided to Void Rush over to the Wolf Pit for the Dragon. And you'll just constantly see this again and again from Snake. Just like LGD, when they're prepping for an objective, it's not just walking in, setting up the Scuttle Crab, making sure that their members are positioned in a bot. It's positioning their side waves, making sure that everything's forward pushing so that if they do happen to lose that fight at Dragon, it doesn't transition from Dragon into a tower. It transitions into Dragon, okay, we gotta clear our waves. Or if they do win, hey, we got the Dragon, and we can run up to a wave that's already pushing and take your base.
And we can see that's working out pretty well for Snake so far as they've got some dominant map control. Now it's 22 minutes into the game. They're up 2,000 gold despite being down in kills. But that consistent map pressure is keeping RNG on a leash. They cannot roam around the map. They can't afford to waste time looking for picks. And you saw Sky without his teleport. He was being pulled left, right, up, down, mid, bot by FLICKR. And that's going to end up hurting them later on. No matter how tanky that Scion is, it's not going to be too effective if he's busy clearing minions when the rest of Snake decide they want to fight.
We'll see, though. Obviously, with the arena again separated, Snake go back to their elongated lane phase, just stacking up all of their gold. This is the other thing about Snake. So they've been mixing up their compositions, you know, picking some different picks, kind of expanding their pools. Obviously, you, with the addition, bringing on more assassins. But they never play their compositions any differently. Yeah. It doesn't matter if they're a big 5v5 team or if they're a poke composition. They always play it the same way.
definitely not working out that well for them. However, they did go for a reasonably strong composition in this game against RNG as they look for more points in the brackets. And with this elongated laning phase, that does mean that Crystal is building up so many stacks on that Adoration passive. The moment he finds a kill.
I mean, that said, he did die, however, so.
He did.
He lost him, I think, around 140, yeah. So he's got like 50 CS on it.
That's a lot.
It was unfortunate.
Of stacks. Yeah.
Because he has an assist, and if that assist was a kill, that would have meant, quite a sizable chunk of gold.
Hashtag Draven problems.
But
where you're like, oh, auto attack, I got it. And then somebody like Smite steals it.
Someone
Chilling
looking
Smite.
at you top laners.
Yeah.
Junglers. No, okay. Snake.
Yeah.
Let's talk about Snake, because we kind of made that comment that, their compositions have been mixed up as far as like their champion pools being changed up. It's not, the Xerath, Azir zoning composition every single time. So we do still see a lot of comfort picks here, like Flandre's Fizz, like Draven's Crystal. Wow, Draven's Crystal. That's perfect. That's the amount of time
really appropriate, yeah.
he plays that champion, how good he is on Draven. Crystal's Draven, his signature champion. They've started to experiment with poke compositions. Obviously, they don't have one this game. Snake are very well known for their 5v5 prowess, really understanding how to collapse onto a fight, just the different angles that they can tank, how to use choke points, how to use pressure points to make sure that they get numbers advantages. That's been their whole MO since they've come into the LPL. And so they're starting to experiment with picks, taking Kassadin, taking Jace, things like that. But it never changes how they actually approach the game. They're still all about that 5v5, setting up different fights. And so you're starting to see an evolution of Snake, at least in their thought process, especially with their initial roster change from Baka to Yu. But it still needs a little bit more time to take. And yeah, Snake, they sit on the top of the standings once again, but the real difference between them sitting on the top of the standings in the normal season and them, finishing first place in the LPL playoffs is going to be how they mature and how they revolutionize their play, not only in their champion picks, but in their play style and how they go about the game.
So I think we'll see if they definitely can evolve. I mean, Yu in the mid lane has been huge for them, an obvious upgrade over Baka, not to mention he's been growing his champion pool as well. We can see him on this Kassadin and keeping pace with Xiaohu's Azir, not only keeping pace, but bullying him out of lane, not once, but multiple times, without any jungler support either. That's a pretty confident maneuver. So we'll definitely have to see if he's able to keep up that prowess in the mid lane, and perhaps he might be the new blood that Snake need to become one of those top-tier teams. And RNG on the other side, it's a little bit of a different story.
It's funny that we're referring to you as new blood. Obviously, the mid laner from EDG
the
2014.
New blood for Snake, yeah. New blood for Snake. I mean, he fits with the team perfectly. He seems like he's really happy. He's playing exceptionally well.
And don't forget that he didn't have a lot of time before he came into this new split. Obviously, we're in the summer split for LPL. You said in an interview that he'd only been practicing with the team for 4 days before their first appearance on the LPL stage. And, Snake, they came in and they surprised a lot of people from LSPL in spring and just dominating the regular season. Again, kind of fell off at playoffs because they were discovered with kind of some limited champion pools across the area. But with the addition of you, it's a roster swap that I really like and I think is frankly a straight upgrade. And it helps shores up those issues, so it's much harder to target ban Snake.
Yeah.
There's you.
He recognized it. He gave you the eyebrows.
It's the glasses. He always makes the best facial expressions throughout the course of the game as well. He's very animated in his face, and then he realizes the camera's on him. He's like...
I mean, that's just like casters, too.
No.
Or we're having a regular conversation, and we're just making funny faces at each other.
Let's talk about RNG. We talked a lot about Snake. Let's talk about RNG.
Let's talk about RNG.
He gives it to me. He's like, please talk about RNG.
Yes,
no, we're in the game. We get to talk about them anyway.
Oh, you don't want to talk about RNG?
No, I like RNG.
Maybe we don't have to talk about RNG.
King was, I enjoyed watching them last split, and I think I'm one of the few people who would say that.
And what makes this RNG roster so unique then?
Different. They're mid laner. Obviously, they changed up from Assassin. They now have Xiaohu, probably the star member of the GAMT roster, which really started to pick up steam last spring split.
What does Xiaohu do for this RNG roster that Assassin did.
He's just incredibly talented, very high mechanical ceiling. You saw him in his team fight over the red buff that, you know, when RNG finally get to fight Snake as opposed to Snake just really dominating the pace of the game because they are the more synergized, cohesive unit right now, that RNG are able to outmaneuver them. They understand their composition. A lot of that is on the back of Xiaohu and just how proficient he is with champions like Azir.
And once again, we saw some of that skirmishing in the mid lane that's been happening throughout this entire game. RNG posture aggressively, but the moment Sky shows himself on another side of the map, they have to back up because Snake, if they find a 4v5 or heck, even a 4v3, it's going to be an absolutely terrifying endeavor. You can see the wave clear coming up big. Sky finally joined up with the rest of his team, 5 members of RNG, and they're going to crack down that mid-tier 1.
They're so powerful at sieging. We do see that you and Flandre are off into the side waves, but unfortunately the pressure points that they were trying to create there just weren't enough to pull RNG to save Snake's mid-tier tower.
Yeah, so now we're 25 minutes in. Dragon's going to be up in about a minute and a half, and there are some pretty timely recalls coming out from RNG as they're hitting some strong item spikes. The Abyssal Scepter has been finished for Xiaohu, the Phantom Dancer has been finished for Wushin, and it looks like the Frozen Heart is next for Sky. All in all, it seems like RNG are getting super close to that late game, we're going to murder you team comp.
Yeah, there's a lot of item power spikes pretty much across the board. The thing that I want to point out for Xiaohu is that he, again, one of the original players of Azir as far as the LPL is concerned, he likes to stick to his Nashor's Tooth. So still itemizing that attack speed on Azir to help out his Sand Soldiers.
Did just recall and now going for a needlessly large rod, so you can tell Xiaohu's going to do some serious damage. Everyone's summoner spells are up except for the 2 top laners' teleports as they headed up to the top previously. Dragon's up in 45 seconds, and it's actually Sky who's getting a bit of a shove right now, and with a lot of wards over there, they should be able to see Flandre. MLXG was looking for a potential pick as well, but that means that he's going to finally have to roam down, knowing that Dragon is a possibility, while Flandre clears this wave out and gets it pushing.
Has to be very careful though, because obviously with the 30 CS discrepancy, that Lich Bane complete, as well as his jungle item, Flandre can still 1v1 Sky, so definitely showing a lot of respect, especially with the first completed item of the Banshee Veil.
Oop, you can see Sky was trying to get a little aggressive there. He's getting some great damage across with that Banshee's Veil, and Flandre takes some punishment there.
As I say that, Sky's like, I'll show you.
He whipped him in the butt. Get out of here.
Using clever little Fog of War.
Yeah. Well, he was on a ward.
It was a blue ward.
And a red ward. Oh. And that's why Flandre hopped over the wall. So Dragon is secured now by RNG. You can see Snake were looking for some wards. They weren't quite able to find an entryway into the team fight. And whoa, Flash comes out. They find Flandre. He's taking a lot of damage here, and he goes down before getting a chance to hop away. Instantly,
Wushin flashes forward and drops the chain. So, wow. The aggression turned on.
Just like that, RNG are in a pretty scary position without Flandre to dive into the back line. They feel safe.
This is exactly where they want to be. It's in their siege, so very important that they have the Sun Tower behind them, laying down that poke. See if Flandre can get back into position. He does have teleport available as well as a 15-second death timer, so Snake could look for a possible flank on that TP when Flandre spawns.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to see RNG back up a little bit as Beast coming in from the side. They see him coming from a mile away, however. Decide to back off, even dropping a pink on top of that tower, so they don't want to take any chances on being caught out of position. So now it's 2-2 in Dragons. So they knock down that mid-tier 1, and with that, it's going to be about a 700 gold difference between the two. Snake looks to respond in mid lane, however. They're going to try shoving this mid-tier 1 and answering back.
I'm waiting for them to dive. I don't think they'll do it, but...
It's Snake. You never really know with them. And
no, come on, 1 minute. Take it.
Oh, man. Oh, so close.
There's a massive wave in the bottom. So I like the fact that RNG...
Hey, there it goes.
RNG 6-2 right now, so the gold is fairly even, but obviously Snake are creeping ahead not only in their structure advantage, but in their CS discrepancy between primarily Crystal, really, but also Flandre in that top side. And it's funny to me because RNG have the 4th most kills of any LPL team, so they like to fight a lot. We talked about how Lei has the most assists in the league right now, the highest kill participation. So the fact that their lead is supplemented, again, on the fact that they're looking for fights and kill gold versus structure and CS gold.
Ooh, Lay might be caught out here. There goes the Chumba Waters. He does try to stay alive, but doesn't succeed. Flandre kills him.
See if that transitions anything. Obviously, it's not a jungler or a mid laner, but
oh god,
that damage.
Xiaohu doing some serious damage. Flandre, he's forced to be careful. Unfortunately, not building tanking might be hurting him this game. We saw what happened when he got picked out. That chain of corruption wrecked him.
That pretty much only leaves Rek'Sai as their front line as well, especially because Sky has now completed not only his Banshee Veil, but the Frozen Heart. So he has his big 2 resistance items for MR and AD completed. Definitely a kind of different animal as far as tanky front line is going to go.
Yeah, we'll see if Beast is going to be able to survive in this upcoming team fight. Now, we're 30 minutes in, and once again, after that successful pick from Snake, they feel pretty happy about that. They get some vision onto Baron. However, they are going to scoop out some wards now for MLXG. They don't want to risk any chance that Snake could try to sneak that Baron just because they're able to burn through it so fast. They've got Fizz doing percent health. Draven. Is that a Phage on Draven?
Yeah.
That is a Trinity Force.
Or a Black Cleaver.
Or a Black Cleaver.
Right?
With a
No,
Zeal
it's
being
Kindle
built
Gem
out.
into... It is Phage.
Oh, Chain of Corruption gets tossed out, but Ella with a dodge.
I have a feeling it's a Black Cleaver. I'm thinking about the recipe correctly.
He's got the dagger.
It's Kindle Gem into...
It's Kindle Gem Phage.
Yeah. Could be going for Trinity Force.
Because he's got the dagger.
I mean,
Like, what else is he going to do? Oh, well, he doesn't have an attack speed.
If he just wants to do ridiculous amounts of damage, then yes.
Yeah.
And it would make sense because he's got a lot of AP, so he doesn't necessarily need to armor pen for the rest of his team. Because obviously, you know, Fizz doesn't care.
Yeah.
Kassadin doesn't care.
Oh, you've reduced their armor? How nice. Magic damage.
Thanks for the clarification.
Magic.
So we're positioning around... Sorry. So we're positioning around the Baron. It's really looking for picks right now. But RNG, I mean, it's just a completely different style of understanding. The fact that Flandre is constantly being shifted out to these side waves, distracting Sky, the big frontline tank. Snake, yeah, they play their compositions and their 5v5s the same way, but they really understand how to play around the map and play with different pressure points, whereas RNG, they're just not quite there yet. They're not as matured as a team to do that. It's all really just about those fights. So it's interesting to me that Snake, they're so good at team fighting, really identifying how to get around a team fight, but they're just really trying to outmaneuver RNG right now because they're so afraid of just really the damage that Xiaohu is putting out.
Yeah.
And then you look across the team, the fact that you have Gragas, Sion, and Alistar, that is a huge tank line for the poke of Varus and Azir.
See, it's working out pretty well whenever someone has been picked out, and even in those earlier team fights 20 minutes ago, there was so much damage, and you could see Snake had some serious difficulty diving into the back line, and Flandre, he is innovating on that full AP Fizz. I like it. It's curious, but I don't know if he's going to be able to survive diving onto the back line as well as I would like.
He's an assassin, but he can't assassinate Sion right now. He hasn't gotten the better of Sky in the last 2 trades that he's had, so that's really the big question here.
Yeah, and once again, we have entered another pause. Now, Dragon is up again in 45 seconds. And neither of the teams are really positioning for it because Dragon's on the map, Baron's on the map as well, so they don't want to take any chances with it.
Snake's looking, or excuse me, he's looking at his computer like, I wanted to fight. I'm on Snake. Are we supposed to be fighting? What's with this?
This is a fight team, right?
Wave pushing. This wasn't what I signed up for.
Wave management. Yeah, and there's Xiaohu. You can see him sitting. He's like, all right, I can kill things. I'm okay with that.
I wonder if his last item or his next rotation item is either going to be the Death Cap or the Luden's Echo.
Because he did get the Zonias next and finished off with the Nashers.
Is that what he built? He completed his Needlessly into?
Yep.
Okay. Zonia's, Nashers, Abyssal, and Morello's, I believe.
So
Okay.
it is double Zonias. You've got both Xiaohu and you rocking the double Zonias.
So, I mean, effectively, you've got superficial tankiness and your 3 primary tanks, Alistar, Gragas, and Sion, and you're just trying to outlast the burst potential and the assassination of Fizz and Kassadin.
Yeah. That'll be pretty interesting. Not to mention Draven, because I feel like the moment Crystal finds an opportunity, he's just going to chunk 1 axe into the back line. You're just going to see health bars go, boom.
Just disappear.
That's actually the sound that they make. Flandre, with a quick rotation, is going to find that bottom tier 2 undefended and shred through it. He's got his Zonias too. So I expect he's going to dive into the back line.
So many Zonias. We've got 3. The Stasis.
The golden team. Stay golden, boys.
Stay golden, pony boy.
Yeah, so now Dragon has spawned once again. We're 33 minutes in.
The fact that RNG need this as a crutch to really move pieces of the game because they don't understand or they're unable to position a fight on demand against Snake is kind of an issue.
Uh-oh, they might be collapsing on the FLICKR, who was on top of a ward. You can see he did open up with the Elixir of Wrath. Wushin just looking for some more poke as once again Snake tried to find the flank engage. If they can get onto the back line, poor Xiaohu and Wush are going to go down so fast. But the forward pressure from Snake frees Flandre up to shove through that Dragon's health. It's out of vision, actually. He's going to be able to sneak this.
RNG, though, looking for an engagement, but immediately Snake all just back up. Great communication again across the board, understanding this is the objective that we came for. They want to fight. We just don't need to.
Yu's actually looking for a flank on the backside. Flandre is waiting in the wings as well. There's a ward right there, so they all see him, and RNG, they're playing this so close to the chest.
Grouped. They cannot spread out. There's so many assassins on the side of Snake that RNG, they have to stay bunched up. If Varus and Azir step out of position, Fizz and Kassadin can just delete them from the map.
Yeah, the scary thing is that the wards seem to be running out now. Oh man, here comes you and Beast from the backside.
Look at this position.
They're just showing like, hey, check us out. If you don't want to be here, then you should leave. And the funny thing was, they were in that aggressive position when Crystal had recalled. He's only just now getting back in, and yes, that is a Trinity Force. He's going to end up doing damage. Yu has got to be careful. He jumps in. Beast jumps in as well. Insta-Zanya's. The knockup finds Lei. And whoa, a huge flash knockup finds Xiaohu and Wushin. They're taking so much CC. Beast goes low. Crystal trying to find his way into the backside. Can he do it? Gets knocked out by Lei. Wushin's still alive. Flandre dives. Is not successful. Flandre is dead. Crystal gets caught in the knockup, and RNG, they've got it tanking up front line. They survive the dive.
That is how you team fight. Textbook right there. So we keep talking about kind of how these teams are positioning around each other and all of the tools. Snake just cannot find the appropriate flank. There's too many reset options on the side of RNG, and the Emperor's Divide and the Cask. They're so good. They see Snake collapse. They reorganize themselves, get their 2 carries. Oh, hold on. Steal?
Yep.
Nope,
not
you got
quite.
it.
Yeah, Lei knocks him out of the pit in time. Takes just a bit of damage there, but that's all 5 members of RNG with the Baron buff. Beast chasing aggressively to see if he can find someone. He does find the knockup on delay, but the rest of his team is still right there.
That was awesome.
Yeah.
They win the team fight. They take the Baron. We're going to see a replay. This is what I want to talk about. The fact that RNG, they're constantly clumped up. The fact that they're so good at reorganizing, repositioning themselves. You see Xiaohu and Wushin. There's the big reset in the Emperor's Divide on the backside, and just the 3 tanks stacking on top of their carries, making sure that Snake have no answer, that once they dive there, they can't assassinate.
Yeah, solid play out of RNG. That's going to yield them another set of kills on top of that Baron.
That was awesome.
That was awesome.
I was sorry. That was awesome.
Textbook team fight, and actually RNG, for the first time this game, they're up in gold after securing that Baron.
And now they get to siege, and this is where their composition is comfortable. Throwing Varus Qs and setting up your Sand Soldiers. We'll see if they can finally break the inhibitor. Obviously, Snake getting very creative about how they want to position around these team fights. And yes, RNG are up in gold. They are in the driver's seat because they have Baron, but it just takes one mistake. Should be noted that Varus also doesn't have his flash, and on a low mobility, he burned it that time to help reposition himself onto the backside of his tank line. So, I mean, if Snake really wants to strike, they can do it now.
Another thing that is interesting to note is that now RNG knows they can take a 5 versus 5, so they might not be bullied around quite so aggressively by Snake.
They've been looking for a 5v5 the entire time, it's just that Snake have been just so patient in playing the map around them, looking for the perfect flank. I mean, effectively, they need a pick. They need to be able to either just instantly delete Azir or Varus.
See the 2 cannon minions hammering away on that inhibitor turret. They're just, Crystal's like, come on, I want it. It's so close. Think of how many stacks I can get from that.
But meanwhile, the top wave that Snake have positioned.
Yeah, the top wave is going to be shoving. You can see the bottom wave might be cracking as well. There goes the Sun turret as it falls down. And the inhibitor turret is going to be cracked.
Pushing in, will they be able to get the inhib? So much patience. Here comes the flank.
Yu dashes in. Beast looking for the knockup on the backside. Emperor's Divide forces him to go the long way around. Talisman of Ascension now turns it around. And RNG, they kill 1. Now they kill 2 members. Crystal forced to flash away. He managed to hold on to it through that last team fight. And the inhibitor goes down.
This will also be an easy bottom tier tower. I expect we'll see RNG start to rotate. They've been respecting Snake so much, but ooh,
they could
actually look at the end.
Oh my gosh, there's a lot of damage here. Wushin is right in the depths of all of those tanky members. They dive onto Crystal, but leave Wushin all alone. Flandre tries to get onto him. Challenging Smite is used. Flandre is forced to Zanya's around. Crystal has gone down. Ella has gone down. Flandre has gone down. That's the ace. This is Snake, who have gone down, and RNG are going to take game number 1 against Snake.
In beautiful fashion with a fantastic 5v5. They lost the lane phase. We said that's okay. Their composition thrives as all 5 members when you get to use that massive tank front line for the poke of Varus and Azir, and they executed it brilliantly. Snake tried 3 different scenarios on, okay, can we come front to back? No, we can't get Fizz back there. Let's try a flank, but oh, such great communication.
Yeah.
It was really a 3-team fight game.
3 team fights total, and RNG just playing out that team composition, saying, all right, you guys want to take a nice long laning phase. You know, Draven's going to get scary. Kassadin's going to get scary. Well,
Azir will get scary.
So
Varus
will Azir.
Get.
Yeah. And with that, that's actually exceptional play from RNG and some serious confidence. I mean, they moved as a cohesive unit whenever they had to.
I mean, that's perfect. Like, just watching, if you watch that game at 2x speed, all you're going to see is RNG like a circle, a rock, just moving around the team or moving around the map, never spreading out. And Snake, they got a little bit impatient. They were saying, okay, if we can't 5v5 them, if we can't crack this juggernaut, let's just go play around the map. Let's send Flandre bot, let's send you to the top lane, just play with pressure points, pull Sky. When they decided that they got impatient, they looked for the 5v5, they tried their flanks. RNG so good at resetting their position, making sure that they got their tank line in front of them. That was textbook team fighting.
Absolutely textbook. And RNG are going to take game number 1. We're going to go and take a quick break while we get everything ready for game number 2. Don't go anywhere. Snake versus RNG. We'll be right back. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the LPL. I am Seda. This is FLICKR, and we just saw game number 1 between RNG and Snake, and you had some very choice words about that.
I said it was like a lion trying to attack a turtle.
Yeah.
And it was pretty appropriate. Snake, or even if you want to use a more appropriate animal for them, I think one of our producers said a snake.
Yeah.
Just trying to, like, look for an opening strike at RNG, but they were so huddled together and just slowly kind of cruising along into victory. I mean, it was really a 3-team fight game, over and done.
3 total team fights was all it took for RNG to take the win. And Snake, despite an exceptional advantage during the laning phase, they just weren't able to penetrate that tough outer tank shell of RNG.
What does Azir and Varus get to be as if we're going with the turtle analogy?
The turtle has a stinger.
Okay.
Kind of like a scorpion or
I know
a
we're
stingray.
in Australia, but it's not actually that scary here.
Yeah, they actually hang from the ceiling, the turtles.
Yeah, they drop down on you. And they actually just like coil into themselves, hit you with the shell, and knock you out. That happened to me this morning.
Gosh, that sounds so terrifying. Jeez, RNG are scary. Confirmed, RNG live in Australia.
No, but both these teams, we talked about this, both these teams coming off of losses in the previous week. They've got 7 days, because this is the only game that they played this weekend to prepare for this match. And RNG, played a very interesting composition. I mean, technically a poke comp, but by bringing Alistair, Gragas, and who was their last tank? Sion. They had a massive front line and just created so much zone and control and, like you said, a thick, hard tank shell for Azir and Varus to really work the back line and to lay down efficient poke. And RNG just so good at staying bundled up. There was never a time, even where Snake were trying to pull them around the map and get them split up so they could look for an assassination with the mobility of Fizz and Kassadin.
Nobody fell for it.
Yeah, no one fell for it. They were just holding on to each other's hands like, if we just keep floating here in mid lane, eventually Snake will get bored and try to fight us. And that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, I mean, you saw you at the very end. He was getting so antsy on that Kassadin. You and Beast were just kept on trying to flank from the side, and they walked all the way in between the team and their turret, and we're like, all right, well, what do we do now? Oh, I guess I'll dash into them, and oh, wait, Zhonya's? Oh, I need a carry.
I mean, exactly. And RNG just beat Snake on pretty much every single comfort champion across the board. I mean, obviously, Yu hasn't been playing a ton of assassins. He's starting to trend that way. It's not that they're new to him, though, but, Flandre on Fizz, Crystal on Draven, things like that.
Yeah.
The fact that Sky had a good performance on his Sion, although if I had to call an MVP, I think I'd give it to Xiaohu. I think his Azir play was pretty top-notch.
Much damage.
Which is to be expected, really. I mean, we talked about how Xiaohu, kind of the big question mark for me on Xiaohu is, yes, he's a great Azir player. But it was almost like the meta transitioned into him, because he was playing Azir before Azir was even a big power pick. Obviously, really rising to his throne at MSI, where he really solidified his place. Victor, of course, was banned away, so I think that fits really well into Xiaohu's champion pool. But when the meta shifts back, possibly if we see more assassins in the future or anything like that, I mean, obviously not right now because the Cinderhulk meta is in full swing, but will he be able to adapt? Will he be able to retain his seeding as up and coming mid laner?
It's about the evolution of the team. And that's something we were talking about for Snake, because you've got you who came in as an assassin, and here we've got some of the spotlights from that previous game, and you can see
Xiaohu
Snake tried to take a fight, but Xiaohu and Wushin in the back just so effective. What a strong Emperor's Divide that was.
But just really understanding how their composition works. So this was the first big team fight, like we said, kind of one of 3 over the red buff, where RNG really just shored up their gold disparity that the lane phase has created. And again, we have another one in the mid lane. But constantly, they get to the back line. RNG, though, are able to reposition, keep Azir and Varus behind that 3 big tank line and just kind of stack on top of each other long enough that Xiaohu and Wushin's sustained damage able to run through these team fights.
Yeah, and that's actually something we saw a lot from Wushin and Xiaohu. Those two were playing buddy-buddy, because the moment one of them would get caught, the other would blow a defensive spell to save the first one. And Wushin and Xiaohu just really demonstrating some exceptional synergy right there over the course of that game. And it really speaks to the team that they're able to play that sort of composition, have confidence in their tanky frontliners, especially after suffering some pretty shaky laning phases.
Yeah, and it should also be noted that, I mean, obviously the team will have some built-in synergy. They didn't look as cohesive as Snake did, as far as Snake trying so many different ways to get into the back line. Yeah, trying to pull them away, trying to create picks, or trying to go from a front to back composition, or looking for flanks. But it is primarily King's old roster as
Yeah.
well as some Gamty flavor. So they have played together for quite some time. It's not like they're brand new guys, thrown together. Still trying to find their stride, but not as new as it could be. But here we go, the MVP. Xiaohu,
Yeah,
give me
let's see what it's
Xiaohu.
going to be. 60% of the jungle control was in Snake's favor, and you can see it was a very low kill game, very small gold differential overall. But there's Xiaohu. You can see he did 62% of his team's overall damage. Very, very strong. Not probably overall, but
I think that
contributed
means that he
62%.
was at 62% kill participation.
Yes.
It should also be noted that RNG were pretty much behind for the majority of that game until the very end. Then there we go. There's that big red buff fight.
Yeah, so we'll definitely see. You can see Snake try to force a fight right there, but they just cannot quite find the way in. And they just try to brute force it, but you can't brute force an Azir. He's just going to knock you back.
And it was just the beauty of holding the Emperor's Divide, waiting until Flandre had burned his Playful Trickster to try to get to that back line, and then immediately resetting the fight. So there goes Flandre. Boom! Emperor's Divide.
Yeah, and not even Sky the tank goes down. I think the only person who ended up dying over the course of that fight was MLXG on Gragas, and he was one of Snake's 3 kills that time around.
Yeah, I mean, a fantastic performance. We talk about how MLXG, if you think about where RNG are weighed and who's going to be a big playmaker for them, MLXG, it's very important that he gets high impact jungler and he's able to get things going in the early game. Kind of a departure from that style, which is really refreshing to see. They obviously had a very clear plan on how their composition was going to work for them, and just being patient so that they could execute it at the appropriate moment. Of course, Sky had a great teleport in that fight over the red buff that really, got things going for them. But it's very important MLXG gets a high impact jungler and plays the early game. He's a very aggressive jungler. But the big carry member is always going to be Xiaohu. We talked about how I wanted to talk about, Lei and Ella because I think they're fantastic supports. But frankly, I mean, yeah, you had the Alistar priority pick for Lei, but that game was all about the Azir and the Varus.
Yeah, so let's start talking a little bit about the next game and what some of these priority picks might be. If you guys remember from the statistics before game number 1, both of these teams actually had pretty poor win rates on the blue and red side respectively. I think it was about 40% for the both of them, but swapped it over, and they both have above 60% win rates. Snake for blue side and RNG for red. So the question is, with Snake first pick, what are they going to be looking for?
I think it's more appropriate is what they're going to ban in denial. I would suggest that a mid lane, either Victor or Azir, maybe not Azir, probably a Victor priority pick if that's left open.
Because there was the Victor ban.
And I feel like they should either ban Azir. I feel like you need to target Xiaohu again. He's the guy that we don't really know the depths of his champion pool. We know for sure what he can play.
Yeah.
So take that away. Either priority pick it with the Victor or ban it away with just a straight ban against Azir. See what he can go and what he does.
Yeah, and you can see some smiles on the players' faces. Interestingly enough, Snake is still keeping happy after that loss. I am excited to see what they decide to break out in this one. And it really speaks to a team to be able to take a loss like that where you just couldn't really figure it out and still be able to come through smiling on the other side.
I mean, yeah, and of course they've got 2 games to play, and this is kind of the structure and the power of the set as opposed to, best of 3 or best of 1, is that it rewards adaptability. And because we're in a league that's so large, again, LPL is the largest professional league that's being played right now with 12 teams.
12 teams.
By having a point system, it gives a lot of power to the bottom tier teams to impact the top tier teams' standings. So you can't just run away with it, which is why we see, all those not horror stories, but last-minute scrape-ins on playoffs from
like
Masters 3 and
World
WD
Elite,
and Invictus Gaming, things like that.
Yeah, so we have now entered the pick and ban phase. You can see Snake trying to take away that Echo and Alistar away from Lei once again. There's the Callista Rise being stricken from the other side. That was what Snake banned out last time. Seems like RNG are the guys removing it from the board right now. And yeah, the respect ban for Xiaohu's Azir. Victor is still open. So too is Hecarim, Nautilus, a lot of very strong meta picks. So
Good call,
there
RNG.
goes the Victor ban.
Okay. Yeah, very expected. I like the fact that RNG did decide to ban Victor. That said, does leave Sivir open. Immediately the Sivir lock in. And speaking of the evolution of Snake and the evolution of Crystal, again, the fact that he's starting to play Sivir. Before last split, Crystal wouldn't have touched that champion. It was pretty much, Draven, Kog'Maw, Tristana, things like that. Hyper-scaling champions that he could just hard carry on. The fact that he's opening up his champion pool, that he's being more of a utility resource for his team, it's definitely helping Snake kind of mature and come into their own as a top-tier LPL team.
And with that Sivir secured, it looks like RNG are looking for something a little bit more standard. There was a swap that we unfortunately didn't get to see. Let Me is taking the place of Sky for RNG. So we're not going to see Godlike this time around. You can see MLXG on the screen right there. He's going to lock in Thresh for Lei, and once again, Wuxin could be going back to that Varus. Then again, it could go to Xiaohu.
Yeah, we'll see where that one ends up. I actually find it really interesting that RNG is high prioritizing Varus so early, and the fact that he does have a place right now in the current meta, at least in China, as a flex pick, a counter option to those control mages in the mid lane like Azir, like Cassiopeia, like Victor. That said, by not taking Hecarim's second rotation, it offers up the free Sivir Hecarim synergy that Snake grabbed.
Yeah, and with that secured, you mentioned it exactly. It's going to be Flandre on Hecarim in the top lane. Beast taking Gragas to deal with it. You can see Maokai now being hovered out by RNG to deal with Flandre's Hecarim, and it is locked in, and MLXG is going to try his hand on Rek'Sai.
So again, Snake looking for a very 5v5 composition. No surprises there. RNG will see if they're able to kind of scrape by with their same strategy of being that turtle, grouping up and using a massive front line to peel for their poke. They already have Varus, so we'll see what they pick for the mid lane.
We'll definitely have to see, as they could still go for another AP carry. They could pick up Cassiopeia, or they could try to go for another AP carry for Wuxin. Right now it's Snake going for their last two picks. Looks like it might be you on something a little bit more safe. Once again, returning to his control mage roots on that Lulu. And Ella getting the 5th draft Nautilus.
A lot of speed on the side of Snake right now. So they're all about that zippy.
All about that go button.
Please do, Corki. So typically when we see Corki in the mid lane, he likes to build Luden's Echo.
Yeah.
We've seen a lot of AP Corkis, just ridiculous damage with the rockets. And again, it's used very much in the same vein that a Varus or a Jace would be used.
Oh, Wuxin was just looking at Ashe right there. That would certainly be interesting. Again, this is patch 5.11, so the Ashe reworks have been out for quite a while now. And yeah, the Corki is going to be locked in for RNG. They decide to swap around, and it's going to be Corki in the mid lane. Nope, that's Varus in the mid lane.
Okay, so it's going to be Varus this time around, so pretty much exactly the same style of composition coming out from RNG, though. You got a big front zone control tank line. You've got Maokai, you even got Thresh with the box. Rek'Sai is going to be able to get flashback there for some backline threat. And then you have your two poke champions, Corki and Varus.
Yeah, the thing that kind of scares me, though, is Flandre's Hecarim. He's got the support of that Crystal Sivir this time around. So
Sivir and use Lulu.
Use Lulu.
Lose Lulu, though. Can't.
Exactly. But to continue on that, they dive really strongly, and Flandre built a little bit questionably in the last game, going for that full AP Magus enchant. And this time he's going to be on something a little bit more standard on that Hecarim. I'm curious to see if he does still go Triforce first, or if he goes for tanky items so he can more effectively dive. But you can see we're running through the rosters right now. There's Ella and Lei.
Yeah, it's curious what Flandre's build path is going to be. He's had some, we'll call them cute options with his top lane Echo as well as his last top lane Fizz. Didn't go for the Trinity that time around. I imagine because it's Flandre, he'll be looking for more damage-oriented builds as opposed to resistances. That said, Snake brought a lot more consistent options. It's very clear how they want to team fight this, and it's to press go and try to run RNG over.
Yeah, so we'll see if they are going to be able to pull that off, or if once again RNG can stagger it out as the monolith, as the turtle, with that nice hard shell and the juicy, Corki Varus-filled interior. But we have now loaded onto the Rift. We're going to get on right now. And we have now loaded onto the Rift. It's Snake and RNG. This is week 5, day 3 of the LPL. We're in game number 2 between Snake and RNG. And you can see we've got a 5-man group out of Snake. There are some forward wards in the river that should be able to spot them. They might wait for them to time out and go for the delayed invade, but they're spotted.
Yep, they are spotted out by a ward, so the question's going to be, are we going to see a lane swap? Will it be a 2v2 in the bottom side? Now, last time Snake initiated the lane swap, pushing Crystal to the top side of the map, and it looked good as far as lane phase was concerned, but they weren't able to make it connect for the rest of the game.
Yeah, so we can see a secondary 5-man group from RNG to try answering it. Recalls coming out of Ella.
Get him, Lei.
And Crystal. Yeah, they're going to let them go. And it seems like, once again, Snake opt into the lane swap.
Because they backed on a ward, it tells RNG exactly that the lane swap is going through. There's no real reason for Sivir to back if she's not going to immediately run to the top lane, which is why you saw Xiaohu reset his positioning there. Of course, as I say that, I'm realizing that that is this time around mid-lane Varus and not the AD carry. So never mind, they're just going to let that one go. So RNG see it, and they're just going to, this is fine.
Delayed invade. They might be trying to come around. There are some retreat pings. Beast spots it out. He's not going to be able to secure his red buff as RNG swiped that one for themselves. You can see Hecarim is trying to start off with that Gromp camp. Will succeed in that at the very least, but he's going into a lane duo. Might be a bit of a tricky proposition for that poor Hecarim.
So this is fine. RNG are completely okay to take this lane swap right here because Flandre is a big piece for Snake's success. And, you know, denying him the 1v1 is always going to be potent. You know, it doesn't matter if he's on his Fizz or his Hecarim.
The funny thing is, it's not RNG who are denying the 1v1.
I know,
it's Snake
it's
who lopped into it.
The Snake, that's what's weird to me about it. Is the Snake have done it this 2 times in a row right now where they initiated the lane swap. And again, if I'm RNG, I'm like, you want to cripple your carry top laner? Go right ahead.
Doesn't seem like Flandre is going to have that much of a good time. You can see he recalled and is now heading into the jungle. And RNG set up a proxy with MLXG catching some waves down here. Interesting that they're not feeding that over to Wushin. Oh, I think MLXG is just staggering. Here's Wushin. Now he's going to be able to catch it. As he tries to fast shove that turret.
Yeah, they're trying to deny as much CS as possible. Another thing that's really important to note is Sivir and a lane swap is going to have much more pressure on the tower and wave manipulation just with her Boomerang Blade and her Ricochet. Obviously, when Wushin gets his initial back, if he decides to go the Uzi route and look for Sheen first or either a Phage, he can start pushing down towers with Sheen procs, but Sivir should be able to at least get the first initial tower and trade here.
Yeah, we can see right now that Crystal is shoving on the top side of the map as well, while the junglers are nice and safe. Yeah, this mid wave is going to be able to make it under the turret just fine as Xiaohu continues to shove in the mid lane. And all in all, looks like we're having a very similar early game to the same one that we had last time.
But, I mean, we also have to talk about the fact that last time this happened, RNG were perfectly fine because they really understood what their composition did as a 5v5. So we'll see if maybe Snake change up their strategy this time around, or if they're going to go ahead and have another elongated lane phase and just try to power through the team fights. You want to talk about brute force, Hecarim Sivir.
Yeah, we'll see if they're going to be able to succeed this time, as last time RNG did get the better of the lane swap. Exactly as you said, they took that early dragon. MLXG and Lemmy are in position to start going for it, but instead they invade once again to continue with the vertical jungling. And all in all, seems like it's a very similar repeat of the last game that we just had, as Wushin continues to shove. Bit of a proxy coming out from Crystal, doing the same on the top side. And the jungler's even helping out a little bit. You might be caught out here, as there's a lot of people showing up. They're going to find him. Flash! Ooh, he's actually under the turret. Let me take some damage, and great dodge on the death sentence. Flandre is like, should I go in? Can I go in? Ah!
2 flashes burned for 1, so, oh, actually they also got the cleanse. So technically 2 flashes burned for the cleanse and flash of you right there. Lei looking to try to CC chain his death sentence off of the twisted advance. Doesn't find it, so you lives to see another day, but that's definitely big advantage to Xiaohu now.
With that, you can see that Flandre is getting a very, very lucky opportunity. He's getting some CS in the early game, guys. Can you believe it?
It also should be noted that Wushin got a lot more help when he was setting up this wave as far as pushing down the tower, because we did have that big 20-second window where Beast was pulling, excuse me, not Beast, MLXG was pulling the wave from behind the tower.
Yeah.
So both these outer towers should fall at the same time.
Interestingly enough, RNG deciding to go for a gank early on instead of the early dragon. Snake are very close to being able to shove down that top tier 1, and you actually see Let Me going up there to catch the wave. I don't know that they're going to be able to, which means that Snake could send their duo bottom, making that early dragon a much more difficult endeavor.
It's pretty much a complete fumble if RNG don't make the use of having their duo on the bot side to secure that tower.
Well, I guess I have been saying duo. We haven't really seen Lei down there.
Well, he was down there for the
early
initial,
on. Yeah,
because they had almost like a 4-man push onto the tower, which they didn't really push the towers for, but they manipulated the waves to really even out the pressure that Sivir Crystal was putting on the top side. I totally forgot what I was going to say after that. You got me. I was like, oh yeah, the dragon, that's not it.
Yeah, so they were going for the dragon. Flandre was able to catch some farm in the mid lane. Now he's heading down, and it was Let Me just showed himself in the top. So Snake might not be able to take that tier 1 if Let Me's able to hold it.
I still think that we'll rotate down there. Oh, right. I remember. It was going to be MLXG, his ganking pattern. So the fact that RNG weren't prioritizing the objective control on Dragon, but prioritizing looking for that early ganks on you, this makes sense to the identity and the style of MLXG. Their jungler, again, a big playmaker, very aggressive RNG. They like to find their advantages through kills and fights as opposed to objective control and sieging.
Yeah, we can see that might be hurting them just a little bit. MLXG going for the aggressive ward is spotted out by the Wolf Spirit. Pings are going down, and yeah, there's the lane swap. The top tier 1 did end up going down for Snake, and the bottom tier 1 is at such low health, it might not even matter. As you have Wushin on the recall, going for the Phage first as you continues to find some harass. Here's Ella and MLXG, but instead they just traded out a little bit. Ella with the fast fingers finds MLXG, and Shu does so much.
Yeah, he's really starting to tear through with that glitter lance. Has the Phoenix Codex, so he has the CDR available to him. Whereas we keep talking about Varus build. If you guys miss it, it's pretty much a Jace build. It's going to be a mirror mana into a Last Whisper, Brutalizer, CDR boots. It's all really just empowering his Q.
Crystal once again using that wave manipulation to shove it under that bottom tier 1. His own tier 1 is at exceptionally low health, but
get him, Lay.
Still able to hold it. Ooh, Lay misses the flay.
That's going to be fun.
And things seem to be, once again, successfully reset. All in all, Snake coming out reasonably ahead with that top tier 1. Though, again, their bottom tier 1 is very low health. The moment it's left undefended, it's going to be shoved down by someone on RNG. It's
very hard to push into Sivir now that she is in control of that lane, however, so it's actually fairly safe as long as Crystal is in the lane. Should be noted, likewise, that Wushin, with his initial back, he decided to go for the Phage, so a more defensive option of his Trinity ingredient versus the Uzi sheen that he likes to see.
Yeah, and on the top side of the map, you do have Flandre meeting up with Let Me making it out of that scary early game trough, and Flandre looking to do the same as he actually opted for a cloth armor and boots first. You can see he's allowing Let Me to continue shoving up, and he's just going to catch that wave once it gets a little closer to the turret.
It's going to be a fun lane for Let Me then. Obviously, the cloth armor will do very little against the double Doran's Maokai.
MLXG getting a little bit low health as he clears through the jungle. We can see not a lot of wards out of Snake right now, and RNG, they've got a lot of deep wards on the Snake's jungle, so they might be able to find a pick. They can find someone out of position. Blue buff now being fed over to you, and RNG on the other side, they're going to spot that out. Their own blue buff is available as well, so they're going to get that over to Xiaohu as he continues to shove up into the lane.
I'm actually really surprised that neither team has vied for this dragon yet again. You talked about how RNG, they missed their window of opportunity having the initial swap where they had a numbers advantage on the bottom side of the map. We'll see if that doesn't come back to burn them kind of later in the game, and if Snake can transition that, because previously Snake have had phenomenal objective control. Even in the game that RNG won, they were behind for the majority of it.
Yeah. Previously on Dragon Ball Z, RNG had the better objective control.
This time on Dragon Ball Z.
The better team fights.
That's curious, isn't it? The fact that RNG just out-team fought Snake.
Xiaohu, now with that blue buff trading back with you, he is going to have to recall right now. There goes the farm alarm. As MLXG.
Look at the pings. He's there, he's there, he's there.
I think he's at the scuttle, guys.
I think it's time to rush Dragon, guys.
Oh, he's at scuttle.
He's right on a ward.
Somebody steal. Oh. I'm the kind of guy who sees someone taking an objective and then I ping it. Like, can we steal it? Can we steal it when all 5 members are on the other side of the map?
Well, MLXG did just burn his Void Rush to the opposite side of the map. We'll see what Snake decide to do with this information, because they made it very clear.
They were like, he's here.
Ooh, and Xiaohu's also backing. This could be a really good window for Dragon for them.
Yeah, it just might be, as you see Beast and Ella looking for some forward wards. They've got Lei in the area. But once again, as you mentioned, Crystal has got to manage this wave. He cannot leave it, or else Wushin is going to shove it down. And Beast and Ella starting off the Dragon. They're very slow at burning through this thing. You can actually see MLXG's in the area, so he might be looking for a steal, as Xiaohu also went for a quick recall. Assist pings are coming down.
Yeah, I like that you noted that it's really important that Crystal maintains his position into that bottom lane just to secure that tower. It eventually does go over to Snake, so obviously the big catalyst for this was the fact that RNG just really mismanaged kind of their cooldowns and their timing windows. The fact that FLICKR burned his Void Rush to the top side of the map for the Scuttle Crab, giving Snake the vision and the information of where he was located and what side of the map he was going to be playing on. And then compounded on top of that, the fact that Xiaohu chose that exact moment to go back and buy was a very clear and very open window for Snake to say, hey, free objective, that's what we like to focus. But again, it goes back to kind of the difference between these two junglers, Beast and FLICKR. FLICKR is very much more about the kills, about the ganks, about being aggressive and making playmaking, you know, ganks and pressure happen on the lanes as opposed to the objectives.
Yeah, and we're now 11 minutes into the game. Snake did secure that first turret, and on top of that, they also get the first dragon. They don't have as much of a CS lead as they had in the previous game, though I'm a little bit curious to see how they decide to transition it into team fights and transition it into some of those more important objectives.
Yeah, and of course they're running a very different style of composition. They still have the retained mobility that they had last time, but it's not that assassination, self-sufficient hands. It's very much more cohesive as just a unit. And the thing that I really like about Hecarim is if you think about Hecarim in terms of, so picture RNG as billiard balls, okay, as a triangle setup. Now the onslaught of Shadow, just, yeah, exactly. They spiral all out. And that's so important when you think about RNG's last composition, how they were fighting, that it was the juggernaut composition, you know, staying together, being just that turtle, that solid wall, and making sure that your backline was behind you and laying down that poke. But Hecarim has a perfect tool and a perfect kit to deny that.
And you've got Beast on Gragas as well. So if they continue to try staying as a turtle, they're going to find themselves flipped over with their juicy underside exposed.
The fleshy underside.
Yeah, so we'll have to see if that ends up working out.
I don't actually think turtles have fleshy undersides.
They do. Isn't that?
Well,
like you flip a turtle over and it's the bottom of the shell.
Yeah, but it's still hard.
But it's like softer. It's not like hard.
Did you know turtles hibernate?
Turtles hibernate?
Yeah.
Why do they hibernate?
The owners put them in little boxes. I'm assuming some turtles hibernate. I don't know if all of them do. But the owners put them in boxes inside their fridges, and they like label the box, like date to open. Yeah, when it's done hibernating.
Could you imagine inviting a friend over?
That's what I'm saying. Like you open up your fridge to get some pizza.
And it just says Fred. Why do you have a box that says Fred in your fridge?
If I had a hibernating turtle and I put it in my fridge, I would name the box after my mother. Just to see the look on people's faces.
Oh my gosh. I could see that going over really well. Hibernating turtle. Yeah. At least it's not a bear. Like if you had like a walk-in freezer or something.
No.
And you just open the door like, hey, can you grab me a drink? And you know there's a bear in your freezer?
No, that's not how the conversation would go at all. First and foremost, why do you have a walk-in freezer where you could fit a bear?
Because I was like, you can't fit a bear in your fridge. Well, it's a walk-in freezer.
I was like, this is the map of Sada's like connections here. It's like hibernation, turtles. Okay, RNG to turtles, turtles to hibernation, bears.
Bears hibernate.
But I need a fridge that would be able to be big enough for a bear to make this joke work. Okay,
to make it a walk-in fridge.
Got it.
It's a logical connection, and if you don't follow it, that's nobody's fault but your own.
Hey, look, it's you.
Yeah.
Oh, it's us.
And now he's gone. Yeah. So, yeah, a little bit of pause going on as we try to get that all figured out.
Shuffles notes.
I don't even know.
Let's talk about Ask Me Anything. We got to pause. We got full time.
Oh my gosh, that's a dangerous thing. If you had a walk-in fridge,
what
hibernating animal?
History of LPL. He's like, you have a wealth of knowledge. You're the historian of the LPL desk. And he's like, if you had a walk-in fridge.
What hibernating animal would you keep in it?
Sivir.
You would keep Sivir in your walk-in fridge?
Let's talk about the game now.
I could see Draven, because Draven would like cut up meat. He would be the executioner. He would be the butcher and like prepare cuts of meat in the walk-in fridge. Or like Darius. Sivir would be the mercenary. She would be the intern.
You could pay her to do it.
You could.
Fits with her lore. But hey, look!
As long as you don't backstab her.
Snake are getting a tower. eventually.
Yeah, you can see Leia was creeping forward there. The tower finally goes down, and with that, that's 2 turrets now in favor of Snake. I got the giggles now.
No more.
Flandre trading it out with Let Me. You can see that early Ninja Tabby not being too effective, and Flandre, he might actually have to burn the onslaught. He does. And MLXG is like, oh, I wish I could chase him over the wall.
But again, this is a perfect microcosm of MLXG and everything that he means for this team. My tower in mid lane is going down, which is a very important objective to lose in terms of map control. Better gank top lane.
Yeah.
He'll always look for the aggressive plays versus the objective control. That's just, and it can be the success or the downfall of RNG.
We'll have to see if he's going to be able to shake it up a little bit. Death Sentence goes wide as Lei is looking for the pick right there, but he's not quite able to find it. And all in all things, once again, returning to that slow laning phase. Snake do have those 2 turrets. They've got that first dragon. Crystal still managing that bottom tier 1 turret on the bottom side.
Yeah, and we can start kind of predicting where our team fights are going to go and when this game is really going to break open. So again, kind of back-to-back RNG, a very slow and steady style, no problem, you know, drawing at the lane phase, giving MLXG more time to kind of try to get something going or get someone going as far as his lanes are concerned. You get that onslaught of Shadow, so we'll see if they're able to make something stick up there since he doesn't have that key ultimate.
Yeah, we can see he's heading right back up now, building towards the Cinder Hulk. And he's actually building a rather selfless build right now, going for all of that pure armor. Ella looking for a potential gank with you, but he's not quite fast enough to make it down there in time. MLXG showing himself as well, and Crystal's like, what? Ooh, Death Sentence lands.
Doesn't have his W, he used it.
Yeah, I like to think that he chickened out. Because that's like Lee syndrome.
No, he would. If he had his W, he would have flashed. But again, MLXG in another lane, just trying to force things around the map, trying to make something stick. Now in the top lane, though.
Flandre shoves the wave. Xiaohu just flashed the wall right there. Flandre is at really low health, doesn't have the Onslaught of Shadows for another 15 or 20 seconds or so. The flash knockup finds him. Xiaohu gets into range, and Flandre goes down its first blood RNG.
Beautiful flash knockback from Let Me right there to allow Xiaohu to get into range. Obviously rotating up, but now Lei.
Looking for Crystal here.
Crystal's got spell
holding
shield.
on to the spell shield. Uses it for the big one there, but he's under his own turret's safety, and instantly RNG turn up the heat.
I love the mind games whenever Sivir's in a lane, like knowing she has a spell shield versus a skill shot, and just how Lei and Crystal were both positioning themselves in that little skirmish. Because obviously, Lei was looking for the death sentence there.
Yeah. Interestingly enough, Wushin was not able to break that turret just yet. They know that MLXG is in the area, and Crystal desperately trying to clear this wave out. He is going to succeed, and RNG do not get that turret to answer. Beast is showing himself on the top side. He was up there for a while as well as he looks now for Xiaohu. Xiaohu has no flash. He might just try to burn through Xiaohu's health here.
Frankly, I don't... Ooh, hold on.
Let's see if we can find him. There's no turret there. There's the Glitter Lance.
Oh,
Flandre's found him too. Poor Xiaohu's like, I wish I had an escape. He claps his heels together 3 times, and Yu picks up the kill.
I feel like Flandre using his Onslaught of Shadows. I want an assist!
Yeah.
I walked all this way for something.
So that pause right there was because Xiaohu was like, wait, I didn't want this champion. I want someone with an escape. And the referee just told him, no, you can't have that.
It was a great punishment from Snake, realizing that Xiaohu had burned his flash up into the top side, knowing that that was going to be a very easy kill right there. So good rotation. I feel like it was frankly a very big misstep from RNG, as I say that, we should go hard on Crystal, to not siege up this bottom tier tower. Can't talk.
Flash knockup as Ella's going to be caught out here. The play misses. He even goes down for the depth charge, and it looks like you might try to turn this. Here comes Wushin. Remember, Crystal's at really low health. The boomerang blade finds Lei, and here's a teleport from Let Me, but suddenly he realizes his team has already failed. He turns now onto Crystal to try getting a kill, but he's going to go down as you collapse faster than RNG can.
Not the greatest teleport that we've ever seen from Let Me. We'll see what Snake are able to transition this into. It surely should be that bottom tier tower. Dragon will be spawning in 20 seconds, so can they take the tower and then reset their position in time for the objective? Or are they just going to clear the way?
Seems like they're just going to clear the wave. Dragon's up in 10 seconds. Crystal's at super low mana, and seems like both of the 2 teams are going to reset. Oh,
here
no.
comes MLXG.
Void Rush. Ella, you can see he is recalling in that brush. They do see him as he hops over the wall to the ward. I think if MLXG just went right in, he might have been able to catch them. Oh no, Crystal
He
has
he doesn't want to risk a 1v2 scenario. He could have possibly killed one of them, but the big priority is the Dragon. And both teams prioritize the fact that Snake didn't collapse all of their resources after making that pick to the bottom side is because they wanted to get back in position for this.
And here comes the Dark Passage to get Lei in there. The rest of Snake are collapsing, but the untimely recall from Crystal of Ella puts them out of position. Dragon looks like it might reset here. Oh no, Flandre is trying to catch it. Yeah, he does catch it before it resets. It's at half health. Here comes Beast. The management of the aggro on this Dragon is so excellent. The communication between these two teams is on par.
It's beautiful because they're working together.
Yeah. They both want to remove this terrifying creature from the rift. Been terrorizing local countrysides, and really these two teams coming together as such allies is so great. Oh no, it looks like they might turn on each other.
Onslaught of Shadows.
And oh, Beast managed to get the steal. There's the hook on the Let Me. Remember, he already used his flash. Great knockup comes out as well. They dive forward. Ella's taking some damage. He's got to back away. A huge Onslaught of Shadows scatters the billiard balls, and the AoE is so huge. Oh my gosh, what just happened?
Snake just destroyed RNG. They take the Dragon, they take the ace, a clean ace, and they will surely take some sort of tower as they rush the mid lane. You want to talk about exactly how we set up that fight? A beautiful Onslaught of Shadows from Flandre right there. So patient with the cooldown, waiting until RNG again, covering their flanks. We're going to see the replay. This is crazy. There's the steal. And just watch how Flandre, he has his Onslaught of Shadows for the entire time here. He waits until all of RNG is collected, gets it across 5 members, and just the AoE from the ricochet as those billiard balls are scattered by the fear.
I imagine they made the sound too of billiard balls. I can't actually make the sound with my mouth or any.
What can you make it with?
I just wanted to caveat that. But yeah, with that, it's a successful scatter for Snake. They're now up, what is that, 7,000 gold in 19 minutes into the game. They just blew this thing wide open. And look at who has all those kills. It's Ella, 4-0-3.
Snake, though, again, they're going back to their roots. They're a 5v5 team-fighting team. They got out-team-fought last time by RNG, so this time around, they reset their composition. They prioritize, okay, what do we need to do? If they're good at covering their flanks, we just need a tool to reset that. Hecarim.
Yeah, Hecarim definitely coming up big right there. You can see Wushin so desperate for that turret, but Flandre is going to peel him off of it a little bit. The Chain of Corruption finds him as well.
Flandre, I was trying to throw you a bone.
Yeah.
He immediately goes and feeds. Reported.
I don't know, can you call that feeding?
Yep.
That wasn't an intentional death.
Well, it won't be if they're able to get something, which again, Snake playing with pressure points. Flandre draws 4 resources of RNG to the bottom side of the map. Snake rushing to the top side. They do have a wave available, but RNG are resetting pretty quickly here.
Yeah, they certainly are. Here comes Lei. You can already tell that Let Me's up there as well. Wushin running as fast as he can, and there are pings going down onto the Baron right now. Not a lot of vision as Baron hasn't been a big objective. It's 20 minutes into the game. Flandre doesn't have teleport. No, they just want to ward.
I think someone pinged Baron and Crystal's like, no. Goes ahead, backs, picks up the static shiv. Obviously a lot of wave manipulation. It's going to be opened up by that item and by him just being Sivir as well.
Yeah, so far, the only person who has died on Snake has been Flandre. You can see he's 0-2 right now.
I told you, he's just a feeder.
Gosh, some phenomenal play from Snake as a whole, as they did take that team fight really exceptionally well, but it seems like they're having some difficulty cracking those inhibitor turrets as RNG are like, all right, turtle mode.
I think I've seen this before.
I imagine it makes it sound like a transformer.
We're really on the sound effects tonight.
And then they turn into a turtle. Not like a robot turtle, but a turtle.
So Flandre does have his teleport available, but hold on, because On the Hunt is popped.
Yeah, I think Crystal was like, I need these minions, guys.
They were looking for a collapse on Let Me, but he's able to disengage really nicely from a lantern on Lei, a Dark Passage.
Oh, there goes the death sentence, but it goes wide. You can see Crystal now shoving up to try getting some damage onto the tier 2, but with MLXG and Lei there, he's going to have to be careful now that Xiaohu's there as well.
It's really important that Flandre is kind of sitting in Fog of War right now, kind of waiting and looking. Do I need to teleport? Do my team want to line up for a dive here, or am I going to be causing split pressure on the side of the map?
He is currently splitting, and looks like Let Me isn't going to let him do it.
I see what you did there.
continue shoving on that tier 2 while you shoves in the mid lane. And it seems like, once again, Snake are trying to pull RNG around the map. Just keep on yanking on their leash until they eventually heal. Here comes you. They're now diving onto Letme. There's the challenging smite. You can see Letme's going low. No matter how tanky he is, Flandre's even tankier. And, ooh, Flandre's got to be careful there. A great cleanse from you gets him out. Is Xiaohu going to land this next arrow? Oh, he does! Great shot.
Kind of a misposition from you right there. As soon as he walked against the wall, that was pretty much death spelt for him, because obviously he can only juke one way, so if you just space it accordingly, it's going to be a free shot. Yeah. Oh, teleport top.
Yeah, this looks like Letme trying to turn it around right quick as he collapses onto Crystal, and RNG finding pick after pick. You, Crystal, Flandre, and now Ella?
Snake, I mean, you talked about how they were trying to pull RNG apart from their leash, creating so many different pressure points, but just really getting caught and collapsed on. The thing that I want to point out for Letme is he held his Twisted Advance. So typically when Maokai teleports and he runs up to someone to lock them down with Twisted Advance, he knew that Crystal had his flash, and so he was waiting for Sivir to burn the flash to use the Twisted Advance as a gap closer, so he wouldn't have to use his own.
Very solid play out of Letme, but with the successful picks from RNG, they are able to crack down that mid-tier 1, and they finally secured the bottom tier 1 on top of it as well. You can see they're actually getting some solid pressure onto the top side of the map as well, so they might even look for that third tier 1 turret just off of those 3 picks. And Snake, they were punished pretty hard right there.
I know, Snake, they won a team fight. They kind of scattered around the map and just got picked out in every single direction, but great work from RNG. They had some nice defensive boards. A lot of them have expired now, but really what catalyzed all of those picks at once.
So now we're 23.5 minutes into the game. Dragons just now spawning. This is going to be number 3 for Snake, and if they get this, it's going to help them so much. They're rushing forward to find MLXG, who just burrows right over the wall, and they're going to steal away this poor Gromp camp. If they can actually get MLXG to burn his smite. Wait, did he smite? He did. Okay, he has 2. And
yeah, he's got the stats.
Yeah, there's nobody there to even challenge it. So Snake secure this third dragon. That means they'll be on time for a 36-minute Dragon 5. That's a pretty scary dragon.
MLXG heading somewhere.
That's the Raptor camp.
I'm just saying, obviously he's heading to the opposite side of his jungle because he knows that Snake walked into the bottom side and pretty much took all the resources. I was curious if he was setting up for maybe a flank and a collapse on Flandre, but I think he was just trying to find something to farm.
Yeah. You just wanted somebody to love.
So right now, Snake have been doing a far superior job than RNG, again, playing with different pressure points. Yeah, they got cut out and they made some picks, but overall, they have complete objective control. They've got 2 more towers as well as all 3 dragons. And again, just to keep hammering on this point, this is really the 2 defining differences of these teams. They both have great 5v5. We saw RNG able to outfight Snake last time, but Snake are just much more matured in kind of their different options about how they move about the map, not only in the team fights, but in their side wave management.
Yeah, and right now you just saw on the minimap and on the map in general, there was a significant lack of vision for RNG. They're really going full defensive right now as Snake are just running rampant with these aggressive wards. They've got this whole thing lit up like crazy. And you can now see Xiaohu. They just saw Lei. They know that all 5 members of RNG are on this side of the map. So they're going to send Flandre to split and contest this red.
And it's also very scary to not have deep vision against a Sivir and a Hecarim, just because she can get on top of you so quickly from Fog of War. Did he get it? He got it.
He did indeed, and the Chain of Corruption was just used by Xiaohu, and with no flash down, that means he's going to have to play super careful for the next few minutes. Ooh, Flandre, there you go.
And again, Flandre, he's spotted out by a pink ward that he doesn't realize is there, but he constantly makes sure that he walks away from at least the creep vision. Of course, now he knows that pink ward's there.
Yeah.
And he stands in Fog of War just to hide his presence and say, okay, my team's, you know, positioning around to fight. If they hide from Fog of War, then I can help eliminate some sort of information from RNG if they want to take that fight, or I can teleport in, or I can continue to split push. So
see, once again, he's ducking in and out of that Fog of War, continuing to pull Letme around the map. He's actually opening up really solid in overall experience, 2 levels over Letme, and he's going to get that level 16 ultimate real quick if he continues to split push like this. Letme, while he is going full defense with the Righteous Glory and the component-based build, he's having a pretty tough time trading with Flandre just because of some of that overall experience. And right now, Flandre does have his teleport as well, while the rest of Snake are on that side of the map. So we could see them set up for a potential Baron play, or perhaps a pick based off of vision.
And I'm glad that you brought up the fact that Let Me went for his double resistance build. So this is a fairly common thing now. I believe it started in Korea, but a lot of top laners will take just the ingredient items as far as their big resistance items for both MR and physical damage, simply because it's preparing them for those big mid-game team fights, as opposed to, you know, itemizing for their lane only. So really being team-oriented.
Yeah, you can see MLXG on the screen right now as he is preparing to get back onto the Rift. He's been doing a pretty solid job so far for RNG. This time on Rek'Sai, not having the best of times, but definitely not the worst of times. I
mean, frankly, MLXG is their big playmaker, and he hasn't really gotten it off the ground. Was looking for multiple ganks across pretty much every single lane, really using Rek'Sai's mobility to his advantage, but wasn't able to make it stick. So they didn't get the snowball. That said, RNG, again, just like Snake, have a very strong team fight, have already proven in Game 1 that they really understand how to use their tank line and play with poke composition. So we'll see if they're able to do it this time around. Of course, Snake completely changed up their gears and went for a super hard engage composition.
Yeah, and that definitely paid off dividends as you saw that last team fight. However, they still were picked off just a little bit by RNG as a couple of members were out of position. And once again, they are on timer for that 36-minute Dragon fight. If they can take this next Dragon at 30 minutes, they will have complete control over this mid-game transition into the late game. And once again, you can see Flandre just being a nuisance, as annoying as possible. He did steal away that blue buff, so RNG have been having a really difficult time securing their own buffs, and MLXG clearing out some wards here. Whoop!
The setup right now is Baron. Obviously, with Dragon down, you have a 6-minute window where you can play to the top side of the map. We've seen both teams kind of peeking their head, trying to lay down defensive and offensive vision around the pit. And really, it just comes down to one single pick. If either jungler goes down, both these teams could just burst towards that Baron, and that'll really break open the game. We do have a gold lead to Snake, but RNG could very easily come back from this.
Yeah, they definitely can. You can see the Blade of the Rune King now finished on Wu Xin on top of that Trinity Force, so he is going to do some serious damage, and Xiaohu's poke is terrifying. We already saw some of those arrows shred through poor Yu and Beast's health. And Beast is even building nice and tanky, so looks to be pretty scary.
It should be noted that Crystal here on his Sivir, true to his Draven identity, has foregone his last Whisper and is going straight into a Bloodthirster.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, makes sense. There's not a lot of armor that he's dealing with. Pretty much the only guy who has resistances built up as far as armor is concerned is Let Me in that top lane. Otherwise, you have completed MR items for MLXG.
Yeah, so things definitely looking pretty good for Crystal as he's going to be doing some serious damage in this next fight. Now, it's a minute and a half before that Dragon is back up. There are a lot of wards in the pit for RNG, but Snake continuing to look for deep wards on this side. A double ward dropped out from MLXG as you tries to dodge some of this harass. There's so much vision. 4 members of Snake here, while you've still got Flandre splitting on the other side. They're just waiting for someone to get caught out of position.
That said, they have to be very careful about just sitting in one area and eating multiple rotations of Xiaohu's poke. We saw what Godby could do with Varus mid yesterday.
Yeah, you can see Flandre now, once again, keeping Let Me occupied. He does have level 16, completed his Frozen Heart, not opting for an MR item because that is a lot of armor on their team.
Double
attack
80
damage.
carry composition.
Yeah. So he's going to go for the Trinity Force second after the Ninja Tabby, so he should be plenty tanky. He's already up to 234 armor.
Has to be careful.
Spike. Yeah, now Dragon is spawning in 20 seconds. You got an untimely recall from Crystal, who did shove a wave on the top side, and RNG, suddenly they seem like they're a little split right here.
Yeah, not really. Again, managing their side waves accordingly. They haven't had any objective control of this game at all, as you can see by the fact that they don't have any dragons. This one would be fairly important if they're able to secure the first dragon at 30 minutes, not just because, you know, you have so many core items that you can stack that scaling AD and AP stat on, but more importantly because they have a Corki. Wu Xin on his Corki. Corki's one of the few ADCs that gets stats not only from his AD, but also from his AP because he does mix damage, especially with the Trinity Bork Sorcerer's Boots build.
Yeah, you can see Crystal and Flandre are going to start up that Dragon. RNG have got to know this is happening. They don't have vision, but with Snake zoning it away, that's Dragon number 4 secured, and Snake might look for a flank right here. They've got it. They do decide to blow the On the Hunt. Beast gets in. Teleport coming in from Let Me. Let's see if he's going to be able to get to the back line. And once again, it seems like Snake are going to dive forward. Flandre doesn't make it all the way back, but he doesn't need to. He's got Beast who knocks Xiaohu right on in. They've got so much damage. Let Me is going to go down. Xiaohu follows him shortly thereafter. Whoosh running for his life. And, oh, they actually are able to turn a kill onto Beast with a great big one. And Flandre, he's got so much armor. The hook goes wide. Crystal kills Lei, and Wushin still alive. And, oh, they even managed to kill Flandre from his overextension.
A little bit of overzealous on the dive kind of evens this back up in RNG's favor. Good AoE damage coming out from Wushin, but Snake, again, they identified exactly what went wrong in the first game, changed up their composition. Just so much AoE control from Crystal's boomerangs and hard engage from this Hecarim on Flandre is letting them run RNG over with these fights, but frankly, RNG shouldn't have been in that position to begin with. A very sloppy teleport from Let Me. They knew that Snake was on that dragon. They knew that the timer was up, but just allowed themselves to get flanked. And with that 4th dragon, that means a very easy Baron should Snake ever get on top of that objective.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to see if they are going to be able to secure it. Big wave now building on the top side and the bottom side, and here's a replay of how this breaks down just exactly. You can see Crystal in the back is just doing so much.
Big thing also, you see Beast swinging behind here. He's going to get right on top of Xiaohu there. Uses the casks, throws him back into his team. Again, Crystal's AoE damage is just cleaning up the front line of RNG, but Beast pretty much single-handedly takes out Xiaohu from the backside.
Yeah, Wushin with the great fadeaway big one. He even makes it out of here and barely dodges that hook from Ella.
See, if Snake had just made the decision instead of chasing so deep here, yes, MLXG is still alive in the jungle, so the threat of a smite steal is there, but they could have easily turned on the a Baron bait at least and tried to assassinate the jungler, but...
Ooh, looks like Snake are hitting the go button once again. They turn now on to Let Me. He's so tanky, but what can you do when there's so much damage? They find Xiaohu at the red buff, and he gets destroyed. Wushin and Lei look like they're going to run away, and Let Me, he's just buying time right now, but he's almost certainly going to go down.
But Snake are definitely baiting into this.
Oh.
Yep, gotta chase him.
There it is. Oh, hey, oh, who's going to get it? And it's Crystal.
Okay, but what do they do with this? Right now, Flandre's looking top.
Yeah, he looks like he might dive Lei right here. You can see Wushin opting for the recall instead. No, he dashes in, turns onto you. Is he going to be able to kill him? Yes, he does. And Flandre, without his AP carry, decides maybe he should go in after the side? No, backs away.
Again, Snake, overzealous in their chasing. They don't prioritize, sieging an objective off of the pick set they're making or making multiple pressure points around the map. They're pretty much just kind of sacrificing any advantage that these picks have given.
Yeah, you can see they're having a bit of a difficult time transitioning those picks into more important objectives, as once again, those top and bottom tier 2s are still standing. That mid one went down a long, long time ago. Beast looking like he might find MLXG just for a bit of harass. Here's Ella, and Flash comes out. There goes the depth charge. Traded for the Flash. Hashtag work.
It really feels like Snake's primary win condition and goal right now is the 5th dragon.
Yeah.
There are a lot of pings going around the Baron, and obviously, again, if they catch out MLXG and they're able to assassinate that Rek'Sai, they could easily turn on that Baron with their smite. Because, again, Let Me's playing Maokai, doesn't have the smite top laner like Flandre does on his Hecarim. But so far, that's just been mismanagement of kind of their resources.
And we've seen now that Snake can take a full 5-on-5. They are a little overzealous in their extension, but they have got the game completely in their hands. They've got complete control. Dragon's up in 2 minutes. MLXG trying to clear out these wards, just buying time for his team right now. Wushin actually going for a bit of a recall, or that's Xiaohu, while Wushin knocks down that turret. Yeah,
RNG caught out of position here as Snake are rushing down this mid lane. RNG quickly trying to reset their position on the map, but surely this will be a free inhib tower.
Yeah, unfortunate positioning from RNG and Snake. They take it down, and they're going to back away. Ooh, Blunder's got to be careful here.
Free objective.
You know you're fast when you can outrun the death sentence projectile speed.
Yep.
Gotta go fast.
Outrun it in a straight line.
Yeah. But then again, he has to rev up. He can't just like start off at that speed.
RNG are just, they can't micromanage their pieces around the map well enough to deal with Snake. Snake are, I mean, you keep using the leash analogy, but it's fairly accurate. Just kind of yanking them around.
Now, Dragon number 5 is up in 1 minute. And Snake are currently setting up some waves to split on both sides of the map. You've got Flandre. He doesn't have his teleport, but I'm sure once he clears that wave out, is going to recall you, going to be doing something similar.
He needs to be very careful because he lost vision. He did have a deep ward mid lane, a very high traffic area, so he knows that they're starting to rotate down here. Looks like we're looking at a replay here.
Yeah, this is the fight that happened. Oh, the pick from Flandre, yeah. And poor Xiaohu. He's like
so much damage.
Oh my gosh.
He just ran in there 1v4. I mean, effectively he had a wild growth, but...
Yeah, so now Dragon number 5's up in 20 seconds. Snake are all grouped up on this side of the map. Let Me might be trying to find a pick onto you if he goes through that. Nope, decides to take the safe route. And looks like Snake are going to hit that pressure point of that bear inhibitor in the mid lane as Flandre finds some free damage on the Let Me. Let Me's actually going really low here. Challenging Smite even being used. They're going to try killing him. In the meanwhile, a fight breaks out. Beast goes low. Wushin does so much damage. Let Me finally falls. Here's Flandre joining in with the rest of his team. The Onslaught of Shadows finds 2 members. He doesn't quite get far enough to get into the back line, but it does not matter. He has enough damage. That horse is huge as he charges further and further forward. It's not so much of a Trojan horse because he himself is the threat, not what's inside of him. And he charges forward, killing another member. That's Wushin who goes down, and Snake are going to take this game without taking that dragon.
Flandre leading the charge, has the Elixir of Iron, so of course he has that nice little speed shrine behind him on top of the Wild Growth. He is massive. The reach of his Q is oppressive, and really Snake, they shifted gears. They understood that, hey, if RNG are going to stick together and we're not able to find a good flank, we're just going to run them over and use the power of Sivir to help us put position.
Yeah, and I was telling you, it's about that turtle's underbelly. You just gotta flip it over with a horse.
You just run it over.
Yeah, and then hopefully it'll flip onto its belly and you just kind of...
But that is the 1-1. But here's what's interesting again about kind of the system that LPL uses as far as a point system. So we said if RNG were able to 2-0 Snake here, that they would actually be tied in points. Of course, they find the draw, which means that they get 1 point as opposed to 3. But these teams are, you know, fairly spread out as far as the standings are concerned, simply just because Snake has a superior or 1 more win versus a draw from RNG.
Yeah.
But when they're matched up, they're fairly close in skill.
They certainly are, and that was actually a fairly close game right now. And Snake, they were tied for 5th. They're now going to be securely in 4th place, I believe. And on the other side, RNG, they were in 10th place, but they're probably going to be moving up after that single point that they have just gained. So very solid play out of RNG, and they really did a good showing. Typically, Snake has been a very difficult nut to crack in terms of overall gameplay, but coming in with that turtle shell gameplay in game number 1 and similar fighting style in game number 2, though it wasn't successful. Very, very good. Props. Kudos.
But I feel like this is also very consistent of Snake, at least what we've seen as far as their sets are concerned, in that, you know, they open one game, they try something. I mean, they did comfort picks, but kind of couldn't find their footing, and then they just go back, okay, let's just do a hard engage 5v5 style of composition. Let's rip RNG around with our pressure points. Let's find the superior flanking engage. Just give ourselves the tools with Sivir and Hecarim to do it and get it done. So very very Snake-esque way to win a game.
Yeah, very flexible play from the Snakes. And we're going to go ahead and take a quick break while we get ready, but don't go anywhere because it's Master 3 versus Xiaohu coming up. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the LPL English broadcast. I'm Dominic Seda-Romer. This is Ryan FLICKR and more, and we're about to get into our next set between Masters 3 and Xiaogu.
Yeah, and I'm really excited because it's Dade versus Doinby.
Yeah.
And I know that's kind of weird to talk about, a height match or mid lane match with Doinby, but I feel like Doinby's actually been on the up and up as far as his performance is concerned. Again, he used to have the highest kill participation of any of the mid laners because he would almost act as a secondary support and follow their jungler Swift around.
Yep.
Even on low mobility champions like his Morgana, he's very big on the controlled mages, but really coming off when he had LeBlanc, I think it was 2 weeks ago or maybe a week ago, and leading the charge and kind of solidifying himself as a hard carry for the team when needed be.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to see how that matchup works out because it looks to be a very exciting match. You know, Masters 3, they've had a really tough week so far. They've played IG, they played Vici, and they've had some pretty solid records against them.
Oh yeah, Dade had a fantastic performance this week, especially in their 2-0 over Invictus Gaming. Very long games, but Rookie and Dade, you want to talk about hype mid lane matchups. If you haven't seen it, you have to go watch it. It was explosive.
Absolutely, and he's really been stepping up quite a bit for his team, and all in all, they've been performing exceptionally well. You know, it is patch 5.11, SMLZ, a long-time legacy Caitlyn player. Finally, she's starting to see a little bit of love and attention, and SMLZ really has been sort of the, I guess, like patriot for that Caitlyn.
Yeah, definitely, and we use the term slow and steady when talking about Masters 3 because they are kind of floundering, not really able to clean out games as quickly as efficiently as possible. Both their Invictus Gaming games were incredibly long. I mean, that said, Vici Gaming kind of cleaned their clocks in their first game with a 22-minute surrender from Masters 3. That said, it's kind of Masters 3, they live and die on Dade's performance.
Yeah.
If they're able to get through the laning phase, have an elongated team fight. I feel like I was talking to Spawn upstairs about this. The longer a team fight goes on, the better Masters 3 chances seem to be because Dade, again, he's really well known as holding his cooldowns and waiting till the perfect opportunity where he can turn the course of a game or at least turn a fight on that one ultimate. So if he gets more chances like that with high impact champions like Cassiopeia, like Azir, it's Vladimir, that's when Masters 3 finds success.
And that does set up a pretty interesting dynamic as well because on Xiaogu, you've got Swift, the super aggressive, I'm going to gank you with my mid laner and we're going to kill you. Dade's laning phase hasn't always been the strongest, I would say.
Very questionable.
So it sort of begs the question, like, what are Masters 3 going to do? Because Xiaogu, they've got a clear direction to go. Go mid, camp Dade, shut him down.
Yeah, and if you think about the jungle matchup, Condi versus Swift, I mean, Condi handpicked by Dade for Masters 3 to be his jungle assistant there in the mid lane, but Swift is on a completely different level. The likes of Cacao and, Dandy when he was in the jungle, he's very aggressive, really leads the team. And if you're going to talk about kind of where the teams are weighted as far as success is concerned, we talked about Doinby because Doinby's really been coming into his own, showing that he can be a carry. But the thing about all these top tier LPL teams, Xiaogu, EDG, things like that, it's because they have multiple stars on their rosters and multiple people who can pick up the mantle and be those carries. But it starts primarily for Xiaogu with Swift.
Yeah, though they do, as you mentioned, they've got Doinby, you've got TNT on the bottom, heck, even TCT on support, their whole roster, despite being fresh into the LPL. Well, I mean, they've been in the LSPL for a while now, but they've just been putting on an exceptional showing since they got in. Yeah,
and I like that you brought up TNT and TCT, the bot lane for Xiaogu. It's really funny the history that those two players have together because they've played together in the past, obviously. TCT, formerly known as Moore from LMQ, TNT, formerly known as Fish, Avenger, Quiet. So they've been around the scene for quite a while. When they're apart, they kind of have so-so performances. It's very hit and miss. TNT had a stint where he played for Starhorn Royal Club and was their ADC while Uzi actually took over for the mid lane after Whites retired. And again, it's just kind of, it's a wash, but when they're together, it's beautiful. It's like true love and it's just dynamite. Their team fighting is excellent, which again, it just goes back and lends to strength of Xiaogu. Why are they a top team in the LPL right now? Because so many people can step up to the plate and be the carry that they need.
Yeah, and on the other side with a Masters 3, I mean, you've got Dade in the mid lane, obviously. SMLZ, he's been playing reasonably well. He's playing a lot safer now that he's back on his comfortable Caitlyn, but really the only other primary carry for them has been Looper in the top lane. He's had an excellent showing this past weekend.
No, I completely agree, and when Dade shows up, that's a hinge for Masters 3 success, but also Looper. And kind of been really ramping up to it. The last few weeks, Looper has had a great performance, but in a really interesting way. Yeah. Dade, he likes to build tanky on his champions, whether it's Cassiopeia, he'll go Rylai's relatively early in his build. His Echo is a little bit curious. But he almost acts as a initiator hard tank for Masters 3, even when Looper's on champions like Gnar or Maokai. And I feel like Masters 3, they fight, and then somehow Looper is still full health at the very end of the fight and just cleans everything up.
Yeah, Looper's been having some pretty phenomenal showing, but it's like you said, their communication doesn't seem to be as crisp as you might expect. They wait for Dade.
Yeah, it's very hit or miss.
Yeah, so that's I guess the big question for us today, because Xiaogu they're sharp. They know when to go in. Their communication with their individual duos between TCT and TNT, and then in the mid lane, you've got Doinby and Swift. Those two guys, those two pairs, I guess, have got excellent synergy. So it's a little exciting to see how things are going to work out.
No, and I completely agree. It's kind of a question of who's going to go off. Is Dade going to be able to survive the lane phase against the likes of Doinby and Swift? And if he can get through that, he can change a game if he's on high-impact champions. Or is Swift and Doinby, their roaming duo, going to get this game spiraled out of control where Masters 3 and Dade can't catch up?
Yeah, we'll definitely have to see. I mean, I'm personally really excited for it. Of course, we are going to be looking at Masters 3, they did go 2-0 earlier this week. They split 1-1 once again. If they can earn even more points against Xiaogu, Vici, and Invictus Gaming, that would be absolutely huge for them, as their overall standings isn't that great. They've kind of been on the back half, but if they're continuing to gain points off of these top-tier teams, they could definitely make a strong showing. And here's actually some spotlight replays from our previous set between RNG and Snake. And just watch Flandre. Man, that 5-man onslaught of shadows.
And it was really just the power of the Hecarim pick and the confidence that Flandre has on that pick. But then likewise, the fact that Crystal has, matured his playstyle. He's able to pick up Sivir for his team and allow them to use that Sivir ultimate to augment their own position in fights. As you see Beast getting onto the backline here and pretty much 1v1 Xiaohu.
Yeah, knocking him right back into the fight. So much damage coming across. And despite Wushin getting a great fadeaway rocket, boom, manages to snipe the kill right there. He still goes down. And Flandre so very strong. This actually looked like a very scary engagement for Snake, as they were scattered trying to pick off Let Me, but they just had so much in terms of raw stats and items that it didn't even matter.
Did kind of fumble their lead, however. They would over-chase and over-commit to engagements as opposed to just immediately transitioning them into structural objectives.
Gosh, the Hecarim is so big. He can see over the walls of the rift. It's like when you're in a hedge maze and you look over the walls and you can see where to go.
Yep.
You're not supposed to.
I see.
But I'm really tall.
I see. So you cheated?
Well, not necessarily. It's using your resources effectively.
I see.
Is what it is.
That's not something.
No, you didn't see. I saw.
Oh, okay. That's not something that Snake did particularly well that game, but they ended up winning. They looked kind of in old form right there.
I'm a bit curious to see who's going to get the MVP that game, because a lot of those plays were off of Flandre. Despite he had an exceptional performance in the mid lane as well.
I would put my money on Flandre. Leading the charge was, a huge factor of how that composition worked and how it was able to penetrate RNG's defenses. The fact that they are a very flank covering team.
Yeah, and here's the breakdown from that last game between Snake. You can see they had some incredible control over the jungle, 68 to 32%, and a very sizable gold lead by the time the game had ended. And it looks like the MVP is going to go to...
My anticipation. Flandre.
Oh, man. One of these days.
They gave him out to a lot of supports yesterday, but definitely deserving Flandre right there of getting the MVP. That Hecarim play was phenomenal. It was the reason why Snake were able to pull ahead in these team fights, and that was really kind of the difference between this game and the last game, was superior team fighting. This is the big 5-man onslaught of shadows, though, that really broke the game open. Good sound effects.
So much damage. Or it's more of a... Because that's the Hecarim laugh. And it's also kind of robotic because he's a robot.
I have never played that skin.
With rainbows. He's got rainbows and colors and... What?
I don't play top lane or jungle.
Oh my gosh.
I looked really good with the bow tie right there.
I know, me too. Just the general overlay of the two. The bow tie and the tie. Tieception.
Nope. Let's talk about Masters 3 some more.
Okay.
Squirrel.
Yeah. Where?
Let's talk about Masters 3. Okay, so we're about to get into pick ban. Let's talk about priority champion. So a name that we haven't really brought up in terms of Xiaogu is going to be the top laner. And the top laner is in V. And when you think about kind of the two LSPL teams where we're auto-promoted into LPL, it was Xiaogu with Unlimited Potential.
Yeah.
And Long, the top laner of Unlimited Potential, he has really left his mark on the LPL. He looks phenomenal. V, it's a little bit more hit and miss. He's definitely taking on the role of being more role-playing tank meta-focused. We'll see, because we talk about, again, like Xiaogu, the fact that they are such a top-tier team is because you can give it to Swift, you can give it to Doinby, to TCT, and have them carry. V has had his moments in the spotlight, but for me, he's not as consistently carry-worthy yet, and he's kind of the last element to really fall in place for me as far as Xiaogu's, being a top-tier team.
Yeah, and it is kind of interesting that you bring that up because I'd be very surprised if we were to see a standard lane between SMLZ, Love CD, and TNT and TCT, just because TNT and TCT have such excellent synergy. So you kind of wonder, how will V end up going against that SMLZ? And here we're actually going to go ahead and run through the rosters right now. This is Master 3. It's Looper in the top lane, and he seems to be doing pretty solid.
And that's pretty consistent of his champion pool. He'll throw in a couple rumbles, but his three primary big picks are going to be Gnar, Maokai, and Hecarim. Joining him in the jungle will be Condi. Now, Condi has played a lot of Gragas recently, but I feel like he's more successful on Rek'Sai.
Yeah, he's been having a lot of success on that Gragas in his past few games, and that Rek'Sai has typically been stricken away from him just because of how powerful it is. Dade, bang, bang, he'll shoot you down with that Echo. He's been playing a lot of it, not to much success, but it still has been very effective. He can come up big, but his team can't quite carry with it. There's SMLZ. A lot of Caitlyn.
And we've been seeing a big performance improvement from SMLZ now that he has his comfort champion on that Caitlyn. Again, 5.11, had some buffs added to her headshot. But there's the shot caller, captain of Masters 3, Love CD.
And you can see him smiling right there at the very end. He's getting nice and focused for his game as we run through the roster. Once again, you can see everybody getting all ready and just making sure they're prepared to get into this last one. Dade, he is checking his nails.
He always does that.
He's always doing it. Does he know when he's on screen? Like, do they have a feed right there?
I don't know.
Or is that just what he does?
Every single time Dade is in a game, just watch what he does, and he always is checking out his hands or looking at his nails.
He's just making sure they're nice and sharp. And you can see it's even kind of rubbing off on SMLZ a little bit because he was like, what am I doing with my hands right there?
On the other side, though, it is Xiaogu. It means Reaper.
Ooh.
They have some crazy hair. Yep, that is a Korean boy band photo
was it
if I've
one
ever
Reaper
seen
or
it.
like 1,000 Reapers?
Reaper.
Ooh. And let's see in the top lane, it's V using that Hecarim, who does in fact wield a scythe.
He's great on Hecarim, but again, I'm kind of curious, if you expand his champion pool, can he continue to carry? But there's the big name for their composition, it's Swift. And that Nocturne, their game against EDG, their dive comp, Xiaogu taking the undefeated streak off of Def's Jinx was absurd with that dive comp.
Gosh, that was pretty crazy. Here you can see Doinby right there going for some more of the assassin-style picks. TNT finding great success on Kalista, Sivir, and Tristana in the past with an enormous 6.03 KDA and nearly 1,000 MVP points. Here you've got TCT running mostly utility supports.
There's a couple Alistair games there. Just a couple.
Yeah. A couple? 3? What constitutes a couple?
I want to talk about that dive comp.
Okay.
So if you guys didn't see this, they were against... effectively, they set a trap for EDG to pick a low mobility ADC. Of course, Deft picked up his Jinx, who was previously undefeated. Then they locked in Hecarim, Nocturne, and Kassadin, and proceeded to flash on top of Deft every single fight. Beautiful to watch. See if Swift maybe goes back to his Nocturne. I believe he built Black Cleaver on it, so it was a full damage Nocturne.
That is a very scary Nocturne indeed, and here you can see Xiaogu are preparing to get onto the Rift as well. as we're getting ready for our set between the two of them. And it will be exciting to see if that is going to be a dive comp coming out. Here we've got the stats on the screen. Remarkably similar.
That is 100% win rate for Xiaogu on blue side, only 50% on red side. So when you give them that priority pick, they make it stick. But the other thing that I want to point out to is the right-hand side in the middle. So you can see the red graph much higher. That's effectively aggression.
Yeah.
So if you see a graph that is really weighted to the right side, that means that team likes to team fight a lot.
Some serious aggression coming out of Xiaogu, and we'll have to see if it sticks against Master 3, because Master 3, in their past few games that they did end up taking wins, they took it with the slow and steady, patient, waiting for that long game.
There is no slow and steady with Xiaogu.
Oh, no, there is not. Those guys will run at your face.
Super explosive. I expect Sivir to be a contested pick. That said, TNT has shown that he can have multiple different rotations on champions. SMLZ really hasn't been interested in Sivir. He can play it, but again, he likes to go back to that Caitlyn. So I would like to see Masters 3 priority ban it just to take away or take off some of the edge that Xiaogu are able to put out. Likewise, Hecarim, I feel like, is going to be a huge contested champion.
That really does beg the question, however, of how do you shut down Xiaogu? So far, it doesn't really seem like it's possible to. I mean, you can target ban away meta picks, things you just don't want to face against, and that's exactly what we're seeing right now. TCT's Alistar being stricken away, but what else can you do to shut down that terrifying, hyper-aggressive team?
I feel like it's really about shutting down their playmakers, which is going to be Swift and Doinby, making sure that Doinby's retained in the mid lane, so either picking high wave clear against him or at least something that can follow up and has the mobility to chase him around the map. But again, it's about stalling out Swift, and Swift finds a ton of success on Rek'Sai just because that champion is so mobile and so devastating in small skirmishes.
Interestingly enough, there is the Victor being stricken away from Masters 3. They don't want to chance that being secured by Xiaogu, which means they clearly have got something lined up for that first pick.
That means that they have a priority pick set up for Looper. Again, you saw that V has had a lot of success on Hecarim. And yeah, I talked about how V hasn't been as consistent for me as far as a hard carry, but he can do it on Hecarim. It's just, can he do it on Gnar? Can he do it on Maokai?
We'll definitely see. Xiaogu have got to know that that's the case. There's Cassiopeia stricken away from Dade. Azir still on the board. Victor taken away as well means that he might have to go for something just a little bit more aggressive. And all in all, seems like we're taking it nice and slow through the ban phase. Master 3 don't want to take any chances and rush through this.
Big priority picks. All of the junglers have still available, haven't been touched yet. Fizz, likewise, still on the board, and Kalista and Sivir.
Very interesting to see those still open. Both TNT and SMLZ could be looking for that Sivir. Echo stricken as well.
A lot of mid lane focus.
Yeah, they definitely want to shut down Doinby. Has Swift taken Echo?
I can't recall.
I could see him as an Echo player.
I would imagine so.
Definitely more so than V. Maybe not as much as Doinby, but we'll definitely see. And last up, we're going to get the final ban for Xiaogu as they prepare to go up against Master 3. So that's a lot of focus, as you mentioned, on Doinby. And again, they're attacking the two duos. Last up is going to be Kandi's Gragas taken away.
They should first pick either Hecarim or Rek'Sai here.
Yeah, Sivir's still on the board as well. So let's see how they decide to go with this. Oh, Kalista, SMLZ. He's feeling sharp today.
So Kalista has 100% either pick or ban rate. Not surprising that they would first rotate her. SMLZ has had success on Kalista, but the thing is he's not the primary carry for that team. He can do well. He's how I like to describe Hatong. So if the team is doing well, if Masters 3 are ahead, yes, SMLZ can do his job. He can show up. He can put out that damage in the fight, but he's never going to be the guy that takes the game by the reins and leads his team to victory.
So we'll definitely have to see if that's the case this time around. Again, we talked about how Masters 3 like to play it slow and steady. Kalista's one of the champions who can do that. Xiaogu looking to go for the more standard meta picks. It's going to be V role-playing once again on top. Maokai and TCT taking the support Nautilus.
V actually shifting it up, so playing a lot of Hecarim recently, goes back to the Maokai, and this is pretty what's expected, frankly, when you see a Kalista on the other side. Maokai is considered a soft counter just because, again, the Twisted Advance is a targetable snare, so her martial pose doesn't mean as much if you're able to get back there and slow her down.
Yeah, so that means that we are now looking at the next pick for Master 3. Kandi going to be snagging that Rek'Sai away from Swift with Gragas off the board. You've got to wonder what Xiaogu can be thinking for the next ones as Love CD takes that thresh.
Pretty standard second rotation from Masters 3. They still kind of hide what their identity as a composition is. I would expect that they're going to pick up some zone control for their mid and top lane just to give Kalista more room to run around.
Definitely have to see as we're getting now to the next picks for Xiaogu, looking at rounding that composition out. You can see Doinby right there. Looking at some of those mid lane picks, could be Swift taking Nidalee in the jungle, could be Doinby taking it in the mid lane if they decide to lock that in. And there you can see TNT communicating happily, and yeah, that's going to be Nidalee locked in. And Sivir to match it up. Interesting that we're getting this far through the draft phase. And yeah, last second swap over to Tristana.
Okay, so deciding on Triss, I thought for sure it was going to be a Sivir because, again, just empowering Maokai to get to the back line and get on top of Kalista to slow her down. But TNT going a different route, more late game damage oriented range.
Yeah, very interesting composition coming out of Xiaogu for a team that's so aggressive. They seem to be taking a more poke-oriented, siege-oriented team. Though they do definitely have a lot of dives so far with that Maokai and Nautilus for getting into the back line. Now Masters 3 waiting all the way to the 4th draft phase. Hecarim falling that low on the priority list for these teams. It's picked up for Looper where Dade takes Kassadin.
No threat really to take the Hecarim so early just because they saw the second rotation Maokai from Xiaogu. So they hovered Rumble for a second looking for that zone control again for Kalista, but decide instead of the equalizer zone control that they're just going to go for the straight hard engage backline threat, picking up both Kassadin and Hecarim.
Yeah, so Masters 3 looking to have a very strong team comp in those team fights. You're going to have Looper diving into the back, Dade hot on his heels while SMLZ dashes around the outskirts of the fights, picking off anyone out of position. And with Lulu picked up last, it looks like it's going to be Swift taking Nidalee in the jungle and Doinby going for the more utility-oriented Lulu.
Lulu very quick, very able to kind of rotate in between lanes when she uses her whimsy on herself. So see how Doinby is going to use this pick to follow Swift around. Again, that's kind of been his MO and his original identity coming into the split, is almost as a secondary support to Swift. Played a lot of Morgana early on, picking up a lot of Lulu, and we see it again on that Nidalee. So watch for how Swift and Doinby get together and how they impact the map around them.
Yeah, and now we're running through the roster right now. We'll definitely have to keep an eye on Swift's mobility as he is on that very scary Lulu. And you talked a little bit about how the utility-oriented mid laner would work out for Doinby. He does have that Lulu to follow Swift and be that secondary support. There's Kandi on his Rek'Sai. And here's Dade and Doinby, the two of them looking awfully fierce in that mid lane.
Doinby just looks adorable. He's just like, hi.
TNT and SMLZ now. Filling
like
out that 80 carry role.
TNT's hair.
It's awesome.
He has it all cut off now, but it looks pretty cool for picture day.
He also has glasses.
Yes.
He didn't have glasses earlier.
He has glasses on right now.
You can see him. He's the second one on the right over there.
Deer.
But he wasn't wearing glasses during his picture day.
Oh.
Trying to look stylish.
Apparently. But with this comp, though, I would like to point out that Xiaogu running a very, Swift obviously taking an aggressive jungler, but running a very siege-oriented composition, having that Nidalee, giving that stir right over to Tristana, and Tristana with her satchel changes, being able to apply onto tower, can push them down very quickly.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to see how that works out and if the siege will be effective as we're loading into the Rift for game number 1 between Xiaogu and Masters 3. We have loaded onto the Rift. It's Masters 3 versus Xiaogu. Swift on that very mobile Nidalee. Again, this is week number 5, day 3, set number 2, game number 1.
Of a best of 2.
Of a best of 2 between Masters 3 and Xiaogu.
I think it's week 6, though. You keep saying it might be week 5. I have to double check. I think it's week 6.
I'm pretty sure it's week 5.
It's week 5. We have confirmation week 5. Week 5, day 3, game 2. No, set 2, game 1.
Oh, boy.
Xiaogu. Okay, so we talked about how Xiaogu are doing a poke siege type of composition. You have the mobility of Nidalee and Lulu to help them quickly rotate in between lanes, so there is a lot of tower pressure. On the other side, Masters 3, this is an all 5v5. You've got great backline threat from Kassadin and Hecarim. But they kind of leave Kalista to her own devices. Now, SMLZ, he has a lot of tools on this Kalista. Obviously, her martial pose passive able to help her reposition around a fight. But again, there are tools like the Maokai that have been picked up to counteract this. So we'll see if Love CD on his Thresh, if that Dark Passage is really enough to kind of reset a fight after a twisted advance to a backline.
That looks really cool.
I think that's Pawn.
Samsung,
Or no, it's Dade.
Samsung White Dade.
Yeah, after he gave his jacket away. Or I guess pre-jacket giving away.
That's so cool.
No, it has to be Pawn because it had the Samsung White.
I know, it looked like Talon.
I don't know. It's
And there was
guy
Singed
with
right next to him?
guy with dark hair, glasses. The Pawn and Dade, they both wear glasses. They both have dark hair. It looked more like Dade to me than it did like Pawn.
Why would you hold up a Pawn sign when Dade is playing?
That's what I'm saying. That's why I think it's Dade.
Maybe they just wanted to show off their cool art.
It's like the white jacket, and you associate
yeah.
it with Samsung White, even though Dade was Samsung Blue, and he wore the white jacket anyway.
IDK.
I think it's Dade.
IDK might be FFGL.
No.
We do look like we're having a lane swap out of Love CD and SMLZ. And yeah, that's exactly what it's going to be.
I feel like SMLZ is always put in a lane swap, like either with his Caitlyn or his Kalista, but he does this thing where he doesn't push. He'll be on like a super heavy pushing Siege champion like Caitlyn, and he'll just freeze the wave. Again, this is how we kind of started identifying Masters 3 as kind of a slow and steady style of team, because their lane phase is pretty questionable across the board, at least when you're matching it up against other top tier LPL teams. And SMLZ, he just he sits in the lane, he freezes it, he doesn't matter if his champion is good at, level 2 power spikes like Kalista is, or if it's playing Caitlyn good at sieging towers. It's all just about the freeze and just getting as much farm as possible. He's like, I'll see you in the team fights, guys.
Yeah, and scary thing is, he's up against TNT on Tristana, who's going to shred through turrets with that explosive satchel.
Yeah, so we'll see if maybe he changed it up this time around. Maybe goes for a fast push. We could see that Love CD affected the wave, pulling the creeps there, so they do have complete control of that wave, whether they want to fast push it or freeze it.
Yeah, V's already up there as well, and you can see Condi is on that side of the jungle. Forward ward to spot out, see where Swift is going, as Love CD will find that. Seems like it is going to be vertical jungling coming out of Xiaogu. Love CD should have that on a timer, and you can see Looper following him around as well.
Important to note that TCT left the lane to help Swift invade, obviously because they're invading the Fog and War, bringing your support just in case. Don't want to run into anything fishy.
Generally a good thing. Hey, I get it. It's a Nautilus pun.
Fishy?
Because he's a deep-sea diver.
Yeah. I got you.
There are no really fish-themed champions in this one.
Nanny, Fizz.
No, in this game.
Oh, in the game. I was going to say, there's plenty of fish
Not
champions.
in the game of League of Legends, but... yeah, things nice and slow for the early start. The vertical jungling is going to be successful. V actually did go for the recall, so he is missing out on the opportunity to double jungle it just a little bit. That should put him down just a touch in CS, but that does buy more time for for Swift. Uh-oh.
To get solo EXP.
Yeah.
Is the important thing. But Dade taking a lot of harass from Doinby. And the thing about Lulu is she is a lane bully, obviously, because she's going to interact in a lane very much how an AD carry will, because she has such oppressive range and so much damage with that Glitter Lance.
Ooh, she's getting really far forward here.
Yeah, she's being set up for a gank.
3 members coming down. Doinby, oh, he's got to be careful here. The 3 members of Masters 3 dash forward. The slow finds Doinby. Flash play. He tries to answer it with one of his own. The death sentence lands. It's Looper who gets first blood.
Threads it by the creep. I thought for sure that creep was going to take the death sentence for it, but fantastic flash from Love CD and great start of CC by Dade there, saving his slow, waiting until it communicated with this team that they were going to go in.
Yeah, Doinby with the panic flash after the play ended up taking the death regardless, and despite the early aggression, that is going to help Dade out quite a bit.
That said, the kill actually went over to Looper.
So that means Looper should be able to get just a little bit more experience as he follows Condi around in the jungle. For the first recall of Doinby, however, he already had enough gold for that Forbidden Idol, so he's going to be getting some serious damage along with that consistent harass across. And already, once again, you can see Condi pinging out nice and aggressively.
It's just massive, though, that Looper got that first blood. Like you can see, he's itemizing already into the Bomby Cinder. So if he continues to proceed with this double jungling Very quick and efficient at doing it with the Hecarim Q as well as now the Bomby Seeker burn on the creeps.
Yeah, instead he is going to head on down to the bottom side of the map to try to catch the wave as both TNT and SMLZ are freezing this out a little bit. SMLZ doing exactly as predicted on the top side of the map. Just continuing to keep that wave nice and fat. TNT on that Tristana trying to do the same thing, though he is going to passively push. I'm curious to see. No, he actually hasn't taken any ticks in the explosive shot. He's still got 2 skill points that he hasn't spent yet because he doesn't want to
push the
shove.
wave. Yeah. Yeah, it's fairly common from a lot of Tristanas. I just always think it's so curious. SMLZ, he takes these champions that have such great advantages in 2v2s, Kalista and Caitlyn, and he wants to farm.
Yeah.
Kind of a unique,
bit of an herbivore
characteristic of an AD carry in China.
Definitely, especially in China, considering how aggressive everyone is.
Well, SMLZ was picked to be the protege of Wei Xiao, originally when Masters 3 were known as World Elite Academy. Before Candy kind of took his spot over at AD carry, of course he got it back. So, I mean, if you think about Wei Xiao's style and how he kind of sat in his identity inside WE was farming up until 30 minutes. He has his core itemization. He's ready to fight.
Yeah, we actually have got 3 members of Masters 3 on that bottom side of the jungle. So after finally getting the explosive shot, putting 3 points into it all at once, you can see TNT was getting some pressure on that bottom tier 1, but 3 members of Masters 3 responding. They don't want to lose that tier 1, continuing to buy time for SMLZ. Bit of an interesting choice.
It's just about getting Masters 3 through their lane phase. They've been pretty sloppy on initial lane swaps in a lot of their games. I mean, this one, it looks fairly even right now. Of course, there was a big advantage. Oh, hold on. Here comes the dive.
Yeah, it just might be. The spear, narrowly misses. If that hit, that almost certainly would have been the beginning of it. The explosive shot is tossed out onto the cannon minion.
Really dangerous to dive. 3-on-4, however,
yeah,
especially against Condi, who's in his W form. So obviously he's very prepared, waiting for Maokai to lead the charge with the Twisted Advance so he can get the knock-up.
And immediately just CC lock someone into that turret, which is such a scary combo. But right now, SMLZ has been left all alone on that top side of the map. So a little bit interesting to see how that's going to build out. Now, let's talk a little bit about team comps. We mentioned the Siege from Xiaogu. They've got Tristana. They've got Nidalee. They've got Lulu. Poke and poke and poke.
They've got a lot of poke and they have a lot of rotation. Obviously, Nidalee very quick to rotate between lanes, but likewise, Lulu, her ability to use her Whimsy on herself or on Tristana that they can rotate to or in between the waves to help push them down very quickly. On the other side, we talked about kind of the backline dive threat, how SMLZ has been left to his own devices. He has a very self-sufficient AD carry is what I like to call them. So people like Graves, Lucian, Kalista that are able to kind of, I don't need resources to peel for me. It's nice because I do massive sustained damage, but I can take care of myself. So you can be free to be that Cassidy or that Hecarim and dive onto the backline while I dance around the team fight.
And that's going to be something that's pretty important because he will have B chasing it. Looks like this could be the dive. Death Sentence finds Love CD. And Beast Condi actually recalled. There goes TCT. He's forced to flash out. TNT forced to burn the heal here. He's down so low. The smite from Condi kills him. TCT goes down as well. Swift tries to turn it. He gets the double shot onto Love CD and is forced to flash away. V, great knockback, is going to try disengaging here. Is Looper going to be able to catch up in time? Condi's looking for it. Can't find it.
Can't get the rotation through his W quick enough, but a fantastic counter flank from Condi right there to pick up the double kill. And Condi just looks so much better when he's on Rek'Sai versus any other jungler. Right now, sitting 2-0-1, 100% kill participation. And this is what Masters 3 need. They need some sort of supplement, as I say, that Condi kills Swift.
Yeah, Swift trying to be a little greedy and continue clearing his jungle gets punished by Condi.
Obviously, very easy for Rek'Sai to do that, walk into the jungle, use his Tremor Sense to figure out where you're hiding. Her Tremor Sense, excuse me, sorry, Rek'Sai.
And just knock him up and kill him.
I want, we never get to talk about skins, but I really want a Lady Rek'Sai skin, like Gentleman Cho'Gath.
With a gown?
Yeah, I think we talked about this upstairs. Like, her tunnels would be like a little cart and buggy, I think you said, as she's void rushing around. And to have like a little, like she comes out of the ground and have like a really poofy dress and it like bounces up and pops them. Little bow.
That would be cute.
I think it'd be adorable.
But then she still has the exact same sound.
I think you just change the pitch on it.
Slightly higher pitch. She's got like a small glass of champagne in her right hand. All the time, even when she's underground.
Just make it like a little back foot One of her feet holds it.
Her feet don't really have claws, though. Have you seen her regular skin?
She has a tail, right?
She does.
But the tail can hold it. I'm trying to think of what Rek'Sai actually looks like. There he goes. He's void rushing. But no, this is important because Masters 3, they have such a... She does have a tail. She has such an issue with getting through their lane phase that the fact that if Condi's ever able to get snowballing, obviously this speaks to the fact that their laners almost get kind of a passive buff just because the threat of Condi is so strong. And as I say, that Swift getting invaded on.
Yeah, Looper, seriously aggressive.
So this is a fantastic place for M3 to be in because it shores up their lane phase weakness.
Yeah, definitely does. You can see Love CD even zoning out TNT there. Poor guy.
He's also looking to itemize the Bloodthirster first as opposed to looking for a Hurricane or Bork.
Interesting choice to try building that. Now finally the trade. SMLZ has gotten out of the laning phase throughout all of Doinby's harassment. He's going to start trading that right on back. Double blue buff picked up for both of those mid laners means they should be reasonably safe in lane. Now we're 10 minutes into the game. And things are pretty safe now that we've made it to the laning phase. Looper, solid advantage. All of Master 3, very solid advantage. And TNT, he's really not doing that great.
Yeah, that's a big CS discrepancy. We talked about how SMLZ has a big engagements going down.
They are trying to go for a bit of a dive here. TCT taking some more punishment as SMLZ is up so much.
He's very... It's weird to classify an AD carry as a herbivore, but he's very much about the farm, you know, freezing the wave. He doesn't really care much about the towers, and it's really starting to show in his CS discrepancy and where he's opening up a gold disparity between these two AD carries.
Yeah, things not looking that great for Xiaogu so
far.
Here
Looking for
comes
a
dive. Ooh, Love CD goes forward, flagging. He's going to find TNT. He doesn't have the buster shot, doesn't even have to use the death sentence. TNT does so much damage, but SMLZ does even more. That was so much damage, it broke the game.
He just ejected Tristana from the game. No, but this is why I love the combo. It's so classic now of Kalista Thresh. There's just so many ways you can play with it. Obviously, a fantastic Fate's Call ultimate to throw Thresh forward. Great job on Love CD, making sure that he could find the flay. And he keeps getting perfectly around the creep, showing his comfort on Thresh, able to thread those death sentences to connect. So,
yeah,
great work.
Yeah, really solid stuff coming out of that. And with that, it's now going to be 5-1. For Masters 3. We said slow and steady wins the grace. Wins the grace, yes. Wins both the grace and the race, but these guys are anything but this time around. And Xiaogu, they had so much more aggression statistically, but they are not having a good time with this game.
I just hope Masters 3 quickly identify kind of the reoccurring trends in their success, and it's Condi on Rek'Sai.
Yeah.
Their lane phase is weak. Condi on Rek'Sai is able to supplement that, to shore up that weakness and to get them through it. And if you can get Masters 3 on the other side, they have the power players like Looper, like Dade. I mean, Looper is a world champion. Dade has 2 OGN titles on 2 different teams. That is a very rare thing to have. So they have a lot of potential to be a top-tier team, but it's just that consistency. So if they can just look internally at themselves, okay, what is the thing, every time we win, what are these reoccurring threads for us? Oh, our jungler, he can play Rek'Sai.
Yeah, he's pretty good at that champion, or so I hear. But I mean, Looper is also on Hecarim, and he's doing really well on Hecarim. He was way up in experience, and I think he was a full level up on V, who, as we mentioned, is role-playing these tanks. So it looks like Masters 3 are in a really solid position to transition into a powerful, powerful mid-game. And
Xiaogu, I mean, really, they structured their composition, you know, second rotating that Maokai in response to the Kalista as a counter factor to that first pick list of SMLZ. Yeah, SMLZ, he started to rise up in performance because... Oh, we're back in.
Yeah, we are back in.
Because of the Caitlyn, but obviously now on the Kalista, which is normally banned. I mean, he's not typically the big power player for Masters 3. So we'll see if maybe the fact that they put so many resources into answering him, if maybe Dade or Looper can start to run away with this game.
Yeah, we're starting to see some big advantages open up. It's 11.5 minutes into the game. That first dragon was just secured by Master 3. And you can see Condi looking for another gank onto Doinby. He's got his flash. There's the knockup. Doinby doesn't have enough mana for the ultimate, but he makes it under his tier 1.
Forces himself to burn the flash. That is a very scary place to be, especially because Dade has his Rift Walk now available, being level 8.
That is an 8.
as well as his Flash and Ignite, respectively.
TNT trying to knock down this tier 1. He's not going to find it. Here comes Love CD. There's the rocket jump. He gets out.
I just complimented Love CD on his ability to thread his hooks, and he goes a little bit wide that time.
I don't think he was expecting the rocket jump.
Against Tristana?
I'm trying to throw him a bone.
I'm telling you, Lady Rek'Sai, it'd be so adorable.
Uh-oh. TCT caught recalling there. Oh, cancels the recall, immediately gives vision over to Condi. They're going to clear out this ward drop, 2 of their own, while Doinby continues to shove in the mid lane. And
they're free to constantly invade. You see a lot of deep vision set by Masters 3 into Xiaogu's jungle, and the reason they're able to do this so they can catch out Doinby here is because the mid lane and the bot lane are winning.
Most certainly are. SMLZ level 9 now. TCT actually pulls himself to a minion accidentally. Spirit having the most difficult time even in his own jungle. And like you said, there are so many deep wards coming out of Masters 3. They're 3,000 gold ahead 13 minutes in off of those kills. But they didn't just take those kills, they expanded them into laning advantages.
I really like that you made that clarification, and it's so potent against Xiaogu. We talked about, yes, they have great resources across every single position that can kind of pick up the mantle to carry, but it starts with Swift. And making sure that they denied the Rek'Sai pick, putting it on Condi, and Swift looking for another aggressive jungler like Nidalee, but the deep warding against him so he just can't take off. It's really slowed down a normally very fast-paced Xiaogu.
Very, very slow version of Xiaogu we're seeing out of this game, and for the first time in a long time, it seems like we're finding Xiaogu on the back foot. Now, Blue has just spawned, and with so many deep wards, Master 3 look to contest it. Swift, he clears out not 1, but 2 wards. Oh, is going to be zoned away by Condi with that single sweeper, and gosh, there's so many wards. They almost find TCT out of position right here. There are 4 members of Master 3 against the 4 of Xiaogu, but they've got the superior positioning and stronger breakpoints. Oh, the hook finds Swift. They immediately burst onto him. He's taking so much damage here. He's almost certainly going to go down. Dade picks up the kill. Teleport comes in from Looper. They turn onto TCT. A double kill for Dade. Blue is secured. SMLZ is being chased down by TCT. He finally goes down. V even teleported in. It's a full 5-on-5 here, and Xiaogu are losing this fight. Dade almost going to go down. No, he turns it around. The only survivor is TCT, and Masters 3 just cleaned that up.
Absolute disaster from Xiaogu right now. You do not want to cast it in at 15 minutes in the game to pick up a triple kill. Dade is going to quickly snowball and become that crazy massive threat that we all know Kassadin can be. But this is what we were talking about with their comp. SMLZ, self-sufficient champion, who went down. The only poor little Kalista because Kassadin and Hecarim were busy diving. But here's how this all started. Very nice hook onto Swift. Like you said, they immediately start to burst him. But Dade, with his positioning in this fight, not only does he clean up Swift, but then he stays in the back because he's waiting for TNT to use his rocket jump to see where Tristana will position. As soon as he sees the chain CC is locked and he can burst them, he just jumps right on top of him and kills him. But just the thought there to say, okay, Tristana can make her escape. I'm not going to burn my Rift Walk quite just yet. I want to make sure that I can secure this kill.
Yeah, and in the corner there, you actually saw Looper get killed by Swift in a solo kill in the jungle. Looks like he was just a little bit too aggressive. TNT getting some good damage, finally knocks down that turret. Looks like they're going to corner SMLZ once again, and despite doing some significant damage, he goes down.
What you doing, buddy? Why are you on that tower by himself?
I don't know, man.
Tried to trade it 1 for 1. Good pickup from TNT, and great foresight from TCT to see that he was alone. They could look for the dive.
Yeah, with that, it's now 9-4. Dragons up in a minute and a half, and Masters 3 took that last one quite convincingly. Dade, despite just being fed the blue buff from the other side of the map, is going to be fed yet another one. You can see he's 3-0-2, finished off that Rod of Ages, and now he's got a tier to stack on top of it. So Doinby not going to be having a very fun time in this mid lane right now.
But it's just so important, and we'll keep saying it over and over. Masters 3, they're calling the shots, they're in control. They slowed down the pace of the game because they got to wait for their lane phase, but Dade is massive at this point.
We're getting a bit aggressive as Xiaogu might be catching him out of position here. He's got the Onslaught of Shadows, makes it over the wall. Oh, the depth charge. Oh, nobody's quite able to make it in time. Condi helping zone off just a little bit. Doinby not even going to find any position. Did he just flash that wall? No, he bounced over it.
He jumped.
Yeah, with the cougar form.
Hippity hoppity. Kind of curious that Looper didn't see that lane swap coming. So obviously TNT and TCT, they took that bottom tier tower, then quickly rotated and changed up Tristan to the top side to now siege the top tier tower. Looper caught a little bit off guard, is able to onslaught to safety, and he eats quite a bit of cooldowns.
Yeah, he definitely took a lot of damage there. You saw the desperation to try to kill him and earn some gold back as SMLZ gets some damage onto this bottom tier 1 turret. There should be a Tigger skin for Swift.
A Tigger skin?
Hippity hoppity.
Is that what Tigger says?
T-I-G-G-E-R.
I don't think that's the song.
Is it double G?
No, that part's right. But I don't think it's the hippity hoppity. He says something else.
He doesn't say hippity hoppity, but he bounces around, and Nidalee also bounces around. Oh, this looks like a dive. Might find Swift right here as the dragon has spawned. They force a fight, and
that's unfortunate.
It explodes into a pause.
Okay. Well, there's a team fight going down. It's been paused, so both teams can take a moment to catch their breath and really think about, do we want to continue going for this one? Do we want to disengage? I believe the dragon's up, yes?
Yes. Dragon did just spawn.
Condi looking for the initiation right there. I mean, effectively, if Xiaogu want to win these fights, they really need to take a step back and start laying down their poke beforehand, before they're looking for these big 5v5 engagements. If they just take Masters 3 head on, Dade's already massive, so that's also very scary. But the backline threat again, Hackerum, with a straight 5v5, I don't think it's in their best case scenario. They need to look for either isolated picks or laying down their poke before they decide to commit on something.
Their vision control hasn't been that stellar this game either. I mean, Spirit, he's been mostly relegated to his own side of the jungle, and because he is going for that Nidalee, he's not going to exactly have a lot of wards as he's putting a lot of it into raw combat stats.
And the deep vision on Swift, really to make sure that they understand where he is and making sure that he can't have an impact on the game. We talked about, who are the big playmakers for either of these teams. It's going to be Dade for Masters 3, and it's Swift for Xiaogu. And I mean, the reason why Masters 3 are ahead is because Dade is going off and Swift has been stalled out from fantastic deep vision for Masters 3, and that's really been the story so far this early to mid game.
And I think that's a great way to put it. That Swift has been stalled out like an engine. He's trying to kick it into gear. He got that solo kill onto Looper, and right now he's just not getting a lot of gold. You saw, if you take a look at his CS, he's been power farming the jungle as hard as he can to try to close some of those differences.
Very Cacao-esque, if you will.
But it's really cool to notice how QG know that that's their priority. That Swift is like, all right, sorry guys, I'm not going to gank at all. I need to catch up.
It's also building more damage-oriented. I believe he went into Trailblazer and then has a Magus enchantment on top of it. So he has the CDR AP for his jungle Nidalee. See if he maybe goes for more damage stats or if he'll start to tank out from here.
So let's try to project where this fight is going to go, because it really seems like Master 3 have got the advantage.
That Xiaogu are going to completely disengage and try to reposition for a fight, possibly look for a steal or just give up the dragon altogether. They really need a pick, or they need to lay down some damage before they look for a full 5v5, especially for the positioning on Masters 3. I believe they're all coming from the same side into that choke point up to the blue ramp.
Yeah.
And that...
This is dragon number 2 for them, so they can afford to let it go. It's only improved siege on turrets, and so far, it's not like Master 3 have had the best rotations.
It's not like SMLZ is
taking
really interested
turrets.
in taking towers.
He's kind of more focused on just minions.
Yeah.
And increasing his overall gold as best he can. But I mean, Dade's been focused on turrets. Well, kills.
Dade's been trying to, again, recover from his lane phase. And the thing that's really important to... Oh, see. Actually, okay, so they did back off. Everyone backed off.
Yeah, it's Masters 3 who disengaged right there. Xiaogu are in a very solid position. Looks like they do want to contest this dragon, feeling very confident. Infinity Edge is finished for TNT. SMLZ doesn't have a completed IE item. They dash forward with Doinby, clear the wave out. Things calm down.
It's important, though, that he has upgraded attack speed. The upgraded boots, obviously very important because it's going to give 100+ units of Callista's passive. Having the attack speed, making sure that she can get more autos off so she can use her martial pose to reposition herself.
Yeah, they're trying to burn through this dragon right now. Condi's in position to try smite stealing it. He is the same level as Swift. Dragon goes low. Who's going to be the one who gets it? It's secured by Swift. VO can't quite make up his mind, and they back away.
Pop the Righteous Glory, just maybe thinking if they got a good opportunity to commit on it, but instead quickly trying to rotate back in the position of the tower. So M3, they lost the dragon, but they will surely get something else for their prize.
Yeah, they're taking so much damage onto this tier 1, and they wrecked that thing.
I'm going to say that that's still far worth for Masters 3, just because the mid-tier tower going down is going to grant them the most passive control over the map.
Yeah, and missing out on that really big wave on the top side of the map. You can see V's heading up there to try catching it now, but he's missed out on so many minions, and with Masters 3 all heading up there, they might even look to try breaking down that tier 1. Condi getting a bit aggressive, buys time for SMLZ to burn through that thing, and the turret falls.
Question will be if anyone's going to look for an engagement, but it looks like Masters 3 is just going to go ahead and spin their global gold that they just got off of 2 towers.
Yeah, it's a 6,000 gold lead. Well, 5.5 in favor of Masters 3 as they continue to propel themselves through this mid-game now. 20 minutes in, and after picking up a few early kills, now they've been able to finally get objectives.
Nope, I like to see it. There's a big wave collecting into the bottom side. We'll see if SMLZ takes that, if they're going to give it over to Looper. Actually, looks like Looper's going to go ahead and pick it up. He does have his teleport available.
Looks like TNT does want to respond by taking a turret of his own. You can see that Infinity Edge doing some serious work and blows it up.
It's really just about that satchel right there, being able to push down towers. Tristana is deceptively good at sieging now that her satchel can proc onto the towers. You get multiple autos onto that, suddenly does a ton of damage.
They do find a pick right there. TCT is so low, and he ends up getting shredded, though it's traded right back over. There's the satchel. Tons of damage, getting another kill. A great play finds TNT and V. The death sentence somehow misses V, and he gets out.
That was so good from Love CD right there, but unfortunately just can't make it connect in the back half of the death sentence. So would have been some flashy LCS big plays, but unfortunately.
Well, certainly. Just wasn't quite able to make it either flashy nor LCS nor big.
Wow, rude. LPL small plays.
Wasn't really a play either.
He tried.
It was an LPL small.
Here comes the Void Rush.
Farm alarm.
Okay, let's talk about where Xiaogu have to go from here. So obviously they're kind of bleeding across every single map, so they need to restock themselves, stall out the bleeding, get their vision forward, or at least control the river, clear out their own jungle, and kind of reset their mentality for these team fights. Again, we talk about how it's about laying down poke before they go into these big 5v5. So pressure is on from Doinby and Swift as we go into another. Oh, wait, it's unpausing. I saw it.
Did you?
I think I did.
In the future? I mean, eventually it's going to unpause whenever we get back into game, but it appears like...
That's so yeah. Ravened it.
We do have some minor technical difficulties running through the other players' end. And yeah, so let's talk a little bit about how Xiaogu are going to get back into this, because they are down just a little bit. They traded for that tier 1. I mean, it was going to unpause eventually.
It's like I see the future.
I mean, there's no way it would have gone through the whole pause. Gosh, I say that now.
Thanks for jinxing it.
Yeah, I know.
This will be your fault.
I just had everyone in the production room just look at me. But how are Xiaogu going to turn this around? Oh, TNT looks like he's caught up by Dade and is absolutely destroyed as Looper zones away the tank. Condi finds TCT. He dashes forward. There's the onslaught of shadows, but it's traded for a flash.
Well, what they needed to do is they need to get control of vision over that river, which you can see 2 wards there, but unfortunately those 2 wards were too little too late to save TNT. Because effectively they just needed to kind of power farm their way into their itemization so they could start doing damage and make the most of their poke. They do have a late carry threat in the form of Tristana, but if he can't safely farm his side lanes, the Masters 3 are very quickly going to run away. I love this ward. So I want to talk about this Baron ward. You place the ward behind the Baron's head. So you remember those wards that people used to do where they would place it near the base of Baron, yeah. So it was really hard to click because you'd end up hitting Baron. Now, obviously, Riot changed that, so it's much easier to click. So this is kind of the new evolution of that. And you can move your screen, obviously, so it's easier to kill the ward, which is what Condi did. But sometimes people just, they don't see the ward, or it's a little bit frustrating to try to move your screen around. You obviously have to go much deeper into the pit to be able to do it. I love that word. Just
a minor little trick right there. You can see Masters 3 were looking for a pick. There goes the Fate's call. They find Doinby. The play goes wide. Here's teleport coming in from V. Not so sure that he wants it as Dade chases. Doinby goes low, but he's going to get out just fine. V completes his teleport into 4 members. I don't think he wanted to do that.
I pressed cancel, coach. I pressed cancel.
Get me out of here.
It didn't go through. He's looking, he's like, guys, I didn't want that.
Yeah. So suddenly it seems like Xiaogu once again are kind of in a bad spot.
V's face says it all right now.
Yeah. That little look of panic in his eyes. The uh-oh.
Yeah.
The deep breath, the inhale through the teeth.
Good news is Doinby got out alive. Obviously with a clutch heal from Swift right there.
He also still has his wild growth, so if Dade dives in, he will still be able to survive a bit of damage.
See, if I don't think Dade will bait that far. I have a feeling that Dade's about to collapse on that poor little tree that just
we'll have to
teleported into the middle of 5
poor
people.
Guy. Oh my gosh. Have you ever done that where you're like, all right, let's collapse. Let's turn into a team fight.
He's okay. He made it.
Team, please. Team.
Oh.
Yeah, he is still alive. So Dragon number 2 is up for both of the teams. The last one was secured. Spear finds Kandi for a lot of damage. The hook tries to turn it a little bit, but I don't think TCT wants this. He burned his flash already. I don't understand.
Zero reason for TCT to be there right now. He knows that Doinby's back. He knows that V's back. And speaking of zero reason, they should not be that far forward.
Yeah, a lot of damage coming across. You can see Kandi actually going to take the satchel right there. Doing a bit of damage. And Xiaogu very far forward. Now Doinby still has his wild growth. It is 4 versus 5 as TCT is dead. And V, finally healed up, is going to be on the bottom side.
The damage coming out of Dade right now. He's really starting to hit his stride, especially at that 25-minute mark. He should have the fully stacked Rod of Ages prime and ready for him. We'll see where he is on his tier. He has completed the Archangel staff, but it hasn't been upgraded, so he doesn't have the shield quite available yet.
Yeah. He's going to be doing some serious damage once he gets onto the backside. And
this is what we talk about with Dade also. Speaking of that build, he's got upgraded Merc Treads with Home Guard.
Yeah.
He always builds just a little bit tanky, just a little bit beefy. And we make the joke that Looper, doesn't have Dade just jumping on V.
No, he does so much damage there, continuing to chase V down. V doesn't have flash. He might actually die here as a fight looks like it breaks out in the river. V goes low. Dade chases. Gets the kill. It's now 5v4. Onslaught of Shadows find 3 members of Xiaogu. They dive in. Swift destroys. TCT follows him to the grave. A double kill. Dade diving in. He's going to be shut down now by TNT, who gets the reset. Ignite is burning away, but he should be able to get out alive. A 1-for-3 trade.
Dade a little bit overzealous right there, but Masters 3 just really flexing their gold lead and how far ahead they are. Fantastic onslaught of Shadows from Looper, and with that cleanup fight, it'll be the Dragon. Yeah,
they take the blue buff, they take the Dragon, and they take a few kills as well. So Masters 3 have got this game completely in their hands. They've got the Xiaogu. They seem to be reeling from this. They just cannot recover.
And they don't have a lot of options, frankly, to recover. So Lulu is starting to hit her stride. I like to call her a mid-bridge champion. So she's a lane bully, which we saw to great success, really bullying out Dade early, pushing him underneath his tower. But as it comes to mid-game to late game, she transitions from a lane bully and a damage threat into more of a utility-based champion, obviously looking for the CDR and the flat AP to help benefit her shields and her wild growth bonus health that she'll be giving to her teammates. So it's really all on the shoulders of TNT right now to carry his team through this.
Yeah, he's trying really hard. You can see he's at 3-4-1, now finished that attack speed item on top of the Infinity Edge as well. So hopefully he can carry things together. His team has been getting caught out of position so much, and this is a completely different Masters 3 than what we saw in Day 1 and Day 2 of this weekend.
Well, I mean, in the 2-0 against Invictus, this is pretty standard, but the question has always been consistency. Who is going to consistently show up for Masters 3?
Yeah.
In the upcoming weeks, it's been Looper really ramping up, but in this week, currently, it's really been Dade.
The big question for me, though, is in those games against IG, they both ended up going exceptionally long, and despite having enormous advantages, Masters 3 had 3 Barons.
They had... Yeah, 3 Barons and 4 Dragons.
They still couldn't close out the game. So that begs the question, are they going to fall prey to that same trap once again? Or will they be able to close it out a little bit more convincingly? You can see they're actually on the Baron side of the map right now with Dragon secured. No reason to be shoving on the bottom side. But again, they're looking for picks. If they find it, then that's Baron. TNT getting some good damage. And speaking of picks, TNT goes low. They turn it on to Love CD. Fate's Call pulls him out. And he's going to live.
TNT almost able to turn that one completely around. The Wild Growth is still available from Doinby, so Xiaogu, I mean, we said that their shining light is really in this Tristana performance, and TNT, I mean, he showed up in that. That looked like it could have been disaster.
Yeah, that was really cutting it close, but excellent communication from Xiaogu, knowing that that Wild Growth was still available. He didn't burn Flash, he didn't burn Heal, and he's still alive for the time being. So, Xiaogu, know that this Baron is very important for Masters 3. Know that picks are very important. The vision control has been phenomenal. Phenomenal. No. Swift does not have a Sight Stone. Instead, he decided to go for full AP. Has a Ludens Echo. Oh my gosh.
Hit that
so much
spear. Procs the Ludens Echo.
Traps proc it too.
Giving AoE damage to Nidalee Poke.
Yeah.
Since patch 5.8?
7 was it?
I think it might have been 7.
Not 100% certain. But that's not a lot of vision for Xiaogu overall, because they do have only the Sight Stone on TCT and only 2 sweepers on their side as well. So you can see that's starting to hurt them a little bit as they're relying completely on defensive wards. Oh man, I'm just waiting for that spear to land. And Masters 3 continue to pressure forward. Looks like they might find someone out of position. This time the play goes wide, and they're just going to clear a pink.
Doing a great job, being very patient, setting up their Baron vision, knowing that they can look for a pick here, that they are in the advantageous driver's seat, that if a fight breaks out, that they will win. They just need to force Xiaogu to do it.
Here comes the knockup. Kandi finds Swift. A huge onslaught of shadows. Gets onto TNT. He goes low. Looks like Looper tries to chase him away. A great buster shot knocks him on the backside. SMLZ separated from everyone else. Takes some damage from Doinby, but Dade and Kandi are going to chase him down, punish him for attacking their AD carry. In fact, he's still running away so fast on that Lulu, and remarkably, nobody dies.
He's going, gone. They advance successfully in the opposite direction, but Masters 3 will go ahead and start the Baron. Oops. Swift's in the area.
Yeah, Spear finds Kandi, but it doesn't do anywhere near enough damage. Let's see if he will be able to get the steal.
Oh my god.
TNT gets deleted by Dade. The rest of Xiaogu are waiting in the wing. Swift looking for the smite, doesn't find the Spear, instead finds Love CD. They try to fight over this. The Baron was secured, but Dade is just mopping up. He got 3 kills there. He now turns on to V. Is it going to be 4? No, it's not. But wow, Masters 3 just slaughtered Xiaogu.
And you saw the zippy on Swift right there. They were planning to get Swift into the pit to try to make the steal, but it's just impossible. You've got not just the double smite coming out of Looper and Kandi, but the Callista passive rendered. With that ace, with that Baron, this will surely be the inhib.
Yeah, they take one tier 2, and yeah, they might back away. Dade is so scary. He's now got the fully stacked Staff of the Seraphim now. Oh my gosh, look at the damage coming across. That BT Runant, so strong.
Falling back towards the Dragon, playing this very safe, very respectful. This is kind of the downfall of Masters 3, I'll say, is they're not as efficient as they could be with their leads. But here we go. There's TNT immediately getting deleted, and like you said, Dade mopping up those team fights. He gets into the back line, and he just starts going through each of Xiaogu's members.
Gets 2 kills right there. Let's see if he does get 3. Oh no, in fact, it was only 2. A double kill over the duration of that, but a great mop-up from Masters 3. They've got that Bear inhibitor in the mid lane, 1 tier 2 on the bottom side. Looks like they are going to be setting up a bit of a split push as you've got Kandi heading down to the bottom, the rest of Masters 3 shoving mid, as they've got their sights set on what appears to be Dragon with the next respawn.
Dragon will be up in 24 seconds. We do see that, like you said, Kandi setting up the wave on the bottom side of the map. Curious that he used his Void Rush there, as opposed to just walking and maybe using some split push pressure, since the teleport would be available from Looper.
Yeah, well, it's just a transition. You know, they're going to take this Dragon next, and what's the next big objective for them? Well, that last tier 2 turret, Looper splitting on the other side of the map, is eventually going to start pulling pressure. He doesn't need to be with his team right now because he's got teleport. There goes Dragon number 3 for Masters 3. I like to call it attack damage buff number 2 for Hecarim.
The movement speed buff.
Yeah.
I got you.
And it looks like Masters 3 want to knock down that mid inhibitor first. You've got Dade shoving the wave, and gosh, he's scary. Level 16 already. And again, it is 31 minutes into the game. The Spear finds Kandi, but he is so tanky with the Locket to the Iron Solari that it doesn't even matter. And Dade dashes forward. Look at that AoE damage alone.
with this mid inhibitor going down, that was the next big priority objective. We'll see where they rotate next. Looks like we're going to commit to the top side tower. That said, a big wave is forming for Xiaogu on the opposite side of the map. So Masters 3 have a window on how far they...
Oh my gosh. TNT has got to be careful there. Oh man, Dade.
He knows his damage. He's so aggressive. He's ready to carry. He jumps forward at Dade.
He did indeed. Baron buff did just fall off there. The hook finds TCT. They pull him forward for a lot of damage. He turns onto Dade, tries to bring him low, but Dade flashes. Look at all those shields. He's going to be doing so much damage in this, and despite TNT shredding through the health of his opponents, he just can't find the carries. With the front line of Xiaogu dead, this inhibitor is going down.
Masters 3, they live and die on the performance of Dade. Getting that triple kill early in the jungle set him on the snowball path. And I mean, effectively, it's been the Dade show. Kandi has performed, SMLZ is doing his job, but Dade is an unstoppable force right now.
Yeah, you can see 17 kills out of 22 for both Kandi and Love CD. These guys have been all over the map together, and Masters 3 have been playing excellent this week.
This is a huge important week. They had 3 games this week. Some of their toughest opponents, Invictus Gaming, Xiaogu, they had the opportunity at 9 points. 2-0ing IG was a complete surprise. They did end up splitting against Vici, but Masters 3 could make a huge change in their standings and playoff run if they decide to 2-0 Xiaogu here. And right now, they put themselves in excellent position to start it.
Yeah, we'll have to see if they will be able to take this 2-0, because right now, Masters 3 are on track to close out this game number 1. 2 inhibitors down, a wave now building on the bottom side. The remaining members of Masters 3 grouping up to take down that last tier 2 and therefore inhibitor turret. They've got complete control over the map. Dade is so strong right now. Holy cow.
Looking for his Zanya's Hourglass as his 5th item. We'd like to talk about how Dade does a very tanky sort of build with a lot of his champions. Kassadin, no different.
The siege now begins. There is no Baron buff. Despite the spears actually hitting Love CD, it's not doing anywhere near enough damage, as the tier now being built by Swift. He's committed to that full damage build, but he's just not finding enough.
Did he build a tier at 20 or 34 minutes?
I like to think that he already had it, but I don't know.
Maybe we'll get a hover over. Check what its stacks are.
Just might be. Hook comes out. It is going to find TCT. Once again, he gets shredded down. Kandi dashes in. Here goes Dade.
Oh!
Destroys Swift. Toynbee is going to be going low as well. Dade now gets onto TNT in the back line, who's trading really effectively, but SMLZ finally going aggressive this game. V is going to fall as well. That's 3 members of Xiaogu dead. They're going to get onto the inhibitor. With 3 inhibitors down, they might just try to end the game.
3 inhibitors down, massive waves pushing in on all sides from Xiaogu. This is certainly going to be game 1 for Masters 3. The question, can they follow up their success and look for a 2-0?
Yeah, we'll have to find out as Masters 3 shred the Nexus turrets in game number 1. They're on the Nexus itself. It's going low. It's going down. It's Masters 3 taking a win.
10-1-6 on Dade's Kassadin performance. I'll say it. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. Get them through the lane phase, and Masters 3 can be a top contender for the LPL teams. Kandi on Rek'Sai is so important. This should be a big priority pick for them looking forward.
Yeah, and this is something you and I actually talked about a little bit before Champion Select, was that Dade doesn't exactly have the strongest laning phase, and he was going to be up against Swift on a very scary jungler sort of carry position, but they dealt with it flawlessly, getting that triple kill on Dade, as you said, consistently shutting down Swift's early game on that hyper carry Nidalee. It was just nothing that Xiaogu could do to get back into the game despite TNT's best efforts.
No, I mean, you're absolutely right. The fact that they had so much deep vision on Swift, making sure that he couldn't get around the map and make those big plays. Shutting down Swift, getting Dade through his lane phase into that triple kill to snowball him ahead, that was pretty much key ingredients for Masters 3 finding success there.
Yeah, well, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break while we get ready for game number 2 between Masters 3 and Xiaogu. Will it be a 2-0 or a 1-1 split? Find out after this. welcome back to the LPL English broadcast. I am Dominic Sater-Romer. This is Ryan Froskier and more, and we're getting into our last game between the two of us. We're getting into Master 3 versus Xiaogu. Those were some of the highlights you saw from game number 1, and man, that was a fun game.
Yeah, and Masters 3 pulling out the victory in game 1 and really on the back of Dade and Condi's success. See if that continues to snowball forward, because normally a word that we don't really associate with Dade is consistent. I mean, back in LCK, then it was known as OGN, he had a nickname as the Spring King because he was just never able to make it connect all year round. But we'll see who gets the MVP. My money's on Dade.
Yeah, I mean, he came up so big. There it is. Bang, bang. Shot you down with that Cassidy. Man, he was all over the place. 10-1-6, a 16.0 KDA.
Ridiculous. And this is really the play that started all the fact that he gets a triple kill here, and just really his positioning and patience around this fight. So he immediately jumps on Swift, and again, he's waiting for TNT to look for the leap, as well as making sure that he's respective of the auto attack distance, waits for the proper CC, then moves in for the kill. And Dade really just around the map picking up so many big kills.
Yeah, that was really the narrative of the game. Dade, can he kill the carries in the back line? Can he shred through TNT, Swift, and Doinby? And every single time it seemed like the answer was yes.
Yeah, but again, Dade played phenomenally, totally deserves that MVP, no problem there. Condi.
Yeah.
Masters 3, they suffer in their lane phase. They need their jungler to pick it up to make sure that they can get through the lane phase into that snowballed mid-game team fight. And Condi finding a ton of early game success on the Rek'Sai, and I feel like Rek'Sai is his #1 champion. Of course, Rek'Sai very powerful in the meta, has great mobility, tankiness, CC, as well as damage. She is the complete package. But if that's taken away, if that's contested...
we'll have to see how they decide to respond to it this time, because, again, this is going to be Xiaogu blue side, and so far, Xiaogu have not lost a single game on the blue side of the Rift. Again, this is Master 3 versus Xiaogu. We're going to run through the Master 3 lineup right now, and you can see them sitting there rather intently focused. They did take game number 1. Will they be able to transition it into game number 2? I'm not 100% certain if they can.
Well, V actually looks very upset.
Yeah.
Obviously, he didn't have the greatest performance on the Maokai, and this is the other question that I had as far as Xiaogu is concerned, and V in particular. You know, you take him off of that Hecarim, does he lose his big game impact? Obviously, had quite a few questionable teleports that last game. Hero on the screen right now, he is going to be the coach of Masters 3, formerly the coach of World Elite.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so we'll definitely see how they decide to swap it up this time, because, I mean, Looper was able to get an advantage over V. SMLZ was up 30 CS over TNT. Dade was up over Doinby, despite all of that early laning harass. It really seemed to have been the Dade show, and just continuing to snowball that advantage. Now, we are in pick and ban phase for game number 2. It's Xiaogu blue side, Masters 3 on the red side.
100% win rate for Xiaogu on the blue side. They have not lost yet when they have priority pick. We'll see what it is. Kalista being banned away, though, from Masters 3 after SMLZ. You know, had a serviceable performance on it.
They don't want to leave that open for TNT, so as you mentioned, they do ban it away. Alistar taken away from Love CD, that high priority, very strong tanky support. Stricken from the map. Echo, once again, being taken away from Dade. He plays that thing like a beast, and V's Rise taken off of the board as well. So, seems like we're getting a pretty similar ban phase. Last thing that Xiaogu would need to do is ban away that Echo, or Victor, and they would have the exact same bans as Master 3 from last time.
I feel like their priority is going to be Hecarim. I feel like that's what Xiaogu are really looking at, is that it's going to be a Hecarim first pick, or possibly a Victor if Victor's left up on the board. That's the other big champion that's been seeing a lot of bans thrown around the LPL due to fantastic performances.
Yeah, interestingly enough, it's Dade's Cassiopeia that they want to pull off. They might be looking to first pick that Victor if it gets through or if it gets through this time, where it was banned last time around. So, oh yeah, there's the Hecarim banned away. Victor's on the board. Will Doinby take it?
Yep.
Yeah. He's thinking about it. Yeah, there he goes.
Yeah, this should be Sivir Rek'Sai.
We'll have to see if that's going to be what it should end up being. Again, those two very strong meta champions. Now Tristana still available. Kalista banned this time away. Caitlyn also an option. That means Gragas and Nautilus currently being hovered. Yeah, there goes the Nautilus, and Gragas picked up right there.
I don't agree with this. We'll see how it makes work. Obviously, Greg is having a huge reset, as well as Nautilus making any 2v2 absurdly powerful just because of his lane control, the damage that he does, how much CC he brings. He also has a fantastic hard engage. I feel like Condi is not the same impactful jungler when he doesn't have Rek'Sai, even though Gragas is very, very strong in the meta. But more importantly, the fact that Swift now gets his hands on Rek'Sai is utterly terrifying.
Yeah, that's going to be a very scary Rek'Sai, and interestingly enough, Hovered It knows that it's not really that much of a high priority pick.
Yeah,
Instead, they're just trying to hide their picks.
No, you're absolutely correct. He doesn't need to pick it right now. I would pick Sivir. There we go. Yeah. I was going to say he needs to pick Sivir right now because the Sivir Maokai rotation would be correct because the 80 carry obviously hasn't been locked in for Masters 3. You see that Gragas jungle, so there's no reason for them to take Rek'Sai, which means there's no reason to pick it up.
Looks like it's Dade's Azir and SMLZ's Caitlyn, a very long-range disengaged team, and Master 3 might be taking a page out of RNG's book if they decide to go for that monolithic turtle-based tank composition once again. Xiaogu looking very strong with that Sivir locked in. Rek'Sai currently being hovered for Swift as Victor was already secured. And TCT going to be taking a look at that Janna. So a very powerful team comp from Xiaogu. And something tells me that they probably want to win this game against Master 3.
Masters 3, they keep building their compositions about SMLZ, and yeah, he's a serviceable ADC. You know, he's able to do his job when things get rolling, but Dade is their true shining gem, and Looper's been far more consistent than the bot lane. But right now, they have a big protect the AD carry zone control composition. Of course, they have nice threats. Dade taking that Azir will have hyperscaling potential, but, you know, I find it curious. I think it was a mistake to not prioritize Sivir higher in their ban. That said, SMLZ, you said it before, and I'll repeat it again. Legacy Caitlyn player, he finds a lot of comfort on this champion. They have already found a win on it, so maybe they can finally make it connect for a 2-0 here.
Yeah, we'll definitely see as the last pick hovered by that Looper is Gnar. I believe he's going to be locking it in right about now. And yeah, it is locked in. Going to swap that over, and these are our team comps. Once again, very high mobility, strong control composition from Xiaogu.
The thing that I will say about Xiaogu's composition, I like it, but really their only big damage threat, because again, Sivir is going to be a relatively low damage ADC, is really Victor. And there's a lot of tools for Masters 3 as well as Reach to get onto that backline. Obviously, Azir is a very oppressive long-range champion. Likewise, Caitlyn and then the Gnar bounce back. So I feel like this is really just about how Doinby is going to position and lay out his AoE damage. But if he gets deleted off the map, there's not a ton of options for Xiaogu to turn to continue with elongated, sustained fights.
We'll have to see if Doinby's able to juggle the fights out quite long enough, as he's going to have Condi coming for him. He's going to be having Looper diving into the back line as well. And interestingly enough, that there it is, Dade on the long-range Azir. We have talked about the fact that the typical go button for Master 3, whenever it's not Condi on Rek'Sai, it is on Dade, going for the offensive engages and really breaking the team out for, breaking the fight out for his team. So we'll see if Masters 3 can pull that off this time as we load onto the Rift for game number 2. But like we said before, Xiaogu undefeated on the blue side. They definitely have the home field advantage going into this one. And while they might have been the heavy-handed favorites getting into the overall series for this one just by their positioning on the bracket and their earlier play the split, Master 3 really took it to them last game.
Well, now the question is they're undefeated on the blue side because they have priority picked. So they decided to burn the priority on Doinby's Victor. Doinby has shown that he can step up and be the true carry of the team, but can he do it again?
Yeah, we'll definitely find out as we're loading into the Rift for game number 2 between Xiaogu and Masters 3. Okay, we're loading onto the Rift. It is Xiaogu versus Master 3. This is week number 5, day number 3, game number 2 of set number 2 between Xiaogu and Master 3. And Master 3 did take game number 1. Will Xiaogu be able to turn around and take the overwhelming victory?
They played 3 games this weekend, Vici Gaming and Victus Gaming, and now Xiaogu. Masters 3, of course, already 2-0'd IG, split with Vici. If they can find a 2-0 here, if Dade can be consistent and carry his team to victory, they can make some great headway in the standings for LPL.
We'll definitely see if they are going to be able to split this series 1-1. A lot of that pressure is on that Dade. You can see him dancing in the mid lane, as Galactic Azir is wont to do.
The golden chicken.
Yeah. Azir, widely celebrated dancer.
Oh my god, it makes the sounds.
Oh, hey, he's checking out some of the bugs in there.
That's pretty adorable.
That actually is.
Let's talk about the 2v2 that's being set up right now. So SMLZ was hanging around the mid lane. I think they were curious about what type of matchup they're going to get. He's not committed one way or the other. Meanwhile, Looper is set up to take a camp of his own.
Yeah, seems like that is going to be the case. No lane swap, as it is for the first time in 4 games.
A 2v2.
2v2, yeah.
Okay, so let's talk about Caitlyn.
Tell me about
So on 5.11, Caitlyn got some quality of life changes.
quote unquote.
Quote unquote. Now this is a straight buff. I think my buddy Hermit did the math on it. It was 12.5% damage increase, just pretty much across the board for Caitlyn, because obviously now she has penetration on her headshot, which happens every 5 hits. Unless you're in the bush, then you get it faster. So we'll see if SMLZ really makes use of his bush control, which he has done previously in his Caitlyn games in team fights. Now, Caitlyn has always been an oppressive 2v2 laner just because her range is the longest of any of the AD carries without any sort of augmentation from the likes of Kog'Maw, Tristana, or Jinx. That said, there she goes, burning the headshot. That said, mid-game for Caitlyn is not fun. Neither is taking hooks.
Yeah, TCT takes the hook and then shields himself retroactively, so that means that TNT is not going to be able to trade quite so effectively. As you can see, that 650 range coming up huge to poor Siver's 525.
Sivir will likewise have a mid-game power trough as far as itemization is concerned, especially because in the Cinderhulk meta, resistances are getting built up so quickly that it's really about getting your Last Whisper, your Zeal upgrade, and your BF upgrade before the AD carries can really come into true form. Otherwise, they're just there to push down towers, which both Caitlyn and Sivir do very well. The difference is that Sivir can augment her team by pressing R in her mid-game power trough, and Caitlyn cannot. So if SMLZ and Masters 3 can get Caitlyn over that mid-game hump where she has her 3-item core, obviously she's going to be devastating and out-damage TNT as well as out-range him, have great siege. But if Xiaogu can make the most of their Sivir during that mid-game using that press R, go fast murder train, that's the difference. Shutting down that Caitlyn then.
We'll definitely see if Xiaogu are able to snowball some of those mid-game power spikes. You can see they're getting some free harass down on the Love CD. Tornado goes wide. TCT trades some of the harass right on back. There's the headshot onto TNT. And I actually do want to talk about this a little bit, because obviously you've got the go button on Sivir. You've got all this great zone control on Doinby for that control-based mage, and a little bit of an debate going on to steal that blue buff. Don't know if they're going to be successful. Kandi waiting in the wings. How are the team fights going to work out for Xiaogu? Because you did mention they do have that the Sivir ultimate with significantly more effectiveness than the Caitlyn ultimate.
Yeah, and it's really just the murder train composition. Press R to go fast, getting Maokai back there onto the backline with his Twisted Advance. You also have the bonus addition of movement speed with Janna's passive in the Tailwind. So it's a very, very quick team, but really their damage output is all about Doinby, making sure that the AP, the AoE control that Azir is going to present, as well as his poke potential, is really the carrying factor for Xiaogu. But Sivir is going to give them the pieces to not only keep that Victor safe because he is a mid-range mage, but to allow Maokai and Rek'Sai to find the backline. Although there's a lot of good resets on the side of Masters 3 as well. Yeah. We saw the power of Xiaogu's reset on his Azir when he was able to keep Flandre's Fizz out of the backline. So see if Dade can do the same.
TNT spell shields the snare, continuing to trade back and forth with SMLZ. Ooh, the boomerang actually goes wide as they continue to try dishing out the auto attacks, and it is a very intense bottom lane between these two. You can already see the 650 range coming up big for SMLZ as he's a full creep wave ahead. Kandi might be looking for a gank on the V right here.
Oh, he's got him.
Ooh, good flash from V. Wait, did he know that Kandi was coming? No, he didn't.
He might have suspected something because Looper decided to go so aggro on him.
Yeah. Really solid stuff coming out of him right now. Seems like Doinby is having the time of his life in the mid lane, however. Almost 20, well, that's 15 CS above Dade. Gets level 6 well before Dade.
Victor's wave clear is just absurd. We talk about the cost efficiency of the Hex Core and how much power you get from it initially. So at some point, Doinby's just going to be able to free laser the back creep line and kill it instantly. So it's very easy for a Victor to be pushed in. But meanwhile...
Yeah, looks like a gank. He's going to find SMLZ. TCT goes low. LoveCD's going to try chasing him down. There's the knockup. LoveCD might be overextending. He flashes to try finding TCT. The snare is not enough. Without that flash, he's going to have to be careful. TNT now turns onto SMLZ, but they're forced to back off. As soon as Condi shows himself, he's got his flash, but backs away.
Everyone's staying alive right there. Very favorite gank path Swift using from Rek'Sai, coming over the wall, using the tunnel from behind, but good patience from LoveCD and SMLZ to not panic.
Looks like Swift, he's going to find Condi on his way out of the jungle. Just managing to land that Prey Seeker for just a bit of damage while Dade clears out this mid wave. Doinby is going to catch all of this CS. Minor rotation from Dade. Looks to find Swift right there. Just steal away the Raptor camp, but they might find a kill. Nope, he gets out, and they don't even manage to steal the Raptors. Doinby collapses from the side. There goes the smite, and they let him get out.
And they're able to invade like that, knowing that Dade had just pushed in the wave, and so Doinby was preoccupied underneath his own tower to make sure he collected that CS. So it doesn't amount to much, but the fact that they're playing with their pressure right now and kind of looking for avenues and windows where they can make invades and try to keep Swift down.
Yeah, they're certainly trying to do that, and as we can see, V did come back to the top lane with a double Doran's ring. Really not doing that great a job against Looper's Naras. Looper really having a solid time that top wave. Though V has been keeping up in CS. And all in all, this game has been rather calm and quiet once again. It seems like a lot of the explosive laning phases really have kind of died out by the left.
Well, it speaks to the fact that Masters 3 have done a great job in making sure that they can slow down the pace of games. Now, we've seen kind of teams like Vici Gaming, like OMG, like EDG really speed up the course of games because of how quickly they take towers and utilize a lane swap. But even in lane swaps that Masters 3 initiate, which of course this game it was just a 2v2, again, we talk about SMLZ, very calm, very herbivore-esque about just maintaining his CS and finding a lead, which again, he finds one this game, 75 to 60 now. So he's a full kill's worth of gold ahead of TNT because that's about 12 to 13 minions.
Definitely is, and with the wave pushing, you can see TNT is hungering for those minions, but he's just not able to find it with LoveCD zoning him away as best he can. And LoveCD going for the Moby Boots first. The Spell Shield was blown early, but TNT gets a good dodge.
Not quite the best angle for LoveCD to look for the dredge line right there. He wanted to be a little bit more parallel with the wall, so even if he had missed TNT, he could have connected with the wall and looked for a quick E-trade.
Not quite able to find it. There goes Diazir, dashing his way back down the mid lane. He's got the Fiendish Codex and Forbidden Idol. TNT once again does throw on the hunt down just to try to get some more aggression across. I'd be remarkably surprised if he tried diving. Ace in the hole is an option, but TCT dodges it.
Using the classic trick to press the stop key and just let your support line up there as opposed to two people moving around. Take note, solo queue. Press stop. Stop moving.
Yeah, let somebody else block it for you. It would have been hilarious if they both flashed in opposite directions.
That happens way too often for Comfort.
Oh, yeah. It's always a satisfying feeling, though, when you're a tank and you're able to block it for your carry, and it does, like, 20 damage to you.
Hold on, though. Speaking of satisfying feelings, this gank path again. Swift coming in.
Comes over the wall, looks for SMLZ. He's got his heal, doesn't have
Oh,
flash.
teleport.
There's teleport. Looper's got Meganar. Here comes a follow-up teleport from V, but QG's bottom lane is so low. Swift is being CC locked down here, tries to flash forward, goes down to the brick house from Looper. And the boomerang, oh, manages to pick up LoveCD on the backside. V, he's like,
where you going, buddy?
What?
Okay, really delayed teleport. Not the best. Oh, hold on.
Dade finds Doinby. A huge Emperor's Divide knocks him over the wall. He's taking the full Chaos Storm, flashes to dodge the boomerang, but Doinby is deep in enemy territory. Gets a good laser onto Looper, but he's almost certainly going to go down here. Let's see if he's going to land the boomerang. Dodge it, Doinby. Dodge it, Doinby. You can do it. Oh.
Yeah, he didn't do it. Great job from Dade to follow Doinby, however, and a great, I mean, for Doinby, he did end up going down right there, but he used his choke points excellently with the gravitational field, making Dade eat the full duration of the Chaos Storm. Fortunately, I guess I should say unfortunately for Doinby, Looper was there for the cleanup kill, so his teleport was not in vain.
Condi looking for a dive. Flashes, knocks TNT out of it. Heal goes down. SMLZ lands the Pacemaker. Here comes Swift looking to get revenge. There's a heal, and unfortunately Swift does get the kill there. 1-for-1 trade on those AD carries as Swift continues to chase forward. Barrel comes across. Here's V.
The flank.
Still hasn't headed up from that top lane gank. The teleport coming up big, and Love CD goes down.
There we go. That's what V came there for. Had a delayed teleport the first time around, but second time's the charm. Picks up the kill for himself, so he's right in a nice, comfortable zone to face off against Looper. That said, with 2 kills to Looper's name, as I say, that Condi's getting dope.
Xiaogu going super aggressive here. They just murder Condi.
There's the 2 kills that V needed to even it up with Looper in the top lane. I was going to say, Looper had completed his Hex Drinker, so obviously securing his safety in lane against the AP damage of Maokai. But with 2 kills to his own, he is in a very healthy spot to look at draft.
Xiaogu are going to take this first Dragon completely uncontested with Condi dead and Love CD running his way back. There's no chance. Dragon is secured. And interestingly enough, Xiaogu initiate a lane swap now, sending TNT to that top side of the map as he is building raw damage for now, while SNLZ is going to stay on the bottom. Xiaogu's V gets a recall. You can see he's got a catalyst. Now he's going to finish that off into a Righteous Glory. Nice and selfless build out of V as he heads back down. And once again, things return to the standard laning phase.
Kind of curious that they're initiating a lane swap right now. Obviously, with the Dragon down, there's no reason to have 2 members on that side of the map. It could just be that TNT ran up there to collect the wave while V was busy helping his team do the lane swap, and this is just happen of circumstance. Or that TNT is like, get me out of that Caitlyn lane.
It's definitely possible. I mean, you can see he's down about 10 CS right now, and that's with full free farm on the top side. SMLZ doing so much, even picking up an Avarice Blade here. There goes On the Hunt as they look to dive Looper. He's so close to Meganar. Is he going to be able to get it in time? He turns on to Swift. He does get Meganar, only finds TCT. The aggro juggling is great, but Swift looking for another knockup. He's taking the turret now. Oh, no, a little bit of misjuggle. Trades it 1-for-1.
Best case scenario right there that a top lane could ever want. Trading 1-for-1. I was trying to figure out if someone knew it down there, but no, V's not on the tower anymore, although he's about to be dove as Gragas is pinching behind him.
Yeah, he smells it coming, though, and he's going to dash forward. He does take a bit more damage here and seems to be just a little bit bugged out. There he goes. Flash gets him under his tier 2.
That was some sick moonwalking.
I know. An homage to Michael Jackson.
I was thinking about the chickens in CSGO. That moonwalk? No? Okay.
What?
You didn't see that map?
What?
That's fine.
All of my what?
It's okay.
Yeah, it looks like red buff is being contested by Master 3. However, they do not want to fully commit to it. Here comes Dade as he did just clear it out in the mid. Doinby's there as well, so he's going to get a ward and see Dade coming. And Swift will secure the red buff. There he goes.
Should be noted that it's important that, yes, Looper did manage to trade 1-for-1. That's the best case scenario top laner can find there because he did have that Meganar that came up. But the top tier tower did fall down in response to the bottom tier tower going down. So Xiaogu are perfectly fine. In fact, pretty much exactly even on gold. They have a, what, 400
like
gold lead?
300.
300.
Yeah. 350.
375.
372.189.
There's only so far that you can throw it, and you threw it too far.
What's that cannon minion doing?
I don't know.
What?
I don't think it actually exists.
Wow.
Because
that thing is tenacious.
The ricochet is not bouncing on it.
Oh my gosh. He's standing on the corpse of his fallen brother too, like, I will avenge you. Doesn't quite find it. There is a swing down to the bottom from Xiaogu.
Here comes
Dade.
Damage.
Yeah, Dade coming in from the roam as well. The hook lands onto Swift. TNT tries to get it across. On the Hunt is now used. A great knockback. Finds Swift, but he gets around. Actually turns onto SMLZ. There's a teleport. TNT trading with Dade, but Dade suddenly caught out of position. There's the Righteous Glory. He flashes, but they turn now onto Love CD. V's got no backup as Looper teleported in and killed TNT. Dade being so mobile on this Azir. Swift is going to go down.
Oh!
No, the Monsoon keeps him alive, but he finally drops. Doinby has now joined the fight as it's complete chaos in the bottom lane. Looper turns on to V. He's trying to catch him, but he can't outmake it. Gragas run, but he can't. And he belly slams away.
Wow, what an elongated fight.
Yeah.
SMLZ, I think he was looking at the top side or something. There was some questionable pathing right there. He got bumped into the Swift knockup. In the end, Xiaogu do take the advantage because they're able to translate it into a tower, so good job on the roam of Doinby. I was actually just about to point out, you know who hasn't been following Swift at all this game? Doinby,
Hey.
but you know, it took him 45 seconds to run down to the bottom side.
Finally gets it. Swift getting a bit aggressive in this 1v2 here. Knows that Looper doesn't have the Gnar slam, but there's so much burst. Swift, what are you doing? Oh my gosh, he's so low. Is he going to live here? Oh, he finally goes down to the red buff from Condi, but V looks to trade it a 1-for-2. Looper hops the wall.
Oh!
The flash from TNT. He gets the kill. This is such a crazy fight. Dade trades revenge for it, and what just happened?
They've been fighting for the last 2 minutes straight.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, so Xiaogu had the advantage in taking that bottom tier tower. Technically, they still have the game lead, as poor little SMLZ trying to get in position to siege something after that victory that M3 got there in the mid lane.
Oh my goodness. Complete chaos. Dragon's up in a minute, and you're exactly right. Xiaogu do have a minor advantage right now. It was 372.189 gold. Now it's up to about a 2,000 gold lead.
Well, the big difference is the fact that off of the...
Oh, Dade taking some big damage. The
God.
Chaos Storm is chasing him down. Dade dies, and Doinby now turns on the Love CD. Where is this damage coming from? He finishes Morellonomicon along with the Hex Core upgrade.
Namicon.
Nomnomicon.
Nomicon. He just ate Dade.
Manomnomnoc.
Nomicon.
Do to Dade.
Ring, ring, ring.
Yeah, Swift dives into the back line as he looks to get even more damage down. The mid-tier 1 is going to drop, and Xiaogu looks like they might be trying to force that 100% win rate.
And this is the difference in gold between these two teams. When Xiaogu, because obviously now they found more advantage fights, but it was kind of back and forth for a big 3-minute window there. But off of their fights, they take things. They take towers. They take dragons. They're not going to get that one because it was a nice cast by Condi, but they wanted it.
They did. And they actually brought it down to about 200 health, so next time they siege it, it's going to fall so very quickly. Dragon has respawned. This is number 2 for Xiaogu and will help them take turrets, and possibly could have helped them take that previous turret, but they weren't able to find it in time. And they were looking for a bit of a pick there, but now they're going to turn onto the Dragon.
And of course, Xiaogu get there first, so it's very scary for Masters 3 to face check into this area. They are certainly going to have to give it away.
Is there a second?
No, I said they got there first.
Oh, they got there first.
Yeah.
I thought you said it was there first.
No, it's their second. You are correct there.
Well, yeah.
It's important that they got to the pit first, because if Rek'Sai is there, she's got a little Tremor Sense, can set up a pick. It's really important
which was what he did.
Yeah, Masters 3 didn't get there first.
Doinby. Poor SMLZ's like, I just want minions, man.
SMLZ is not having a good game right now. He's not having fun. He's like, can we go back to that lane phase when I was just free hitting people?
Yeah, very solid play out of Doinby right now. You can see he's 4-1-0, and in fact, V has been doing an excellent job on Maokai. He's 4-0-3. Dade finds TNT. Spell Shield's not going to save you this time. In fact, Heal will, and TCT gets super aggressive as well. Dade, where is this damage coming from?
He's hulking out right now.
I know. Don't make him angry. You wouldn't like him when he's angry, because then he turns blue and fires lasers and summons minions. It's crazy.
No. Okay. There was a sad moment of silence for that.
I was trying to think where I could go next.
There's just been so much chaos all over the board. You can't even take a breath as Looper is now getting chased down.
Yeah, I know.
There's no
He's
reason for him to be there.
so much damage right now. V is doing some serious damage to him along with Swift and Looper. I feel like he's more of the Hulk in this scenario.
There was no way. Like, this is what I don't understand.
He's
Zero
green.
reason to be there.
Looper's green, too. Like, he is the Hulk.
I know you're sold on this analogy. He doesn't have a tower. He was overextended.
Oh, my gosh. And Caitlyn is like Black Widow? I'm committed to this.
How far can it go?
Oh, don't ask that question when you don't want to know the answer.
Can Gragas be Captain America?
Yes! Oh, he's red, blue, and white, too.
Well, I was more of just going like complete opposite because Captain America is very trim and
Does he have a
attractive.
star on his chest?
No, I don't think so.
That would be super cool. He's got a shield. Well, a barrel, but it's close enough to a shield.
Masters 3, they're bleeding profusely all over this map. They've been caught out. Xiaogu in just a burst of aggression in the last 5 minutes have taken so many objectives and gotten a massive gold lead. But here we go. This could be a big 5v5. Looper doesn't have Meganar available.
Yeah, they're diving it down. Kandi throws that barrel and gets a huge cast. The turret's still alive. Dade on the back side locks Xiaogu in, but I'm not so sure that was such a great idea as Doinby turns now onto Dade. TNT ends up going down. A huge slam comes in from Looper on the back of it, and that's TCT dying from the overall burn from it. B with a huge dash in. He's 1v4 right now. He's trying to wait for Kandi to get, or Doinby to get in there, who's doing so much. Great gravity field. Is going to stagger it. Laser finds not one, but two. He's got a triple kill. Is he going to go for the quadra? No, Looper bounces away, but Dr. Doom comes up big.
It almost looked so good for Masters 3. The thing that I was going to point out if Xiaogu lost that fight is Xiaogu committed so hard to chasing Dade. He was not in position where his team needed him. We said it before in Champion Select. Xiaogu's primary damage is this Victor. If he's not in the team fights, if he's chasing Azir, he's not laying down the damage. Unfortunately for Masters 3, they were like, hey, we're actually winning the fight. Oh god, Victor's here.
Who let this Victor get 8-1-0 right now? I just want to see what he's going to buy on this recall because he had a triple kill and so much gold, but here's the breakdown.
Watch this. This is my favorite part. So Dade comes in from behind looking for some sick moves, and it's just like Squirrel, ADHD. Doinby locks in on him, flashes after him, and while the rest of his team is fighting, the Chaos Storm kind of eating a little bit of Masters 3, they don't have the big Victor damage, which is why Masters 3 really start to turn this. And it's only until Doinby finally catches back up with the fight that he's so strong and just runs in 1v4.
Yeah, that laser, boom, 1, 2, 3 kills, and Looper suddenly realizes, wait, this is not a good place to be. On the recall, he goes for a Rabadon's Death Cap.
Squirrel. That's all. He locked so hard on Dade.
I think it was more of a bird.
Pigeon.
Space Galactic Pigeon.
No.
And he chased it down.
That was the line.
So, if Masters 3 are the Avengers, they need to come together for this.
Well, if Dr. Doom's here, then technically it would be Dr. Doom and the Fantastic Four. So you have the Invisible Woman, but she's very, very quick.
Yep. Yeah.
Hold on, teleport. V teleported straight onto a Caitlyn trap.
Yeah, he's
Swift to the back line.
Yes, he is. Dade dashes over the wall. Kandi looks like he's going to be the one who's caught. Dr. Doom assists with another kill.
And again, with that pickup, it will be a free tower. Dragon will be spawning in 1 minute. We'll see if they can continue with this push. Would be a little bit questionable because Looper does have his Meganar coming up, but this Victor is just massive.
Yeah, he's going to have to try finding Doinby in the back. He eats some poke from Dade, who takes the stun.
They're looking at Baron.
They certainly might be. It's 5 versus 4 right now. Kandi, the smite is dead.
They're
Are they going to rush over the wall? What are they doing?
They should just sit in a bush and use Tremor Sense. There they go.
We're going to need a bigger boat, and Masters 3 running for their lives right now. The laser does so much. Swift gets in. Dade's like, wait, I thought we were fighting. And he's going to die. Doinby gets another kill onto the backside. Now they find SMLZ and Xiaogu look to maintain that 100% win rate on blue side because these guys are blowing this game to pieces, and Master 3 just cannot keep up.
Beautiful use of the Tremor Sense right there, and again, just the speed and aggression of the On the Hut and Janna's passive tail when getting everyone out of position, just running through Masters 3, and there's nothing they can do to stop this bleeding. This should be a textbook clean out by Xiaogu as they've now amassed over a 10k gold lead and broken the inhibitor line. This is a free Baron.
Yeah, they're looking at it right now. They're going to stop for a little bit of sightseeing on the way. Clear out that Raptor camp. Unfortunately, you don't have any Raptor Wranglers.
I appreciated the Jaws quote. I didn't get to tell you during the team fight, but I appreciated it.
Yes, well, with that, it's going to be Baron secured now for Xiaogu. Kandi does get a ward over the wall. The knockup blinds him. They're going to chase it now. Doinby finds
my god.
What is that damage? 9, 1, and 4.
The question was, can Dade be the consistent backbone to Masters 3?
And the answer is yes. Look at that.
Well, the answer is Sadly, no, because Dade is about to lose.
Oh, Dade. I thought you were saying Doinby.
No, Doinby is being consistent, yes.
Yeah.
But the big thing is Condi not on Rek'Sai. Rek'Sai, 100% win rate for the series. I'm not, just throwing out stats, just dropping knowledge.
Just dropping knowledge. Drop that knowledge bomb like this inhibitor being dropped right now. And like Doinby's going to drop the mic after he gets MVP for this game because he's coming up so big.
Pentakill Victor would be so good. With the microphone.
Oh my gosh, you're right. What would he be, a backup singer? Whoa, Doinby almost gets caught out there. Flashes the cast. Great
Flashes it
reflexes
to push
there.
him away.
Yeah, and he's going to end up using Ghost, but Looper teleporting onto the backside. They're desperate for the shutdown gold. They're going to have to commit themselves to Swift. Oh, he styles on them over the wall.
Peace.
And they get out.
See ya, nerds. If there was ever a time to say that.
That was it.
Masters 3 were thirsty right there.
Yeah, they were so hungry for a kill. They've got one inhibitor left standing. They did manage to sneak that dragon on the other side of the map. Good play from SMLZ, but they are just hemorrhaging this game.
His base is destroying, but SMLZ is like, it's fine. I've got the dragon, guys. This is a minion, right?
I'm farming. Trust me. I do damage in the late game. Just let me. Oh, Victor's here.
Well, unfortunately for this poor little Caitlyn, she's in her mid-game power trough at 27 minutes in, and Xiaogu just have so much global gold that they're well past their mid-game itemization power spikes. As soon as Caitlyn can get her upgraded Shiv as well as that last Whisper, she'll be in a very healthy place, but I don't think Masters 3 can last long enough for that.
Yeah, Xiaogu shoving with the Baron buff. They're going to take this last tier 2 turret. They are now getting some pressure onto the last remaining inhibitor turret. The only thing that's going their way right now is that free undead cannon minion in bottom lane. That's like a free ward for them. They can see the rotation, but they just can't do anything.
Is he still there?
It looks like he's on the minimap right now. Oh, Xiaogu continuing to set up the siege.
We should have named him. Oh, Swift and backline.
Yeah, the dive breaks out. A huge denial play from TCT. Doinby doing some serious damage. They're blowing everything they can to try shredding him, but TNT's fed too. He's doing some damage as well. Doinby gets in. Is he going to get the kills now? Will he be able to secure it? Condi goes down. It's a triple kill for Swift. Could it be a quadra kill as he turns it around? No, Doinby steals it away. And with that SMLZ under the turret, he takes a crit to the face. It's a double kill now for Doinby. And this is Xiaogu maintaining that 100% win rate on blue side.
They know exactly who their carries are and where their priority picks are. Swift on Rek'Sai, Doinby on Victor, and they steamroll Masters 3.
Oh yeah, that was a very convincing win. You can see Xiaogu, he can't even stand after that.
Oh,
He
my
was
life.
Like, oh,
My
that
back
was good.
hurts.
That was incredible. Great play. Masters 3 not looking that happy. I mean, they had a great game number 1, but Xiaogu, they just turned it up to 11 in game 2.
I'm confident for Masters 3. Dade is starting to perform again like a rough lane phase. Their hinge for success is Condi's performance early in the jungle to supplement their weak laning phase, and he only seems to be able to perform or to find impact on that Rek'Sai. Rek'Sai has to be a big priority pick, or he needs to find other junglers where he can impact to the same degree, because if they can't get going, if they can't find some sort of supplement, they just don't know how to survive.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Condi trying as best he can, but he just wasn't quite able to find that. And all in all, that's going to put the series at 1-1. An excellent performance from Master 3 over the weekend, going 2-0, 1-1, and 1-1. That's netting them a whopping 5 points against IG.
That was
Vici
a great
Gaming.
weekend
Yeah,
for them.
Even Xiaogu, so very well done. But I mean, Xiaogu, that game at the end, they just... Where are they keeping these cards? Why do they sit on these cards?
I don't know. It was a great performance from Xiaogu. That's what we really expected for them to take complete control over that series. But in the end, it was a draw, 1-1, so 1 point to either team.
Yeah, and with that, that's going to wrap it up for us. I have been Seda, this has been FLICKR, and we're going to go ahead and get some fresh faces and voices in for the next set. But thanks for watching, and don't go anywhere for the next few games.
As a child, you would wait and watch from far away, but you always knew that you'd be the one to work while they all play. Here we are, open away now.
Hello and welcome everyone to the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. My name is Julian Pastry Time Card. Joining with me is Jake Spawn Tiberi. I'm going to bring you the last two matches of the evening, kicking things off with quite a matchup here. EDG taking on LMG.
Yeah, and if any match was really a, I guess, barometer on how this season is going to go, I think this might be it, because OMG, we keep talking about the potential of the lineup, the swaps they went through. Are they going to swap more players out? We don't know. They keep doing it. And they look like they look like a great roster on paper. They're just not being able to pull it together, and they're so inconsistent. EDG, don't normally say that against them, but then they dropped the set against WE, look completely all over the shop. Even when they were playing with Pawn against UP, they looked like they were starting to falter a little bit. So maybe it's not getting enough practice with their whole roster in the scrims, but they seem to have something wrong.
Yeah, I mean, EDG, certainly recent form at least, even just this weekend, it's been really poor for such a world-class team. I mean, yeah, they've been mixing it up a bit, but you don't think that would affect players of the likes of Clearlove and Deft, and apparently there's just not enough carry potential hanging out. I don't know, they're trying something. I don't know if it's a metagame or a roster thing or just kind of recently everyone not playing so well, but both these teams, to be perfectly honest, have been playing not so good recently, and that's not normally what we say about two amazing orgs, but our last game, of course, QG, they have a habit of doing this, don't they? They fired back in game 2.
Yeah, they certainly did. It looked like Swift and Doinby had just had enough of it. V went absolutely massive, but can't go past Doinby. Just turning team fight after team fight. The one in the top lane really cemented it for me. He was able to go in 1 versus 4, pick up a triple kill off the back of it. Just, casual Doinby things.
Yeah, I mean, Doinby, another player that feels somewhat inconsistent, maybe not in his plays. I think he's actually just generally quite solid, but he's either just hanging out, farming creeps, or absolutely destroying people, and this was the latter.
Yeah, it certainly was. He was able to use Victor's kit in a very good way. The consistency of the damage, the speed ups, you'll be able to see it. He just uses rotation after rotation. This is the team fight I was talking about, by the way. You see V, he has to back away, but then Doinby just goes in and completely takes over the rest of the fight. Able to use spell rotation, pick everyone up with a nice laser, and he was just, honestly, when you are able to do things like solo go into 4 people and just show the, I guess, raw strength of Victor's kit and the talent mechanically of Doinby, it's just very fun to watch.
Yeah, he's a great player, and he's certainly been getting better, but again, not something we can say of at least the next 2 teams are going to be looking at there. Recent form especially, EDG have had 2 sort of awful weeks in a row. Had some moments. Certainly when they've won, they've looked like the same old EDG. But OMG kind of were winning in the first few weeks, and just, again, wheels are falling off wagons left, right, and center, Spawn.
I don't know what the heck OMG is doing, to be honest. It looks like, is Ji Young a great top laner? Is he, really struggling in a new role trying to get it together? They look like their shot calling had improved, and then that went completely off a cliff, especially over the last weekend. So I think that playing mid-game is something that OMG need to look at. They look a little bit more impressive when they do play mid-game. Cool, to me, is their primary carry now. I think that ship sailed. I think Uzi definitely at his best on Sivir at these facilitator roles. Still pumps out of a heck of a lot of damage. Don't get me wrong. He is a very good AD carry still, but it just seems that they play better when a lot of the carry potential is put onto Cool in the mid lane.
I agree. We've certainly seen that from Cool recently. He's been great. I'd like to say the same thing about EDG's mid laners, but they've been playing Bamey a lot recently. And Bamey's fine. He's a perfectly good player, very strong, but it's just not Pawn.
Well, the thing about Bamey is that he doesn't put the pressure in lane that Pawn doesn't. That just closes down Clearlove's options. He's not able to counter jungle as effectively. All of a sudden, Koro isn't effective in his game plan. That's why it almost looks better when they play Amazing J right now, because he's the pressure creator on the map. All of a sudden, they flip it to the top side. And, as long as you don't really have to worry about the mid lane. And with Bamey, as you said, very solid, very consistent, but you don't have to worry about him as a threat a lot of the time. They just concentrate other areas of the map and start shutting EDG G down.
And look, as a result, EDG's recent run of bad form might just be an adjustment in styles. They're playing new players. Both Bamey and Amazing J are almost the opposite of their counterparts on the starting roster in their team. So they're still working things out. Again, when they win, they look amazing. But it feels like EDG sort of do the same thing every game now. Whereas in spring, they were the really diverse team that could play just about anything. So I feel like with the patch changing, with Echo and Rise sort of floating around, with just a lot of stuff changing for the team, I think there's just stuff they're working out together.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think this is a transition. They got off to an absolute perler of a start once again, and they're not under that much stress. You know, no chance that they're falling out of playoffs at this stage, so they can fiddle with some things. And you see, they have a very big roster in their own regard, so they're just trying to get it right.
They do. Everyone's sort of playing their subs recently, but Cora will be starting for game number 1 today. He's still been fine, I think, but you're right. Just not quite there with that triple threat of Pawn, Clearlove, and Cora recently.
Yeah, exactly right. And Cora's at his best when he's playing with other high-pressure players. And Clearlove, once again, he's been fine. It's not like he's really fallen away. Clearlove definitely still arguably one of the better junglers, especially the best Chinese jungler at the moment, and able to get around the wrist, but they are playing Bamey again.
You can see there he is. Lots of Orianna, lots of Azir. Nice and safe. The Rise game was quite impressive there as well. Again, a very solid player. Likes to farm, likes to be safe and deft. He's actually had some weaker games, which is very rare.
Yeah, it certainly is. And Def was on an absolute tear for the whole year to date. Finally dropped a Jinx game. They're moving away for it onto other carries, and we'll have to see whether he can pick it back up. This is one man that I don't think has gotten worse. Mako is unbelievable.
I agree. He's only gotten better. You can just sort of see in his play. He's trying really hard to pick the team up when they're losing, but Clearlove and Mako just not quite enough star power, integrating some of the newer elements of their team as well. Again, I doubt the slump, in air quotes, will last very long for EDG, but the fact that they've lost 2 different series, 2-0 to arguably weaker teams in as many weeks, is an interesting sign for the dominant team.
Yeah, it certainly is. And, you know, so far they dropped the 0-2. They went 1-1 with QG. The danger is if they split this, or worse yet, go 0-2 against OMG, they have a chance to go 1-5 this weekend, which is just not where they want to end up.
No, definitely a long weekend for them as far as schedule goes. Had a lot of games to play, as that is an amazing photo of EDG held out there in the crowd. You can see both teams have lots of fans. We saw the OMG fan club earlier. A team definitely that's very popular, but we'll see what their big Korean boy band roster wants to be playing today. Again, we expect change from OMG. They like to move it up in spring, but they're going to start Xiang here for game 1.
Yeah, and Xiang, he's definitely, I guess, started to get a groove in the top lane. The couple of Nautilus picks are strange to me. I don't know about Nautilus top still, even though Luka pulled it off. Yeah, he does.
Well, he knows something we don't, but Loveling actually going to make an appearance back. So Shui, who had certainly had better moments, but maybe wasn't the strongest jungler, Loveling's going to go back, and maybe, you know what, he's just like, all right, kid, you're pretty good. I saw you play. You tried to play like me. Let me play like me now.
Yeah, I like the addition of Loveling into the lineup, especially because it makes the top half of the map just more aggressive. I think that if Loveling can get back to his old form, he will be able to outclass what Shui was bringing. But Cool is still in the mid lane.
Yeah, no need to brush over the man. We'll talk plenty about him when we get into the draft, of course. But Uzi, I like the mid-game picks there as well. His Lucian's still great. Certainly a fantastic server, but I like that he's mixing in with Corki. And it feels like this man, amazing. He knows only one way at this point. It is all engaged all the time. His Nautilus keeps getting banned, which is why there are no picks there in the last 5. But he's starting to get that synergy together with Uzi as well.
Yeah, he certainly is. You know, that is something that they have to give time, because Uzi plays AD, especially in a 2v2 lane, unlike anyone else, I feel. He's very much a pressure deny AD carry, where a lot of teams rely on their support doing that, and then the AD follows up. Uzi definitely leads the lane, so we'll have to see whether that is something that Amazing can get used to. But going back to Uzi's mid-games picks, the Lucian, it looks okay. The Sivir and the Corki are really where it's at for me. If they can get a couple more Sivir and Corki games, then I think OMG will start definitely turning around their record.
Yeah, and OMG, they've had really strong moments. We keep, again, using the word potential. They seem like the potential team for this particular split of the LPL. Big roster, lots of changes. Certainly the start of summer was surprising, just seeing Loveling and going leave the roster. Loveling's going to be back now, but he did not have a good end to his spring. So if he can make me a believer again here in this game, I'm going to start thinking a lot harder about this team, because OMG, again, they're always the team when it comes towards Worlds especially, that deliver.
Yeah, certainly. And, you know, I think the fact that Amazing and Shui were so different, support jungler definitely needs to be on the same wavelength. And Shui didn't like to dive in to the extent that Amazing did. If Loveling can recapture, not last spring, but like any of his previous year's form, definitely will be in a better position to help OMG out.
I'm curious to see what Loveling actually picks today. We've talked a lot about Cinderhawk champions and how there are just certain players that prefer like the high pressure end of the Cinderhawk, or where there's the other end that like it a bit slower, like the Sejuani. Loveling's always been a big Lee Sin Rengar player. He's massive on the aggression and the pressure, but that metagame really doesn't suit him right now. So.
Yeah, no, it certainly doesn't. You know, you're still in a struggling position if you play Warrior. The only real jungler that you get away with right now playing Warrior is Evelynn. And that's because you go pure tank after that. Doesn't really go anything aggressive. But we have seen people be able to adapt the Cinderhawk meta into some form of aggression. Swift is a great example of it. Picks up things like Gragas or Nocturne and plays them to a very aggressive standard. And even his Nocturne, he goes to an aggressive build after the Cinderhawk. So we'll see whether Loveling can adapt one of his junglers and try and do the same thing.
I hope so, because it'd be nice to see Loveling sort of playing like his old stuff. Because again, his 2015 so far has maybe not been that aspiring, but honestly, coming into this is a big ticket match as far as any games go. I'm sure it's still going to be a great series, but both teams come in with recently blemished records, and they're going to try and fix that.
Yeah, they certainly are, and I think that these two of the older clubs in the LPL as well going to be going head-to-head in very impressive fashion, and already you see Cool's Echo being banned away. I don't think that many more people will let the assassin players of the LPL pick up the Echo, because it seems to do brutal things in their hands.
It does. Just get everyone's Echo out of the way, maybe. Fairly strong champion on 5.10, as that will be that ban, like you mentioned. Kalista the ban there for OMG, actually banning it away from Uzi, but of course away from Def there as well. And I like the Maokai ban a lot from EDG.
Yeah, it certainly is Xiang's best champion. Like, hands down, that is where he has made his bread and butter so far. So getting it off the board, especially with someone like Koro who can go aggressive on the Rumble, the likes of that, just gives him a little bit more freedom up there in the top lane.
You can see OMG considering the next ban is Sivir actually away from Deft, so 2 AD carry bans being thrown up for OMG. Might be looking at Deft over there.
Yeah, certainly is the case. And Deft, we mentioned he's been slightly rocky. He definitely still up there as one of the premier AD carries, but just hasn't looked exactly himself, I think is the best way to put it. Hasn't looked bad, just hasn't looked like Deft.
Yeah, I mean, when you lose games on undefeated Jinx, then eyebrows start getting raised, even though you're still an excellent player. As Alistar, the ban there for EDG, a very popular ban here on this particular patch. And OMG, do they want to ban the Rise away from Koro? I'm going to go ahead and say yes, you should probably do that, because we've seen that Bamey plays it as well, but they got 15 seconds to make up their mind.
Yeah, they certainly do, and you know, that puts Annie at a very high priority if they do so, because Amazing loves it. Mako, very good Annie player in his own right. Alistair's been removed from the board, so that's the other real engage-heavy support, unless you go to throwback things like the Nautilus or the Leona, but it is Rise that hits a bench.
Makes sense there, so going to leave a couple of supports open. Lots of junglers open, but EDG, first pick Nautilus.
Yeah, so Nautilus, it's a flex pick on OMG's lineup. Ji-Young plays it up there in the top lane. Amazing plays it a little bit in the bottom lane as well, so makes Annie now a very high priority for OMG, because they want to get some form of engage onto Amazing.
Yeah, they need either the Thresh or the Annie, I agree. And Gragas being open there as well would make sense with Loveling's general champion pool, but I really like this metagame, to be honest with you. There's lots of very powerful picks, maybe some like some of the ones you see in the bans that you do want to take away, but in general, it's very diverse, and OMG going to kind of prove that here. Hecarim, Gragas for their first two.
Yeah, and you saw them going between Fizz and Hecarim. They're kind of the two Cinderhawk junglers that stuck around, just because they do so well with cooldown reduction. Very high damage, even with full tank builds. We've seen people not even go Trinity Force on Hecarim lately and just go into that 6 defensive item build and become an unkillable Dread Pony or whatever the heck Hecarim is. And
it's a Dread Pony.
Yeah, it certainly is. So we'll see, yeah, whether that's something Ji-Young wants to do or whether he stays aggressive.
Well, Clearlove going to be predictable here. Take Rek'Sai once more, but Deft going back to Corki, denying from Uzi. I like that a lot.
Yeah, I certainly think that is a good pickup, because Deft was at his best when he was playing Corki in the spring split. Very good pressure AD. He turned his laning phase around a lot. It was funny. It was something that we used to criticize him a lot for going into Worlds, but definitely has been able to change that. And we'll see whether he's able to get into the laning phase and really makes Uzi's life miserable.
Ooh, I saw Uzi flash Caitlyn there for a second. Who's been picking up in popularity as well? Uzi's Caitlyn, even when it wasn't, it's been recently buffed, of course, but when it wasn't buffed, it still looked like one of his best champions here. So I'd love for him to go back to it, but I like the Annie Hover here as well. We talked about Amazing and his champion pool here. OMG, running out of options if this is what they want. Oh, we're blessed. They are going to pick it up here. Annie Caitlyn is their third and fourth.
Yeah, so a lot of kill potential in the lane to deny CS, especially because of the range of both the champions going to be able to significantly outrange the Nautilus as well as the Corki down there. Uzi going to make everyone fight for as much CS as possible. But wow, that's going to be a top Nautilus.
Yes, that was the other thing as well, because they had the flex pick. You said on OMG's side, but it makes sense it'll be a flex pick for EDG here as well. Hey, they recently lost to a Lucas Nautilus. They don't want anything to do with it.
Yeah, they certainly don't. You know, we'll have to see what build they go with it, whether they go for the roll or start stacking up, or if they're just happy to run Koro as a tank. But I really am not a believer in Top Nautilus. I want to be made a believer.
Okay.
I want to. This is a champion that I would love to get on board with. I'm just not sure I am yet.
Well, they've got Azir and Thresh around at their lineup, so Bamey going to take a nice comfort champion. Maker going to do the same. But what it is about Top Nautilus spawn that you're not quite convinced by yet?
I just think that, you know, the change to his E made him a much better laner, actually. The spam ability of that gave him some wave clear and things. I just think that he's still susceptible to being shoved around a little bit if you have any form of wave range. He gets bullied. His shield isn't fantastic. It's still a good tool for a little bit of sustain. I don't know. It seems like there's a gap somewhere in his kit for the laning phase.
Fair enough, yeah. I mean, I think a lot of them current meta means that you do have a lot of weight, quite literally, putting your top laners here. But Victor is going to be the last pick here for Cool. That's going to be the pick into Bamey's Azir. I'm curious to see how Nautilus develops. We've seen it a bit from Maluka. He's the big quintessential tank player. Seen it a bit more around the scene here as well. But you're right. It's maybe not even just a convincing thing yet. It's just, you know what? We haven't seen enough of it.
Yeah, exactly right. And I really do want to see more of it. Maluka played it terrifically if you go back and watch that series. So if other people can replicate the success he's been able to have on the pure tanks, you know, no one else plays Silence still. Nautilus, another big tanky dude up there. So definitely, I think it has a place. I just don't know whether it is in the top lane.
Fair stuff here as we do go through our matchups. It is going to start on the top side. Koro's Nautilus versus Xiang's Hecarim. So some new things here for Koro coming through. But again, EDG, maybe thinking about their recent loss to World Elite.
Yeah, I think that might be a little bit of it. And you see the jungle matchup. It's going to be Rek'Sai versus Gragas. Clearlove got the Rek'Sai a little bit more sustain in the early game. But Loveling, he's going to be able to farm incredibly quickly with that barrel.
It's the best pressure jungler for Loveling in the Cinderhawk meta, so I like to see him pick it up. Bamey back on his ear though. Cool going to take a recent hotness Victor into the mid lane. And this is the exciting stuff. Dev's signature Corki versus Uzi's trademark Caitlyn.
Yeah, exactly right. A lot of pressure now in that bottom lane. Different power spikes and troughs going to come through. You see Mako, he's got his stress. Amazing on Annie. That is probably, if you left everything up, you would nearly expect that bottom lane to come through for both EDG and OMG. So I want to see if they go head-to-head in a 2v2.
I hope so, but that's probably not what Deft wants. Again, we've seen what Uzi's Caitlyn can do to people. So if you can do that to Deft, I'll be very impressed.
Yeah, it certainly would. And, you know, it's something that you definitely have to be aware of. Or do they just wait to the Trinity Force and try and bully it that way?
Well, I guess we're going to find out soon. Let's hop into the riff for game number 1. And welcome back into the riff for game 1 between EDG and OMG. Battle of two of the best clubs here in the LPL. Recent form, like we mentioned in the pregame, maybe not up to scratch, but Loveling's back. People are playing crazy good trademark champions, and Koro's playing Nautilus.
Yeah, exactly right. So a little bit of the same and some weird picks coming through here, but see who it works out for is OMG already 5 strong in that top lane.
So good to see OMG back as a 5-stack at level 1, getting nice and aggressive. Amazing's already ready with the stun. OMG, when they've won recently, they've gotten aggressive early. Koro's going to get the first body slam. And just a couple hits there from Uzi. Nothing else coming just yet.
I actually like that trade of Summoner Spells. Getting Loveling in there early means that he's blown a flash on the top laner that we said didn't really have all the tools to be a top laner, so that means that early ganks are going to be much more successful, especially if they get a lane swap.
And again, OMG's aggression, even when Loveling wasn't playing in this split, it's been their aggression early, coupled with really strong pushes through the mid-game and trademark OMG aggression that have won them games. I said it. It's almost like they went back to their old 2013, 2014 Freight Train style. They've got a Freight Train comp. Let's see if OMG can do it this time with Loveling back in the lineup.
Yeah, exactly right. Champion that they made popular, Hecarim up there in the top lane, being able to run over it. A lane bully on Uzi. They've got Cool on a good counter pick here. This is what a lot of people like to run into the Azir. So agree with you. This is something that OMG should be incredibly comfortable running.
I'm actually curious about the mid lane matchup because we have seen obviously a lot of Azir all year long, but Victor sort of coming up. What do you think? What is it about this matchup that you think players are attracted to?
Yeah, right now it's the laser beam because you just got so much straight line wave clear that means that the soldiers become ineffective because you just shove the wave and they need to move their soldiers around. Azir's actually very mana efficient as well after you get a couple of items into him. Blue buff very good on him, so I just think he trades great with his shield. Victor has a lot of all-around good things in his kit, and then the zone control is not the same, but comparable to Azir.
Yeah, so we'll see how Cool handles it here on the Victor. Again, a very popular pick. Bamey, they're going to hit level 2 first. They get his bully on, but Cool not too fussed in the early levels.
Yeah, power transfer is just a very good tool. Almost like Kassadin's Q, just being able to keep you healthy and trade back, except Victor does it from range, so even better.
Yeah, nice stuff there. As we see in the top side, Amazing is zoning Koro away, who does not have that flash. So Uzi, we didn't note it earlier, but they did get the wards down and get the lane swap in the top side.
Yeah, they certainly did. So OMG going for the lane swap. Deft, he's going to freeze, and they're sending Mako to the top lane. It's just about whether he can get there fast enough, because Loveling is already on the Grom.
This might be a very old school OMG four-man dive as well. You can see Xiang and Loveling teaming up. They might push the third wave in. It's going to be arriving very shortly, but instead they'll back away at Mako. Good response.
Yeah, so Mako's up there, but he's only level 1. This could still be a 4-2 turret dive. We see teams like QG pull these off fairly successfully. So what happens? They get clear lab. They're bringing another one to the top lane. This is going to be a party.
Yeah, they have to make sure that it's all safe and sound as best it can be. Good ward there as well will spot Loveling. So the dive now telegraphed through for OMG with some good vision being placed down. They're going to try it, though, by the looks of things, but Clearlove's already here.
Yeah, it certainly looks to be the case. Clearlove waiting in the wings. Loveling going in. This is dangerous.
That's the bad timing. Teleport coming through. Stun onto Mako. Mako flash play will miss, though. Loveling now going to get aggressed on, but he body slams out. And Amazing, lucky to be out with his life, but they want to read up. Xiang going to walk in, tech tower, gets knocked up. Plays there as well. Hook will land. Clearlove gets first blood. And Uzi wants the kill, but he can't find Koro.
Yeah, he misses the pilt over Peacemaker, and that just leaves Def in the bottom lane for even longer. Xiang used the teleport, and OMG, they went for the aggressive play and just did not pay off.
Great response, though, from EDG. Read that perfectly with Mako coming up with some nice vision. And Clearlove's like, you know what? They might need me as well. And it turns out they absolutely needed him. He got first blood as a result.
Yeah, exactly right. That's just a great read coming through from the whole of the EDG lineup. They knew what was going to happen. They used 2 wards to scout it out. Just had everything prepared. And honestly, the real person that lost there was Xiang, because he's got no experience so far. Level 2, Koro's nearly level 4. Even if that lane swaps back, he's going to be in a lot of trouble trying to farm.
Yeah, he's down the bottom now against Deft, who's a very competent 1v1 laner on the Corki as well. So, experienced leader side, Deft would probably fancy this. With a lead, it's going to be even easier for him.
Yeah, especially with an AD carry like Corki, who does so much mixed damage. You just can't rush to the Ninja Tabby and be okay. It's going to be hard.
Taking the top side, though. Clearlove moving on to Amazing. That'll force the flash, but a reflash there. Hook lands onto Amazing. Uzi trying to do what he can, but Annie got nothing left as Clearlove gets a double kill.
Yeah, so Clearlove able to grab the second kill of the game. He's in a fantastic spot. And we mentioned the fact that Loveling will want to be aggressive. That ship's nearly sailed, because there's no way you can run into a 2-0-0 Rek'Sai at this point in the game and expect to come out ahead.
No, Loveling's actually still on the top side, but thinking about maybe going home, it's 2v2 technically in the top side, although EDG do not know that right now. Uzi, I think, trying to act very delicious in the top lane, but I don't know, given Clearlove's recent jungle pathing, if that's what you want to be doing.
Yeah, exactly right. You know, they're very smart. They back away Koro. He's got a little bit of gold coming through there, be able to grab a second ring, some wards and stuff, and he goes back into the top lane. And right now, because he's a little bit more accelerated than Xiang, he'll have a much better time in that 1v1 lane.
And Koro doesn't have Smite, remember, so Xiang, who would think have a much easier way of nursing himself through the early game in the lane swap, he's just in a really horrible place right now. Doesn't look bad, but it's bad.
Yeah, it certainly is, because he's just being completely zoned away, and now he's getting ganked.
Yeah, Def coming in now. Clearlove down the bottom side. Amazing's in the area. Phosphorus Bomb, though, doing a good chunk of damage, and Annie just keeping that pony alive.
All right, so something that you need to point out is that's actually great gank timing coming through from the Rek'Sai. Clearlove recognizing that Def's wave was starting to reverse and shove in, so he ganks at the perfect moment, and now that whole CS wave will hit the turret. There's no way Xiang can get back down there in time, and that's about 2.5 waves. It's just going to be lost. No experience for anyone.
Yeah, Mako going to join in as well. Make sure the waves go down quickly, although Def denying him any sort of procs. There's one from the Relic Shield, and now going to start pushing in onto the turret.
Yeah, exactly right. They move up. They make sure Gragas can't grab experience from the brush. All of a sudden, Loveling is zoned. Def's level 6 already. And look at it all just dying. That's so sad.
It is, I mean, sad for OMG maybe, but EDG having a great time as Doran's Ring Def is zoning everybody away.
Yeah, exactly right. So Def going to be
Sorry,
up.
Doran's Blade.
Yeah, going to be up there. He's got a good first shot as well at 61 CS, so be able to pick up the components of at least the Phage as well as the completed Sheen coming through, and that's going to just be even nicer for the Corki.
It is indeed. As Def not done, still bullying these low-level people with Clear Love, also proxying the wave. They really want the turret, but they're trying to deny maximum CS.
Yeah, so that's like 3.5 waves now that's gone, and they're trying to brute force their way back in. They might be able to grab a couple of range, but it still will go down.
I mean, look at the top lane CS discrepancy, but just how effective. Look at how effective that was for EDG.
Yeah, exactly right. And more importantly, look at all of the levels that are going across onto Corey. He's halfway through level 5 yet again, and Xiong just hit level 4. It's going to be way too long before he's effective in these team fights.
Well, EDG not done yet, though. Going to try and take away the blue buff as well. That going over to Def would be a nice prize. Clear Love, though, smites it away instead because he needs more gold right now. And they might just go straight to the Dragon.
Yeah, it certainly looks like they want to start that one up. They've got teleport. No, it's on cooldown in the top lane. This is a little bit risky, but doesn't look like they want to contest on OMG's lineup.
It's just a little too hard. Like Candy talked about it, that level discrepancy. It's just too much.
Yeah, it certainly is, and cool, here's so Bamey continuing to shove him in. He's even having a good mid lane performance right now, and it looks like OMG, 2,000 gold, but it's only 8 minutes in, and they've got a turret and dragon for it.
And Uzi's trying to get this turret, but he hasn't got it quite yet. And the lead from EDG is starting to grow already. And you kind of look around the map, you see everything's gone wrong in the bottom half. So you look up towards the top and think, Uzi, you have a big hole to crawl your team out of now.
Yeah, he certainly does. He's got a 10 CS advantage down there, so he's doing a fairly good job in the 1v1. But the other thing that's important to note is the problems that I have with Nautilus is that it's hard to get him farm. Right now, Koro's having no problem getting farm whatsoever, so he's going to get to the mid game and be an absolute beast because Nautilus has always been great if he's able to get items. It's just nursing him to that point. And yeah, at already 0-0-1, he's got an extra 12 CS over his direct opponent. He's going to be much more effective than Xiong.
Yeah, well, especially given that the Smite build that we've seen does take a little bit longer to stack up. Sorry, so Koro maybe losing his turret, but Mako's going to be in the area just to make sure that doesn't happen too quickly. And Uzi, who's probably got a bevy of gold to go spend relatively soon, hasn't gone back, hasn't been able to push out any towers, just no traction gain just yet.
Yeah, exactly right. You see Mako, he's keeping the CS there. It's going to be Koro going back and he'll be in the bottom lane. Def now caught that wave. He actually went Phage making a machine.
Mako getting stunned though, Loveling coming through, the damage is good. He'll flash out, Uzi wants it, but a great hook by Mako. Going to secure the trade. Very well played by Thresh.
Yeah, wow, what a play coming through from Mako, and you see Bamey going aggressive.
Clear Love's here as well, push back that bounce onto the Unburrow, and Cool puts the gravity field down, but Bamey's ready with the soldiers, walking his way around. Clear Love will track his prey once again, and Cool, no ultimate left there. Bamey gets a nice kill.
Yeah, Bamey able to turn that one around. Good, I guess, Emperor's Divide. Did have to burn the flash because he didn't get the, I guess, Azir set coming through, but that was just very nicely done by Clear Love showing up at the right time.
You can see Uzi now has a BF sword, so starting to stack up some of that AD, but Def's on the top side. He'll start farming the other way, moving towards that Trinity Force. And even Koro got that early funds, got a quick Glacial Shroud for himself.
Yeah, so not going towards a Catalyst whatsoever, just wants the Frozen Heart in there. Get nice and tanky in the early game. You see that Uzi probably is the main threat right now. He's the only person that's not really being harassed out of lane, and Def went back, he grabbed the Sheen, so right now, probably the item spike that the Corki is looking for. Uzi still needs a little bit more farm to get going.
Yeah, he's actually in the top lane again, will keep farming, trying to keep the wave there as long as he can. Def, though, will return and try and break that and see if he can take down a turret. So EDG leading in kills, turrets, and dragons. It's been a good first 11 minutes for the side.
Yeah, it certainly has. You know, they've got their jungler in a great position as well. Clear Love loves to be ahead early, has continued to farm, continued to gank, so he's back up in the top lane. Let's see if he can make anything more happen.
Yeah, got the side stone, got the Cinderhawk, so nice amount of health built up already for a potential dive onto Uzi. Clear Love has been known to dive from time to time. We'll see what they want to set up here.
Yeah, exactly right. You see Def zoning away even though the wave is pushing. See whether he shoves it in. Loveling on his way top also.
Gonna have to get there a little bit quicker though is Gragas, and we'll make it in time. EDG not gonna rush on this one. Actually, Clear Love's backing away as well.
Yeah, they're just trying to deny CS right now from Uzi because that wave's actually shoving, so they made the conscious decision. We don't want to dive. We want to deny the Caitlyn farm. And now you see 3 members in the mid lane. They're going to be able to pick that up as well.
Good transition there from EDG. Will take out the turret. Sun turret being put up there as well by Bamey, who's actually had his first shot. It was a straight up Morellonomicon as he looked back down. So having a great start to his game as well.
Yeah, he certainly is. The only thing that did mean is even though they got the turret, they gave a little bit more farm back to Xiong. So he's caught right back up. Is completely fine now on FLICKR and has the levels behind him. And that's going to be a little bit more difficult now for Koro to be able to go 1v1.
And you can see though, EDG still 3,500 gold up. Koro hitting the farm as it pushes back down because Xiang, it's not safe for him to farm right where his outer turret used to be. Mako still looking for hooks. I mean, Uzi playing scared on Caitlyn's kind of a weird thing to see as ClearLove comes in, but the hook does go wide for Mako.
Yeah, and amazing. He wanted to go aggressive, then nearly walked into a hook and got the big one from Deft as well. They spot out Loveling, who just has been quelled really early game, hasn't been able to get much going whatsoever, and this is going to continue to be a difficult lane for the OMG bottom.
It is, and I don't know if I maybe blame Loveling for what's happening here, because the game just started really horribly. Maybe whoever made that decision for that dive, that was the thing that really set them off here.
Yeah, it certainly was, and you know, I completely agree with that. Teleport coming in, it's going to be a fight.
I'll try and make it amazing. Gets the pair. Loveling, great ulti. Mako dead instantly. Death forced to flash away. Uzi wants it so bad. He nets forward. Xiang's here though. Gonna take him out. ClearLove gonna be the next target. Koro has roamed his way up, but the ace in the hole is gonna give Hecker him the double. Now Loveling and now Koro being chased by Loveling and Xiang. They'll get the turret instead. Loveling nails the body slam. Baby's here as well. Loveling's forced to flash. Death touch onto amazing. Knocks up Uzi, who's still bloodthirsty, but a very nice bite from OMG.
Yeah, it certainly was. 3 for nothing coming through with a turret as well. All of a sudden, they get themselves back into this mid game. Just sloppy teleport. Once again, Koro teleported so far away. That's twice in a couple of games that he's actually done that. Teleported to a suboptimal ward. There was one in the side brush that he could have gone to, and just beaten there by Xiang, who went to a minion in the middle of the lane.
Yeah, nice stuff from Xiang. And again, that's the sort of stuff we've been seeing recently from OMG and classically as well. That's where they look good.
Yeah, it certainly is. And this is actually, that was a perfect summary of what makes these teams look good and bad in the same shot, because that's where EDG look like they're confused. They went in with a fight, but the teleport was that far away that they needed another 15 seconds to set up properly. And you saw once Koro arrived, it looked like they had a lot of tools to be able to fight that little skirmish, but it was just too late.
It was indeed. It's cool. We'll get the blue buff here. OMG might be teeing up for the dragon that's just respawned. Now would be EDG's second or OMG's first. Koro did finish his Frozen Heart in and amongst all the messes, so he's got that ready, and Def is not far away from that Trinity Force, although Uzi has finished his IE.
Yeah, Def went for the Sork Boots first, so just respecting that power spike a little bit more. Wants to make sure that he can poke, really not getting that many auto attacks in. Just wants the rockets, but Dragon back available. EDG second. We'll see whether OMG fight, especially without the flash tippers.
Xiang needs to wait for his ultimate as well. Cooldown's actually across the board, down currently for OMG, but Loveling going to try and poke them away. Good poke from Uzi, actually used his ultimate, but EDG just going to clean up the Dragon.
Yeah, so they get Dragon number 2, not something that we see out of EDG very often, but when it is available, they will take it. Now they're heading towards the mid lane, see if they can put some pressure on Cool.
Yep, going to look to try and take out the third outer turret. OMG have the top side. EDG have the... Sorry, it's the mid tower they already have. Never mind. Bamey doing work earlier.
Yeah, he certainly was. That was when the 3-man game came through and Cool just backed away. Didn't want anything to do with it. So Bamey, he's been farming up a storm, doing relatively good work in that mid lane. And with double Sork Boots, Azir, Corki, they're in the part of the game where they do a surprising amount of poke damage.
They do, and you can see already Deft really wanting to get the outer turret there on the top side. OMG though, going to try and respond with the mid tower rush. But Cool, decent damage coming in. Not quite Caitlyn level, but Bamey will return in to defend.
Yeah, and I want to know whether they just missed that pink ward at the top part of your screen, because both members should have walked into that brush, but it didn't look like either did.
It's a cute pink ward actually from OMG. Nice deep vision, which will help them out. But Deft pretty much ignoring Xiang at this stage, just poking him out under his turret with missiles. I'm going to slowly chip away, actually pretty quickly chip away at this turret.
Yeah, certainly is. Jean just does so much work at this point in the game, and you know, statistically that pink ward brush that it is in is the lowest brush to actually walk through in the game, along with the bendy brush on the bottom side of your red, so you can understand exactly why people ward it. It's a deep ward, but it's lasted like 3 passes through from EDG so far.
And that's exactly what OMG need as far as vision goes, because we talked about it. Not just the composition that they presented, but their general style is very pick-oriented.
Yeah, it certainly is. You know, it's still there. That was another pass through, this time from ClearLove. So Bamey and ClearLove going to go back, watch this spot, and probably get a stern talking to. But 100%, if they get, I guess, information that the Rek'Sai's on the top half of the jungle, all of a sudden, it's just going to make it a lot easier for the Dragons to get work done.
I feel like the general numbers of that brush being checked might go up after this VOD, because nobody wants to be the statistically lowest seen brush.
Yeah, exactly right. So we'll see whether it works out. As you see, EDG now trying to take over the bottom half of the jungle of OMG. Loveling watching on in disbelief as he's getting counter jungled.
Yeah, I mean, Wolf's going to get taken away, lines up the barrel, but can't get them. EDG They've actually done a stellar job of securing vision on the top side of the map, which, like you said earlier, lends into their surprisingly good dragon control this game.
Yeah, it certainly does. And, you know, you saw right there that Clearlove was happy to smite away the wolf camp. When you're counter jungling, probably the most important camp to smite away is the wolves. Just keeps you a little bit safer if you want to go into that Gromp, because you'll see if anyone is trying to get in behind you. And it also helps with the bottom turret push a lot.
And you can see Uzi actually down the bottom side, trying to freeze as best he can. He is really taking this mid-game power trough seriously.
Yeah, he certainly is. He's got the boots too. He's also got the Infinity Edge finished up. As you see, Koro not really having much problem farming up here. Still 20 CS in the clear of the Hecarim and going towards something with a Null Magic Man, or maybe his Merc Treads.
I mean, it's interesting the way the map's played right now, because it feels like there are two long lanes now that those turrets have knocked down, that both teams are taking advantage of the farm, although Loveling maybe not taking advantage of his jungle vision. They're Def poking him out.
Yeah, Def's in a very strong point right now. Something that we used to talk about a lot when Corki was popular. He's kind of fallen out of the meta, but the poke that comes through from just soft boots, as well as, yeah, as you see, another big one land. The Trinity Force means that you can shove people off turrets relatively effectively and then just get your pop shots from your Trinity Force through.
And yeah, you don't need very many auto attacks, it turns out, when everyone's empowered by a T-Force. So we've seen EDG already get the 3 out of turrets. They might be looking for the inner. They tried to pressure onto mid, but haven't found it. And instead, they're going to force Uzi off this bottom lane.
Yeah, but Uzi just ults Deft yet again. So half health now. With Annie already upgrading Distortion Boots, Flash Tip is going to be available much more frequently. This lane becomes very, I guess, precarious for Deft to try and farm.
Yeah, has to be a bit careful, but Uzi doesn't feel safe rummaging down to the bottom side, given that he knows how much vision EDG have on the right-hand side of the map. So Def will push it back in. Uzi will return eventually, you have to think. But right now, it almost feels like the teams, again, are balancing their farm. EDG want to get Koro up, and OMG are definitely behind Uzi.
Yeah, exactly right. And, you know, we said maybe they look better when Cool's the primary carry, but Caitlyn, very long range, definitely a late game hyper carry when you get all their attack speed, proccing multiple headshots. It's going to be Uzi's game to, after about 30 minutes, win or lose once he has those 3 items.
Well, we'll see how much pressure EDG can put on. Until then, it's been kind of slow between Dragon fights, to be honest. Just a lot of movement and kind of rotating around by EDG, but they'll take Dragon in the minute 20, or at least try to, as Clearlove going to steal away another blue buff for himself.
Yeah, it looked like that one he was trying to give over to Def, but wasn't able to secure it. Def would love a blue at this point in the game. They actually used to give him blue buff on Corki when he had these items, so he could shove down turrets relatively effectively. But instead, we're just seeing even more farm come through here.
Yeah, Xiang also trying to get bigger. OMG, I think, do have decent scaling options as far as their champions go, but they cannot afford to fall behind this many dragons.
Yeah, exactly right. The third dragon is probably where they're going to start having to look to fight for it. Xiang's done a good job to get himself 2-1. With the challenging smite coming through, we'll do a better job of being able to zone away at least one of the carries, but Koro at this point, with Frozen Heart, with how tanky he is, going to probably be able to zone out Uzi single-handedly, and that's just going to mean that the accelerated jungler of EDG, Clearlove, will be able to do a lot more work in the fight.
Yeah, he's got his Giant Spot, does Clearlove Spectre's card completed as well, plus Ninja Turbo actually, so he's insanely tanky. As far as people on the short list of wanting to have Uzi, Clearlove and his Rek'Sai right up here in this game.
Yeah, definitely agree. And you look over the other side of the rift, and Loveling's got Merc Treads, Cinderhulk, and a Sightstone. That's what he's holding his hat on right now. So as far as power of the jungler goes, Clearlove's just way ahead. He's 2 levels as well.
Yeah, again, we saw that Clearlove does spend his gold when he gets it very intelligently and does get a lot of gold for a jungler. So nice to see Clearlove in a good position. Bamey going to set up a tower as OMG going to be forced to knock it down. But EDG, they know the dragon's already there. They got great vision. OMG looking to respond.
Yeah, they certainly are, and they take a Lantern for Bamey. It's just going to be EDG picking up the third, and not much response can come through right now for OMG.
And again, it was a bit slow.
Oh, amazing.
That tower does a lot of damage.
Yeah, it's like tanking a normal turret, dude.
Minion's going to run into it. EDG will clear them off. As Koro will give us someone, finds Lovely and Uzi actually the red buff donation, maybe donated to Koro. He just ults Uzi instead, now going to lock him up. Ridiculous CC as Uzi just flushes himself out and will kite the best way he can. Xiang going to dive in there as well, but Mako and Deft are coming through now as reinforcements. And Amazing gets healed up by Uzi. Xiang's coming back in, but Deft does too much damage.
Yeah, he certainly does. Xiang ran into him there and then just got all of the upfront burst coming through. You see that they're also looking for the mid lane turret. They will get that. Maybe not.
I need one more auto from Def, but he can't quite get in range with the gravity field in the way. Koro finds Cool there with a hook, but Loveling's going to get the kills. They blow him up. Now Uzi going to come down. The missiles are good as he Valkyries out of the way, but Xiang's found another target. Baby! That was sick, though.
Yeah, really nice Emperor's Divide to shove them off and then able to dash over the wall. It will mean OMG respond with a turret in the mid lane because Koro went a little too deep. But that could have been a lot worse.
That could have, but a nice win there for OMG. Puts himself back into this game, and all of a sudden, the EDG OMG game that we thought might not be all that exciting given recent performances by these teams. 23 minutes in, and we're very close in gold.
Yeah, we certainly are, and this is all of a sudden Caitlyn with Azeel starting to ramp up a little bit more. OMG able to get back within touching distance of the turrets, and Loveling has fallen behind, but you can see just the positioning around the map seems to be incredibly forward thinking from OMG right now.
I mean, the other thing Loveling was good at, remember, and I agree, he's certainly not had the aggressive early game that we may have noted him for in earlier parts of his career, but he was always a good team fighter as well, and his body slams and ults have been great so far.
Yeah, they certainly have. You know, that you can see that in the kill participation. He's 5 out of 5 so far, 2-0 and 3. He's started to collect a little bit more gold for his team. It's just that the thing that I like to see out of Loveling, and when I personally think he's at his best, is when before 8 minutes of the game, he's already made his mark. He goes into being a great team fighting role, but I think that he really was at his best when he was able to impact the lanes early on.
I agree, and the issue is that in the team that they originally put together this year, Loveling just didn't get enough gold.
It sounds so silly for a jungler, but yeah, I completely agree with you. He used to farm lanes when people went back to base. Loveling jungles a lot differently than a lot of people historically.
Yeah, I think maybe even is slightly altering his style now as well. Back in the lineup, at least for this game with OMG. But EDG do get the turret there in the mid lane. That's 4-2 up now in turrets. OMG looking maybe for the last outer in the bottom side of the map. A death cap completed for Bamey. Corky's on his way to his next item. Looks like Last Whisper might be the pickup with a Vamp Scepter in there just for a bit of extra sustain. And Koro working on his second tank item as well, building up the stats on Nautilus.
Yeah, so trying to get just a pure tank Nautilus build coming through in there. Be a beefy front line. It doesn't really need much wave clear because a CDR through the Frozen Heart will just mean that he can keep hitting the E and chunk down waves. And the two builds that are really interesting to me right now, Bamey's, because he's gone outright aggression with a death cap. He's going to scale incredibly well early on. Generally, if people want to go this aggressive, they either go for a Stinger and then go into something a little bit more defensive like Azonya's Hourglass, or they go with a Luden's Echo. But Bamey's gone for a different build, puts a death cap in there, might be because of the Luden's Echo changes on this patch, but also the fact that there's 40% CDR right now on Cool, which means he trades, especially with that power transfer, incredibly efficiently.
And we saw what Doinby's Victor could do just in the last game before this one, as Cool also gets the blue buff. OMG not out of it. They're certainly scaling well. They're fighting well in the skirmishes that they've found. And Uzi, he has been dedicated to empty lane farm. This is some of the longest laning I've seen Uzi in a while.
Yeah, certainly. And on Caitlyn, no better champion to do that because you really do have to massage the mid-game power spike. And he's going for the mathematically highest damage build in the game. If you grab the Infinity Edge, go into Azeel, and then pick up Last Whisper, you should be able to do theoretically the most damage on your AD carry. Most people do like to get a second, complete their attack speed item second, but yeah, if you just run the numbers, that is high.
Yeah, I mean, Uzi's certainly a player that can eke out enough damage and orb walk long enough to be able to eke out maximum damage. Is Caitlyn scary? It's only getting scarier. We're getting to a point in this very close game. EDG, they have a slight lead, but it's getting tenser and tenser as the items stack up.
Yeah, and you have to think the other reason that Uzi went for that is because there's already a completed range with Omen and Frozen Heart on the two frontliners, so he knows that he's going to be dealing with armor right now in the game, so he needs the Last Whisper.
Cool though, going for Void Stuff actually, so wanting a bit of that magic penetration, given again that Clearlove and Koro are now building up the magic resistance side of their kits. Kind of looking down, we do have some more items coming through. Actually, Loveling working on a Frozen Heart, I believe, with the items that he has now. And Xiang also getting stronger. Spirit Visage almost done.
Yeah, and Def goes the second item Last Whisper as well as they go into Xiang.
Yeah, Mako gonna flay and hook him, but Xiang's like, yeah, okay, nice. I'll run away, come
nice
back.
to meet you.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, they haven't met, actually, no, they weren't the same lane this time. I'm sad. They didn't get to meet and be friends. Last Whisper though done for Uzi, so the build now completed. Uzi, this might be the sign that OMG wants to fight. Fourth Dragon's coming up soon, so not a bad idea, but Loveling. That was a max range hook from Mako, and EDG aggressively around the Dragon Pit, want to make sure they secure this.
Yeah, max range hook and kind of snapped him out of the end of his body slam as well, which means he didn't get over the corner. So might have been an engage that they were looking for, but no vision means they don't pull the trigger.
Well, I think OMG have to fight now, if at all, in this particular game. Again, the gold lead's fairly close. A few dozen up for EDG, but they are going to fight here.
Yeah, you see the Sand Soldiers starting to zone away. They've got good vision denial on this part of the river, but OMG continuing to force. They want to get the inside track on mid lane.
Yeah, might be running down at least force EDG to come to them. Don't want to run into the Sand Soldiers like you mentioned, but a big dance coming through. Bamey looking for aggression.
Yeah, and you see already Annie running around on the back line. They're getting some good poke.
Oh, they're actually on Tomeko. That's decent poke from the ultimate by Caitlyn as well. Rubbing a little low though as this engage starts. Or might start.
Lovely continuing to get poked out. I don't think there's a way that OMG fight right now. They just back away, give the Dragon up. It is number 4, so it's not great. But it doesn't look like they want to. Young's still trying to force.
Yeah, they're going to look for something. Again, OMG, I think, realize that they have to sort of go now. EDG have already started the Dragon. It might be done at this point. Very low on health. Koro will move out of the way. Actually used his flash there, and the Dragon's down. OMG, they get nothing there.
Yeah, they're not able to start a fight. They don't want to burn the flash tibbers coming through there. They did use the ignite from Amazing, but they get inside lane back, but the wave was pushed enough that it won't really matter.
Oh, are they doing this? I was going to say, it would have been maybe better to run straight for Baron if they wanted the 4th Dragon, but OMG, oh, they're setting a trap.
Yeah, they certainly are just trying to give all of the pretense of doing Baron. Unfortunately, nice ward there, as you see, pointed out. And now they're on the wrong side of the jungle. They're going to have to walk through a lot of poke if they hope to get back in here.
Yeah, EDG know that with their ward on Baron, they weren't there, although EDG can't actually get the tower. I like to move down mid. It forces OMG to come back, but pretty much just a Dragon in the last few minutes.
Yeah, but with it being a base turret at this point in the game, EDG probably never thought they were going to get it. They just wanted to get themselves righted in the correct position in the map, be able to clear wards now on the top side of the jungle, get some more farm onto depth, and that really was in EDG's favor because they didn't have to burn anything. All their summoner spells still up apart from a flash from Koro, and they got the Dragon.
Yeah, so 4th Dragon. We talked about it. EDG's Dragon control has honestly this year just never been that good. They're really a team that's all about the early Baron. They haven't even looked at Baron. All of their vision's been concentrated on securing these 5 Dragons, and it's a very different style from EDG.
Yeah, completely different feel, and now they're just risking the fact that OMG aren't doing the Baron because they've still got a ward over the wall, so they would see it if Uzi was hitting it, but Koro able to sneak another turret.
Yeah, I didn't think I'd say the word split push Nautilus today, but there you go.
Split
Koro.
push tank Nautilus.
There you go. Perfect.
Even better.
Even better. I mean, you talked about the Riptide. It does clear the waves quickly.
Oh, 100%. It's a really good spammable ability, and you see he doesn't take much damage right now.
I don't know what's going to come out of this. Koro going to dredge line. Yeah, Young even gives up after the first dredge line. He's like, you know what? No one's probably going to have fun if we continue this. I'll leave you alone for now.
Honestly, that would be a fight of who went whom first. I think Koro does. He has more abilities to use more often.
I think so. You know what? I'm glad we didn't find out. I don't know if I want that.
No, we're going again round 2.
Cool's here though as well. Koro, you're going to get knocked back there, but Cool is swooping in. He backed away, Cool! What are you doing? Leaving his top laner behind.
Fight me like a man.
Maybe we'll get into some attack speed.
Loveling wins again. Clearlove twice he's been outsmite on the Raptors, so he's going to start getting a little bit frustrated.
I mean, maybe the Baron smites all we have to worry about. It's funny. Loveling especially was known for stealing objectives in China back in 2013 and 2014. Clearlove, though, his smites have been on point. He's even had some clutch steals himself this year, so I don't think EDG want a smite battle, but I'm sure that both junglers are ready.
Yeah, exactly right. They'll be confident in their own ability. You see 2-0-3 still for the Gragas player. 4 kills to 5. Not really moving anywhere in a hurry. It's about 3,500 gold currently to EDG. They just seem to be waiting on that 5th dragon, a meaningful objective to fight over.
I feel like this game in general, this is not going anywhere quickly. There's been a lot of farming from OMG and EDG. Just feel comfortable with the pace of the game and the control they have on the map, not pushing it. But Spawn, what are the teams looking for here as far as the next steps in this game go? Because eventually, something has to happen.
Yeah, it certainly does. And, you know, I'm taking a look through the items, and Uzi's gone for an earlier power spike than he would have normally gone for. He hasn't gone for the Phantom Dancer, has the static shift. So might have been, I have the gold for it right now kind of thing, as he ults Bamey and does half his health. But I thought that
They want it. Amazing. Oh, that's not good. Misses the tippers. Now getting chased out by ClearLove, who's nice and tanky. Korra going to port right in the middle of them as Baby's already gotten a kill. Nautilus will go down. That's cool actually getting it in there. Xiang dives into the backside, but he's taking too much damage. Uzi, though, trying to peel off ClearLove, who takes out Xiang. Uzi doing well, but a good flash from ClearLove gets him out of the way. But Uzi still dishing out massive damage.
Yeah,
and it's a 2-for-1 trade.
Uzi does get chunked a little bit at the end there, so they will go through, but 2-for-1, and Uzi's power spike right then definitely was appreciated, so the static shift, the right choice coming through there. That was a very ambitious teleport coming through from Korra. He completely disregarded last one where he's like, I teleported too far away. This time he was like, I am in the middle of everyone.
Yeah, maybe getting the margins wrong on these teleports recently. He's either too far or too close. Not just right like he usually is. Loveling though going to sneak in, does get a ward down, hooked up by Mako. And EDG respecting the steal potential, back away from the pit.
Yeah, they just want to get out of there. They didn't want a team fight it. You saw that Mako, he was incredibly low. It was really only Def that had anything in the tank, and he's nearly oomed. So, minute till Dragon, they need to pull away, get some shots in, because they want to definitely fight for that one.
Def going to get chunked out here. OMG might just get a turret with the counter push. Although you said, as you said, Dragon is in a minute, so might be that teams have to set up for that instead. And amazing. Looking for a pick, might have found Def, but Def will be okay.
Yeah, Def aggroed red buff and ran towards Amazing. He knows he's there. ClearLove going in.
He wants it, going to try and smite it away. Who's going to get it this time?
Uzi.
It was not ClearLove. Uzi's, that's a great person to get red buff.
Yeah, it certainly wasn't. You know, 40 seconds. They denied Def's back a little bit longer, so he's going to be running very quickly to try and get in position, although EDG, they've given up on the 5th Dragon. They're like, okay, Baron is the new objective.
Yeah, see, this is the problem. OMG's first Dragon is not worth the trade for a Baron, so right now OMG are completely split across the map as far as objectives they want go.
Yeah, but they've caught out again. They miss another Tibbers, but
knockup coming through. Chaos Storm's massive damage. Damage coming in. Xiang going to try and finish him off. The Titan's Wrath might keep him alive for long enough, and does. OMG burn all the ultimates and don't get a single kill.
Yeah, so pure tank coming through here from Koro, and that is exactly what he just did. It's going to take a little bit more than that to chuck him out of the fight. Amazing. It wasn't able to land that Tippers again, I don't believe, so a couple of little misclicks coming through. We'll have to see whether OMG, with chunking out Koro, can pick up the first Dragon of the game.
Might need to recalibrate that bear, because you're right, Amazing has had a couple of misfires recently. Again, EDG trying to get OMG away from the Baron. In fact, they'll start it back up.
Yeah, exactly right. They're just saying you cannot take Dragon while we have this side of the map under control. In fact, they get it to 3/4 health in very quick time.
Yeah, Koro's not there though, so EDG have to back away. And again, OMG just getting pulled between two very important buffs.
Yeah, but their decision is, okay, Xiang, you can solo it out. You've got the smite. Actually, he just goes down there. I don't know whether he is going to do it.
I think he's taking the Scuttle Crab.
No,
he
he
can't
was
even
trying.
do that.
So they did make that decision that top laner with smite should be able to solo it out. Unfortunately, too long, but they caught Bamey.
OMG have to fight. Bamey, though, gets caught up. Ult there from Uzi. Loveling locks him up. Cool's going to get the kill there, and now OMG will dive in. ClearLove knocks up Xiang, but he's just sort of buying some time. Koro could be the next target. He's going to ulti onto Uzi, but Loveling will chase him away. Xiang going to look for someone. Does have his ultimate ready. OMG 4v5 in the Dragon Pit.
ClearLove's going to go for it. You can already see he is going in.
Yeah, Lantern in. He's going to dive through. Who's going to get it? No, has to go immediately out. ClearLove throws in a Prey Seeker, but OMG stave off the 5th Dragon.
Yeah, it looked like Lantern was about to expire a little bit early from Mako, although it was blind, so you can't blame the guy. And not able to get anything. Bamey's still dead. They're going towards Baron.
Yeah, Baron might be the big problem here. They'll spot a ward going over, but they have to ignore it. They need to start it right now. EDG have too much vision in the area, but OMG want this so bad.
That is still a risk. Both lanes against them, pushing a...
Oh, wow. Amazing gets caught by the hook. But Loveling fights in. Tibbers lands on the ClearLove. They'll dive in. The damage is massive. He goes down. Cool. Gets another kill. Xiang looks for Def, but he valks away. And another pick for OMG is Xiang. Going to get Dredge lined up. Mako falls in with another hook in Xiang. Hook for days there. Def cleans him up. Oh, Loveling now going to eat the depth charge, but he needs the body slam to safety. Locked up for a little too long. Def, though, gets caught by a stun. Cool takes him out, but the damage is ridiculous. Bamey, the janitor, cleans it up as Uzi. Going to try and go massive. Might get one kill. Koro, though, locking him up. He gets the first one. Uzi going to die by the looks of things and does go down to Koro, and an ace for EDG.
And this is why I said it was so risky for OMG to fight, because every single wave is pushing in EDG's favor. They're going to lose a huge creep wave in the mid. There's another one in bottom lane. Top is about 15 seconds behind them, and they just lost a lot for not gaining anything.
Yeah, base broken here by the looks of things. It's A weird couple here to be doing the inhibitor, but they'll take it. OMG not going to get back in time to even see it die. Xiang just spawning. Clearlove back around the Baron pit as well. EDG have turned it on.
Yeah, they certainly have. And if they force OMG back towards Baron again, just means that Xiang's got teleport, so he'll be able to grab that bottom wave. But that was just a lot of CS that went to waste.
Yeah, I mean, inhibitor going in the mid now as well. 6-2 in turrets, 11-10 in kills. Nice and close, but a big gold lead now for EDG. 5K up in this game.
Yeah, so they've been able to finally get some semblance of, I guess, a distinct advantage coming through here. You see double Thornmails picked up as well as some more tank coming through for Koro, who's got a giant spell. Probably going towards that Randuin Zone, and he's just going to be an absolute beast.
Yeah, already fairly tanky. We've seen that he does like to aggressively teleport into the enemy team, so probably makes sense to have him be nice and tanky.
Yeah, so see whether he's still able to do that. Teleport is back available. He's got the home guard boots this time around as well. Uzi, he's gone towards the top lane. Actually bladed the Ruin King. 4th item coming through from Uzi, so once again, shout out to Name, who really did popularize his build at the moment.
Yeah, Clearlove gonna get stunned, but he'll be safe. He's got plenty of health to speak of, and EDG gonna just take the Baron out from under OMG. Nothing they can do there.
Yeah, so Xiang also burn a teleport there, countered it as well. That means they can dive top turret. That's a little bit of a sloppy play coming through from OMG.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if they can actually contest for the Baron, but they can at least pretend like they could.
Yeah, no, it's not about contesting. It's just about burning the teleport afterwards, because Xiang, now all of his split pushing pressure is gone. He can't stay bottom lane because there's no threat of that. Also, he had to recall straight away because otherwise they just would have dove the 4 members of OMG in the top lane. So you see, he had to run back in there, and now that big wave that he's stacked up probably going to go to waste.
Poor minions. That's the second time we've been sad from minions dying into the turret. As OMG look to defend this time, but the Baron up minions doing a lot of work.
Yeah, and you see Def with that Bloodthirst, a little bit of a shield, able to just chip away at people. He'll get some pop shots in, and as long as they can't clear that big cannon creep, it's going to be hard to break the siege.
Xiang actually smited it. He wants it dead. Def wants the tower dead though. Lantern in there, that'll be a tower for EDG. 7 turrets to 2 now. OMG starting to lose more ground than they can afford at this point.
Yeah, so everything but the base has been broken, and you see OMG, they're just trying to quell the wave of super minions in the mid lane. Uzi definitely strong, but the rest of the team struggling to keep up. It probably, it's just relative power at this point in the game, honestly. Cool, very mid-range mate, doesn't have the long-range poke that can come out of Famey. If he's ever moving forward and really trying to catch up to people, Cool's just going to do ridiculous amounts of damage, however. And it's just Koro is, I hate to say it, really effective at tanking everyone up.
I mean, he's a big Marco player. We've seen it a lot. His Nara, of course, legendary in the LPL. Makes sense that Koro just feel comfier on those tanks, despite being, you know, an efficient Rumble player as well.
And once again, like, the one player that we've kept pointing out this game is Loveling. He loves to get his farm on. Uzi's been farming his jungle almost exclusively. He's been stuck between 70 and 85 creeps for the last 15 minutes. Over the other side of the rift, Clearlove gets all the farm from his jungle. That is the man that is able to clear it out. And he's twice the CS right now, which just means that he's got 4 completed items, 5 completed items if you count the boots, against the 3 of OMG's jungler.
Yeah, and Loveling, again, his ultis have been good, but he just doesn't have the HP to work with and really be as aggressive as he might be used to. OMG did get some good items coming through, though, so Uzi's finished his blade. Cool's nice and strong now as all his Rabadon's completed. Probably going to wait for Baron buff to drop off, but OMG might think about a fight for this 5th dragon.
Yeah, they have to think about the fight. They cannot let the 5th dragon go through, especially with the inhibitor going to go up after that. They've still got teleport advantage on the side of EDG, so they're just split pushing with Koro, making them have a hard choice.
I feel like Nautilus's split push is surprisingly thematic for the champion. Very slow and steady.
Yeah, it certainly is. You know, he's got AoE coming through there. That Titan's Wrath. He's got the E to just spam out waves. Does actually a really good job of it.
Yeah, surprisingly. I mean, we saw it before. He took a turret. Been pushing waves. The Baron buff's helping as well, of course, although that's now worn off. He's just going to hang out.
And that is one thing that looks like it hurts. Like, I would not want to be hit by Nautilus today.
No, that's... Yeah, that seems really bad. Nautilus is massive. Like,
oh, yeah.
You see him in game. Like, he's almost as big as that tower.
He certainly is. He needs an Iron Elixir behind him. Then he'll be as big as he was in the cinematic.
Yeah, that's what I was hoping. Is he as big in real life? No, he's not. Xiang now going to chase in. Good damage over by Cora. That turret actually took a beating from the Nautilus.
Yeah, it certainly did. Teleport's coming through.
OMG coming through. EDG do get Dragon 5 though. Amazing once, but Deft is so strong. Lovely. Great hold after the body slam, but cool. He's chasing Deft down, but Deft flashes out. Hooked there by Mako to peel them away. Amazing now going to go through as Mako dives in. Bamey in there as well, and OMG just get destroyed. Bamey gets a triple kill, and that might just be game.
Yeah, really well played by Bamey, but Mako over the wall, saving the AD carry player's life. Just, that's terrific play. Good team fight, they'll take the game.
Yeah, goodbye base there for OMG. They'll lose the bottom inhibitor and probably a bit more as EDG push onto the Nexus turrets. The first one will fall, the second one will join it, and soon OMG's Nexus will as well. Xiang kind of saying, hey, what can I do? The answer this time, nothing, as EDG take game number 1.
Yeah, able to get in there, pick up a win. 42 minutes, maybe not as convincing as EDG would like, but pretty slow and steady throughout the entirety of the game.
As I said, that was a surprisingly competitive game for two teams that have been off form, and it's that man there, Bamey, that really showed up massive. You can see he looks kind of excited. It's like, yeah, I think I just smashed Cool and Landis is here.
Yeah, I just did really good. Picked up a triple kill. Real happy about that one.
Yeah, I think that was one of his best scores, like 7, 1, and 4, I think, towards the end of the game. So doing great stuff there. And again, it was EDG's probably not lesser known members, but generally less impactful members. Clearlove had a great game, but he was just sort of farming, being Clearlove. It was Bamey and Meiku that really carried that one through.
Yeah, it certainly was. Starting a lot of good fights. You know, they had 2 good tank members in the top side of the map. Clearlove was just absolutely a monster, and Koro was very tanky himself. And then Meiku ran around, made the plays he needed to, but agree with you, Bamey, probably the best performance we've seen him have so far.
Yeah, it was great there. And I think on the other side, OMG, it's just minor adjustments there for them. Maybe losing a few too many dragons, but in fights, it certainly looked like they could hang with EDG.
Yeah, it certainly did. Their team fights was really good, and, you know, credit to Loveling because he was getting no farm, and that's something that I want to continue to point out. I feel that Loveling is the kind of jungler that you need to give items to, but even without them, still able to perform well. Maybe that is a change of their style starting to show itself.
Yeah, maybe we'll have to see more from Loveling, but we do have a replay from that last game here as well. Let's just check out one of the last fights in the game.
Yeah, it certainly is the last fight. You see Dragon going down. They will finish this one off, and the teleport comes through much later from Coral in the top lane. So as we get this one rolling, you see in the top lane, Xiang's going to fly in there. Deft gets over the wall, and you see great body slam Keg to get Deft into the team, and Cool really is doing work over the other side, but that was a flash play. Just kept Cool off him for long enough. Bamey goes in, cleans everyone up with a great ultimate.
I don't think I've ever seen Azir kill 2 people with an ultimate.
Yeah,
normally
just
they get knocked
shove
away.
soldiers into him, man. Like, you're dead.
Well, you can imagine like their bodies impaled through the like shields now.
Oh, that would look great.
It would.
That's what they need to do. Like,
ragdoll physics.
Yeah, but they still need to bounce. Like, this is the one thing. Lee Sin, when he kicks people and they die, they should still fly across your screen. In fact, they should go further.
They should go further. Just all the way off the edge in the pit and top lane.
Exactly right. Fall down onto some spikes, fatality. No, different.
Very different game. But again, another good performance from EDG. And nice to see them again playing very competitive, looking very similar, but not dominating OMG, but just being really solid.
Yeah, they certainly were. And, you know, it was a good read of the first gank that set that hole up and an intelligent game coming through from EDG.
Yeah, strong stuff there from EDG. We'll see if they continue that play or if Loveling back on his old roster here for OMG can get some work done here. Don't go too far away. When we return, OMG versus EDG will play game number 2. Welcome back, everyone, to the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. We're about to get into game number 2 between EDG and OMG, where EDG kind of find their footing once again and take a game off OMG.
Yeah, they certainly did. A little bit of a misplayed turret dive early in that game meant that the top laners had a little bit of a discrepancy. Jungle was a lot easier for Clearlove because he started with 2 kills, and that was always nice for him. But it was really who they funneled gold onto that confused me a little bit that game. They made sure that Loveling didn't really have much resources to him. It was denied away, and that just meant that there was this huge discrepancy where the Rek'Sai was so hard to deal with.
Yeah, and we've seen Clearlove. He is the jungler that gets the most percentage of gold, I believe. But that man there, a well-deserved MVP performance on Azir.
Yeah, it certainly was, and we'll check it out. But he cleaned up a couple of fights incredibly well, and his positioning was overall really good, and that's something that we haven't generally said about Bamey. Much better laning phase, got the turret nice and early in the game, and you see in this one, over the wall, able to snipe a couple of kills, flies in, grabs another one onto Cool, even goes in, and then pressures Uzi as the fight goes on. And Uzi, he tried his hardest, he had a lot of resources early on in the game, but it just wasn't going to work out when you have to deal with 2 Thornmails at like 30 minutes in.
Yeah, especially with all the Nautilus CC there as well. This was Bamey's probably shining moment of the whole game. He played this team fight immaculately.
Yeah, it certainly was, and especially because of how well it was being played on the other side as well. Cool had already zoned away, Loveling and hit a great ultimate. Then Bamey just flew in and destroyed everyone with all the AP.
And it's rare to see an Azir play such a scattered team fight in such a long area like the river and just do so well.
Yeah, it certainly is, because it's how you set up your soldiers, at what interval you use your Q to make sure that your soldiers are in the right position. So completely agree with you. Able to get up onto the ledge, get a good, I guess, game-impacting team ultimate after the end of it. Sure, they had 5 dragons, but that's still not a given with how far into the game it was.
No, and his landing was excellent. OMG certainly showed signs of life during the game. They did not give up and die against EDG, who have looked hot and cold, but still are a team that when they win especially, look absolutely dominant. A close series actually sort of developing now. I'm curious to see how OMG can answer back with their game, because after game number 1, tightening up a little bit in the early game, and I have to say a resounding yes.
Yeah, I certainly think that OMG looked better than I expected them to against the EDG lineup. I think that they need Maokai. That is the pick for me right now. The Shiyong, he just doesn't have the same impact on Hecarim. He's a really good Maokai player up there, or just go into something a little bit more aggressive. Pick up the Fizz. Try and fight your top laner a little bit more, because he just didn't have pressure around the map. You saw it was a wet noodle fight between him and Nautilus, and in the end, Nautilus's CC just came out king.
Yeah, I mean, there's one CC from Hecarim. It's a good one, his ultimate, but Nautilus has 7?
Yeah, he just
feels like 7.
Heaps. Depends how many people his ult hit. You can have 4 just from that, 5 from that.
True. I mean, great stuff there. Top Nautilus, full tank there for Koro. I think a big talking point there for that game. Kind of had one job, but does it fairly effectively.
Yeah, it certainly did. And, lane swapped okay because of the shield that came through. Good lane wave clear. That's something that you used to do in lane swaps. Like, I remember when you jungled Nasus and max your Fairy Fire in lane swaps just so you could, throw it out on people and it would kill the wave real quick. And that's all he did. Max E, just sit in the wave, E it down, made sure that his team was the one that had the turret objectives falling in their favor. So really good work for Koro.
Yeah, smart stuff all around here as we're going to look to get into game number 2. Seems that the lineups are going to stay the same, so no substitutions anywhere. Bamey going to play, I think, his 4th game of the weekend. 5th. He's played a lot this weekend.
Yeah, he certainly has coming through there. I don't think they've played it the other way yet, so Pawn's still not on the starting lineup for EDG, and Bamey, after his last performance, definitely deserves to stay on the Rift.
Yeah, it might have been a thing where they hope maybe wanted to bring Pawn in, but you know what, Bamey, you deserve another game. So they'll give that to him there as we are about to get into Champ Select. Again, Maokai's an interesting change here. I wonder if the teams are thinking about banning Nautilus, because it does block a pick from 2 potential roles here. But again, as we see more of this patch, I just feel like we're discovering more and more, because whenever we think there's a champion that you can't play in a certain role, it seems like we get a new champion every week.
Yeah, exactly right. I just don't think anything's bad anymore, because people are picking up weird stuff and playing it everywhere, and it's great because it just means the champion pool diversity is so much better. And if you have these niche picks that you can pick up and really influence how, especially Caitlyn, because she has 1 good escape, but Nautilus has 3 good ways of getting on top of you, just means that Uzi has to change his complete playstyle every team fight.
I feel like Nautilus is the undoing of Uzi. He's a big Kalista player, loves his hypercarries, loves his Vayne, and Nautilus just wrecks all of that there. As we're going to get the Champ Select here for game number 2. OG going to ban away the Echo on the blue side, so don't want to first pick it. And EDG respectfully ban the Kalista as an Annie ban comes through for OMG.
Yeah, they don't want Maker to pick that one up. Obviously want something else on Amazing this time. He did have a couple of Tibbers ultimates that did narrowly miss, so Wasn't his best performance on that one, but it is EDG that take the Nautilus off the board.
Yeah, so not going to give it to Xiong or to Amazing. So that's 2 of Amazing supports banned away. Kind of only has Thresh left now. As far as options go, OMG will respect the power of Hecarim as well. Keep it away from Koro, but not wanting to first pick it into potentially bad matchups. This might mean EDG want to leave Maokai up. They do. Ryze is available as well. I wonder what OMG prioritizes. EDG ban away Sivir.
Ooh, could be Alistar that they prioritize. That would be very interesting because, as we said, EDG, Bamey plays Ryze in the mid lane, so they can grab Maokai and Ryze. And then just, yeah.
Yeah, and then Jiang's like, all right, well, couldn't play Maokai last game. Can't play Hecarim this game. Can't play Nautilus this game. I don't know what Xiong's got left in the tank. He is still a new top laner.
Yeah, I want to see if that is something that EDG consider because it worked out last time they were able to pick up the mid-rise. And as I said, Xiong just looks way more comfortable on Maokai than he does anything else. And Koro is a fantastic Maokai player in his own right.
He is an excellent Maokai here. So OMG do first pick the Alistar for Amazing, one of his other big engaged supports. So we'll leave Mako with Thresh as far as popular support picks go. Koro clicks on the ribbon, is maybe a misclick or maybe having some fun, but Maokai already locked in.
Yeah, it certainly is. And wow, they take the Corki away from Uzi. I said that Uzi looks great on the mid-game carries right now. Corki is one of them that I mentioned, so keeping that in Death's hands. And you saw last game, had a pretty impressive performance yet again. Death's Corki, very good.
That's twice now EDG have banned Sivir and picked Corki, so they are really picking on Uzi's champion.
Yeah, and now it depends. Does Uzi want to go back to the Caitlyn, or is it going to be the Lucian that he tries to take into the 2v2 and win the lane matchup?
I think if Uzi does take Caitlyn again, just 2v2 the Corki. I don't know why they lane swapped in that last game as Ryze Rek'Sai actually the picks for Loveling and Cool or Xiong actually.
Yeah, so we'll see whether it is Cool or I think that it would be Xiong that picks it up in the top lane because there's just not much choice left up there after all. And he's already changed his summoner spell, so I'm pretty confident in that one, but it will mean that Thresh is still available for Mako, and we saw that he had a good game on it last time around. That is one of his big supports as well, and it would deny Amazing's champion pool to nearly full extent.
It would. I mean, we talked about it. He does have Thresh left. They're considering a couple different options here at EDG. Probably just going to get the obvious jungle response here as Braum is locked in, followed by the Gragas. EDG continuing to mix things up.
Yeah, and sorry guys, have to apologize. Alistar's locked in.
Yes.
Yeah, he's champion
He's
pool's
good.
fine.
He's ready.
Yeah, he's done.
That was their first pick, so OMG going to be happy with that there, but EDG going to hold their mid pick here for Bamey as the last one. Azir is still available, but wanting to make sure they know exactly what Cool wants to play. So he's going to have to blind pick something here. But Cool got plenty of good options if he wants to take them away. But OMG, I can sense a bit of aggression just from what they're flashing. They have 10 seconds left to decide exactly what they want.
Yeah, they certainly do a lot of magic damage, some good physical damage coming through if they do go with the Graves. Once again, a mid-game carry that lanes fantastically, and they go with it.
Uzi back on Graves there. Looks like Cassio going to come through for Cool there as well, which will leave Xiong with the Rise. And normally I don't like Graves in the Cinderhawk meta because the damage is a worry, but OMG have plenty of damage in the top and mid lane.
Yeah, they certainly do. So Cassiopeia going to be good, consistent damage coming through there. Rise, he's got fantastic damage at the moment as well. Doesn't go as tanky, so I'm not so sure about late game Rise still, but he seems to be handling the mid game terrifically, especially with the chain CC that you set up. Great laning phase, but Uzi, Graves is kind of, he's an all-up-front burst AD carry. Like, he does what he does, and it's really obvious. He like has a big collateral damage to the buckshot. Quick draw is a great steroid late game, but kind of does a similar thing as Lucian, and I just think Lucian's a little bit better in lane, but maybe it's because they have paired it with something like the Alistar. They just want to get a lot of kill threat down there.
We'll have to see. Bamey does take Azir again, though, into the Cassiopeia matchup, so interesting to see how Cool handled this particular matchup, of course, with Bamey. Handling the Victor quite nicely, but Cassio might be a little trickier. But I agree with the bottom lane here. OMG, I think it's just does one thing. Uzi wants blood. He really wants to kill Death.
Yeah, exactly, and especially because Mako went with something like the Braum that has a big shield that he can throw up. That's a risk down there.
It is, and we'll have to see how that develops as we do see the matchup. Xiong versus Korra in the top side once more, but this time Rise there for Xiong into that Maokai, so have to think he's happy with that matchup.
Yeah, and they prioritized it, so we'll have to see whether Korra can get through. It's Rek'Sai versus Gragas again. This time Clearlove has the Gragas, Loveling has the Rek'Sai. And I want to see what he can do with it before 8 minutes.
I do too. We'll have to find out. Cool on Cassio though. Bamey going to take his ear. So pretty standard stuff across the matchups as we move through. Gets a bit more interesting at bottom lane though. Deft going to have a repeat visit on the Corki, but Uzi with Graves this time.
Yeah, we'll see whether he can really dictate the pace of the lane, especially with Amazing on Alistar. Mako, he's got the brick wall or the door frame or whatever the heck Braum carries around with him. Brick door. I hope so. It's the chair. Is it the chair skin?
Oh, I hope it's the chair. Every time someone gets the chair, I smile.
Yeah, so do I.
It's so good.
Fantastic.
I mean, I think Brom's interesting because he's started to see a little bit more play.
Yeah, he certainly is. And you know, his shield is really good at stopping a lot of the aggression that can come out in lane, but he's also a really good team fight ability.
We'll see what Maker can stop today. We're about to get under the rift for game number 2. And welcome on to the rift for game number 2 between EDG and OMG. EDG currently up a game here in this particular one. But we'll have to see how it develops. OMG had a very strong fighting performance in game number 1. And game 2 is even more aggression if that was possible.
And he has the chair.
He does. He can give them the chair. We'll have to see how many chairs Maker gives people today. EDG, they're the ones stacking up at 5-man strong. Over a ward though, so OMG going to know what's going on. And Loveling getting sneaky, trying to get some wards down here.
Yeah, I think they know that Loveling's there, though, so he needs to be careful because he can't take Tunnel and Burrow at this level 1.
I mean, he could, but he probably shouldn't. Gets a ward down instead, though, and walks back in towards his right-hand side of the jungle. EDG trying to go back to their own jungle now as OMG continue to get vision where they can. And right now, EDG apparently want the left side of the map. OMG trying to take the right.
Yeah, and they didn't get any deep vision on the side of EDG, so OMG definitely came out ahead in that level 1. Much better play, and a little bit of a mind game came through from Loveling in the end.
Yeah, great vision though from OMG actually. Sort of have all the different bases covered there as far as vision goes. So have, again, done well at level 1 to see what they can set up, but I wonder what the teams are actually looking for here. We saw the lance up with the Caitlyn last time. Have to think Uzi wants the 2v2.
I completely agree this time around. You see they're on the top side of the map, and straight away they swap the Corky away.
Well, yeah, Death's going to move out. Maybe it's a fast push here for OMG, but we'll swap the duo lanes once more as Cool and Bamey going to meet each other in mid lane for the second time today.
Yeah, and the longer this, the more I see this matchup, the more I actually think it goes in Cassiopeia's favor. She tends to farm incredibly well. As amazing, trying to just disrupt the jungle.
I mean, we've seen the Nautilus support do this sort of work before. Alistar, not really the same, but he's going to at least be annoying.
Yeah, he certainly is able to get in there, get a good knock-up. And this will be a 3-buff start coming through from OMG with 2 members on the top side of the map. Going to be impossible for Clear Love to take that blue away.
Yeah, that was a nice steal there coming through for OMG. Very quickly and sneakily taking EDG's blue. And again, all that level 1 vision just sets that up nicely.
Yeah, and now Gragas, he doesn't really struggle for mana in the early game, but does like to get ahead in levels. Just going to be relegated to farming the smaller camps. They do give comparable experience early in the game, so it doesn't really affect you. Also gives good gold, so he should be completely fine, but it is just, once again, a mind game win for Loveling coming through here.
And you ask Clear Love for a bit more before the 8-minute mark. He's already showing that at level 1 here, but we are in the mid lane having a look at the matchup. What do you think about it now? So you mentioned Cassiopeia favored. How do you think this is developed? Because we started to see, at least at the beginning of summer, lots more of this matchup.
Yeah, we certainly did. Gank going to come through, though.
His level 1 is amazing. Bame will get out, though. Q will land. It didn't land. I mean, it doesn't matter. It wasn't going to be a kill anyway, but amazing. Again, needs to recalibrate those big AoE stuns, it feels like.
Yeah, he certainly does. And, you know, if we go back to the If versus Cassiopeia matchup, without summoner spells, what happens is if Zia goes aggressive at all, Cassiopeia can just generally flash over the Q because he can't get enough range on his E to be able to escape. So that's why I like Cassiopeia at the moment. The cleanse kind of does dissuade that because you're able to cleanse away Cassiopeia's big ult, which is just such a game-changing ultimate, as Uzi going aggressive.
Yeah, amazing. Going to join back in. He's level 1 again. Flash Pulverize this time connects. Umbaro is there as well. Snare will lock him up, but Koro somehow got a kill and barely misses Loveling.
Yeah, he nearly got 2, and wow, what a play from Koro. Got the passive across as well. Nearly stayed alive, and that was a risky play coming through from OMG. They pick up a kill onto Uzi, but that nearly went pear-shaped.
Well, it went better than the game 1 4-man dive, so they'll get something out of it, but Koro, great work to pick up first blood.
And he's just going to teleport back into the lane with double Doran's ring. Actually chooses to walk, but he'll be able to shove that wave out with saplings relatively easily.
Well, Xiong does have his teleport as well, so no big lead there just yet. It looks like Ryze will walk down towards the bottom side of the map, see if he can take that away. Cassio does have the tier completed. Nice and early back for that one there for Cool, who's now going to return to his lane and just keep farming away.
Yeah, both mid laners go back early. Bamey goes back, grabs himself another ring and some consumables, but that suits Cool a lot because tier, the earlier you can get it stacking up on Cassiopeia, more evolutions you're going to get through from the poison. Just get you rolling on a really good mid-game carry, nice and early.
Does Xiong have blue buff? I think he might have. Yeah. Does that make sense? Yeah, he would have gotten the blue after the jungle. That's clever. I mean, I wondered how Ryze is chunking out so much damage already. A weird dual lane here, 2v2, but with the blue especially, Ryze probably just fine.
Yeah, it can just farm from range with that new Q coming through there. And if they ever do get the layering of CC, they're going to put out a lot of damage as well.
Yeah, Loveling might have a visit there as well. We'll have to see what he wants to do as far as aggression goes. Looking at the mid lane right now is the Rex side, but not committing just yet as Uzi 1v1 where he likes to be up against the Malco.
Yeah, exactly right. Farming nicely underneath the turret. Misses a couple of CS, but with that kill, hasn't gone back and shop yet. Is in a great spot.
Cool is so aggressive as well. He took damage to try and apply that poison, knowing he would win the trade.
Yeah, because that's what I'm talking about. As soon as you use the Q, you just can't get enough range away. They know that Loveling is behind them. Will Loveling go?
Amazing going through. Misses the combo though. Hit the headbutt but couldn't get the pulverize down, and Loveling, who was very ready to follow in, cannot go through.
And you see the burst damage that can come through from Jiyoung as Bamey gets a great trade in the mid lane. Too many minions for Cool. Needs to start clearing that wave a little bit more.
Love now going to clear out a ward for himself. Mako will join in, slap it away and take some extra gold for himself. And Cool getting shoved in pretty repetitively here. We saw the opposite of this, I think, when Cool's played this matchup recently.
Yeah, it certainly is, but you know, he's doing much better in CS. 11 the advantage already coming through there, so not too bad as Uzi goes aggressive, freezes the wave again.
Yep, just lets it go in. This is something, again, that Uzi's very good at. We know him for his strong mechanics. 1v1 or 1v0, he's shown that off as well.
Yeah, it certainly has, and you know, just the understanding of how to freeze waves, where it's going to bounce back to. Uzi very good at controlling both 2v2 and 1v1 situations.
So looking good there as Cool. Level 6 now, a bit more threat there on Bamey, but Ultimate's up for Azir as well. Cleanse, of course, going to make any sort of all-in particularly difficult, but Jiyoung, he's the one collecting some farm, and right now it's fairly even between the top laners.
Yeah, so Jiyoung able to get in there early because of the blue buff. Now he's going to struggle a little bit more, especially if Deft hits level 6 on him, but won't really have that all-out kill potential coming through until Koro picks up some cloth armors for himself. There's a very real possibility that Uzi goes back shops, grabs a BF, and then just kills him.
Good ward, though, from OMG. Will spot EDG moving in down towards Jiyoung, so Ryze will back away. That potentially seeds the turret there over to EDG, and you can tell they're just trying to take complete control of the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, and this is exactly what they did last game. They've pushed a wave and a half up against it. This time it's just all ranged minions, and they have backed away a little bit earlier trying to secure the dragon, but Jiyoung not having fun at all trying to farm here.
No, he's not had a fun series, honestly, here. Start of game 1 and now the start of game 2 has been a bit tricky for him. Deft also trying to get damage down to the turret. Should be able to take that away relatively quickly, and we'll have the first tower down to the game. Uzi, again, still freezing as Deft takes the turret, and now a good ulti that comes through. Dumbaro coming into the bottom side as well. Deft gets ignited but does not fall down, and Loveling now under threat there as Mako chairs Jiyoung instead. Cool's coming down as well. Everybody's getting in here. Mako now going to be the next one. Ulti gets the slow, and it is enough to take out Mako. Deft is lucky to be alive. Amazing comes in again, but here comes Bamey to play clean up, pushes Amazing back in. That's going to give a kill to Clearlove, but only one.
Yeah, and I want to know why Koro stopped the ultimate there, the teleport there. Maybe he took too much damage off the front end of it, but he was pretty much behind everyone, would have been able to jump in. Uzi didn't use the collateral damage. I think that Koro would have died if he didn't.
Yeah, I think maybe that's the thing. Koro just wanted to be like, you know what? I'm afraid standing still for 2 seconds is going to get me killed.
Yeah, I think that's honestly what happened in the end of it. Didn't get into the brush quick enough. Hasn't got his teleport now to get back to the top lane, but in the end, 1-for-1 trade coming through, and they pick up the turret. So EDG definitely get the better of that one.
Yeah, and Def now going to the top side, so he's going to look for that turret. Jiyoung going to get the bad news. He was just in the 2v1 on the bottom side, going to go to the top and see the exact same thing.
Yeah, and wow, Uzi going Bloodthirster first in his build. Got the BF sword, got the Vampiric Scepter coming through. So looking for some real mid-game bullying power.
Yeah, this, honestly, in spring we would have called the Vasily build, and he's been notably absent so far from summer. So Uzi channeling a bit of that here. The overshield's great. As far as just raw power and pushing power especially goes, I feel like Uzi's going to try and match Deft.
Yeah, and the ability to trade with Corki, so be able to get the windows where Corki able to fire the big ones off and get this single auto attack and back away means that with Bloodthirster, the shield going to help out, and then you're going to return a lot of the health you lost.
So smart stuff there from Uzi. We'll see how the Bloodthirster first works out as Deft, with his Sheen and the parts of the Phage again, going to start taking pot shots at the turret, and Jiyoung, he'll get some farm here, but it is not a good story as Clearlove almost caught out by Cool, does eat some poison. Cool still chasing in, but does not want to go all in for that one.
doesn't want to. There's a couple of members already up there. Rotation comes through into the mid lane for Koro as well. Doesn't want to be that deep with Uzi, so they're looking to see if they can catch Cool out in the mid lane.
And Cassio, no flash. Pretty easy gank target. Ultimate available, though. Going to make it a bit trickier. Does have the blue buff also, so we'll clear the CS out from under the turret as Baimi, who had a great start to his lane in game 1. Almost 20 CS behind now.
Yeah, so Cool has really started to bully this lane. He's going for an Abyssal Scepter as well, so a slightly more tanky build coming through from Cassiopeia, but the bad news really is Xiang. He's being shoved off another turret, and they're keeping Cool at home just because Baimi is going really hard at repetitively shoving in the mid lane, not getting any advantage for it, apart from the fact that the Rise cannot collect farm anywhere.
And that's great. EDG going to get more global gold. Baimi will make up for the CS deficit just based on all that movement. And Deft again denying maximum CS. Xiang is having a horrible time.
Yeah, Xiang 22 CS, only level 5. Level 7 is the advantage right now for Koro up there in the top lane on Maokai. And this is just a repeatable story. If Xiang doesn't get Maokai, it doesn't look like he can lane in the 2v1 situation, doesn't look like he can really get much advantage around the map, and they just fall behind off it.
Then again, the question, why are OMG not picking standard lanes here? They seem so good at them, to be honest with you, but didn't want it 2 games in a row. OMG were the ones to initiate the lane swap. They might get the turret here in the bottom side, but Def's working on a tier 2 in the top now.
Yeah, he's just trying to shove even more CS. This time it was Def that walked the long way around the lane swap. It looked like OMG did want to get it. They even have the deep vision. They just didn't sacrifice anything to try and enforce. And Uzi, he's able to pick up the tier 1 turret for himself, gets the gold back within 800, but mass recalls coming through from EDG. They want the first Dragon.
Yeah, Dragon's been quite late here in this game. We're almost at 12 minutes, and neither team has looked at it so far, but Def got his fade, got his Sork Shoes, that same power spike we saw before. Going to be nice and strong for this first Dragon fight.
Yeah, it certainly is, and this is a recurrent build. This time he went the Sheen first, so maybe it's just the gold difference coming through there. About 175 gold, I think, between the two of them if you go components versus combined. And we'll see whether that is enough right now to be able to get them the first Dragon.
Well, nice and strong is the Corki. He'll rotate in. EDG will look for it there as well. And again, the first major breaking point for this game will be another Dragon. But OMG this time, look like they're ready to fight.
Yeah, they're going to try and dive in with that Alistair. Although, no, they don't.
No, can't get it. Ulti actually used by Uzi, maybe to steal it, but Clearlove smites it away. Xiang had teleport, but he did not join his team, instead savoring the farm he's finally getting.
Yeah, he's just trying to shove that wave in as much as possible. All of a sudden, OMG, they've got 4 members strong in the mid lane. Good luck shoving into an Azir at this point of the game, though, and they won't get any major objective off it.
You can see Cool. He's posturing so aggressively there just behind that ridge as Xiang working on the turret in the top side, hoping he's able to take it out. Decent damage to it means that he'll get through some of the health bar, but shouldn't be able to take it.
Okay, so they will be able to get a lot of the turret done in the top lane. They've got 2 members up there, and they're trying to dive Cool in the mid lane and get him far behind, but Xiang backs away, goes for a purchase, probably wants to get the Catalyst in nice and early, but that's a little bit strange still. The wave is bouncing back. Maybe he wants a deep freeze.
Maybe. I mean, Xiang certainly needs farm, so somehow he's got to make sure he comes up with it here. He's actually gone back to base. I don't think he got his Catalyst, just got a couple of components for those items coming through. Is Xiang's scaling problem maybe going to be an issue given how starved he got?
Yeah, it definitely looks to be as Mako goes in, gets headbutted back, but it's just the Rise used to get a lot of damage through just mana, so he could go this tanky build because Banshee's Veil back then gave you mana. Frozen Heart gave you a lot of mana. All of a sudden, you're stacking it on top of your Seraph's Embrace, which is multiplicative because of mana, and you're just getting all this good stuff. Now he can go a similarly tanky build, but it's more around like Zhonya's Hourglasses and Abyssal Scepters as opposed to the real defensive items. They're the pseudo ones, and it's brought him back in line as a very good lockdown CC. If you're running forward, you're a fantastic mage, but he doesn't have that raw, I am a super tank as well as a machine gun mage, and I just do lots of damage and never die.
Yeah, I mean, you can see Xiang maxing the W. It is the standard, I believe, on this patch for Rise, but just never got the 1v1 he wanted.
Yeah, exactly right. So you're never going to be able to chase in, spam out the W until you get to 5, and then just W, Q, W, E.
W. There's a lot of W's.
There certainly is. And you know, he's finally got some CS for himself, so he is doing a little bit better. But once again, the dive's going to come in.
This must be so annoying. EDG. Well, every time Xiang shows up to a lane, I feel like EDG like, yep, we're going to push this one.
Yeah, and then Amazing like kind of strolls in and can't get in range.
Just almost got Def, but I think the Valkyrie got him out safely. Amazing might actually be the one to fall. He has his ult. He's not used it. confident there that he wouldn't die, but that was quite close.
Yeah, it certainly was. And Bamey, in the meanwhile, shoves into mid lane. All of a sudden, it's only a 10 CS advantage. He grabs a turret again. All 3 outers down. It's only 1,500 gold, but you feel that OMG need to start looking for areas they can get an advantage on this map.
This game just looks very similar to game number 1, which is the issue. I mean, EDG just playing their game, OMG or not.
Yeah, completely agree. You know, they weren't able to bully yet again in the laning phase. And Deft on this Corki, it's just methodical. He's just walking into every single lane he wants to and just knocking them down. It's cool. He's actually picked up Merc Treads and Seraphs as the first part of his build.
Yeah, got the Arcandles there. We'll have Seraphs relatively soon, given how early his tier was, but much more defensive here. I don't mind the Merc Treads, given the champions on the opponent's side here, but interesting stuff from Cool.
Yeah, it definitely is, and maybe he wants to be a good peeling threat right now, and Merc Tread's going to keep him out of the CC for a little bit longer. You just look at how much AP damage there is, and I would be very surprised if he doesn't go into a Abyssal Scepter after this, because you've got Gragas, you've got Maokai, Bamey, as well as a majority of Death's damage right now, all magic, and you have a very good itemization path with a lot of magic resist if you Cassiopeia.
Yeah, and it's the more aggressive of the Cassio builds. It's not quite full Dade, let's go tank with the Rylai's, but you know, it's not quite Death Capos on your second item.
Yeah, exactly right. As you see, Loveling getting chunked out here. We'll have to go over the wall, but he's not contesting for anything in the meantime.
Did receive the chair from Mako, and Dragon's not even back up now as the 2-minute timer pops up. We'll be spawning just then, but EDG already prepping their vision around. Again, for me, the biggest difference for this team has been their exceptional Dragon control.
Yeah, today it definitely looks like it's right on point. And you see Koro, he's got a team fight build early on as well. Unlike last game where he had Frozen Heart, this time it is a Righteous Glory first, and probably going to be looking for Home Guard boots next for those big teleport plays.
I mean, Uzi's looking okay. Bloodthirst Zeal completed as Koro taking some damage, not much. Going to get Dove on there. Amazing joining in as well. But the rest of EDG are coming. Righteous Glory pop. Pulverized Headbutt will get him away. The teleport cancelled though from Xiang. OMG do not want to fight.
Yeah, they definitely do not. And yet again, a minute on Dragon. Xiang cancels another teleport. And maybe it was just to dissuade EDG this time, but you feel like they need to not use that 5-minute cooldown.
I mean, they're just getting shoved around by EDG. I think, yeah, definitely don't use your 5-minute cooldowns. Koro actually going to use his to defend the turret. EDG confident with 55 seconds left that they'll still be in position for Dragon.
Yeah, I think they just want to use Koro to actually shove off that wave. See whether he can stand up to Xiang though, because there is a lot of inherent power right now in Ryze's kit.
There is, and Xiang just needs to unlock it. I think it's the problem. We talked about how all early game he was being put down. Uzi and Cool are doing fine, but everyone's still sort of scaling for OMG. But you called their comp mid-game in the draft here, Spawn. We're going to need to find a mid-game fairly soon.
Yeah, they certainly do, especially with the fact that it is a Bloodthirster first Uzi, and he's not going into something like, when you see Blood, wow.
Koro diving in onto Xiang. Going to get damage down, but a level advantage here for the Maokai. Clearlove coming up as well. Xiang's popped his passive there. He's going to pop some W's. That might be enough for him to get out of the way. It is just with Loveling and Cool coming in. In fact, they might just turn it around. Clearlove going to get knocked up, but still has the body slam ready. No, forced to flash as Loveling was body blocking nicely. But small victories now for OMG.
Yeah, it certainly is. And, you know, just to take a look at that play that came through from Clearlove, you might think that Loveling wasn't in front of him. The travel distance of body slam is actually narrower than the knock-up distance, so you can be slightly outside of it. So even if you're behind him, the hitbox is still big enough to stop it going through. So he knew he had to use it, wanted to flash and then be able to body slam a little bit further away.
And instead, OMG going to get themselves a Dragon. Clearlove, we're going to try and pressure onto the top side of the map, keep Xiang down. Means that instead, EDG just lose the Dragon.
Yeah, so EDG, they give that one up, didn't get in position to fight it. Is a little bit because of the fact that they didn't have their jungler or top lane, and no teleport going to come through there. And Def, he's gone back, wants to pick up some more items, going for the Last Whisper again as the next item.
Yeah, he's done this 2 games in a row here. It's not quite the same Bloodthirster second we used to see.
Yeah, it certainly isn't. You know, he picked up Bloodthirster third. Maybe it's just because, although this time there is no armor built up there, so you want to stay ahead of the curve as an AD carry, especially a mid-game AD carry, whereby you never feel like, oh my goodness, if I had bought Last Whisper, I would have been doing more damage right now. It's also a positioning thing, but Corki in particular, because of all of his magic damage, as well as the passive on his kit, doesn't really benefit from Last Whisper like other ADs do.
No, not as much, I guess. But It works for Def. We'll have to see if this is a continued trend with his Corki play. But Bamey continuing to farm things out. I feel like Bamey has one job. I've kind of watched him play Azir these last 2 games, and I feel like his one order from the coach is never leave the mid lane.
Yeah, exactly right. Continue to shove, man. You got one of the best kits to shove and disengage if people ever dive onto, and that's what he's using. Just repetitively get in there. They're not even ganking him because they know the elusiveness of his kit. And now he's finally rotated into the bottom lane, and we'll see whether he and Def can chunk out another turret.
And that's, I think, the natural transition is that EDG, with all that pressure that Bamey's able to create, just sitting in a lane, Deft is free to do whatever he wants on this Corki.
Wow, they're going hard here. Teleport going nice and deep from Xiong.
They're going to try and go in for this one, but Deft going to get out. Is he going to pop out as well? Xiong's nowhere to be seen.
Meanwhile, ClearLove secures a blue buff over the other side of the rift.
Seriously, this series has felt like EDG just running circles around OMG for 2 games straight.
Yeah, it certainly has, and this time around, Loveling has been able to keep up a little bit better in farm, but this was about the time that ClearLove really put his foot down, secured the other side of the map, and they're starting up a bait for Baron.
I mean, EDG love to do this sort of thing, and they might even start the Baron, but a great ward from OMG is going to spot them. That pink
but
does not
Uzi's
spot
bottom lane, they do it real quick as well.
EDG have to back away though. Immediately see movement in OMG collapse and force EDG off the objective, but that's the sort of thing you do have to be careful about. And OMG want one thing that EDG have not given them yet, and that's just a team fight.
Yeah, exactly right. Uzi able to get the blue buff for himself on the other side of the map, so he will equal up the trade there. Continue to shove in bottom. They might finally be able to get mid, but Bamey's already set back up there, and this has become a game of chess. EDG is just trying to run them ragged around the map, get picks, or force a bad objective fight coming through. And Uzi just wants farm.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately for OMG at this stage of the game, much like in chess, when your X moves behind your opponent tends to win. And EDG have just been at least 2 steps ahead this game.
Yeah, exactly right. So coming through there, we'll have to see whether OMG are able to catch them in a bad rotation. Finally set up in an area where they will be able to get a turret for themselves, although ClearLove looks like he wants to go in.
Yeah, smart to threaten the dive onto Bamey to force him back, but reinforcements come through, and EDG will not be stopped transitioning at this point.
Yeah, they've just always got the open lane. They're never scared to walk through their own jungle, which means that they just get to the turrets much more quickly. You see every single time EDG set up, they do the right thing. They sweep out the jungle. They make sure that there's no way they can get through unless they go the long way around, and that's why they're much more effective at taking turrets down.
And you can see that reflected in the actual turret score. 4-1 up already for EDG, which is most of that gold lead that you can see. It's a pretty slim one, under 3,000 up for EDG. But OMG are never getting any other gold if the game continues like this.
Yeah, exactly right. They're just never going to have the shortest way around the map. And EDG, they're happy to walk down rivers. They're happy to walk through forests right now, even when they haven't been there, just because of the vision presence that they have. And we'll have to see whether, with some upgraded sweepers, they can start to impact that. As champions are hitting around the level 13, 14 mark, you do tend to see some more upgraded sweepers come through because they honestly need them right now.
They do, and they just need something here for EDG, but they're getting nothing but a lot of farm and the occasional poking towards the turret. I think OMG might even have to get crazy and dive.
Yeah, they need to make a proactive play at some point. Even Xiong just starting to get chunked out in this lane. We'll see whether he wants to go aggressive. No, Deft is going to try his hand.
Deft's way too strong here at this stage. Xiong still stacking his Rod of Ages, has finished it and about halfway through those stacks, so he's getting stronger, but needs a couple more minutes, about 5 or so. Abyssal done for cool there as well. But even Bamey, who again, the one rule, do not leave the mid lane, serving him very well in this game.
Yeah, certainly has. Caught right back up in CS, has that death cap build again. Cool is nice and strong at the moment, especially against the magic dealers. Got a very large effective health pool because of that Saris, and then he's got some nice MR to go with it. So as you said, not full tank, but as far as effective health goes right now, probably the strongest member on his team.
Yeah, and still errs on the side of aggression, which for me is the biggest difference between a player like Cool and a player like Dade from M3 is OMG, they're still trying to queue in. Again, they just need a foothold in the game, but one apiece actually on Dragons is interesting because EDG can't force the objective the same way. But they will play this game slowly if they have to, and even Corki's been doing plenty of work around the map.
Yeah, it certainly has it. Finally, teleport going in behind Uzi.
Yeah, I'm going to look for something here. Uzi going to get caught out. Jeff doing far too much damage. Uzi, he wants the 1v1, but Koro's already here. He might take his time getting here. The quick draw's there, but Uzi already losing the duel without a bit of extra help. And there are so many people coming. Now he's going to see Koro and be, oh no, this is not what I wanted at all. And Deft even collects the kill.
Yeah, so they go 4 members strong. It's only Bamey left in the mid lane, so they will grab an objective for it. And that was a lot used to just take out the AD carry, who was starting to farm very effectively, but Interesting call coming through from EDG.
That feels almost psychological to me.
Yeah, I didn't want to say it, but you know, there has been a history of Uzi being an emotional player, and that looked like you were picking on someone that you know is an emotional player.
He's pushing up to a turret in a very long lane that doesn't have a tier 1, an outer turret, or a tier 2 turret.
Yeah, but with the pressure that they generated mid lane, it was, if he died, they were always going to be able to grab something else on the map, and that's exactly what happened. Sure, EDG with some good timing will be able to grab a dragon for it, but tier 1 turret for just a kill normally isn't in your favor.
No, that's true. And Cool here going to clear out the Sun turret. Jeff continuing to roam around and push waves out. Feels like he hasn't really had much of a team fight here, but he's just happily chugging away in his aeroplane, just taking out structures. And so far, EDG certainly winning on that front.
Yeah, just engaging the Rafflecopter farm mode, able to get into different lanes, just farm it up, and you know he's actually finished the last Whisper right now, so you know, fairly good spot for himself, and looks like he's going towards a Bloodthirster or maybe a Blade of the Ruined King yet again.
Blade would be interesting, but I don't think he needs it with all these mages. We'll see though. Certainly seen a lot of Blade being fairly popular. I mean, it is a game of scaling here for OMG, but again, the mid-game comp sort of running out of time here. And EDG, except for maybe...
Uzi wants to fight someone.
He does.
He has had enough of this.
He's getting really antsy, is Uzi. Does get the turret. He wants depth. He's going in. Gets a crit there, I think. But Mako's there to support him.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, the collapse is coming through from everyone. Xiang has teleport. He's going.
He's going to use it, but Clear might find Uzi first. Bamey's here as well. We're going to look to go and engage. Amazing dive in with a pulverize ulti there from Uzi, but they're going to dive in on top of him. Xiang gets exhausted, and Koro's taking so much there. The ulti comes out, but Def's almost dead. Kite's leveling away. Uzi gets Mako though, but Loveling's going to die there to Def, and Bamey cleaning house once again, gets a double kill, and OMG are going to lose 5 by the looks of things. Koro's still chasing in. Cool wants it. He's going to get the kill, but OMG are going to leave the fight with no one left. 5 for 2 in favor of EDG.
Yeah, and EDG just kite back on the right members, make sure that they're getting damage on priority targets, and Clearlove and Koro once again just frontline everyone. Bamey able to get the consistent damage he needs. That'll be Baron in 27 minutes into the game. You could tell OMG wanted to fight. EDG fight them and win.
I almost feel like EDG are playing OMG against themselves here, because I don't think I've ever seen a team play
Def,
this calm.
run.
Oh, Deft down Loveling, smites down. Loveling's going to chase him. He flashes out. Deft is still okay. They might even turn it around. Clearlove gets the knock up. Loveling's taking too much damage, and Deft gets a kill in that somehow.
Def's Corki does more damage than mine.
It does more damage than all the Corkies.
I swear. He's just so good on the champion, able to flash away, gets a good outplay there. Loveling would be scratching his head in bemusement. It's like I chilling smited him, I nearly got the knock up. He was he had no health, and he still killed him.
Buddy, best friend Clearlove still there to make sure everything's A-OK. Koro going to do some maintenance in the bottom side of the map, taking these minions out. But again, EDG have just played so calmly this whole game long, and if we're going to use Uzi as an indication, OMG have not.
Yeah, so let's take another look at this fight. Really good shield came through from Mako, blocking out the ultimate there, and then Def on the back line. Sure, he's getting linebacked by people, but he's just able to kite back. He's just putting out all that damage onto Loveling, and then once again, Koro and Clearlove at the front of it. Bamey, safe as you can be, just putting out consistent damage. Koro's still going forward, using his passive against Cassiopeia really nicely, and they just have way too much damage at this point. The kite was great, but then the turnaround to force the team fight as much as they did was even more impressive.
And I like that you mentioned kite there, because it was a really well spread out fight by EDG, but that just makes me want to throw more credit at Bamey. I've never seen an Azir do so much damage in such a spread out team fight.
Yeah, and once again, he picked the priority targets that he needed to go for, made sure he was hitting all of the damage dealers, tore through the tanks, honestly. Now he's got even more damage because of a Void Staff, and he's just looked on point in the last couple of games. Maybe the Azir is something they need to take away.
Maybe, because he's looked excellent on it so far. Level 15, almost 16, ramping into those ultimates, and EDG, now with a 5k gold, they're going to try and make that more. They want some more turrets. They've been sorely lacking, but that was quite a lot of damage.
Yeah, it certainly was. You saw it was a soldier attack into a Q, and then just a big one slapping Amazing in the back of the head. And that is a BT finished up for Deft yet again. So very skirmish and combat ready. Good pushing build as well, and they've prepped the bottom wave already.
I think the nice thing is the poke that you mentioned in game 1's there as well. The Bamey, Azir, Deft, Corki combination. not only do they rip through turrets, they kind of rip through people under them as well.
Yeah, they certainly do, and they don't have to choose between using different things. They're able to get in with both because they use their abilities for one and then the auto attack for the other. So just yet again, pushing in with the cannon creeps. Cassiopeia, great wave clear, but it might not be enough.
Yeah, Baron doing work here. Amazing, looking for an engage, but gets slowed there by Mako's chair. And they're going to keep moving in. Deft actually face taking the turret for a little while, maybe too long. Does take some poke there, but OMG need to do something or they're just going to lose their base.
Yeah, exactly right. They continue this for one more wave, it's going down.
Oh, Amazing goes in, gets the double pole though. It's only on tanks, and that's maybe not what he wants here. The turret still getting low, not quite there for OMG yet.
Yeah, Xiong, he's being chunked out. Deft is at half health, so they do need to be careful. Will probably back away because Deft just tanked too much of that turret.
I mean, he's going to get lifesteal back. They might fancy it to try and finish it off. Probably can't get the inhib. Cool. Love the positioning there over the wall. Ready to flash in, although it doesn't have it, unfortunately. Going to make it tricky.
So the problem is because Deft had to auto attack the wave, they were scared that Xiong was going to go back by, grab home guard boots, fly into the fight, and just CC people up with all of Ryze's current power. So if they had been able to buckshot, shove it in, they knew that Xiong was in base. But with the auto attacks, just not enough time, so they will go back, fight this next dragon.
Yeah, Dragon up in 30 seconds. So we'll see if EDG can claim their third, or OMG can stem the tide there and pick that one up for themselves. Loveland going to clear out a Gromp for himself. Again, items coming through. Deft with a nice quick QSS this time around. Got it, I think, 5th in his build in game number 1, but going to get it nice and early here before the Infinity Edge this time.
Yeah, he had another BF sword last time before he picked it up, so a little bit safer this time around. Doesn't want to be caught by Cassiopeia or Ryze. You feel are the two big targets, and they're setting up for this dragon. It is only number 3, so is something that OMG can give up. At 7,000 gold the lead, and OMG, how they've been wow.
Jeez.
Just wow.
Deft does far too much damage already. Going to take out the ward. Dragon's doing a bit of damage, but not a big deal here. And Amazing probably can't go in at this point.
Yeah, exactly right. They're like, now do you sure you want to fight us? We've got this big line of people set up. We've got Coral around the back. Does look like OMG still want to go in.
I mean, they wanted to look for a fight all game long, but Loveling might be the one called out. Mako with an amazing ultimate across the top. Cool gets knocked back into the team, gets exhausted, and Bamey uses his ulti to try and move them out, but Cool is going to go down. Coro's taking up too much damage. Now Deft going to dive in on top of Uzi to play cleanup. They've got one kill. They might only need one. Uzi flashes out, but EDG soundly win that fight. That missile did so much damage in the chair. Almost got him. They're going to try and keep going. Mako wants it. He misses just barely one more time.
Mako nearly dies for it. Deft still going.
He's getting it there. He does finally get the kill. Going to take a lot of his health bar to make sure he gets it. We're going to get smote again. Loveling's seen this before. Doesn't fancy it for a second time. And Deft gets out scot-free.
Yeah, so they're able to grab 2 kills. They grab the dragon as well, but it doesn't look like it's over.
That doesn't look happy either, does Uzi, who's been really singled out by Deft here in this game. He's played another great series for himself, but EDG is letting him have it every single fight.
Yeah, exactly right. Once again, a little bit too much power currently in the EDG lineup. Clearlove's being caught. He doesn't even care anymore.
I mean, why would you? He's just such a tanky Gragas.
Yeah, he's got, once again, Cinderhulk into a couple of defensive items. Still, he's got 2 combines on top of his defensive items to not even 1 coming through right now from Loveling. Just hasn't been able to have the same kind of impact as Clearlove's had, and really is credit to Clearlove. This time not through a big CS advantage, but just good team fighting on Gragas.
I think that's credit to EDG, because the way they've played OMG in the early game has just been phenomenal.
Yeah, it certainly has. And, you know, Loveling, he looks like he's regaining some form, has been fighting the team fights well. Oh, cool.
Caught out. Oh, that's not good. Ulti missed there. Mako just
accidentally juked it.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah.
Good work from Mako.
And obviously clicked somewhere else on the map and just runs through. Cool.
I mean, it worked out. Cool did miss the ulti, but Mako's like, I don't really want to find out to see what the rest of the story is, so he'll back away instead.
Yeah, he's like, I still don't like it even without ulti. We've only got a Gragas. I'm a Braum. I don't even know what I do in this game right now.
Chairs people.
Chairs.
He almost chaired Uzi.
He did. He flash went for the chair.
Flash chair, baby. Gonna clear some minions out now. Blue buff for the Azir is gonna make it a very simple task for himself. EDG might be thinking about Baron. It's up in 5 seconds. Corey got his teleport now as well. So EDG almost 8,000 gold up in the lead and in complete control of the Rift.
Yeah, and straight away they're going for the Baron. Teleport will come through from Koro.
Does complete as well. It was close. I think Loveling wanted to cancel. He's going to zip away over instead, but the Baron's already dead. Loveling too far away after that tunnel to even look at smiting it away. Bamey's really chasing aggressively.
Yeah, Bamey's like Superman.
He is. Bamey's
zooms around the map.
Bamey's had a really great series again. Might spot off Loveling here. We'll zoom in. Wow, that was very nicely done. And Loveling, you're dead.
Yeah. Takes Loveling down. And, you know, I'm just watching this Azir mechanics, and I'm thinking, Bamey, you are definitely showing up to play. And if EDG can couple their mid laner, get the lane swaps that he needs, because honestly, in a 1v1 situation with Azir, he's looked very strong today. It's only going to mean good things for this team.
And that's the thing. Bamey feels like, again, a very solid, very consistent player that fights well when he has gotten his farm. He doesn't always win his lane. He actually rarely wins or bullies his lane. But once he gets to a comfortable spot at 15 to 20 minutes, he's ready to go. The issue is when they get disrupted and people try and pick on their mid lane.
Yeah, and you know, the other thing is that Bamey has a target painter on his back. When you're coming up against Palm, you're like, maybe there's not as much value in ganking him. Let's focus towards Koro. Let's try and shut Clear Love down. But when you are the sub on EDG's lineup, there's a very good chance you're going to take some more attention. And this time it hasn't been there for Bamey, and he's dealt with the 1v1 lane against a class mid laner in Cool very well.
Yeah, Cool's is great and still had a good series here, but Bamey's just had his number as far as this game goes. Deft again taking turrets here to try and work on this turret. And we're going to have a revisit of about 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, we certainly are. And you know, one thing I will point out about Deft tanking the turret is it's not the damage that it does to you, it's that slow that makes you more susceptible to CC. So if you are playing at home, be very careful about how often you do this.
Yeah,
Deft can get away with it.
He can, but he's got many corky imps. That was an amazing 5-man poll, though, but Bamey pushes them out. They'll keep moving in. OMG are fighting for their lives. Cool already used his ulti, can't go back in. Amazing's dead, though, and they put everything into that engage. It was a great start by the Alistar, but EG get a kill and keep going.
Yeah, Amazing got right in there, made sure that he got the perfect engagement, but they're just too good. Shove them back. Too many items ahead, get the inhibitor, and they'll be able to back away.
I think 2 ahead is right here. Bottom of the map broken now for OMG. Might lose another here as Xiang's gone in aggressive, but
Deft's turning around 1v3. Everyone else is like, dude, can we please buy?
Deft's like, no, I kind of want some more kills in this game. 6-0-4, not enough for him. Is he hiding in a brush right now?
Yeah, and Xiang, you're going to get Valked on. I've seen this before.
The equalizer? No equalizer this time.
He was pinging out Cool. He was like, Cool's waiting in the wings. I don't want to go up against him.
Yeah, we'll recall there instead as EDG well and truly 10,000 gold ahead. Dragon back in 45 seconds or so in this game as well. That gold lead's pretty strong, 37 minutes in. OMG do have items, but that is not comparable to EDG.
Yeah, it certainly isn't. And wow, Clear Love goes for
oh my god, he stole
real
it.
cheeky steal there over the backside.
That was rude.
Yeah, it was.
That was really rude.
Cool wanted that blue buff.
That's like
just took it, didn't ask.
That's like when you walk into someone's like house for a party and literally walk over to the buffet table and just eat all the cake. It's just gone.
Yeah.
That's it. That's what Khalil just did. He ate all his cake.
He wasn't even invited to the party either.
No.
He was just like a friend of the friend.
Yeah. Oh man, that guy. What? I can't. Sorry, I clicked yes on Facebook. Can I do a cake? And then it's done. You're gone.
Exactly right. It's like, who invited this guy?
Well, definitely not cool to his blue buff
He's
party.
got no
but
top on. He's like a little bit unruly.
He bought a cake though.
He's got
That's
a
benefit.
sick haircut.
He does.
A little bit less on top, but lots in the beard department.
Certainly looking good there as far as hair goes. And EDG will look for their 4th burn now to make sure the game keeps looking better for themselves. That's Dragon number 4. Again, the lead almost insurmountable here for OMG. But Amazing almost made it look good with that big pulverize. Did a little bit more of that here, but they're going to need to do some work here as Deft. He just doesn't care anymore.
Yeah, he certainly doesn't. He wants to kill everyone. Cool has to burn the flash over the backside. Deft is just that strong with that Merc Scimitar coming in. But even if he eats CC, we'll probably turn most fights.
I think I figured out whose party it is, by the way. It's Deft. He's the birthday boy because he's just doing whatever he wants today.
Yeah, 6-0-4, having a terrific performance. They go in.
Goes in onto Mako, though. Bamey shoves them out. Choke point's good there, but Xiang's doing nice damage to the front line. Cool. Still has his ultimate, but the Sun Turret's going to be an OMG. Can't dive any further, and will reset here with no one dying.
Yeah, exactly right. A little bit more of a pushback coming through there. They're just trying to hold off until bottom wave's in a position, but they need to go back realistically. Top wave is huge. It's going to take down that turret, and once again, EDG, the game getting towards the point where it is very hard for OMG to come back, but they still look like they're within a shot.
It's not impossible, and OMG's team fighting has always been one of their trademarks. To be fair, it's true of EDG as well. Their team fighting's immaculate at the best of times and even better when they're really on top of their game. But OMG can do it. We'll have to see if they can pull it back in the series. Otherwise, EDG looking for their first 2-0 in quite a while.
Yeah, they certainly are. So EDG looking to see if they continue to push in. Death by himself. There's like 3 members around him, and he's still just sitting there.
It's his birthday, I told you. He doesn't care.
No wards behind him, so he can't be teleported on all. There's one on the right, so that's why he's hugging the left.
There's one on top of him. I don't think Xiang wants to go right there. Oh,
Yeah,
it's gone.
With Flash and Valkyrie, would have been able to get out of that one. I was seeing if there was one where Xiang could like corral him. Sheepdog, just like, Def, run this way.
And then kill him.
Yeah.
No, you don't kill the birthday boy on their birthday. That's very rude. That'd be
Right.
ruder than Clearlove's cake eating. Leveling, actually taking his wolves while Clearlove's taking the rest of his jungle. This house invasion has really gone too far.
Yeah, it certainly has. Just, you know, the Gromp killed his pet frog, whatever the heck Gromp is.
It is, yeah, I think it's, I don't know.
It's like a frog that gets like mutated by fungus, I think.
Yeah.
Is like the actual definition behind it, but you know, that didn't sound
You never
as
want
good.
the mutated frog fungus at your party. that's definitely
Yeah, so
not so
Clear
good.
Love, he took one away and then did them a favor by clearing out the mutated frog fungus.
Well, if he's going to come and eat all that cake, at least he's clearing out the pests as well. As Barrett is back up in a minute, EDG could look for their third, I believe, in this game. They have powered through Barons this particular game.
Yeah, they certainly haven't. Daft, he's still buying pink wards instead of actually competing in an item build. He's got 5, doesn't want the 6 just yet.
Yeah, so like his parents' present came late. They're actually giving him an Infinity Edge.
Oh, just
Well,
in
it
one
hasn't
hit as
arrived
well. He's like
Yeah.
that jerk kid where you go to his house and it's like, what did you get for your birthday? Oh, yeah, you know, I got a PlayStation controller. I bought myself a PlayStation. Oh, yeah, my dad got me like a PlayStation, Xbox, PC.
Yeah. Oh, great.
Yeah.
It's like, you know, we split the presents. We thought they demonstrate the value of money. It's like, yeah, they just gave me everything I asked for.
Yeah, exactly right. You know, throw a Ferrari on top of that. You're 13 years old.
It's all right. Can you imagine if Corky was in a Ferrari instead? That would be glorious. Or there'd be like a flying
Although the
Ferrari.
hot rod's quite cool. I
It
like
is
classical cars. Or helicopters or whatever the heck it is.
Classical helicopters. Dev still posturing very aggressively. EDG seem like they want to clean up the Baron here and make sure they can close out the game nice and methodically. Bottom inhibitor is still down,
Oh,
so
Koro,
minions are going to push
is he
in.
going to pull the trigger? No, he's not.
Doesn't want to go quite in yet. Does still have the teleport, so we can line up the home guard TP, although, yep, does have the home guard, so possible there. And Bamey and Dev.
Amazing's going.
This Baron is going to go down real fast as Amazing finds Koro, knocks him up. Bamey gets the Baron. That's good news for EDG. Koro, though, quite low there, does go down to Loveling. So ball v5 right now for EDG, but they're still going in. Mako, great ulti there, finds Uzi, Amazing, and Xiang. And Clearlo off to the side, tanking damage from Poke, but Amazing flashes in for the pole, doesn't get it. Bamey's going to play cleanup. Def, the birthday boy, is going to dive in and celebrate. Oh no, he's been killed on his birthday. OMG are going to get the kill they need. They're going to get another one here as well. They might be able to turn it around. Uzi, he wants it so bad. He takes out Bamey. And that's an ace.
OMG are going to win the game off the back of that. Just a little bit too much aggression coming through from EDG. They got the Baron. It was a 4v5. They needed to back out, but they make them pay it once again. One thing OMG can do when they get to the end game is team fight, and what a team fight they just put on.
Yeah, they're going to power through. They need to eat through this base quickly. Uzi, though, so strong on this Graves. He managed to pull out a late game team fight from nowhere. Koro's up in 10 seconds. Not much left. Cool's going to face take the first hit of the turret. Pops a Seraph's there as well. OMG cleaning out the base. EDG again lose one team fight and it all falls to pieces.
Yeah, and once again, we criticized OMG in game 1 for going for the fight when they didn't have the waves in their control.
Wow.
This time it was EDG, and OMG make them pay the ultimate price.
Def, the crappiest birthday ever, as Uzi pops a massive smile towards the end of the game. I would be too. He did work late game on the Graves.
Yeah, he certainly did. And you saw why Graves is a snowbally AD carry. As soon as the fight goes in your direction, good luck keeping him off you. The quick draw just too good. And EDG, they look a little bit disheartened from that.
I mean, kind of cracking smiles now. These, again, players and teams know each other very well. Uzi always happy, it feels like, especially after a win. Jeff looking a little salty there, actually, as we brush by him. EDG could taste a 2-0 there. But they end the weekend with absolutely 0 2-0 wins in a series.
Yes.
That's very uncharacteristic.
So they go 2-4 as well. That is a lot of losses for EDG.
That is a negative record
That
for
is.
EDG.
I don't know what to say, man. I'm as shocked as you are.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with this team, but OMG, we wondered, how that team fight's going to go. We've known that classically they're very good at it. Loving may not have had the same aggression in the jungle that he has classically, but man, is he good in the team fighting phase.
Yeah, he certainly is. And a great bait coming through from Amazing almost, because he flew into the front line and did nothing, but they all hit him for a long time.
He tanked up a lot of damage. We're going to have a replay, actually, of that last little team fight spawn. Let's break it down.
Yeah, so what happened is Koro got caught on the side. And as soon as Koro got caught, everyone else needed to back out. So let's roll this one through. Koro, he's nowhere near the team fight. They turn around. blow him up pretty much, and there's just a lot of damage going through. And EDG, they decide to fight. They're like, Koro is dead. There is no way Koro is living that. And it's just a split fight. Deft is on the wings. They don't have good vision control over that part of the ridge. And from there, Mako jumps in front after Amazing goes down. A little bit of a wasted Emperor's Divide, to be honest. And then Deft just goes crazy. He goes over the wall, tries to go for the huge play. There's 3 people that collapse on him. He needs to back away. Cool's still dealing all this damage on the bottom side of it because Bamey is not anywhere near hitting him. And then Uzi just runs over the top of the fight. Honestly, it was that simple. Cool chases down Clearlove as well after all of it has happened. And that was just a great split fight coming through from OMG, but EDG didn't need to fight it.
Yeah, I feel like Koro's recent team fighting's just not been the same.
Yeah, Koro, once again, his positioning's normally good. That was the first time this series especially that he just had an, oh my god, why are you there? He had a bad teleport in game 1, but not a really bad why are you in that part of the team fight. But there was no reason for him to be on the top side of the ledge.
No, and OMG honestly steal the game away there.
Yeah, they definitely did. And, you know, pretty well deserved because they nursed themselves through what was a rough early game. Once again, funneled farms onto their carries and were able to turn it on when it counted.
Rough indeed there, but OMG take the game to even the series 1 apiece. But don't go too far away. When we come back from our break, we'll have a last match of the evening. It's going to be a fun one. IG are taking on King. welcome back everyone to the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. We're about to get into our last match of the evening, but before we do, Spawn, that last game had quite the finish.
Yeah, that last game, EDG controlled everything for like the first 35 minutes of it, but in the end, OMG, as you can see, from a goal deficit of 7,000, 5 kills down, able to get ahead. And I agree with him. Cool's last team fight is what did it. He was split away from the rest of the team, creating great zoning pressure, and was just able to, I guess, keep up in lane, even though they were getting a lot of rotational movement around him, and just be relevant when he needed to.
And I feel like we saw a rare thing for OMG this summer split. A win from behind.
Yeah, exactly right. I completely agree. And, you know, this is the last fight that did it for me, because realistically, OMG weren't winning the rest of the game. So it's very hard to pick an MVP off that, but you just have a group of 3, and then Cool zoning everyone by himself. Hits a good ultimate there. He's on the left side, creating a lot of pressure. Clearlove doesn't want to dive into him. Def can't dive into him because he will die. And Cool's just putting out consistent damage the whole while. Unless you're actually looking for the Cassiopeia in this team fight, you probably wouldn't have seen it, but just very good zone control coming out of Cool mean that in the end they made a very poor mistake there.
And all the credit we gave to Bamey from playing so well in these big spread out fights. He actually looked really bad at the one where they funneled into the river.
Yeah,
OMG
exactly
played
right.
around him really well.
Yeah, he pulled the ultimate way too early in that one, and they didn't dive forward. You know, Koro had to kite back to the team. One of two things happened. They should have jumped off Baron and just fought OMG and smashed them when they had 5 members there, because they all had a way to get over that wall. They have Valkyrie, they have soldiers, they have Body Slam. Like, everyone can go help Koro, and no one does. And then they choose to fight when Koro is dead. And it's like, against Cassiopeia, Graves, Rise, who would have thought that Maokai ultimate would have been really useful in that situation, but they didn't have it, and credit to OMG for making them play a bad fight.
Yeah, and a good team fight there for OMG, sort of getting back maybe with Loveling in the roster again. Curious to see how many more games he plays this particular split, but we're going to get into our next series. It's IG versus King, and we'll start things off on the IG side. The team been a bit hot and cold, but when they've looked good, they've looked great. Spawn, starting in the top lane, it's Zatai.
Yeah, exactly right. You know, I think a lot of it has to do with this guy. When he's on carries like Fizz, he looks very good, but then he has some very bad games. And Cacao going towards a little bit more Nidalee. The Olaf didn't work out. I wanted it to really badly, and it didn't. Sad day.
It was sad, but it's nice to see him mixing it up. Rookie doing the same there as well. The standard champions have looked good as always for Rookie, but his off-meta picks are always a treat to watch.
Yeah, especially that Echo that came out against the LGD series, and you see Kid down in the bottom lane. Had a couple of not-so-great games now in a row. I think that Kid is the person on the team that needs to step up.
I think I agree, and Kitty's kind of in a similar spot, although they are certainly a package. They play very strictly together, do Kid and Kitties. They've been landing together for such a long time. But I agree, all that consistency, that anchor that Kid was for the longest time, really a solid rock in the bottom side. He's just been outclassed in some of his recent games, and that's just not what Kid brings to the table usually.
Yeah, exactly right. Normally you can count on him to do his role very well. He had a poor Vayne game, then moving in. He didn't have the best game as well against Masters 3. So we'll have to see whether it really can be turned around. And Invictus Gaming, we've put a lot of hype on them. This is a team that seems to be on the up and wants to claim the 2nd or 3rd best slot in China. But recently, they've had a couple of stumbles. And I think tonight, against King, a team that is definitely on the up, they have a lot to prove.
Yeah, King's an interesting one to look at. We'll get there in a second. But IG, roster filled with talent, has to have plenty of things to do. But we'll see how they develop in this season and in this series. But we'll swap over to King. It's funny, we talk about IG last season as finally settling into a lineup and finishing 3rd in playoffs. Feels like the same things happen for King, because Insec, he's been just great in the top lane.
Yeah, he certainly has, and that is so strange to say of Insec, because even his first stint in the top lane, it was okay, it wasn't huge, but Huey has done a very admirable role as their jungler as well. A lot of question marks when he didn't have solid shot calling, but Insec seems to have shown that up.
Yeah, done a lot better. Korn actually stepping things up a bit more in the mid, has certainly been a player that's always been good but never great. Maybe starting to err a little bit more towards the great side now.
Yeah, he just needs to find assassins is what you feel. He needs to get someone off the rift so this man here can fight a 4v5, because Name going forward is playing very well.
He is. He's been playing well all year long when he finally got to play, and Zero being back finally feels like he's on form as well. A couple of fun bar games aside, but Zero's just such a good disengaged player.
I just feel he should play Nami every game.
I agree.
I don't know why he doesn't play Nami every game. Nami plays really well with it as well, and it gives you a headache, so I'm all for it.
Yeah, no, Name is always good fun. But all funny puns aside, Zero's a great disengaged player. His John is excellent. I think his Name is probably a cut above. This man, he has World Championships experience. He's very good at protecting positionally aware hyper carries. He used to protect Uzi, now he's protecting Name. If Zero and Name can build that synergy more, both in lane and especially in the lanes and the team fights and skirmishes, they're going to look great. And I think Insec, moving to the top lane, did one important thing for him. Finally gave him a good platform with which to carry from.
Yeah, it certainly did. He felt like he wasn't getting enough farm, and since that, he really has started to step up exactly how he's playing. The Yasuo games have been very fun to watch in particular, and against UP, they looked really good. So I want to see if this is another test that King are willing to rise to the occasion and take it to a good lineup in Invictus.
I mean, these two teams arguably in similar spots as far as their recent performances go. Certainly up and down for IG, probably more up recently for King, but certainly down as far as their early performances go. They feel surprisingly close in skill, which is not something I thought I'd say maybe looking to the first early weeks of this matchup between the two teams. Both still finding themselves, again, new top laners that are still maybe adjusting to the role, Insec especially. But it looks good for King and IG. We've seen what they can do when they really put their foot down and go really big in a game. Rookie especially, when he plays fantastic, just looks like he can never lose a game.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. This game looks to be a battle of two halves. You've got Zatai and Insect up in the top lane, both X-Factor players. You never know what you're going to get with either of them, although Insect may be arguably a little bit more consistent at the moment. But to me, Name clearly outclasses Kid right now, and Rookie clearly outclasses Korn. So I want to see how those two individual matchups, or if we get a lane swap, go head-to-head.
We'll have to find out as we do get into the draft for game number 1. IG on the blue side for the first one. King over on the red as Rise is the first ban there for Invictus Gaming. Kalista going to join in there as King take that away, and a Thresh ban away from Zero from IG.
Yeah, not surprised to see the Thresh go away. It kind of is the bridge between disengage and engage support. It means that Zero can do both of them. As I said, he probably is at his best on disengage. They get rid of the Alistair as well, who just is becoming a terror on the Rift. It means that you can play aggressive top laners, and you don't really have to sweat the small stuff with it.
Yep, Alistair banned away, as you mentioned. Fizz, though, nice double ban there for IG, taking it from the top and the mid lane, as you have to think. Possibly even the jungle, depending on how crazy you want to go. But King, plenty of stuff left open here. The notables, I guess, banned away so far. So King going to have some flexibility on the last ban.
Yeah, Echo's the last one up because Korn and Rookie both play it. Yasuo in there for Insec is something else that Rookie and Insec both play. So have to see whether it is going to be one of those two highly mobile assassins. Actually, it's Hecarim that it's taken away.
Yeah, not the Echo there. I mean, Zotai's had decent success on Hecarim, but it's not a champion as far as standard top laners go that I immediately associate with him. And that seems to have thrown IG for a loop. They're like, what do we first pick now? Because they're thinking, what the hell do you want to first pick? What the hell do you guys want to first pick?
What do you guys prioritize right now over that? Because Echo is up there. Yasuo, as I said, is something you have to mention, but Rookie's just going to take it.
Yeah, I mean, Rookie's Echo looks great. We talked about assassin players on Echo in the LPL. Rookie, not just an assassin player, very versatile, very strong player, but his Echo is just awesome.
Yeah, it certainly is. Rookie, he can play other things, but I think most notably he is at his best on assassins, and Echo's kit right now, as I said, it's a loaded kit. It's to the point where you don't look at him and you think this guy just outright wins games by himself, but he just does lots of really good things. He absorbs damage well. He has a stun. He has zoning control, good scouting tools, and then that big reset that gets him back in lane and does huge amount of damage as it goes on. Just a lot of cool things that make him fun to watch and really hard to play against.
Yes, and if you're a very mechanically intensive player with lots of good knowledge of decision-making, like Rookie, makes him good to play with as well as King. Take Sivir and Rek'Sai there next to, so Name going to be on Sivir duty. It's funny to see these old hypercarry players be, like I said, relegated to Sivir duty.
Yeah, but Sivir does so much damage late game. This is something that a lot of people undervalue. The fact that when you get Static Shiv and you have Ricochet and Boomerangs heading across everyone with all the flat AD, Sivir is one of the top at pumping out AoE AD damage.
Well, IG going to take a very aggressive, I say aggressive, like aggressive or towards Sivir. Bottom lane here, Janna Caitlyn is their lock-ins here. I like the Janna takeaway from Zero. We're starting to see a bit more Caitlyn against the likes of the short-range Sivir.
Yeah, especially because of the changes that came through on Kid. Very good Caitlyn player, so we'll have to see whether they can make it work.
We'll have to see soon as King, considering their next few picks. Name having some fun, flashing Singe there for the crowd, you have to think. But King, do you have to make a couple more choices here? We've seen a lot of Insects Yasuo in the top lane, so might want to take that one away. Support's open. Janna taken away means that options are going to be limited, but Yasuo Bard are King's next two picks.
You look at Janna and you think, historically, what has done really well against it is the Nami, so it would have been a good pickup here. Maybe you don't want to run it into a super assassin in the mid lane like the Echo, but Bard does a lot of different things around the Rift. I haven't really been 100% impressed by Zero's Bard.
Name's Bard would be very impressive.
Name's Bard could be great. Oh, the Meep auto attacks. But yeah, I think when you look at Bard players like PYL did it first and he does it incredibly well. But Zero, he's had some good and some bad games with it.
We'll see if he has a good or a bad game this time. Is Zatai going to take Aurelia? Kid picking up that one for himself. And Rookie's going to get Victor. There we go. Got it all out there. And Victor we're starting to see. Very popular pick. Seems very safe as well.
Yeah, certainly isn't. You know, that means Cacao is on Echo in the jungle now.
Oh, yeah.
And this is something that we've seen a lot of. You can build him Magus still. I don't like it as much. I think it definitely is much more appropriate if you play it with a Cinderhulk meta. And that might be a mid Yasuo.
Maybe. I don't know if I've ever seen Korn play Yasuo, though. Zero having some fun. Zero does like to mess around. He's quite a character here, but considering their next few picks, I wonder what they want. King gonna pick Gragas as their last pick for Insec, maybe.
I'm really
You guys at home
perplexed.
can't see the look on his face, but perplexed is an understatement for what his face just looked like.
Yeah, so Gragas is an old school top laner. We saw him a lot after the changes coming through. The W just meant that you could shrug off a lot of damage and you trade really well. But right now, he's not really in vogue or meta, so we'll have to see exactly what Insec wants to do with him. Does he go super tank? I mean, Insec plays Gragas because he was a jungler.
Yeah. Who knows? Maybe. I mean, I would say lightly that he seems like a bruiser sort of champion, so maybe that sort of thing. We're starting to see a bit of Nautilus, maybe some Rod of Ages action going on, but that's our top lane matchup. Aurelia versus Gragas to start that off. Cacao, though, Echo jungle versus Huey's Rek'Sai.
Yeah, and you know, maybe it was just the fact that Yasuo doesn't do great against Aurelia, so they gave it over to Korn because they thought an Echo was going to be in there. But then Rookie picks up this guy, and all of a sudden he has to worry about this Lightning Storm on his head.
That matchup's not too bad. The Lightning Storm is a problem for sure, though, as Kid's going to take Caitlyn into Name's Sivir. We're going to round things out with Kitty's on Lajana and Zero with the Bard that I don't know how good it is yet, but he seems to like to play it.
Oh, he loves to play it. And, you know, Zero is a very Bard kind of guy. You can tell by how he approaches the Rift. So definitely excited to see what they can pull together. A different lineup coming through from King, and we'll have to see whether they can make it work.
Yeah, I mean, King, Insec is certainly a person that likes to throw wrenches into the mix. He's throwing quite a few this time.
Yeah, he certainly has. He used to play a lot of Zac and weird stuff in the top lane. Now he's coming out with a Gragas, so we'll see how it goes.
And the rest of his team is on the bandwagon as well. Weird stuff abounds as we get on to game number 1. Hello, everyone. Welcome onto the Rift here for game number 1 between IG and King. And King have thrown us for not 1 or 2, but possibly 3 loops here, as they have really gotten creative with their game 1 team composition.
Yeah, they certainly have. And the Hillbilly Gragas coming through. They're going for a bit of a level 1.
That's 5-man Tornado. No gold, though, from Kitties. Has the coin to start things off. In fact, both supports do, as maybe the notable starting item here. But they are going to get some vision down through. We'll see if they want to maybe look for some sort of swap here.
Got a slight buff coin in this patch, so you can see why it's coming out a little bit more. Upgrades a little bit better. And as you can see, deep wards going through on the side of Invictus Gaming. Probably not deep enough, though, as Rookie spots out everyone.
Yeah, Rookie, good positioning. We'll be able to see what he wants. Wards down there from Zatai as well into the red buff, so plenty of vision across the map here for Invictus Gaming as well. Feels like King maybe want to opt into a lane swap because they want to get Name out of that awful Caitlyn matchup. And you can see by their positioning, that's what they want to do.
Yeah, they certainly do. And they will shove a little bit harder as well. So you can appreciate exactly why they are sending the Sivir into the top lane. Be able to get that wave pushing in their advantage. See if they can build a gold lead off the structures a little bit early.
Yeah, we see the mid lane though. Rookie on the Victor. That's not unexpected. Nothing from Rookie really is. He's a very competent player. I don't remember the last time I saw Korn play Yasuo. I feel like he used to play it when it was in meta, but we talked about assassins on Korn. This is kind of an assassin.
Oh, Yasuo is definitely an assassin coming in there. A little bit more consistent damage, but if you go the critical strike build especially, does a lot of upfront damage, shreds away with his ultimate. So that I can get why it fits. It's just not something that I remember Korn playing. I'm kind of in the same boat. I'm a little bit more towards the side that he didn't play it more.
Yeah.
Happy to be corrected.
But I'm trying to think that far back, and I'm getting the same thing. I don't know if you've played it, but we'll see how he goes. I think build, like you mentioned, is nice and important, but I like this a lot from King. Aggression from Insect, Zero, and Huey. They're going to take away this blue buff.
Yeah, maybe they're just going for a lane swap. Nothing jungle's better than junglers at the start of the game, so Insect picks himself up a jungle to take everything away.
It's true. It's kind of like the Dandy top lane story. Maybe Insect felt a bit lonely, needed to take a jungle into the top.
Yeah, exactly right. It's like, I know how to perform with Smite, but he doesn't take it. Maybe because he just doesn't think that it's as strong on the current patch. So he's like, I don't get Smite anymore, but I know how to perform as a jungler.
Yeah, I can definitely play the likes of Gragas. So Insect, again, going to keep it funky here on the top side. I actually do like the team synergy sort of looking through. That is a point that King maybe can tread on.
Yeah, it certainly is, because Body Slam's great for Korn in the mid lane, able to get multiple people knock up with the flash, and Gragas Barrel's always been one of the more devastating Yasuo combos, and so far it looks like Korn farming absolutely fine in that mid lane. Oh, Rookie misses the cannon creep.
Goes for harass instead. That's a very rookie thing to
day.
do. That is sad times though. It's Kakao and Zatai doing the double jungle thing also, but Korn does have to be careful not to get ganked. Echo especially, pretty brutal ganks.
Yeah, he certainly does, but he reversed a wave really well off the turret, so it's actually Rookie that's in a little bit more danger than Korn right now. Probably needs to shove it a little bit harder than what he is just to get back. Might even see an early recall come through.
Missing that CS there for Korn, but Wave will push back in like you mentioned, so should be okay just now. Rookie trying to deny as much CS as he can, but maybe not as much as he would have wanted to there. As Kong going to keep moving through here and collect his CS now that it pushes towards him. Towers are pushing in the bottom and top side though. That's the other thing to look at, is both AD carries opting for that fast push.
Yeah, so they're trying to get in there and do it as quickly as possible. What the?
Did you see the line of little...
Yeah, flowers. That was great.
I don't know.
Interesting stuff.
I love Zero. Zero is so great as the dying Kakao are going to take away these Krugs. Insect does have to be a bit careful, but in a 1v2, Gragas doesn't seem that bad.
Well, this is why he became popular in the first place, because you max barrel, you have a lot of sustain in your kit when you use spells, so he breaks freezes really well. That's why you saw a lot of play as a jungler also. He's not horrible, so I agree with that part of it at least.
I mean, yeah, we'll see how the rest of it develops, I suppose, as Nami maybe going to keep the way curious. Taking the tower out, though. Korn as well, getting a bit more aggressive, maxing that E, which we always like to see. And 2v2 on the bottom side, but a very weird 2v2. Double jungle in QO lane.
Yeah, exactly right. Huey and Insect, they just decided that they will both jungle this game, go grab some lane CS when they can. I want to see how Insect builds Gragas on a serious note, whether he goes towards something like a Lich Bane first item. Does he go for the Rod of Ages? He's definitely maxing out that Q in the barrel. That might just be because of the lane swap, though, because W very strong in laning Gragas.
To see here, King are committing to this 2v1 at least. Nami wants to continue getting as much farm as he can before being forced to swap back down to the bottom side, possibly for the Dragon. And then he's going to isolate on mid lane, although Kakao looking for a gank on the top side as well.
Yeah, Name hasn't bought yet, so he still is just a Doran's Blade AD carry. And one thing that Echo does with Flash is tee up his W and get in range of it very quickly.
Yeah, we've seen quite a lot of good W Echo gank from the jungle. That is the nice thing, like you said, about Echo. He's got a lot in his kit, got a lot of general versatility as well.
Yeah, certainly does. As wow, Zatai squashes all of the flowers. Zero sad at the moment. And it is going to be Static Shiv first coming through here for Korn, but Zeal, so the very aggressive build path coming through.
Yeah, might be looking to actually kill Rookie. It's double mobility summoners versus Ignite for Rookie and Korn respectively. And Korn keeping up well in this lane. It's a tricky one to keep up in, especially once FLICKR hits 6. But he's doing a great job so far.
Yeah, it certainly is. And you see the teleport coming through here for Insect into the top lane. So Zatai will have the advantage in that regard.
Good win, Will. You got to be careful. Death Ray does a lot of damage.
Yeah, it certainly does on the back end of that. And we'll have to see whether that can remain even. The thing that surprised me is you generally like to get a Doran's Blade if you are playing Yasuo just for the lifesteal that's come through. But the Zeal first really accelerates the speed of the build, and Shield will mean that he's not as susceptible to harass.
Yeah, Shield's actually interesting, but again, he's just trying to get, I guess, farm through the lane. So we'll see what develops. Here we're going to clear out the pink ward in the mid-crush. So good little move there. But everyone just sort of building up. Insect finally getting some farms. Zatai actually doing the same, though. That's a pretty nice early lead of 10 CS so far.
And this is a matchup that Aurelia used to like when Gragas was in meta. Didn't mind going up against the top lane, can shrug up a lot of AP damage, and you see 3 members actually around in the mid lane trying to get something going.
Korn maybe trying for a kill here, but Kitty's and Kakao have roamed in as well. Huey can see them, and he can clear out a ward. Zero's even coming in for a bit of extra health. The C will take that away. Again, just a very passive early game. Both teams looking for the first few games. But King, with that early tower, actually have the gold lead.
Yeah, and you know, Zatai, he's mixed up his build path. He's going for the W max first. This is what we've seen when the nerf came through to E. Generally go W into E. Some people like to chuck a few extra points into the Q just to make sure you can chunk out the backline minions effectively with it. But will be a good ongoing trader with Insect.
No, we saw the bottom lane there as well. We have had that swap down, of course, with Insect and Zatai moving through. They've got the early BF sword spawn. How does this matchup change now that both AD carries are returning, but with an early item?
Yeah, so the problem is ever going against someone like BF sword Sivir is that she just boomerangs your wave and you can't actually shove her in very effectively. So Caitlyn wants to bully. We'll get a few post shots in there, but realistically, all Name wants to do is continue to farm shove the lane out.
Seems like that's what Korn wants to do as well, taking it nice and slow here in the mid lane. Parallel Convergence comes down, but Korn should dodge that. The bottom side Kid going to eat a bit of damage there from Zero, but it's even across the board here. The CS evening up in every single lane.
Yeah, it certainly is. You know, this would probably be in favor of the scaling composition coming through on King, I hate to say, because they look like they have a better mid game just because of the Caitlyn. Super late Caitlyn will outperform, but at this point, as soon as it gets to maybe 2 items, you would expect Sivir to do more with the kit.
Still relatively early on, 8.5 minutes in. We'll see what the first dragon fight, if there is one, looks like in maybe 2 to 5 minutes time. But Nami continuing to shove down waves, going to maybe start pushing down towards more structures.
Yeah, certainly wants to be able to do that. Wouldn't be surprised if he started heading towards Dragon or the mid lane. As we say that, looks like King have got their eyes set on there. If King can turn Yasuo into a legitimate flex pick between top and mid, you feel that that is another string to their bow that they didn't necessarily have earlier.
I feel like in general, one of King's issues when Korn and Kolo were playing together was just champion diversity in some ways.
100%. That was their problem coming through
Korn's
there.
fixing that, but Insect's adding in, and he's always going to come with a million champions ready to go. King really do look like a much bigger threat, and they actually got the first dragon.
Yeah, so they're able to do that. They pulled Insect down, so he did lose out on about 20 CS up there. He was even with Zatai, who still hasn't gone back and picked up a big purchase. So Insect needs to be careful that he's not giving too much of his lane away to be that selfless top laner, but right now it looks like King, very good position of the game.
Insect times the wave nicely as well, so we'll get back in time to at least farm the wave that Zatai's pushing back in. And I've never seen Rookie play this passive on a champion. He has just been so careful.
Yeah, he certainly has. Just been trying to farm as to the best of his ability. Rookie will hit a nice point, actually, where he can trade relatively well if the wind wall is down. But the rest of the map, it's actually Kakao who's been a little bit, I guess, passive for me. Hasn't really tried to make Echo's kit work in the early game after the double jungle. And even in the bottom lane, Kid and Kitties, they're just content to farm through.
And you've mentioned this about IG, but Kakao in particular, Spawn. Is this just a product of Kakao saying, well, if you're going to farm, I'm going to farm?
Yeah, that's exactly what Kakao does. Kakao is like, I will farm quicker than you, and if you gank aggressively, and I think your ganks aren't going to work, I'm going to farm as well. The only time Kakao really ganks heavily is when he plays something like Lee Sin or Rek'Sai, and he's like, I think I can legitimately win lanes for my team. If anything's a 50-50, he doesn't normally go for it.
Well, Bind is good there. Huey going to knock up Kitties there. Gets exhausted. Parallel Convergence so going to come through his Insects in the area. Huey taking up quite a lot of damage. Does flash out. Korn gets the ulti there into Kakao, but he dives in and takes out Rek'Sai on the back line. All of a sudden, Zero's caught out. He's forced to flash out. Rookie as well going to get knocked up, but Insect just going to move his way out here. Korn's got no ultimate left, and the bottom lane is late to this exchange. Insect can't run through the gravity field. Insect takes that kill. Sorry, Rookie takes that kill on Insect. And all of a sudden, IG 2-0 up.
Yeah, 2-0. They've got a good position on this mid lane wave as well. Kakao doesn't ult, just jumps forward to see if he can get some extra damage through, and they're trying to get the first turret of the game.
Huey going to ult back in, but the wind wall will defend the turret nicely. Huey wants to go in. The binding just missing Rookie, but he flashes anyway. Zatai going to move back in. Kakao diving through. Massive stun there with a gravity field, but Kakao forced to use his ultimate. King can't find a kill.
That gravity field was absolutely massive coming through from Rookie there. And meanwhile, Kid in the bottom lane just continuing to shove in. You feel that was the first strategical mistake from King. They tried to go over the wall with Huey and Bard and just weren't able to get the damage done.
I think we're trying to assassinate the support, but Korn was not in range for that Umbaro when the knockup came through. Tower might even go down to minions as well. Nami has to clear them out quickly and just can't do it fast enough.
Yeah, doesn't choose to use any of his abilities, and they're going for Rookie yet again.
Gonna dive through, Rookie. Gravity field's good, Korn gets around it. Gonna dive in onto Rookie, I don't think he has his ulti, it's very soon. They're gonna dive the turret. Korn's gonna line things up, Q will land, Korn ulti's in, and that's an easy clean kill, but Huey might be caught out, does die to Kakao.
Yeah, Huey picks it up, so Jungler grabs a kill on both ends of it. Rookie, Korn gonna have to go back. Sorry, I'm used to seeing Rookie when there's a Yasuo, and
Yep.
in seconds Zatai. Zatai gonna get the better.
Yep, having a fight. Insect forced to ulti Zatai away, and Aurelia getting stronger. Echo looking good for Kakao. Things starting to go better for Invictus Gaming.
Yeah, it certainly is. Kakao really is the problem here because Echo does a lot of base damage, and if he's able to get tanky, it just means that Sivir, at the short range carry, just going to have too much trouble as he dives on top of her, especially add a Zatai to the mix on Aurelia. She's going to be a rough mid-game right now for King. 2,000 gold is the difference. And, you know, you felt if it remained even, it would probably be in King's favor right now. Definitely in IG's, especially with a 40 CS discrepancy in the top lane.
Yeah, they answer back nicely. Zatai especially getting stronger there with that CS lead growing and growing. Nami on the bottom side. Going to clean out these waves, but not in a hurry to push them down. Maybe wants to slow push them instead into the turret.
Yeah, it looks like he's just trying to stack up the wave, force once again that Caitlyn to come back to him, although going into the top lane, you see Zatai, he's heading into the bottom wave, and this is danger zone right now for Insect. He is so far behind. If he has a Caitlyn show up in his lane and he just is forced to shove again, not actually CS, it's going to be difficult for him to regain control.
He's got a Catalyst here as well, does Insect, so I guess going for Righteous Glory?
I'm going to say he's going for a roller, actually, and he wants to do some AP damage, but we'll have to see whether that is what he goes for in the long run and whether it works out.
Might be late here, but I guess if King really want to focus around that mid-game, wouldn't be the worst choice. We'll have to find out what Insect wants to do with his build, but Kid, Kitties, and Kakao all want to gank him. Power Convergence down, good body slam though.
Yeah, he gets himself out of there, but all of a sudden, 3 members show up in Insect's lane. He does have some wave clear to come through, as you can see it there, but the longer Caitlyn's left alone with structures, the worse off it's going to be.
Yeah, Zatai's actually the one free farming now, as well as Korn posturing aggressively towards Rookie with a CS lead. The Pocket Yasuo looking alright so far.
Yeah, certainly is looking fantastic. He's playing it nice and aggressive. Got the static shift through there. Now he's got a longsword, so possibly going towards that Blade of the Ruined King and the split push Yasuo build that we have seen be popular. He's going for Zatai.
He's going to find him. Board instead will spot off the Yasuo, so Korn not able to get that kill happening. Dragon up in 45 seconds, so King can look for their second if they're in the area just in time. But kind of looking down the items, no major items completed just yet, so I feel like neither team going to have a distinct advantage just on items alone.
Yeah, the one thing that's important to point out is both AD carries have gone for Avarice Blade, so it means that they are content to let this go for longer. It's Kakao in on Name.
Finds Name, good spell shield, blocks the Time Winder, but you're going to still have damage coming through. Greatly placed W means Name has to pop his ulti. Kakao might just go back in, the Q's popping in, the damage is good. But he doesn't quite go down.
Yeah, and this is what I said about if you get a head on tank now, because just mid-game carries do not deal with him well at all, as Rookie gets a good exchange here. Second Dragon going to be up in 9 seconds. IG will probably be able to take it, but we'll lose top turret 100%.
Yeah, King going to get it. Kid, though, going to come in. He's actually just plowing away at the turret with his Avarice Blade and his BF sword. That turret will go down. King will make the trade. But it's an objective here for King versus that gold lead for IG.
Yeah, exactly right. So IG will lengthen it. They might even go in for the fight. Name still isn't there, so it'll be a 4v4.
Kid's not here. I don't know if they really want to do this. The Dragon's getting low. The tower's falling in the top side. They are going to get the Dragon. Kakao dives in, but he doesn't get it. Insect instead finds him with the body slam. Kakao's forced to flash away. Nami there in time. King get the Dragon.
Yeah, Insect didn't hold him away from the wall. Had it available there, could have got the knock up through, but instead they hold the trigger. Dragon goes down. Top turret goes down. 3,000 gold right now, the advantage for Invictus Gaming, and Insect 30 CS behind.
And I feel like, especially if he's going for Order of Ages now, it might just be far too late. I mean, he has 900 gold.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he is now. He's picked up a cloth armor, so I think he's resigned himself to the fact that it's just going to be a tank Gragas in the top lane.
And just kind of looking through. There's just small leads here for IG across the lane, but it's just enough to give him an advantage. This isn't a massive lead for me, but this is a sort of league where teams can start to leverage their advantage and just pull further and further ahead.
Yeah, Aurelia is the only champion that I'm really worried about exploding onto it. Maybe the Echo as well. Rookie, he's still relatively held down. Korn's doing a good job of being able to keep up there as Huey goes in.
He's got the Blade of the Ruined King. Kong and a zip through the minions. That'll force an instant flash from Zatai. Knows that he has to get away. Name, though, does go down to Rookie as IG dive the turret. And that's a mid-turret as well there for Invictus Gaming.
So the wave clear that should have come through from Name just destroyed Rookie. Picks up the second kill of the game. and they force in. That's a 5,000 gold lead right now. And IG, this is what they do really well against teams. It's like they just methodically pull you apart when they are playing well. Problem is when they play not so great, they start making mistakes when they do it.
Kakao, they're going to find Huey. Phase dives in, pops the Q. That'll mean they'll force him to tunnel out over the trees there to get himself to safety. And IG continuing to apply pressure across the map. 3-1 up in turrets, 4-1 up in kills. That gold lead's good. They're just lacking for Dragons, which honestly at this point, they don't really care about.
Yeah, exactly right. Korn going again though.
Going to try and find him. Rookie can get 1v1 here. Kitties and Kakao coming, and the teleporters. Everyone's going to come through. Prowler Convergence not there. That was actually Zero's ultimate. Never mind. Just trying to make sure Colin's there to safety. But King need to start fighting a bit more here.
Yeah, so ultimate burnt for the Bard, but realistically, Rookie got the worst of that one as we take another look at exactly how Name went down, used the spell shield, and then Rookie's just going to flash in, I think. No, he actually didn't even have to flash, just takes the Caitlyn ultimate and everything else.
Jeez.
Wow.
That looked very straightforward there.
Yeah.
I don't think Name had his flash in that situation. As King now, we pop back in. Looking for something. Parallel Convergence very nicely led. Kakao. One stun onto Zero, slowed onto Name as well. Knockups there onto Kakao, though.
Look
Zero
how tanky he is.
gets himself out of the way. That was very creative from Zero to make sure he stayed alive. Never mind, Kakao diving in. Q lands through. Will proc again, but he barely lives to Zero. But Kakao, he just doesn't care. Bound into the wall, though. Name now getting chased down. Zero gets the kill. Ulti's back with a chrono break. Zero, a Rookie into the tower, though. As Insect's going to get chased down. Huey as well coming through. You can see Victor with the double kill. It's a crazy fight, but a 3-0 win for IG.
Yeah, no one really looking like they're going to die. It was Korn on the bottom side of the map. He wants to split push, but there is no way he can because the force came through from Invictus, and right now they are just way too strong. 204 jungler. Kakao having a great performance on Echo for the first time, and Rookie in the mid lane still showing that he's such a dominant player.
Kong going to make sure he keeps his red buff, but Kakao will stay alive. And I think Satai is just adding insult to injury here. You know what Zero wants to do? He's trying to track this Aurelia, but it's not really a fair split push, and Korn not being there really hurt his team.
Yeah, exactly right. So Korn, he's pretty good off where he is in his items right now. 180 CS at 19 minutes in. He's been farming well, but unless you can turn that into a meaningful objective for your team, this is what Yasuo struggled with. Am I a team fighter? Do I need to go split push right now? He can do both relatively well, but if it is the Aurelia that is forcing in the mid lane, the Yasuo needed to be there as well.
And that's sort of the thing about Aurelia, right, is that she doesn't have to make that choice. She's just good at both naturally.
Yeah, exactly right. She's just such a good team fighter, especially with the tenacity that comes through from the passive. And Trinity Force finished up nice and early in the game, 19 minutes with some tank stats. Means that Zatai, he's not in the point right now where the AD carry is going to give him serious trouble.
No, not at all. Name is actually the one suffering a bit. Avarice Blade Infinity Edge is done, so he's got damage ready to go, but he's not accelerated by any means. And Rookie now starting to build up this as well. I actually love this build from Victor.
Yeah, this is the build I really like on Victor against melee. So not necessarily against other mages, but people that you feel that you're going to be chasing down and kiting away or backing off. It just does really good work. You see the power transfer, all the extra movement speed you get, and it's a relatively low cooldown, so it allows you to, I guess, play team fights in a different fashion. But I agree, it's very effective.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned melee champions. I look over at King and I see 3 melee champions and 2 short range ones.
I see another melee. Like,
Sivir?
Sivir is so melee, it's not funny.
I mean, fights like a melee champion at the best of times, so have to agree. Frozen Heart though done for IG. Kakao's got that one. Kids ramping up quickly there. Actually has a Zeal now on top of the Avarice Blade and the boots too. So looking good. We already talked about Rookie's build. He's also sitting pretty. Dragon up in 40 seconds. King, this might be a win condition, but you better make sure you get Dragon number 3.
And there's just no one that can go deal with Zatai right now. He's shoving out the way with the ultimate. He's 50 CS up on Insect. This Gragas pick just not doing anything right now. And Invictus, even if they don't want to fight this, will be able to trade structures, and that just means that King gold-wise will fall even further behind.
And they're already fairly far behind on gold at this particular stage. 6,500 gold in the hole as Insect struggling to complete his first major item. Name trying to push the waves out on the top side, will get them down, but maybe even kind of fighting Korn for CS here. And again, King needs to get in range for this Dragon, but at this point, they're not even going to get that as Kakao dives in there, Huey tunnels out, and RG take control of the right-hand side of the map.
Yeah, Kakao's 2 levels higher than Huey right now. It's not even a fair fight. Smite not going to be close in that regard. As Korn, he's the last shining hope of this team. He'll go back, complete the Blade of the Ruined King now, you would think, but Is it too little too late? Can he win the split push battle?
I don't know. It's going to be a close one up against Zatai. Aurelia really good in duels. IG, they will stop the Dragon from Snowball from King. They'll pick up their first and stop King from getting in towards the third, and then really springboarding towards the fourth and fifth. And Insec again, he is just being run around this map. There's nothing he can do.
Yeah, exactly right. He's not able to wave clear very well because he has no AP. He's got some good base stats. That's why Gragas is popular as a jungle pickup, but he's 2 levels behind, 60 CS, and just, you can see what he is. He's a big melee absorb. Gragas is not a bad tank. It's Korn going for it.
Well, does get the knock up there. Ulti comes through there for the last breath. Zatai gets the stun down, and that's going to be enough to disengage. That lasted so long.
And Zatai's going through the jungle. This is what you need to do against Yasuo. It means there is no minion wave for him to jump to, so Korn has to give up the chase.
Instead, takes out a ward there. Zatai gets out safely. IG busy pushing on the bottom side of the map. Korn will be able to split push if he wants to, but he's not even committing to that just yet. He's actually farming the jungle, I think, or maybe walking over.
Yeah, I think he's going towards the bottom side of the map. He feels with the teleport having to come through from Zatai, he has to rejoin his team, and they will shove them off.
Smart stuff from King. Managed to keep themselves safe. As Insec will continue collecting farm. Might have enough for his first major item, but we'll have to see. Huey as well, really starved with gold. You see the Kindle Gem, the Frozen Heart, and the Ninja Turbo on top of the Cinder Hulk. It is basically just Ruby Crystals and a Cinder Hulk for Huey.
Yeah, he's got a couple of kills on him, some assists, some turrets as well. Realistically, Kakao is a lot ahead of Huey right now, and 20 minions is huge. Kakao generally doesn't farm out lanes, sticks to the jungle, and that's just a lot of gold going over to Invictus Gaming as part of their 7,000 gold lead right now. And as I said, this Yasuo, it needs to start doing something. Korn's had a fantastic laning phase, don't get me wrong. He is the sole carry, and for that, he needs to start forcing.
Well, Korn, I think, just has to commit to split pushing, because without Infinity Edge, you cannot teamfight right now. This is why the Trinity Force build started to become popular.
Yeah, it certainly is. You know, when you go for the Trinity Force second item, you're a little bit better in the team fight. I agree that Infinity Edge second is the team fighting build, because as soon as you hit that big ultimate and you come down with 1 Q, you do ridiculous damage, but just not able to get either going. He's gone the split push build with some lifesteal, as well as some added chase in there, but it's just not working against the tie.
No, I think as Frozen Heart's completed by Insec, actually, so does now have a major item. Name with 2 items as well. King are starting to get some semblance of their item builds put together. I think this game will really give us a good insight into King's decision-making, because Yasuo, you said it, he's the one important person at this stage of the game, and he'll contribute to everything. Team fights, split pushing, or even actually if they want to seed or just wave clear, Yasuo is okay there as well. But how King use this carry that's got all this farm will tell us a lot about how they play strategically.
Yeah, exactly right. And you can see they don't want to overcommit with it. They recognize the fact that Name is behind, that their jungler isn't really strong enough to secure his own vision. So they can't sweep out anything. So they're just going to group up and see if they can defend.
Well, Korn's getting a lot of the farm. We'll see if he can carry it through more of a mid-game here. Oh, ulti there from Bard actually catches Rookie. They're going to line up the kill there. Flashball comes in. Rookie eats a Q. Korn's going to ulti him, but he gets exhausted down. Rookie will die though. Name getting that one. Kitty's now the next target is 0. Magically Johnny's in. That bind just hit though. Korn's going to move in as Name gets a double. And King, a very nice fight, although Insec, he's absolutely dead.
Yeah, he certainly is. He's just going to saunter around for as long as possible, try and delay the inevitable. As you see, it actually takes a long time. Wow, he's going to live.
He might. No, Blade Surge. It's back up. Oh, he kills Vision, does get the kill.
Yeah, so he gets back in there. I actually thought he might be able to get over the wall, but in the end, this might be a Baron.
I like this a lot from King. Echo, sorry. Kakao is moving in. They are going to try and finish it here. They do have a smite, I believe. Yeah, Huey is there with his smite ready. Kakao diving in, doesn't get it though. Rexo secures it. Kakao gets knocked up. He's not going to go down. Pops a chrono break. Good stun there. Actually gets him the safety. Ace in the hole on top of Con. Magical Journey though will give Name his 3rd kill of that exchange.
Yeah, 0 in trouble.
Oh my god, he's going deep, but he gets ulted. Tatai going in so massive, but he gets a double. Can't make it a triple though. Name gets another kill.
Yeah, I actually think that even though that was a triple, that's the one person you don't want to funnel extra gold on top of. 4-2-0 now for Name. He's going to go back and spend about 2 grand. And all of a sudden, after being completely shut down, the AD carry for King has got something rolling.
Yeah, looking good. He is, as you said, 50 CS down, but that gold's going to get a lot more equal after that. And King, what a great play there to finally get themselves back in the game.
Yeah, we mentioned the shot calling and decision making. Very good play coming out there. Able to secure the Baron, even with a level discrepancy at the time. And I mentioned Name. all of a sudden, from being only one item in that Avarice Blade, finish off the Static Shiv, completely equalizes with where Kid's at. And with the Baron buff, he's a very effective split pusher.
Well, we'll have to see what King wants to do with
Got
this
the last
Baron.
Whisper as well. He's ahead.
That's good. Nami now ahead, 4-2-0, looking strong after that. I think a double kill he ended up getting. Their Corn as well, mixing things up. He's got Ninja Tame, I like that. He's a Hex Drinker.
Yeah, the Hex Drink is a little bit of a weird one coming through there. Obviously concerned with Rookie and the ability to one-shot him. Rookie's gone Distortion to make his Ghost even quicker as well, so he's a legitimate threat at this part of the game, but they're going to start shoving him with these Baroned up minions.
Yeah, he might lose his tower here. The straight line wave clear is good, but it's pretty tricky to crack through the Baroned up minions. Name going to make that a much easier task, but it's a little tricky. The wave clear's there. They can use the wind wall strategically, but getting on top of the turret's a little tricky for King.
Yeah, it certainly is, you know, and they're trying to just posture around bottom, around mid, see what they can get, but in the end, I don't think it's going to be much. Huey nearly caught out.
Does see Rookie though. Kitties will clear out the ward. Good pink there from RG to give themselves defensive vision, but Dragon is back up, and maybe this is what King want to fight around. I don't know if RG can win a team fight, but they might try for it. They're still ahead in gold.
Yeah, they certainly are. I think they're still a lot stronger than what King are on a team fighting level, especially with how far ahead the jungle position is. Kakao much more of a threat, we'll see, in this fight.
Well, they are going to try something here. King start up the Dragon. They're going to try and take it away. Insect. I think Poppy's Righteous Glory, you did. The Dragon goes to Kakao. What? How did he smite that?
Yeah, Kakao just walked up over the edge.
Nice.
That was sloppy.
That was sloppy. Huey had his smite ready and couldn't get the buff, but King might look for a fight again here. No, instead have to magical journey to safety and protect their turrets. They have Baron buff and they're getting pushed in.
Yeah, exactly right. It's still 5,000 gold, and all of a sudden, Kakao and Zatai have caught out Huey.
Yeah, Huey's been called ace in the hole. He's going to add some damage. It's good as well. Insect instead going in, finds Rookie, but Kakao's already taken out Rek'Sai. Ulti's down there for Gragas, and King can't fight 4v5.
Yeah, they use it on the hunt as well. Baron has just expired, so all of a sudden their wave clearing option not as great as they were looking, and IG looking to see if they can break the tier 2s.
They've got plenty going on. The Lich Bane is done for Rookie as well, so he'll be able to get in aggressive. Kakao, great W there. Going to zone them off the turret. They're going to dive in onto Korn. He's going to try and make the difference. He gets stunned though. Insect's dead. Kid's doing good damage. Korn gets stoned. Gets the ulti onto Kid, but he is going to die at the end of it. Lives for a little while longer. Enough for Name to kill Echo, and that might just keep their tower alive.
Yeah, so it's a 3-for-2. Huey about to respawn. Is there a tunnel behind? No, there is not. So Name and Zero going to have to be content with just saving the turret.
Yeah, I think 3-for-2 in favor of RG under that turret, but King do manage to save their structure and keep themselves in the game. Remember, that Baron that got that little exchange when Name got 4 kills, it didn't actually put King ahead. It just kind of got them back into the game.
Yeah, exactly right. That was still like 7,000 gold behind. They actually were able to take the turret, make that a 2-for-2 trade underneath it. Huey had died beforehand, so that was definitely a good thing for them. And it's honestly, can Name keep getting kills right now? Because you saw his positioning was good. Korn's kind of throwing himself into the team fight to just chunk anyone out. Makes the Hex Drinker an even more confusing pickup for me, because right now, if he had that BF sword in his back pocket, he'll be doing much more work. But the one big question mark still is, what is Insect contributing to this team comp?
I don't know. I mean, his ult is good for Yasuo. Maybe they're looking for the perfect 5-man ult. It's a 5-man ult. But Name does have to do a lot of lifting here. He's going for the Name special. Blade of the Ruin King 4th is coming through, and he's going to need it.
Yeah, 100%. And, you know, it's just going to make him a little bit more slippery. As we take another look at this, so this was where they just peeked over the wall, grabbed the dragon for themselves, and that was just a good smite from Kakao.
That was a great smite from Kakao as Insect wants to run really far away from the tie. He's building his own Blade of the Ruin King if he wasn't a pain enough already.
Yeah, exactly right. So a little bit more offensive item coming through from Zatai. He loves to do this on champions like Fizz. Now Aurelia go for the double offensive items and make himself a legitimate threat. He's the one that has to deal with Name, so he doesn't feel like he needs anything else.
Oh, Name getting abused by Kid a bit, who's got an extra BF sword to add in, so raw damage and power here for Kid. Those headshots finally doing really significant damage.
Yeah, but actually doesn't have lifesteal, so in a 1v1, straight up 1v1, Name should be able to come out ahead if he doesn't get that huge headshot crit that comes through from Caitlyn every now and again. So see how that works out.
I mean, Kid might just be relying on positioning, because even Korn, who doesn't have his IE yet, building in towards it now with his crit cloak. If Kid gets caught, he'll die so quickly.
Yeah, 100%. I completely agree that Caitlyn very positional AD carry, but it's going to come to a point where I feel like King can start trying to drag them around the map, because right now, Korn can still beat Zatai in a 1v1 fight.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very tight matchup, but Korn seems to have the edge right now, especially given that he has Ignite as a mid laner. We'll maybe lose some in the split push battles here, but right now, map's staying fairly neutral, and that benefits King, who just wants to buy time.
Yeah, exactly right. They're just trying to continue to get through here. As we said, they just missed the ulti.
Zero's Bard ultis have been very liberal.
They have. He just throws them out, you know?
I mean, it's not a bad strat for Bard. If you hit a great Bard ulti, all of a sudden, you've won the game off a really sick engage. But I've seen a lot of them. I've noticed a lot in replay sort of flying by. I think I've maybe seen 1 or 2 hit this game. Not to say Zero's a bad Bard player, but it's been at least very funny to me.
You just miss 100% of Bard ultis you don't take.
Well, there you go. Zero knows. He's a wise support player. Yeah. As we do see, Talisman's actually finished as well. Captain Boots for Jana on Kitty's side looking nice there as well. Rookie's also added a Void Staff to his repertoire, so going to be even stronger. As Kakao's not getting any less tanky at this stage, adding a Giant's Belt in there as well. Maybe looking for Randuin's next with that cloth armor in. It's a tight game here. The gold lead, though, is stated about 5,000 up for IG, which is not good for King, but they're not falling further behind at least.
Yeah, no, they certainly aren't. And like, Korn's going to get the Infinity Edge, and then he's going to be at breaking point. But right now, he's still going to get stronger as the game goes on. They've got Name, who's continuing to scale up. He's looking for the Blade of the Ruined King next. And Huey is going to eventually catch up in items against Kakao, who's miles ahead right now. So there are things that are, I guess, if King can drag it out, going to be in their favor. But the big thing for me is that right now, Kid's on Caitlyn, and he's not being challenged at all. There's no one that can really get onto the back line unless it's Korn and destroy him. And I just don't see that happening. And he's just continuing to pick up farm and going to be a terror late game.
I agree. I'm curious to see how King play these fights once they feel confident enough to take them, because there are certainly possibilities where Insec, honestly, Caitlyn only has to get hit by the edge of an ultimate, and Korn just kills her.
Yeah, Korn flies in from the side, uses that last breath, gets a lot of work done. But, yeah.
It's interesting. Like, this comp's so weird, right?
And he's picked up a giant shot. I just don't get how he one-shots the really fed AD carry right now.
Korn is apparently, much like Dade, just doesn't want to die spawn. He doesn't want it.
Yeah. So, you know, if he gets, like, he still doesn't need that long, even without the Infinity Edge. He needs, like, 3 auto attacks with Qs woven in there, and he'll still kill the Caitlyn. I just don't know where he gets the time from. But once again, they're going to get another Baron.
Now I'm going to use his ultimate. Insects porting in. IG, Korn completely out of position. They're going to get a Dragon, maybe. They do get it. But they just lost a Baron.
Yeah, they get another Baron. King just playing that side of the map so well.
That was like
they're going in.
Oh my god, they're going in. Kitties gets ulted by Korn. 5v4 now for King.
Yeah, so they get a kill off the back end of it as well. King make a perfect choice. And we complimented their shot calling already. Looks so much better with Insec on the lineup, but you could see that was a whole team call. They're going for Dragon. Let's get the Baron.
That Baron was great. That was like an easy Baron on steroids. They did that so quickly.
Yeah, they're just throwing caution to the wind. Once again, Zero, he throws out another liberal Bard ultimate. Nails Kitty. Insect flies in there. Korn follows, and they pick up a kill.
Insect Righteous Glory maybe wants to go in. Korn and Nami destroy turrets together.
Insect is the funniest looking dude when he Righteous Glories, because he literally treads water, doesn't go anywhere, zones away, picks up a turret for himself.
Just wants to scare them off, man. Magical Journey going to get them through the jungle. Korn again lining things up. King want more turrets. 4-3 now up for them, actually. So looking good as far as catching up in gold goes. In fact, we look up. It's only 2,000 behind now.
Yeah, it certainly is. Big wave bottom. You actually feel that King might be able to back out now. They've got a sizable chunk of gold to spend. They actually make that call because they've fought so hard to claw their way back in this game. Don't want to give it up on a whim. And you can see a lot of items are now finished.
Korn actually finished the Randuins before Infinity Edge.
Yep.
Okay.
I like the finished Randuin. Like, if you go Infinity Edge or finish the item, because against Zatai right now, who's double offensive items against the Caitlyn, it's going to be a great pickup in the long run. I just didn't understand the timing in which he bought it, but now that it's finished, it's a good item.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, going to dive in there. Much more of a bruiser. Still fairly squishy on the Asolo, but he's always going to be on top of Caitlyn in a good situation. Zero. Oh my god, that was so good. Zatai hits the Q as well. Very well played by King.
Yeah, it certainly was. And meanwhile, they're just going to shove out mid lane, make sure that Name's absorbing even more CS. He's 5 items nearly. Insec all of a sudden is a huge tank. He's got 4 completed items as well.
This is plan all along.
And I'm just perplexed in the best way.
Just feed until he got farmed. That was the insect way.
Exactly right.
Hey, it paid off. Corn with the Baron buff as well, a potent split push threat. This is the nice thing about Yasuo. He actually does a decent job of getting your short range carries in under a turret, especially when you have a Gragas.
Yeah, I completely agree. And Wind Wall is a great tool. Yeah.
Nailed it. A Baron buff is also helping, clearly. But I mean, given that King don't have particularly good siege, they're kind of using all the little tools to make sure they can actually take turrets with Baron.
Yeah, completely agree. And all of a sudden, it's only 800 gold. We were saying about 10 minutes ago, 7,000. King completely have pegged this one back. They're looking to see if they can set up a gank rush, continuing the unique strategy that has come out all game so far. And Kakao, he's got 4 items. He's still so far ahead of Huey. He just can't get anything done.
I think they actually tricked IG because they're pushing down for this inhibitor now. And it must be Insect doing the shot calling because that was an Insect level call.
Yeah, it certainly was. And once again, he pops the Righteous Glory, waddles around. They're going in.
Con gets knocked up. Great Bard ulti's going to complete the turret. Very well played. Gragas ulti used there by Insect. King might have to keep kiting backwards. Name wants it. Going in. Ace in the hole. Does hit him. Zero does not block it.
Zatai wants it still.
Zatai's diving through. Fairly tanky at this stage. But looking for someone, and King give them nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Yeah, just able to kite back. They go through another magical journey.
Oh, this game's great. I mean, look. King of real again, the creative team composition and the situation they ended up in. I mean, King have used their tools
and
very
now they're
creatively.
baiting another brush.
Insect.
This is actually a really good play by King.
Huey's here as well. Insect gets spotted.
Just the...
Can you even... You don't get vision, right, from Death Ray?
But you can...
You can hear the
I think
death?
you can hear a difference in when it hits.
That is very high level. As the blue buff going to get looked at. Does go to Huey. No, Kakao. Scumbag Kakao. Smites it away again. He's done a lot of just walk away smites today.
Yeah, he certainly has, and there's some big waves stacked up right now that Korn needs to go deal with. Zatai in one lane. He's got teleport, though, so they need to be careful.
They do. Going to have to keep to the mid lane here. Korn going to go clean that up. But Zatai going to walk away to the other lane that's now pushing. So smart stuff here is going to give a tier 2 over to IG in the bottom side of the map. And King, their Baron buffs are one off, so all that power they had is just not there right now.
Yeah, it definitely isn't. They also lose a little bit of their gold lead that they were able to piecemeal together, but still in a better position than they were when it all started.
Yeah, IG pushing back in is good for them. They're applying more pressure. Insect trying to kill Zatai, but it is a fruitless expedition. Gets stunned there as well. The fight will continue. Gragas very tanky, so probably not going to die.
Yeah, I don't know how anyone kills him right now. Oh, Insect's funny.
Insect is very funny.
He makes me laugh, man.
And honestly, if he's not shot calling, and again, those brush baits lead me to believe that it must be Insect. Huey diving in, actually. Ulti misses there. Gets the knock up, though. Finds someone, but it's not Kid. Rookie's gotten low. Insect takes him out with a port, though. Korn's going to find Kid. Windwall down as well. And it's an absolute massacre. King take 3 kills. Name can't peel for himself, but it doesn't matter. His team's here just in time. Kites away wonderfully. And Zatai, he will get the kill. The dangerous game reset. But Zatai is going to get slowed up. Binding will hit. And that's almost an ace for King.
Yeah, 4 for 1 coming off the back of a fantastic engagement from Huey. Flew in there, and now they're trying to look for Kakao.
Corn finished more of Malmodius before Infinity Edge, by the way.
Yeah, he's a frustrating man.
Timeline are not going to hit. I mean, if it's bruisability once, it's bruisability has. As King are rushing down for this inhibitor in the bottom side.
Yeah, they even use the talisman through there. They're going to be able to grab it, and it's a different build coming through from Korn, but you have to say his play has been fantastic so far, so effective. Even with Kitty's ultimating him off, he got a Q onto Rookie and took 80% of his health within the ultimate, was able to chunk him out of that fight.
And Victor is not a low damage champion, so impressive that he was able to live and still kill Rookie through it all. King might look for this dragon as well. Korn's going to steal the red buff. And all of a sudden, it's not even still a gold lead yet for King, but they brought it right back to even.
Yeah, they're in front. They've got all the pressure on the bottom side of the map right now. 38 seconds till a Baron. They were able to steal Barons when they didn't have any advantage on the map. Let's take another look. So Huey runs in, grabs a great knock up there. That's what I'm talking about. Rookie was just so low. Insect able to one-shot him, and then from there, Korn, honestly, even a fantastically placed wind wall. Name nearly lived through all of this, used everything in his ability. Zatai got the cooldowns just at the last moment. Zero able to snipe him over the wall.
Magical journeyed in. Oh, I love Bud.
Beautiful.
I mean, and Zero is a good Bud player. I think you mentioned Thresh as one of his big champions. being good for engage and disengage. I feel like it's similar for Zero's Bard.
Yeah, well, this game it certainly has looked that way. He's just had some not great Bard games. There's IG this time looking to rush it down. They're going to get it so quickly.
Oh, Zero ults in, gets the Baron, finds Kid. They do have to keep going through the magical journeys in. Insects diving in. Kid's like, yeah, I'm definitely not want any part of this. King on top of the Baron, taking damage though is not good.
They got
Ulti out there, they are going to go on top of it. They're going to finish it off. Oh no, Cacao! He's taking the Baron. Name getting dove, and a great gravity field locking everybody up. And all of a sudden, King, all of their hard work completely undone by Invictus Gaming. Zero's going to die, and it's a 4-for-1 the other way.
Yeah, that was a weird... This game's crazy.
This game is crazy.
They stay on Baron even with the whole of Invictus Gaming lineup right next door. So now IG with Baron, with all their members still alive, probably going to push in and win the game. 40-second death timers, but this has just been very interesting.
It has, and they're going to break the base here. IG look to push 5v1 and try and finish it off. Korn, you've had a great game all game long here in game number 1. Make a miracle happen, because that's what your team needs.
Yeah, certainly do. There's still 5 members, 20 seconds on one of the next. See whether Korn can get in there and mix it up.
It's going to have to be a pretty good win while it is come through. They're going to dive him instead. That's the right choice. On top of Korn, he's dead, and IG are going to win the game in one fell swoop.
Yeah, what a game coming through here. As you said, King just time and time again playing with fire, and in the end they get burnt.
I don't know if I would commit to a 50-50 smite against Cacao, given what already happened in the game, but IG pull a win up from another massive team fight. So many LPL games are ending in one team fight. Name, though, doesn't seem too disappointed.
Yeah, he's having a laugh about it. You know, and even if they had won that smite, they still lose the team fight because that was completely one-sided on the back end of that. Kid was just sitting there hitting everyone, not a care in the world. They weren't able to get on top of the carry lineup, and that is when they look good, when they're able to dive onto Rookie, onto Kid, and blow them up.
Yeah, finding in a choke point against Victor's gravity field. We talked about his zone control. It's not a good time.
Yeah, it certainly isn't. So, you know, credit to King, because they were behind. They had a really weird early game where they couldn't get farm onto Insect. They were starting to struggle. They had some really creative Baron calls to pull themselves back into it, but at the very end of it, Invictus just a little bit too good in the 5v5.
Yeah, Cacao Smite's very, very good. And King, still working the kinks out. It's funny that we used to say this about King early on. When they got ahead, they would stay ahead, but they look back when behind. It is nice to see them play well from behind.
Yeah, it certainly is. And, you know, really got to give credit to their carries. Korn, Name in that game had legitimately good carry performances. They just weren't able to piecemeal together the last play.
Well, bit of a tricky stuff there for King towards the end. Gives IG the win there in game number 1. But that was quite a lot of fun. We'll see what King have lined up for us next. As we're going to take a quick break before we get into game number 2. Welcome back, everyone, to our last game of the evening for Week 5, day number 3 of the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. My name is Julian Patriots. Joining me for the last time this evening is Jake Spawn Tiberi. And what a game we just got there.
Yeah, it was a fantastic game. And, just taking another look at that last replay, and I was going to mention this, man. 3-man stun coming out of the Echo Sphere. And Kakao, he was able to get around the map. He was nice and tanky on the Echo. He was very disruptive. And honestly, Echo's kit is just so diverse right now. You can get the stun out. You get a big shield. You're able to continue to fight with the ultimate. And even when you go down incredibly low, it's just so hard to kill you.
Yeah, and you saw a lot of good smite skills there as well. But yeah, that W, juicy.
Yeah, 3 people taken out. It meant that Rookie's ultimate stayed across everyone, was able to layer it very well. It's something that we talk about, the Venn diagrams of Victor and Echo that can come through, get the double stun applied. It's just a lot of CC. And credit to King. They really fought back in that one. They had some creative shot calling, but that draft was all over the shop.
It was. And I don't know if we can say it's good or bad, but it was certainly something. If Insect's the one leading the shot calling, maybe he's leading the drafting as well, because that was wacky as anything.
Yeah, it looked like Insect was just like, I can play Gragas, and it synergizes well with Yasuo and doesn't do much else, and they ran it in the end. He got nice and tanky, but it just, when you look at what Zatai was doing in those last couple of fights with double offensive items, able to really threaten the backline, just Insect couldn't keep up.
No, and it's just, Insect in general was behind the entire game. It felt like they just couldn't get any CS. King, again, early game was okay, but definitely not on the same levels as IG. And what ended up being a very close game means that King really just have to clean a few things up here. And IG, if they're to win the series 2-0, they have quite the challenge ahead of them.
Yeah, I certainly agree. As soon as, if King can clean up their draft a little bit and then get a good laning phase this time around, it was really only Korn that was ahead at any point of the game. Name, he got the double kill that put him into the 4-2, and then that was when he really shone back into the game. But before that, he was a major item down as well. So King definitely were able to get creative and work their way back in the game. If they start at equal footing, you feel they will have a much better shot.
And I wonder if King maybe should have just picked some better lanes here, because picking Siva, leaving open the Caitlyn, Insect doing whatever Insect does, it felt a little tricky.
Yeah, I certainly think so. I think it wasn't the Siva so much for me as the Bard. Bard doesn't really do much during the laning phase, especially when you couple Caitlyn with Caitlyn and Janna together, where you're just going to get poked down a lot. Would have liked a little bit more hard engage coming through, or the ultimate disengage coming through in something like the Nami, where you can bubble them up and really get the, AoE damage going from Siva.
Yeah, we talked about it. Zero's Nami especially looks great. His Bard certainly doing some tuning there. I feel like will be, I think, an exceptional Bard player once he really learns the ins and outs of the champions, and maybe the missile speed of the ultimate or something he needs to look at there as well. But a fine game there from King. Need to pick themselves back up, see if they can equal it up and get at least a point here. Because IG, after that very strong comeback, I don't even know how to call that last game. But after taking game number 1 in very dramatic fashion, they're poised to win 3 points now.
Yeah, exactly right. So IG can get the 3 points. They really do need it after a couple of performances they've had. If anything about these two teams, and want to get it out of the way quickly and not dwell on it, is that King and IG are really fun to watch at the moment. They'll play absolutely anything.
They are, and we've seen a lot of diversity in this matter just in general. And King and IG may be leading that charge here in the LPL, but we are into the draft here for game number 2, our last of the evening. King over on the blue side, IG inhabiting the red. We've got Alistar Kalista banned for King. We're going to have Echo and Rise banned out for IG, so lots of respect for the power of Echo.
That's twice that IG's done this. Picked him on the first side and then banned it on the next. They obviously think that he's a very strong and diverse champion, and you can understand Rookie's had a great game on it. Now Kakao's had a great game on it. I'm waiting for Zatai to get his shot on the champion as well. Apparently he's third in line, but get him off the board when you're on red.
Yeah, take it away there for IG. Don't give it over to King, who at this point could, like you said, play just about anything, given what they threw out in game number 1. 5 seconds left for King's last ban. What do they want to take away from Invictus Gaming? It is Hecarim again.
Yeah, so Zatai not going to get the Hecarim. That will probably leave Yasuo up. I can't see that one getting banned away here. If anything, I think they'll go towards an AD carry ban. But right now, I actually liked what last game did for King. It means that Yasuo becomes a legitimate flex pick. Insect can play it in the top lane. Korn can now play it in the mid lane. And it's the Fizz that gets taken away from Korn.
Yeah, we saw that again, that must ban. Probably a takeaway from Insect there as well. But King, stick to their guns. Another first pick Siva.
I actually really like the first pick, Sivir. I think Name plays it incredibly well. I think that he facilitates Insect into team fights, and Insect needs a little bit of help right now getting into the back line. So I think that it does a lot of good things for them. And, you know, Kakao straight away in response locks in a Rek'Sai.
I like the Rek'Sai takeaway a lot. It feels like Huey's most comfortable champion, so get that away from him. Of course, is IG going to take the victor away for Rookie once more.
Yeah, so Rookie had a pretty impressive performance once again on Victor. Wasn't it that lane-dominating performance where he's pushing down turrets and shoving people in? He did farm incredibly well, but the win wall was holding him back a little bit. And it looks again like the Gragas is going to be locked in, but this time maybe in the jungle.
Unsurprisingly, Gragas Rek'Sai, very common pairing there. Again, I mean, Gragas maybe a flex pick here as well if they do take it away for King. But you can run just about anything with a Sivir comp, although I think IG's first 2 picks are rather good as well, as they are going to lock in LeBlanc there for Korn. I'm never too sure about his LeBlanc, but it is an assassin, and we're going to have Huey, presumably, on the Gragas.
Yeah, so Gragas being taken away as well there. Korn, his LeBlanc's polarizing. It's either very good or not great. If he starts snowballing on it, he's able to get ahead, but that's not something that really is impressive on LeBlanc. You would hope that is the case. He calls a little bit more jungle pressure into the mid lane when he plays it. But I think that against Victor, it is actually a good lane matchup. So being able to take a very versatile assassin that can move around Victor and trade effectively is going to be something that Korn looks forward to doing.
It would be really weird for me to have Janna open here and have Kid pick a different AD carry, but they're going to pick actually Lucian instead of Caitlyn into the Sivir this time.
Yeah, so maybe this time looking for a 2v2 lane. They've left the top lane open and presumably letting Zatai counterpick and try and run that into a 1v1 lane. Insect, he played the Gragas last game. He's been playing some different things in the top lane, and that would have been different until a couple of other teams played it.
Well, there's...
I'm sure he plays it as well.
Insect plays everything at this point. I feel like Insect maybe ports people from other games and plays them as well in the top lane. I'm not sure. But it is going to be Nautilus Nami there, the deep sea combo from King to round things out. Presumably that's a top lane Nautilus, but it's great to see Zero back on Nami.
Yeah, it certainly is. And, you know, it just makes Nami's lane a little bit more forgiving because you have the ebb and flow. Also gives him the ability to kite because your abilities allow him that extra movement speed. I like the synergy between their kits. I also like the fact that it shoves people off Korn as well. Korn at times has not great positioning if he does throw himself all in there, so it gives him a reset button. I just honestly think it's Zero's best support.
I agree, and it plays so well with a player like Nama. He just wants to stay alive and do damage, although he's shown a bit more aggression in his recent lane phases. IG, though, going to take their last pick. It looks to be Na there on the top side of the map against the Nautilus, so tank battles everywhere.
Yeah. Although Zatai's Na really can't be called a tank because he generally goes 2 offensive items straight off the bat with this one.
Master.
Yeah, the mini Na Master is right. He goes for that Black Cleaver into the Frozen Mallet, double hammer, and then just hammer times everyone up there in the top lane.
That sounds not good for Insect's Nautilus.
Yeah, it certainly doesn't. Nautilus already has mobility problems being able to get in there. If you throw a Fromo on top of it, it's not going to be a great laning experience.
No, and I mean, Insect, he's going to go into something... I'm not going to call standard, but a little more commonplace at least in recent times.
It's been played 3 times.
That's true. It's certainly been popular this weekend at least as Insect. There's a Nautilus who's going to be playing up against Zatai's Na in the top lane matchup. And of course, we reverse everyone's favorite jungle matchup, Gragas versus Rek'Sai.
Yeah, actually it was Echo last time. It was Gragas up there in the top lane last time around. But yeah, it definitely is a very familiar matchup. It's
always that matchup, it feels like. For Korn versus Rookie, Victor versus LeBlanc. You mentioned a good matchup here. I'm curious as to why.
Yeah, well, so the thing about... Victor is, as soon as he throws that laser beam out, it travels to you, so you're able to distort around it and then get your harass down. Also, incredibly squishy and very hard to hold a LeBlanc inside your gravity field. So I just think that in the laning phase especially, it goes a little bit in Victor's favor in saying that as soon as he gets any AP, he can just drop that ultimate on top of you and die.
And again, Korn, like you mentioned, very polarizing sort of player, so he's going to have to get work done here.
Yeah, he certainly did, especially in the laning phase. Like, they need a gank Rookie, try and get him behind early and see if they can get the LeBlanc rolling.
Well, not the easiest thing to do, but we'll see if they can accomplish it. We're going to get ourselves under the rift for the last game of the evening. And welcome back for our last game here between Invictus Gaming and King. IG find themselves up a game in a very dramatic end to our last one here. We're going to wrap up week 5 of the LPL, and it's been a crazy day. It's been a crazy weekend, Spawn, of matches. But today has been perhaps even crazier.
Yeah, it certainly has been. And, you know, what a great matchup to end a crazy weekend. King playing whatever they want right now, and Invictus Gaming trying to recapture some of their previous flair and form, you would have to say. And no aggression whatsoever at the start of this game. It looks like we're just going to have standard lanes.
Yeah, this is actually a big stack here from King, but defensively, maybe hoping or thinking that IG is going to walk through that part of the jungle.
Redshin.
It is Redshin. It's great. Finally seeing him come out there in the bottom side. 2v2 be interesting to me. I wouldn't mind seeing this matchup.
Yeah, it's certainly. I think that Nami beats Janna. That's historically what the matchups told us, but Lucian also fairly good against Sivir, so we'll have to see whether it does work out in their favor. It's Insect. Looks like he's going to start a camp.
Yep, going to be able to take away that, as you said. Insect going to continue his trend of playing junglers in the top lane in some ways, so should be able to pretty easily take away the Raptors with his Riptide. And Korn already skilled Distortion, ready to fight Victor in the mid lane.
Yeah, and you see that it's going to just be a solo start. Actually, no, Gragas heading back down to the Krog, so he will get a leash. He's not going to start a buff. I thought he was going to give that over to Name. And we'll have fairly standard stuff, although, wow, what is the Zatai doing?
Zatai is...
taking a blue buff.
Oh, wow. With a Doran's Blade. Oh, taking a little creep.
Oh, he took a little one, yeah.
That's adorable.
I thought he was going to take everything. I was like, wow, you can do that?
No, I don't think so.
Has he got hyper?
Mini, no, I don't think so. So instead, just return to the top side, ready for his 1v1, but going to get the bad news. Insect's going to be level 2 already.
Yeah, so Insect will be able to recall, get up there with probably, actually he's bought potions already, so just some more potions and a pink ward, you would think. Nice early start.
I would want the sustain, I feel like, against Minina.
I 100% am on the same page. And you know what? I would want home guard boots on one of my first packs as well.
Yep. Curious to see how Insect goes on the top Nautilus. Starting to see quite a bit more of it. Builds have certainly differed. We've seen AP, we've seen Tank, so who knows what Insect's going to be.
Yeah, exactly right. I think that Tank is a little bit better because it means that if you get lane swapped on at any point in the game, you're still relatively okay. But Insect, if anything, will probably completely disregard that and build full AP with the Nash's Tooth or something.
Do you think there's a big difference given that Insect isn't a 1v1 and hopefully he's going to get more farm this time around?
Yeah, so I think that if you can afford to go it, it makes you a legitimate threat if you have the Rod of Ages. It's just that it's a lot of gold and amp up time to invest to that when there's immediate options like the Frozen Heart that give you so much in a team fight scenario.
See Korn and Rookie there, sparring off in the mid lane. Pretty even in CS, as I'm sure they'll just be farming it up until some junglers come hanging around. Looking down as well, Kid's actually got a nice lead up against Name, who's going to struggle again starting his Sivir lane.
Yeah, so with them getting the early level 2 because they were able to take the Krug away, just got an early advantage in that lane. You know, the thing about Janna versus...
Nice chain there. Rookie does have Cleanse, doesn't use it yet. Takes a big chunk of harass as a result, though. And he has Doran's Ring, so that's going to stick. He's out of potions.
Yeah, exactly right. And that's why the matchup is relatively good. And what I was going to say is that it's very hard to make damage stick to Name right now. So even if they trade shove him off the lane, get him a creep wave behind, which he is 6 minions currently, he's going to be able to stay in the lane as long as he wants to. Zero's going to keep him topped up. And against a Janna opponent, it is very easy to make damage stick on Janna, especially once you get through a potion. So that lane should eventually swing back in King's favor.
See what goes here, but IG currently sitting on a very small gold lead of about 300, so some decent CSing coming through right now. And other than that, going to keep it all square on the top side as well. Hopefully Insect down a bit on CS, but does have his fast. Will keep himself nice and healthy.
Yeah, he's just going to continue to shove that wave in, you would feel. Try and get the Nar CSing instead of harassing him. Try and build up some form of creeps. Although Zatai seems to have Insect's measure right now in the last couple of matchups. They're falling behind in every wave.
Yeah, Insect not having a fun time this series so far, but we'll see what happens as Huey into the mid lane now on top of Rookie, but massively creep blocked as the wave joins back in.
Yeah, and there was just heaps of creeps there pummeling him as well as Korn takes another laser. Now Kakao's heading up into the top lane. Have to see what the junglers are able to get done early.
I mean, right before that little gank, they're actually both heavily farming.
Yeah,
so
Insect, you're in trouble.
Yeah, he is indeed going to be popped by Kakao as he runs back through the wall. There's a tie lining things up. Misses the slow, though. Kakao will not miss that. Q to the wall, though, after the flash will get him to safety.
Yeah, so he does get out there, and you see that he is starting to do some work with that E. So Nautilus proving once again to be a very durable top laner, but with no flash now, needs to play even more careful.
Is it wrong that it almost feels like Nautilus might outperform Meganar while he's actually Meganar?
Yeah, with the CS. 100%. Nautilus's CS is redonkulous.
good time. I mean, no, in terms of the actual like fight, because Mega Now's normally very threatening. Mini Now's just annoying as Rookie. Going to get chained up here again. Kiwi going to find the body slam, but Korn, he's out of mana and he doesn't have very much health either, so Rookie gets away scot-free just using the cleanse.
Yeah, so it has to use the cleanse, and that was not a bad gank once again. They know what they have to do. They have to start shutting this Victor down, but it's just not happening because Korn, he's out of mana already, and Rookie, he's building a CS advantage.
Nami as well, down in CS on the bottom side. Korn actually low ulti there, coming through for Victor. Korn will just live through it using no summoner spells.
Wow, that is so cheeky.
It
nearly kills him. Has to burn the flash on the back end. Obviously went a little bit more aggressive, but that's just crazy.
Oh, Nami misses the spell shield though. Does get knocked up as well. Zero chasing in, but Kid dodges it. And this lane's tricky.
Yeah, it certainly is. Nami, once again, he'll be sustained up though, and Kid, even though he has a potion, will start to feel the harass a little bit more, but right now, Kid and Kitty's taking it to them.
Oh, almost gets knocked up there as well. Doesn't have a spell shield right now, so has to be careful. Knock-up goes the other way though as Kid running low on mana and starting to run low on health. Kind of, you know, like water, gently going to wear you down.
Yeah, that's a very good analogy for it. Just over time, you're going to consistently start losing out on the lane, as even Zatai is starting to lose his.
Zatai is not happy with all these Riptides right now. That was sort of my point about Mega Now, is that normally you fight very well as a melee, but you actually don't want to be in melee range of Nod.
Yeah, no, never. And he's just able to continually kite back with it. You see that he's actually not down too far in CS right now, only 2. And Zatai goes back and grabs himself a Hex Drinker. He's had enough of the magic damage.
Yeah, he really wants to just put the screws in the matchup here. And Insec has gone for his first back, but he's just got himself a Mana Crystal, which can help with all the spamming of the E, but don't know what he's going to build. Could be anything.
Yeah, maybe will be a Frozen Heart, potentially also the Catalyst of the Protector coming through there as well. Important to note that Insec hasn't used his Teleport yet, so we'll be able to get back in the lane with a free shop at some point, or a Dragon Fight might go their favor.
Huey coming in though. Zero wants to line something up. It might be Kitties that they want. They nail him there with the bubble. The exhaust down as well. Huey does have his flash, but he's not going to commit too hard. But again, just a good bit of pressure there from the Gragas.
And exhaust and heal used as Korn goes over the wall.
Dodges the gravity field. Nice use of distortion there to keep him safe, but Rookie's playing the matchup nicely. He knows exactly the power points. As Zatai dives in onto Insec, ults him into the wall. That damage is ridiculous as the depth charge goes out to save Insec. He Qs to the tower. Might not be enough. Flash auto, and Zatai claims first blood.
Yeah, so Zatai in the end, with that Hex Drinker, able to get a much better exchange than what he had previously hoped for. Gets in there, picks up first blood, but Korn going in.
Yeah, Kakal's here though as well. Huey's also coming in, so it's going to be 2v. Oh, that actually saved himself.
Yeah. Just goes back, doesn't want to enter a brush. Of course, never know which one Garen's going to be in, so just backs away.
Garen, better known as Kakao, was in fact hiding in the brush set. Glacial Shroud now done for Insec, by the way. So he's ready as far as that goes, starting to get a bit tankier. Might be going for that full tank Nautilus, but Rookie going to get himself a blue buff stolen away as Kakao preps it.
Yeah, so they able to invade in there. They already saw where Huey was, recognized the fact that he was going into the bottom side of his jungle with some good wards coming through from Kakao. You see the 2-point wards in the red side of the jungle of Huey, and just able to come up with an early advantage.
Huey actually coming back down to the bottom side as well. Not a whole lot of cooldowns left here. Zero is chasing in, but flashes available means it's going to be quite tricky to lock someone down. And Huey going to sweep the brush. They are really trying to gank this bottom lane.
Yeah, and when all 4 members miss, now Korn going to show himself back in that mid lane. Kid is just like, I know what's going on.
Oh, does he? Gets almost belly slam there. Ulti on to Kitties, lands through. Does gonna maybe has to use the flash, gets tied away there. Bubble predicting the flash, but Kitties doesn't use it. Nice Monsoon to disengage.
Yeah, so just able to get out of there using the ultimate. 2 ultimates expended on King's lineup, and wow, Kakao is starting to Zatai
That is the tie.
is starting to really hurt Insec.
Yeah, and as I said, I didn't mind the Nautilus into Mega Now thing like before level 6 and before Hex Drinker. Really don't like it at all now. The matchup's starting to tip a bit out of control. Almost 20 CS up for Zatai.
And Zatai's really itemizing for the matchup as well. You saw he burnt his teleport to get back into the lane. Now he's gone with a couple of MR items, so he's very much conscious of the fact that he wants to hold Insec down, and doing a great job. 2 levels so far, as well as like 20 CS again.
And again, that Mini Now Master getting some pot shots down now, starting to wear down the turret. Insec, he's gotten his farm here, but he's going to fall a bit behind. And if he dies again to Zatai, Remember, that was a solo kill to start things off. A good grab, though, not in tower range, unfortunately. And instead just eats harass.
Yeah, he ate harass, but he had ultimate available. If that was in tower range, probably could have been a kill for himself. Just a millimeter off, a little bit unlucky.
Kakao instead going to get the Dragon. Corn roaming to the top side to try and help Insect. But Invictus Gaming going to get a free Dragon as a result. And Zatai with enough vision should be just fine here. Yeah,
so Insect probably needs to back away after this wave then, because he is in dire need of a gank. Misses a cannon creep. Just breaks my heart.
You hate to see it. Oh, another grab. Bit too aggressive though again, not winning these trades.
Yeah, no, he's definitely not getting any further ahead. Teleport nearly back available for Zatai. Now the Dragon's gone down, he'll just be able to use that one to farm even more. It's exactly 20 CS the lead. 20 nearly in the mid lane as well, and 10 in the other lanes. And we'll see if Huey's able to get in here.
We're going to look for something. Zatai mini now, but the ward right in that brush that Huey's standing on, and a boomerang. Going to give up the ghost immediately as Huey knows that, yep, warded, can't take that away. Rookie going to get his second blue buff, by the way. They held it to make sure Rookie got both, but Korn is feeling very mana-starved at this stage.
Yeah, he certainly is. You know, Kakao just getting so far ahead right now of Huey, level 6 to 7, but more importantly, 29 to 45 CS. Kakao everywhere on the map, now going to deny away more Raptors. And Huey, he's trying to help his lanes out, but it's just, in the end, he's getting picked on.
And you mentioned this about Kakao's style. When he thinks the ganks aren't going to work, he just goes and takes your jungle.
Yeah, he certainly does. And Korn, he's starting to struggle in the CS department. Can't get the harass he wants down onto Rookie in the mid lane. Kakao will exit stage right over Dragon Pit, but feels like right now Invictus are playing their brand of League of Legends.
They are very slow, very controlled, but aggressive when they need to be. It's just a Dragon and a solo kill. The turrets are relatively healthy, probably the top turret. The first one that maybe IG are going to look to take out here. But just applying pressure, making sure things go well. And they're already 2,000 gold ahead.
Yeah, just off that one first blood, as well as the fact that they've got a Dragon. And then everything else is just CS. 15, 20 in a couple of lanes. Now Insect's really started to struggle up there in the top lane. He's going another 2. So it probably will be Frozen Heart first outright. And
seriously? Kakao just stole the
He's just so mean.
He is mean. He's a big meanie. He outsmarted Huey all game one, won his team the game as a result, and Huey's not catching a break at all.
No, he certainly isn't. Name. It's 13 CS behind as well, starting to struggle a little bit in this lane, although Lucian, a notorious lane bully, so you can't really draw too much into that, is really top and mid where they've started to lose out a lot of this matchup.
You can see Name wants to be aggressive, but can't afford it now. Kakao's going to come in as well, forcing the ulti out of Name. Culling almost going to kill both of them, it seems like, as they get quite low.
And that's a real dive potential right now. Teleport is available on Insect. We'll see whether King want to fight this or if they just back away.
Zatai's keeping him under that turret by the looks of things in top lane, so I don't think Insect can join them.
Yeah, so in the end, they try and back away. Kakao exits and they come back with a little bit more sustain available. See that Korn, he wants to get into the bottom lane and try and help out, but just they can't do anything.
Yeah, Victor's been constantly pushing Korn in there in the matchup, and the fact that he's also falling behind in CS is, you know, not good for Korn, but he's just not been able to leave here. It's a tie again in Mega Gnar form, just bullying Insect. That tower's almost dead as well as Korn. Little wide on the chain.
Yeah, so not able to grab any harass down there onto Rookie. You see that he's just shoved in one more time. Another blue buff going to go over to Invictus.
You have to think Korn's not happy about this. Insect's going to come down and try and stop it. We've got quite a few people. Even Nami has roamed in here as well. And looks like they are going to force them off and make sure Korn gets it.
Yeah, so they will in the end secure their buff for their mid laner. They lose a lot of CS top, and Name probably going to go down.
Getting dived. He's absolutely dead. Flashes and still dies to the autos. Teleports down for Insect, but I think it might be a little too late. He's going to hook onto someone. It's Kitties. Riptide's down. Depth charge as well. Going to get the lockup. Nami going to come in now as well. There is 0 roams in. Insect flashes. He gets the Riptide tidal wave. Might be good. Clips Kid. But the teleport from Zatai keeps everybody away. Zero actually has to run out as Rookie's popped his ulti. Zero caught out of position. Going to go down. And IG just outplaying King at every corner.
Yeah, they're just beating them around every part of the map. Even Huey was not able to get into that fight. He's just trying to grab his red buff right now, and they're not even going to let him do that.
Nope, no red buff at all. Complete control for IG. Zatai, Mega Gnar form now as well. Might just bound in for the ulti. Doesn't flash for it. Does now as it goes in onto Huey.
Rookie does as well.
And that's a lot of damage. Zatai takes the kill.
And they're just going to rotate into mid lane, pick themselves up a turret. They'll grab bottom for themselves as well, easy as you like. And this game has turned into a clinic. Invictus Gaming just running circles around King.
And King had a sloppy early game in game 1, fell behind at different stages, but were able to claw it back. This lead is significantly bigger than that one, though. They're about 7K behind, but it was much later in the game. And looking down the lineup, I don't quite see what King can do with the champions they've put together, because they needed to get ahead early.
Yeah, they don't have that split push threat that they had game 1. They don't really even have the raw scaling ability right now. Once again, Kakao 24 CS up. Zatai in the top lane is like 30 CS up. He's just having an absolute dominating performance. Has just built to shut down Insect at every single route, you have to say, in the last couple of games, and it's worked a treat.
Yeah, didn't even go aggressive items this time, although still has room if he wants to do it. The Hex Drinker was nice for a bit of aggression, but he's gone straight Vantage there. It's really giving the middle finger to Insect.
Yeah, he certainly is, and he's not done yet. He's going to go in again.
Hyper procs, damage is good. Insect, again, level behind now with his Frozen Heart completed, but that's not enough to shake off the ties. Rookie might have been caught. Korn's going to dive his way in, but Kakao's here as well. And Rookie easily defended there with the help from his jungler.
Yeah, so Kakao able to ward them off. It will be dragging up in a 14-second window. Rookie took a little bit of damage that time around, but still just has the wave clear for days. Look at that harass.
I love that little move from Rookie, just queuing forward to close the distance and then just throwing out the laser.
Yeah, and you see now Kakao zoning them off bottom turret. Name going to miss out on CS. He's now 25 CS behind. And just all over the place. Now it is a 7,000 gold lead.
Yeah, that leads back to where it was in game 1, but a significantly earlier pace. We're only 17 minutes into the game. It's Zatai almost lined himself up another solo kill, but he's going to get that turret.
Yeah, he certainly is. He's going to lengthen the lead even further. They're going to grab the second dragon of the game at only 17 minutes in. I hope there's some more fancy shot calling coming out of King, because otherwise, well, as we said, their scaling isn't there this time around. It's just going to get harder and harder.
It is. And King right now on the verge of being beaten by Invictus Gaming in a flawless game. No dragons, no turrets, and no kills or towers right now. King need to do something quickly here, because IG just running over them this time.
Yeah, they certainly are. You know, they're even struggling to grab their buffs off the map. The blue buff, it was secured, but they got the red buff taken away from them again. Rookie going to go back. Got 40% cooldown reduction, and Zach continuing to farm up on this top Nautilus pick, and this is just showing the weaknesses of Nautilus. He's very melee. You know, he's a great tank, but doesn't really have a fantastic laning phase, and someone like Nah that does have a good laning phase can just abuse that.
And I think a great thing there for IG to just give the time the counter pick, knowing, you know what, if Insect's going to go crazy, we trust in most of the picks you could take here.
Yeah, I completely agree with that mentality as well. As wow, Korn goes in again.
Just harass her onto Rookie though, but Rookie's answering back nicely. Still with the CS lead, Zatai again ult onto Insect, who's trying to run away. Yeah, ulti forced out there. Kakao's here as well. Zatai going to get the ball to toss this time now, and just keep going in. The Wallop finds him there, stops up against the turret. Kakao looking in as well, but Insect just getting to safety.
Yeah, he's able to kite back very well. That's always been the strength of the Nautilus since the changes came through. As we see Korn starting to grab some CS for himself, but just he can't fight back. That's the problem. He can farm okay in the top lane because he can wear this damage that's going to come through, but just never going to be able to turn it in his favor.
And Korn still trying to get some work done, has his Morel and Omicron, but you look across the gold here, and IG just too far ahead. King might have some major items now finally coming through, but IG are through their first and either onto or finished their second.
Yeah, they certainly are getting towards that point in the game, and once again, Kakao flying towards that mid lane, keeping Rookie nice and safe as he continues to build a lead. And that's the last lane that really has any kill potential right now. Rookie maybe can get chunked out by Korn, especially if Huey's there to turn the gank in their favor, but any other lane, you feel that they're not even going to be able to get close in a fight.
Yeah, but again, like we said, I don't know what tools are here for King to try and get themselves back into the game. They managed to find a way last time with a pretty creative comp, but they'll need quite a bit more here in this one. Insect continuing to get bullied while clearing the waves out. Again, gets the hook down, gets a bit of damage, but he's 2 levels behind, and Insect might just go down again to Zatai.
Yeah, he's trying to fancy his chances and skirmish back efficiently, especially with Zatai overextending to that extent in the lane. We'll have to go back and get a shop in there. So good move from Insect to really try and shore up his laning phase a little bit more. But even the wards coming through from King are just on a strange side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, King just don't have options here. There's 2 fully upgraded sweepers now for IG. I actually love the double upgraded yellow trinket as Korn just eats a bunch of damage trying to defend a turret here. IG again just playing around King completely, and the gold lead with only 4 kills in this game and 3 turrets just based on the CS and the control they have alone, and Kakal's ridiculous counter-jungling project that he seems to be doing very well on, they're almost 10,000 gold behind.
Yeah, they have maybe caught out Kitties.
Oh, good catch there. They might be able to get the kill. Ignite is down there. Tidal Wave zones everyone else out. Depth Charge lands in there as well, but Kitty's going to flash, and not even he's going to go down.
Yeah, they use a lot for it, and now Zatai's in the middle of everyone.
Going in, but he's got no rage. Kakao dives back in. Huey gets evaporated there by Rookie, and now Zatai going to cut his way out of the fight. They'll keep running in. Insect getting low there. Korn diving back in, but Insect going to look to go down here. Kid dives in aggressive. He wants it and gets it. And it's just not, there's nothing here for King. IG going to dive under the turret, look for another kill, but just continue to take structures.
Tagged him there as well. Burns a passive. They'll be able to grab another structure. That was another 2-for-0 exchange. And you're exactly right. It just doesn't look like King can get anywhere near picking up a solid kill for themselves. They're always fighting backwards, never really have the damage to get through there. They're just a major item behind in every position. And credit to IG. It's all about how they've stacked up waves, got ahead in CS for themselves, and just pushed every advantage.
And look, they are now officially 10,000 gold behind. So at 21.5 minutes in, this game has gone completely pear-shaped for King. What do you think it is? Because they had, again, a great game 1-0 has just been caught here by Kakao. Very easy for him to solo up, but he's going to take the vision instead. Good juke of the bubble, actually. Very cute.
Zero's able to grab the pick ward in the end. Right now, it's honestly the fact that exactly what you mentioned, that they trusted Zatai with the counter pick. And Zatai, very good laner, as we see a little bit of aggression coming out of Rookie as he chunks out Korn. So Insect, he's got these crazy things in the top lane. He hasn't really settled there, and he's an unorthodox player. So the fact that they allowed Zatai 2 games in a row, once with a Aurelia and once with a Nara, to take a very strong laner in there, just meant that Insect was falling further and further behind, and that gives Kakao the confidence to be able to take it to a jungler like Huey. So just played very much toward Invictus's strengths and didn't allow any of the lanes to get rolling.
One diving in, damage on the Rookie's good, gets him to about 30% health. But King desperately trying to defend their turrets here. Zatai merrily split pushing in the top lane.
Yeah, and he's still 60 CS up. He's going towards around Yuan's Omen now, so he's going to only get stronger from this point forward. Hasn't gone the typical Zatai build. Isn't looking to be that very dangerous mini Gnar form. Just instead, happy to team fight.
And Nautilus going to roam back up, but Insect 2 levels behind still in this particular matchup. Zatai has just had such a good run in this game and in this series in general, but I feel like King's lanes, it's what's let them down. Huey's not really a high-pressure jungler, although he did have a good go at ganking a lot of the lanes. And I feel like King, they fight together well. They actually mid-game shot call nicely as well. But as we can kind of see this from this game, looking down at the CS numbers, King right now just don't land as effectively as they will once they kind of get that synergy built back up.
Yeah, you definitely agree with that. And the non-pressure thing is a huge point you have to go back to, because Kakao recognized that he knew that none of the ganks were going to work onto Rookie in the mid lane. That's what Huey was trying to do. And Kakao made him pay by just running around the jungle and farming up everything. He stole away both of the blue buffs, made sure that he was always going to be the jungler that had control of the area. Went Sightstone before he even got Cinderhulk toward both points of the red side of the jungle, and just made sure it was always on his terms.
And he's just farmed up so much now. 96 to 65, fairly impressive, because that honestly would be almost exclusively jungle farm.
Yeah, so the one thing about Kakao's creep score is he takes next to no lane farm. Even when it's available, he'll keep himself off the map to make sure that he's hidden. And they're going for a Baron already.
Yeah, I mean, 24 minutes in, but there's so much strength that they can just brute force their way towards this Baron. Absolutely zero vision there for King. The Scrying Orb's going to find out, give him the bad news. They'll get in there, but not in time to take the Baron. They might look for a fight, but Zatai's going in. Huey wanted the steal, but he's not going to get it. The Tidal Wave's good, but Rookie diving in there. Name just gets destroyed by Zatai and Victor. And Insect now caught out as well. Zatai with a great slow. They might have nailed Zero. They're going to keep chasing. Nami might get out. Oh, mini numb. That's not good news. Korn backs in, though. He's going to keep his support safe. But a kill and a Baron, IG. And a tower now as well. It's about all they need.
Yeah, exactly. 15,000 gold the lead. They're going to push in, probably break the base. Insect goes for a last-ditch effort.
It's 3v5 right now. 4v5, actually, although Zero returning in. Bit more of a 3v5. Kid going off there. Just gets aggressive. Huey gets knocked up. Zatai going to move in, finds the boomerang, and they'll just take this inhibitor.
Yeah, you see Rookie just continuing
so
to bully.
Insect's dead. Huey's going to follow suit. Death Beam's going to get Rookie another kill. And he's just not stopping. He's so strong on this Victor, and IG might just win from here.
Yeah, exactly right. They're looking to push in, take out their game. Even Korn forced away. Kid on the turrets.
These turrets are not lasting long. The Baron up minions. King it is too far behind. It'll take a miracle to salvage it from this spot, and instead, Invictus Gaming will get themselves the 2-0 in flawless fashion against King. A hard-fought game one looked good, but IG look even better in game number 2.
The perfect game coming through. No kills, no dragons, no turrets. Invictus Gaming.
I'm surprised Huey got his first blue buff. That's how one-sided that game ended up being. Kakao was all over the enemy jungler then, and Tatai had a fantastic lane.
I think that, I was going to say, that is what you can learn from this. If Kakao is able to isolate the jungler, keep tabs of him, Invictus's lanes, in standard lanes, are ridiculously strong. Take their bottom lane out that will split, but even had a good performance this time. Rookie and Zatai, if allowed to counterpick, are dangerous players.
They are, and I think King showed us a lot in this series against Z0 and Kakao. Having a chuckle together, old buddies, of course, I'm sure. King certainly looked to be on the up. This will be a step down for them, I think, as far as an 0-2 goes. But Invictus Gaming, we said that they were sort of petitioning to be one of the top teams in China. That is the sort of performance you need to have.
Yeah, and when people question it, that's why they're one of the top teams in China, because they're able to shut people off the Rift and really dominate their style of League of Legends. I agree with you on what you're saying about King. The fact that they would have wanted at least one win out of that. They nearly got it with some creative shot calling. That's their strength right now. They're a very good shot calling team. They just need to shore up their early game.
They do indeed, and with that we have a 2-0 win, the only one of the day in fact, but that's in favor of Invictus Gaming for a good 3 points. But we are done here for the evening. Week 5 has been absolutely insane. So go back and watch your favorite moments. There are plenty, I'm sure. But for myself, Spawn, Seda, and FLICKR, and our entire live production crew, we'll see you next week for week 6 of the LPL.